Chapter 1. A Million Years of Thunder Tribulation, the first beast god of Douluo. This is the largest gathering place of soul beasts on the Douluo continent, the Star Do Forest. The central core of this forest resembles a sacred ground. Lush green branches and mirror-like lakes create an illusion of beauty and tranquility, yet they conceal hidden dangers and immense terror. This place is a forbidden zone for humans. Only soul beasts with a cultivation of at least 100,000 years are deemed worthy to tread here. At this moment, a young man in a green robe stood upon the lake's surface, hands clasped behind his back, gazing skyward. In the distance, a 10-meter-long azure bull python dared not make a sound, coiling its massive body with eyes filled with reverence. The Titan giant ape, towering like a mountain, knelt on one knee, resembling a humble worshipper before a monarch. They were acutely aware of the terror that stood before them. For a million years in Douluo, without dispute, he was the supreme beast god of the realm. The young man looked up at the sky, his gaze as tranquil as an ancient well, slowly shaking his head. The heavens are finally about to change. Luo Yu, is your million-year calamity of ferocious beasts approaching? A silver portal appeared beside Luo Yu, from which emerged a pair of immaculate jade-like feet, followed by long, slender legs, revealing a graceful figure. It was a girl with silver hair and purple eyes. Her breathtaking beauty was striking. Silver hair cascaded to her ankles. Long curled eyelashes framed a pallid face that exuded an enchanting allure, evoking a sense of compassion. Luo Yu turned his head, smiling gently. Gu Yue Na, what brings you here? The girl's clear, beautiful purple eyes reflected displeasure as she pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. Luo Yu, how many times have I emphasized that you should call me Na, not address me directly by my name? Luo Yu chuckled in surprise. Isn't that inappropriate? After all, you are the sovereign of soul beasts, the Silver Dragon King. How could I dare overstep? Gu Yue Na huffed. What is it that you wouldn't dare, you rascal? Stop pretending. Last time I was bathing, who was it that? Luo Yu's lips twitched. That was an accident. Who knew you happened to be bathing there? Gu Yue Na shot him a sharp glance, her tone languid yet firm. I distinctly recall setting up restrictions before bathing. Dear lady, let's not dwell on that. Look over there at those two terrified souls. Luo Yu pointed towards the lakeside. The azure bull python and Titan giant ape, two formidable soul beasts of 100,000 years, trembled in fear. Their wide, terrified eyes were fixed on the scene. They dared not flee or listen, fearing that knowing too much might seal their fate. Their hearts cried out in silent despair. Gu Yue Na, facing the two, had little patience left. Her gaze turned icy, her words sharp as frost. You two, the two apex-level soul beasts, trembling in dread, pleaded with sorrowful expressions. My lord, we swear we heard nothing at all. Begone. Thank you for your forgiveness, my lord. The two soul beasts, as if granted amnesty, disregarded their dignity, scrambling away in a panic, inadvertently trampling several shrubs in their haste. Goodness, aren't you a tad too fierce? Luo Yu chuckled, crossing his arms. The icy demeanor of Gu Yue Na began to thaw, a playful smirk forming on her lips as she remarked, Not everyone deserves my gentleness. You are the only scoundrel in this world. Observing the proud demeanor of the young girl beside him, Luo Yu felt a surge of irreverent thoughts, an overwhelming impulse to seize her delicate lips and bestow a fervent kiss upon them. You harbor ulterior motives, wicked intentions. Gu Yue Na's violet eyes suddenly sharpened with acuity. Not at all. Indeed, you do. Gu Yue Na retorted with a cold laugh. With my mental prowess, your every action cannot escape my notice. If you are truly that formidable, then why was it that during my lengthy stay while you bathed, you did not discover my presence until much later? Were you intentionally allowing me to intrude? Luo Yu questioned with a look of skepticism. Utter nonsense. Gu Yue Na's fair cheeks flushed with a faint hue, her gaze evasive as she replied, How can my status permit me to engage in such base behavior? Exactly. What wickedness could little Na possibly possess? Luo Yu teased with a smile. You're incorrigible, even daring to jest about the Silver Dragon King. Gu Yue Na scowled, her delicate brows furrowing as she unleashed a flurry of playful punches toward his shoulder. Enough. Let's cease this frivolity. Luo Yu pointed skyward. What is destined to arrive has finally come. Gu Yue Na's expression froze, as if she had come to a realization, her movements stilled as she gazed upward. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed across the heavens. The previously sunny sky above the forest was suddenly engulfed in ominous dark clouds. All sunlight was obscured, casting the vast expanse into an abyss of darkness, while within the clouds, flashes of crimson lightning surged, exuding a menacing glow of destruction. Gu Yue Na stared at the terrifying calamity within the clouds, struggling to articulate. Luo Yu, this final tribulation of thunder. You will be all right, won't you? Luo Yu found himself momentarily dazed. It was the first time he had witnessed Gu Yue Na stutter. I am asking you a question. Gu Yue Na's voice trembled, her beautiful eyes reflecting profound concern. As he observed the girl who was so aloof with others, yet intimate with him, Luo Yu felt his mind drift, reminiscing about the events that had transpired. In truth, he was not from Douluo, but rather from Earth, and the duration of his stay in this realm had become a blur. Regrettably, he had not crossed over as an adult. Fortunately, he had become the most potent spirit beast, the imperial auspicious beast, the three-eyed golden lion. His innate talent was extraordinarily exceptional, and moreover, the spirit beasts accompanying him would inadvertently enhance their cultivation alongside him, rendering him virtually devoid of adversaries over the years. He had navigated his existence with remarkable ease. Additionally, with the wisdom of human experience to interact with a knave Gu Yue Na, their rapport flourished effortlessly, and she found him to be quite intriguing. However, in anticipation of the impending tribulation, Luo Yu devoted nearly all his time to relentless training, never daring to slack off, and had scarcely ventured beyond the Stardow Forest. Yet, having arrived in the Douluo realm well in advance, Luo Yu had certainly prevented some tragedies. For instance, he had once ventured out a few years prior. He rescued Empress Bibidon from her confinement, earning her favor, and directly obliterated that vile creature, Qin Xuanji, along with his monstrous dog. Furthermore, a few years back, he had also inadvertently saved the gentle and graceful mother of Xiao Wu from the clutches of the spirit hall. This day, he vividly recalled the gratitude reflected in the eyes of that mature woman. To be honest, a mature lady is akin to a perfectly ripened peach, undeniably enticing. However, he is a serious individual, and cultivating is of utmost importance. Boom! A thunderclap jolted Luo Yu back to reality. Gu Yue Na was pursing her lips, gazing at him with concern. Luo Yu, do you have confidence? What does it matter whether I have confidence or not? Face the challenge, heed in, let the water flow where it may. Observing the man's nonchalant demeanor, Gu Yue Na bit her plump lips, her fists tightening silently. Luo Yu took her small hand, gently loosening her fingers, and smiled lightly. Do not be anxious, it is merely a minor, heavenly tribulation. I am confident that I can overcome it. Gu Yue Na shook her head repeatedly, as if recalling something, her eyes flashing with a fierce glint. The divine realm is devoid of virtue. They do not wish for soul beasts to ascend. This million-year beast god tribulation will not be easily traversed. Luo Yu smiled indifferently, raising his gaze to the heavens. His stature stood tall and proud, like an unparalleled divine spear, with radiant light flickering in his eyes. His black hair danced wildly in the tempestuous winds of the tribulation. We are not new to the divine realm's antics. Do they think they can make things difficult for me? Let them come, I fear them not. In that moment, the exquisite beauty and the man stood facing each other, their hair black and silver fluttering in the wind, locking eyes as they beheld the imposing figure of the man. Gu Yue Na's violet eyes shimmered with an unusual brilliance. Boom! Countless crimson, lightning dragons swirled in the sky, as if heralding the end of the world. The air was thick with a sense of oppression, and within the forest, a million soul beasts lay flat on the ground, trembling in fear. Luo Yu turned and ascended into the air, bellowing, "This tribulation comes for me, all beasts remain calm, and do not panic." His resounding voice reverberated for miles, and in that moment, the terrified million-soul beasts inexplicably found their composure. They gazed up at the man, who appeared diminutive against the looming tribulation, yet stood tall and grand in their hearts. As they watched Luo Yu boldly confront the heavenly tribulation, Gu Yue Na focused intently and shouted, "Luo Yu, how confident are you in overcoming this tribulation?" The man regarded the apocalyptic crimson, lightning dragons in the sky and turned back with a playful smirk. "Truthfully, I have little confidence." Gu Yue Na's expression froze. "Just a mere 10%, nothing more. Are you out of your mind? Is this really the time for jokes?" Gu Yue Na stomped her delicate feet in frustration. Luo Yu suppressed his playful demeanor, his expression turning solemn. "Just watch what I intend to do today is not merely to endure the tribulation, but to defy the heavens." Gu Yue Na froze, her beautiful eyes initially filled with doubt, but as she absorbed his words, her spirit was shaken. In that moment, she understood why her icy demeanor over millennia softened towards this man. He truly harbored no fear of the divine realm. And she, in turn, harbored a deep-seated hatred for the divine realm's refusal to grant soul beasts a path to ascend, insisting instead on imposing tribulations. Yet, as she gazed at the roiling storm clouds above, it seemed even the deities could be obliterated by such tribulations. Gu Yue Na felt a pang of worry. Although she acknowledged how strikingly heroic the man had appeared, radiating dominance to his core, when faced with such a tribulation, one could only say that his million years of cultivation might be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. This reckless man, is he joking to ease his own impending doom before his final moments? Gu Yue Na's lips began to pale, for traversing the tribulation was already a life-or-death endeavor, and the annihilating storm clouds seemed utterly insurmountable. And no matter what, I shall rescue him. Even if it means attracting the attention of the divine realm, I will save him. Gu Yue Na bit her lip, resolutely determined, her entire being enveloped in a radiant aura, gathering power with fervor. Foolish man, if you truly feel uncertain, do not force yourself, you still have me. Not only was Gu Yue Na lacking in confidence, but in the face of such a cataclysmic thunder tribulation, despair flickered in the eyes of all spirit beasts. For them, perhaps achieving success in transcending the tribulation was a dream forever out of reach, as the divine realm afforded them no opportunity. The Titan giant ape nudged the azure bull python. Brother, can the beast god dispel this thundercloud? Are you foolish? Can't you see how fierce this thundercloud is? It offers no chance for the beast to survive. The azure bull python swatted its tail against the giant ape's head, lamenting, the strength of a single beast is barely enough for survival. How can we contend against the heavens? The beast god is likely to fail, but we should strive together in this indomitable spirit. Roar! A magnificent golden light radiated across the heavens, and a colossal phantom of a divine beast emerged, its scales and claws aflame, exuding an earth-shattering might. It did not choose to await the falling tribulation instead. It surged fiercely towards the thunderclouds that belie the heavens. The beast god is so audacious. What is happening? The azure bull python stared in disbelief. Shouldn't one proceed cautiously during a tribulation, bracing against the descending thunder one strike at a time? Yet, the beast god charged straight into battle. At the same moment, Gu Yue Na's frantic cries pierced through the air. Luo Yu, are you mad? What are you doing? Are you willing to self-ignite your soul core? Do you wish to forsake your million years of cultivation? Boom! The 1,000-foot-tall golden phantom of the beast god had already plunged into the vast thundercloud, its aura far more frenzied than the crimson lightning. In the next instant, dawn broke. The thunder tribulation dissipated, the sky cleared, and the stars shimmered anew. That we did it. Truly, we did it. The beast god has succeeded. The Titan giant ape was ablaze with fervor. You idiot, shut the hell up. The azure bull python slammed the Titan down, angrily saying, can't you see Lord Beast God burning his soul core and risking his life for that thundercloud attack? Huh? The Titan was stunned, his expression frozen, looking somewhat dazed. No way, is Lord Beast God really gone just like that? Gu Yue Na floated in the air, constantly searching, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Her purple gaze lost, staring blankly at all of this. Gradually, she clenched her fists, her nails nearly embedding into her flesh, looking up at the sky, her thin lips, which she bit down on, oozing bright red blood, as a cold voice emerged. The divine realm slaughtered my kin, and now they have destroyed my dear friend. I will never let you go. After saying this, her expression turned sorrowful, filled with resentment. You damn man, if you can't do it, at least ask for help. I will definitely assist you. To show off. You ended up losing yourself, you bastard. Who's the bastard? Luo Yu. Huh? Who's speaking? Gu Yue Na instinctively responded, suddenly shaking her head, only to find that a 24-petaled golden lotus was floating in the void beside her. The golden lotus, resembling a ruby-like agate, emanated an extraordinary and transcendent divine aura. No way. Gu Yue Na's pupils contracted. Under observation, she felt the lotus's mystery and holiness even more, filled with endless vitality. With the powerful sound of a heartbeat coming from within, she had never seen such a scene before. What kind of treasure is this? A look of confusion crossed Gu Yue Na's eyes. At this moment, a dissatisfied voice came from within the 24-petal golden lotus. Little Nana, explain to me what it means to show off and lose yourself. Luo Yu, are you in there? What is this thing? What exactly is going on? Gu Yue Na raised her hand to casually wipe the corner of her eye, looking at the lotus in surprise, her fingers poking at it. It was neither gold nor iron, solid as a fortress, made of a material she had never seen before. First, take me back to the cave, nurture me well, and when we arrive, I will slowly explain everything to you. Luo Yu is currently disinterested in speaking, as a series of voices are echoing in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for finally transforming into a human. The binding of the goddess system has officially begun. Ding. System binding successful. Ding. The host can gain divine level rewards by increasing the goddess's favorability with strength. Task target is being locked in. Chapter 2. Forge the strongest divine body, the embracing, soft-boned rabbit. Task target locked in. Spirit Hall, Pope Bibidon. Successfully strategize to conquer Queen Bibidon to obtain True World's #1 beast martial soul. Current task progress, 0. Luo Yu heard the system prompt in his mind and didn't feel strange. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. In fact, he had known for a long time that he had a system, but the system was quite unkind, requiring a human body to bind to. At that time, he had already cultivated for 300,000 years, and even though he was envious of the system, he had no chance to take form, just waiting for this million-year threshold. While other fierce beasts wanted to transcend tribulation and become gods, he disdainfully rejected ascension. After all, becoming a god in the divine realm would only make him a low-tier existence, and moreover, the divine realm discriminated against soul beasts, making it hard to survive. Therefore, he had long planned to take advantage of this heavenly gift to transform into a human. This 24th rank sacred golden lotus was a treasure given to him by the system to aid in his transformation, its true name being the tribulation golden lotus. When his cultivation reached 1,000,000 years, he could activate the golden lotus during the strongest thunder tribulation to preserve his true spirit, turning the power of the thunder tribulation and his 1,000,000 years of cultivation into nourishment for the golden lotus. This would nurture the most perfect body in the world. If others had mere mortal bodies, then what he would forge would be a truly unparalleled divine body. Such an opportunity had never existed in the Douluo continent. It was hard to imagine what kind of cultivation talent such a divine body would possess. To be honest, Luo Yu was also looking forward to it. Although the three-eyed golden lion had outstanding talent, even the most excellent would probably just be bullied after ascending to the divine realm. Didn't they see how strong Gu Yue Na was, yet she was still hiding among humans? The divine body and the system were the true capital for a traverser to rise. Moreover, it was also time to take this opportunity to enjoy the beauty of the human world. Talking about love, flirting, and playing with Tang San wasn't bad at all. After traversing for so long, he was tired of cultivating every day just to transcend tribulation, and his head was about to explode. He glanced at the task panel in his consciousness. The goal was to capture the Supreme Pope. TSK. This thing was hellish difficulty for others. However, for him, the difficulty wasn't that exaggerated. After all, he had already had some interaction before. By the way, what the hell was this True World's #1 beast martial soul? Could it be cooler than the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex? It must be a god-level martial soul. Otherwise, it would be too lame, Luo Yu speculated. In the starred Do Great Forest, beneath the lake in the core area, there was a hidden paradise. This was Gu Yue Na's boudoir. The furnishings were relatively simple, with a huge jade bed, a round table carved from emerald and agate beside it, and in the center of the room was a square pool, filled with swirling spiritual mist, brimming with the essence of heaven and earth. The 24th grade golden lotus, created by Luo Yu, was placed among them, receiving the nourishment of the spiritual liquid. You're lucky this time. All this spiritual liquid is my treasure. Now, can you explain to me what exactly is going on? Gu Yue Na sat beside, resting her elbows on the table, her hands supporting her chin, with her purple eyes blinking in confusion. Luo Yu briefly explained, not intending to reveal the matters of the system, not wanting to ascend. He chose to transform and rebuild himself. And this golden lotus is the treasure that can help him transform and be reborn. Gu Yue Na scolded, "Are you foolish? You clearly have the ability to successfully cross the tribulation. So why act so recklessly and provoke the tribulation clouds?" Luo Yu did not respond. "Do you know that if you succeed in transcending the tribulation, you'll make it and become a deity?" Gu Yue Na said with great sorrow, looking like she hated to see someone fail. "What's so good about becoming a deity?" Luo Yu replied in a muffled voice. "Becoming a deity means you can ascend to the divine realm. You can have an endless lifespan." Gu Yue Na raised her delicate fingers, counting off the benefits as if they were treasures, her gritted teeth making her look extremely adorable, resembling a porcelain doll with exquisite beauty. Yes, the divine realm has everything, but the divine realm doesn't have you. A faint voice echoed in the boudoir. Gu Yue Na was instantly stunned, her purple eyes shimmering with countless lights. What did you just say?" The girl's voice trembled a bit. "It's nothing." Gu Yue Na's expression became complicated, a hint of tenderness flashing across her face. but it was quickly reined in. Then why on earth do you insist on provoking the tribulation clouds and seeking death? Luo Yu retorted then. Are you happy when I blow it up? Gu Yue Na's emotions, which she had just managed to suppress, began to surge uncontrollably. Her heart trembled. Her delicate body started to shiver, and her beautiful eyes flashed with waves of emotion, unable to maintain her composure and coldness. 1,000,000 years of cultivation destroyed in an instant. I only ask you, is it worth it? Why don't you ask me if I regret it? Do you regret it? Gu Yue Na instinctively inquired. At this moment, she no longer had the calmness of the Dragon King. No regrets. The tranquility in Gu Yue Na's heart was completely shattered in that instant, just as she was about to speak. Ha ha! Luo Yu's hearty laughter echoed from within the golden lotus. What are you laughing at? The atmosphere was disrupted, and Gu Yue Na frowned her beautiful willow brows, tucking her messy silver hair behind her ear. Silly girl, I was just teasing you just now. I transformed for a reason. Oh, so you're playing with me. Gu Yue Na's eyes seemed ready to shoot fire. Luo Yu teased, by the way, did you just feel like you fell in love with me for a moment? Ha! Gu Yue Na, don't understand human emotions. Falling in love with someone else? That's impossible in this lifetime. That's good. I was really afraid you might fall for me. If I end up liking another girl, you might chop me into pieces with an axe, Luo Yu said with relief. Don't be so self-important. How could this queen possibly like you? Right? I'm not worthy of you. Gu Yue Na said angrily, her lips forming the shape of the word bastard. In the end, it all turned into a cold snort, seemingly dismissive, but a different light flickered deep in her eyes. Luo Yu sighed secretly. His system was destined to conquer the girls of Douluo. He didn't dislike it, but with Gu Yue Na's domineering personality, if they were together, anytime he dared to flirt with other women, he might end up facing serious consequences. Sorry, Xiao Na, but I promise you, on the day I become a deity, I will stand up for your soul beast clan, kill my way to the divine realm, and seek justice. Luo Yu silently vowed. In fact, there was one thing Luo Yu didn't quite know. The dragon clan had no concept of monogamy. 3 days later, the spiritual liquid in the pool completely disappeared, and the 24th grade golden lotus was spinning rapidly, radiating beams of golden light, draining the surrounding spiritual energy from 100 miles away. With a loud bang, golden light burst forth, and the lotus flower bloomed, filling the room with a rich fragrance. Gu Yue Na focused her gaze and was almost mesmerized. From the blossoming golden lotus emerged a transcendent young man, around 12 or 13 years old, extraordinarily handsome, with slanted, heroic eyebrows, thin lips, and a pair of deep, enchanting black eyes that displayed a wild charm. The most striking feature was his perfect physique, surrounded by golden aura, exuding a unique allure with every gesture, as if he had the power to make young girls fall in love. Compared to his astonishing beauty, Luo Yu sensed the perfection of this body. All 9 orifices were open, and the 8 extraordinary meridians were unobstructed, with strands of golden light swirling through the blood vessels. It should be noted that Tang San had cultivated the Xian Tian Gong for over 10 years, and even with the assistance of celestial herbs, he had barely opened the 8 extraordinary meridians. Luo Yu was endowed with an explosive level of physical talent right from the start. Hey, wake up! Luo Yu waved his hand in front of Gu Yue Na. Huh? Gu Yue Na came to her senses and instinctively threw a punch. Ah, pervert. Why aren't you wearing clothes? Oh no, ancestor, take it easy. I haven't cultivated yet. Luo Yu was instantly hit and spat water all over Gu Yue Na's fair little face, his whole body directly flying out and embedding into the wall. After striking, Gu Yue Na realized the problem. The opponent's cultivation was no longer what it used to be. The power of her casual strike was terrifying for an ordinary person. She hurriedly chased after him. Luo Yu, don't die. Cough, I'm not dead yet. If you hit me again, I'll be useless. Luo Yu covered his chest. Huh? Gu Yue Na was taken aback, looking at his well-defined chest, and reached out to touch it. Gu Yue Na, what are you doing? Playing a secret room? Plotting something against me? Luo Yu panicked. There is something wrong with this body. You're the one with the problem. This body is a bit too perfect. Isn't it? Gu Yue Na couldn't help but touch it without dodging. Of course, otherwise I would have been blown apart by your punch just now. Luo Yu swatted her hand away, saying, you better behave. If you provoke me, I'm prone to committing crimes. Gu Yue Na shot him a sidelong glance, her face suddenly turning red, and quickly turned her back, covering her little face with both hands. Luo Yu was speechless. Was this silly girl slow to react? Or was she just making excuses to take advantage of herself? However, he had no clothes to wear right now. At that moment, the 24 golden lotus petals in the water rose up and adhered to Luo Yu's body. What was going on? After the dazzling golden light, the lotus petals vanished. Luo Yu's black hair was styled into a golden crown, and he wore a deep blue outfit. A soft jade ribbon adorned his waist, and he stepped in a cloud-like purple gold boots, making his already handsome demeanor even more striking. Gu Yue Na had long since turned around secretly, her fingers slightly revealing her purple eyes, captivated. Luo Yu, I found out something. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. What did you find? You're a little bit handsome. Gu Yue Na said, pinching her pinky finger. Just a tiny bit, right? Gu Yue Na sincerely exclaimed, with this body of yours. You must be the #1 divine body in Douluo continent, unbeatable. And your appearance, to be honest, has an inexplicable, extraordinary aura. It's like poison to women. If you go out, it's hard to imagine how many women will be drawn to you. Luo Yu shook his head in silence. Please wake up. It's just a couple of simple sentences. Why make it so exaggerated? Gu Yue Na had a stern expression. I'm not joking. Your body really is a bit special. Cough, cough. You speak so confidently, as if you've experienced it yourself. Go away, or I'll beat you up. Gu Yue Na grinned, waving her fist in a show of defiance. Be more serious. Gu Yue Na expressed that she couldn't help it, while she always maintained a queen-like cold demeanor towards others. She unconsciously turned into a sweet girl when dealing with Luo Yu. Nah, I'm gonna leave the mountain. You're leaving? Gu Yue Na's expression remained unchanged, but her eyes trembled slightly. Yes. Where do you plan to go? First stop, Spirit Hall. And the second stop? Gu Yue Na asked. Luo Yu shook his head, not having thought it through yet. It's most likely the Tiando Empire side. He felt that the system's first target was Bibidon, and the second one was uncertain. The subsequent targets might focus on Shrek. After some calculation, it was just the initial period of Tang San's development in Douluo. Then you can go, he said. Aren't you going to stay? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised. If you want to leave, can I keep you? Gu Yue Na snorted lightly. You should hurry and go, so I can rest easy and heal. That sword from the Shura god is too domineering. I can't recover from it in a short time. Luo Yu nodded and walked towards the door. Gu Yue Na's expression was calm, but her small hand tightly gripping her clothing betrayed her. Just as Luo Yu was about to reach the door, he stopped in his tracks. Without turning back, he slowly said, Nah, don't worry if anyone bullies you. I'll take care of it for you. The one who harmed you, I will take his life. Gu Yue Na pouted and said, Stupid man, stop boasting. Do you even know who attacked me? That's a top-tier existence in the divine realm, a ceiling-level being. Not to mention you, even in my prime, I couldn't defeat him. Probably only the dragon god could be slightly stronger than him. You don't need to avenge me. I just want you to be safe. By the end, Gu Yue Na's words softened, and her eyes shimmered. Luo Yu pushed the door open and walked out. Outside the open door, a man's hearty laughter came in, filled with a hint of disdain, along with a touch of swagger and rudeness. Xiao Nana, stop talking in riddles, be honest. ISNT, it's just the Shura God King from the Divine Realm Committee? Anyone who bullies me, no matter what kind of god they are, I'll smash them like I would a thunder tribulation. Gu Yue Na's delicate body trembled. A warm current surged in her heart, bringing both emotion and countless doubts. He ISNT even from the Divine Realm. So how could he know about the Divine Realm Committee? How could he dare to say he would kill the Shura god? That's a god king. Gu Yue Na couldn't help but feel the bloodiness of that sword. Sensing the faint injuries in her body, her face turned pale, and waves of helplessness and fear surged in her heart. It wasn't until she recalled Luo Yu's words as he left that an inexplicable sense of trust arose in her heart, warming her. He already gone. She murmured softly to the air, eventually revealing a faint smile, and foolishly said, Stupid man, I will wait for you. As Luo Yu stepped out of the core area, he was stopped by a graceful young woman, dressed in a pink outfit with delicate brows and beautiful eyes. Her skin was as flawless as jade, more radiant than snow, exuding an alluring beauty that seemed almost enchanting in the forest, captivating and mesmerizing. The young woman saw Luo Yu, and her eyes lit up with joy and gratitude. She bowed slightly, her ample curves almost causing Luo Yu's heart to waver, nearly leading him to lose his resolve. Wu greets her benefactor. What brings you here? Luo Yu asked, puzzled. The woman replied respectfully. The master transmitted a message, mentioning that you have recultivated, and I am tasked with escorting you to the human world. There's no need to trouble yourself. Luo Yu waved his hand. It's no trouble at all. It's my honor to take care of my benefactor. If it weren't for your help back then, I might have perished in the hunting of the Spirit Hall. I have had no chance to repay you all these years, so I hope you can give me an opportunity. Wu blinked her long eyelashes, looking at Luo Yu with tearful eyes, her charm evident. I really don't need a bodyguard. Luo Yu refused again. Wu sighed, Benefactor, my daughter, Xiao Wu has been in the human world for a long time. And as a mother, I am worried. It's just right for me to accompany you and see how things are. If I go out with a beauty like you, I'm afraid I'll attract unnecessary trouble. Wu shook her head repeatedly, her body shimmering with pink light, transforming into a cute mini pink rabbit adorned with beautiful patterns on its ears, and directly jumped into Luo Yu's arms. Benefactor, I usually exist as your pet. This surely won't trouble you, and I can protect you too. A win-win situation. Luo Yu felt the warmth in his arms and listened to the soft voice, unable to resist, twitching the corners of his mouth. What the hell, this is a 2-for-1 deal, a woman, and a young one at that. Doesn't know how to be discreet. This woman jumped into a man's embrace and even seemed pleased about it. Does she have no sense at all? You're making this really difficult for me. Are you really going to sleep next to me too? Benefactor, just treat me like an ordinary soft-boned charm rabbit. Is this something you can just decide to turn into? The image of the woman's long, beautiful legs and graceful figure flashed through his mind. And Luo Yu was instantly speechless, feeling strange and unaccustomed. Unable to refuse her warm hospitality, he ultimately had no choice but to reluctantly accept this clingy young woman. This clingy soft-boned rabbit. Luo Yu set off on his journey. On the way, he had a fleeting doubt. The soft-boned, charming rabbit, is it really charming? Is its bone really soft? With a spirit of scientific exploration, Luo Yu inexplicably reached out to touch the soft pink rabbit fur. Wow, it's really nice. The feeling in his hand is unmatched. He's in love. He's in love. Luo Yu doesn't have any bad intentions. He really sees the rabbit as just a rabbit, just like petting a cat. He just hasn't realized that the soft-boned enchantress rabbit hasn't made a sound, and its pink eyes are almost teary. After half a day, they finally arrived at the spirit hall. Luo Yu gazed at the magnificent palace within the towering city, adorned in gold and jade. He chuckled softly, wondering if that woman still remembered him. Chapter 3. The stunning appearance causes a stir. Gu Yue Na initiates a conversation. Wuhuan City, the most prosperous city on Douluo continent, serves as the headquarters of the first power, the Wuhuan Hall. The residents bustling through the streets looked up at the majestic buildings in the center of the city with eyes full of reverence and devotion. Among them, only one young figure stood out, for his aura was simply too ethereal. Not only was his handsome face like that of a celestial being descended to earth, but his deep, star-like black eyes were also mesmerizing. The people around, regardless of age or gender, couldn't help but be drawn to the young man's presence. TSK. With such unmatched charisma, he must be the son of some prominent family out for a stroll. Obviously, with that kind of looks and charm, even the sons of the 7 major sects can't compare. Hey, keep your voice down. Don't let him hear you. The sons of prominent families aren't something we can discuss. While some men sighed in envy as they looked at Luo Yu, there were also girls chattering excitedly. A pure-hearted girl kept tugging at her friend's sleeve, urging in a hushed tone, "You have to look over there, there's a really handsome guy." Her friend remained unmoved, playfully scolding, "You silly girl, you can get infatuated just by seeing any man on the street. It's so unreserved. There are only rough men here. Where would a handsome guy come from?" But this one was different. The pure-hearted girl stared blankly at Luo Yu, her mouth slightly agape. "He really is so handsome. My heart is racing. Hey, your expression is too exaggerated." Her friend laughed and scolded. "You're losing your composure. I think you're just infatuated." As they spoke, her friend followed the girl's gaze, and her casual expression suddenly tightened, her cherry lips slightly parted. Noticing the silence beside her, the girl turned to her friend with a look of disdain. "Ha, woman, weren't you saying I was infatuated? Please put away that lovesick look on your face." "I'm not. I didn't." Her friend vehemently denied it, but her gaze hadn't left the man. The girl sneered. Some people were getting slapped in the face. In broad daylight, staring at the man, "You're practically drooling. How embarrassing." Her friend lightly scoffed. "You little brat, don't say that. I think your modesty has dropped. Not only has it dropped, but, ugh, you little brat. Are you starting to fantasize about your handsome brother now?" Their quiet bickering made the passing girls blush, secretly cursing the two for being so unreserved. The sisters thought to themselves, "Just keep it in your heart. Don't say it out loud. It's so embarrassing." As they looked at Luo Yu, they also felt their cheeks flush, sensing that this man was not just handsome, but seemed to possess an inexplicable charisma that sparked a desire to explore further. "Hey, handsome guy, is this your first time in Wuhuan City?" Luo Yu was walking towards the Pope's palace when he was suddenly stopped by a young girl. The girl in front of him was wearing an extravagant golden gown, her devilishly alluring figure curvaceous and striking. Her long, beautiful legs were both slender and rounded, and her delicate features resembled those of a fairy, exuding a blend of purity and seduction. Her pink eyes seemed to captivate the soul. Countless men around were also peeking at the girl, secretly drooling, yet fearing something, not daring to approach her. Luo Yu's large hand rubbed the soft fur on the back of the charming rabbit girl's neck. As he sized up the girl, blocking his path, with her sharp golden short hair and long, delicate legs, she really did look both beautiful and cool. She must be considered a goddess in others' hearts, as evidenced by the countless hungry wolf-like gazes around. However, what did she want with him? He raised his eyes and asked, "Do you need something?" Hulaina's smile froze. As a saintess of the spirit hall, she had never taken the initiative to approach a boy before. Today, while out for a stroll, she had unconsciously been drawn to Luo Yu. Logically speaking, she shouldn't have felt this way. The spirit hall had plenty of handsome men, and there were many who would fawn over her. But compared to this stranger, they seemed like trash. Without thinking, she found herself stepping forward to talk to him. Hulaina was originally confident about her ability to initiate a conversation. Not to mention her strength, her looks could easily outshine those superficial beauties, right? Besides her teacher, wasn't she the most beautiful woman in the spirit hall? A stunning girl initiating conversation would surely be welcomed by any man. However, Hulaina was taken aback when a man responded with such indifference. How could he be so cold? She instinctively touched her smooth face, ensuring there was nothing dirty on it. Seeing that the woman in front of him was silent for too long, Luo Yu moved to walk around her. "Hey, stop." Hulaina chased after him with her slender, graceful legs. "Do you need something?" Luo Yu frowned, unsure of what this woman was up to. "Hiss." Hulaina gasped, her beautiful eyes momentarily blank. It was the first time she had ever heard a man speak to her in such an impatient tone. In the spirit hall, which prodigy didn't shower her with warmth and care? Yet she had never taken the initiative before. After finally mustering the courage to do so, she was met with a cold shoulder. This man really has no sense of romance. Hulaina pouted her glossy red lips. Luo Yu's expression was strange. "Well, I don't seem to know you, miss." "Hey, you man, are you a bit slow?" Hulaina pouted and complained. The men around, who were secretly watching, were mesmerized to see the goddess acting cute and scolding someone. Their hearts felt like they were melting. Hulaina was feeling quite hurt. Here she was, a beauty approaching to strike up a conversation, and he just casually said something. I could have responded, and then we could have had a story together. But with you pushing me like this, what else can I say? Luo Yu's expression changed slightly. "This young lady, it's one thing for you to inexplicably block my path. But if you're going to talk to me like that, then we need to have a serious discussion." Looking at Luo Yu's sharp gaze, Hulaina pouted, her eyes slightly red, feeling extremely wronged. This was her first time disregarding her modesty to strike up a conversation, and it turned out so badly. She glared at Luo Yu. She just wanted to get to know him. Did he have to be so unappreciative? It was really too much. "You stinky man. I hate you." Hulaina stamped her foot, her soul light suddenly appearing. Cute, fluffy ears appeared on her head, and a pink foxtail emerged behind her. She glared at Luo Yu, biting her silver teeth and waving her fist in defiance. Gasps were heard from around them. This woman must have the cultivation of a soul sect. The man opposite was done for. After all, this was the holy maiden of the spirit hall. Someone he couldn't provoke. I've never seen the holy maiden of the spirit hall get put in her place. This guy is impressive. What good is being impressive? If he irritates the holy maiden, he's going to regret it. Why act so aloof? If a beautiful goddess like her was trying to talk to me, I would be so eager, I wouldn't even have time to kneel and worship. This guy is just asking for a beating for pretending to be cool. A man with a decent appearance had a venomous gaze, filled with jealousy towards Luo Yu, wondering why no woman paid attention to him. This kid was just a bit more handsome and charming. Why was he so much more popular? Want to make a move? Compared to the frightened crowd around him, Luo Yu looked calm. His deep eyes were as calm as a still pond as he held the soft-boned rabbit steadily and stared directly at Hulaina. Hulaina showed surprise. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Luo Yu glanced at her and asked curiously, "Why be afraid?" Hulaina's expression changed. It was the first time in her life that someone had looked down on her so severely. She felt wronged and increasingly unconvinced. You're really too much." Boom! 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, floated up from Hulaina. Even the surrounding crowd, despite only experiencing the aftermath, found it hard to breathe, their eyes bulging, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Chapter 4. The Empress is my fiancée, as long as my benefactor likes it terrifying, too terrifying. The saintess of the spirit hall truly lived up to her reputation. To have such strength at such a young age was frightening. The young man opposite was done for. Haha, what's the use of being handsome? It all comes down to strength. The previously jealous man spoke up again. Whispering with Schadenfreude, Handsome guys are only fit to be pretty boys. When it comes to strength, they are nothing. At this moment, everyone thought the momentum of the 4 soul rings was enough to crush Luo Yu. After all, he looked very young and did not seem to have any strength. Even Gu Yue Na thought so. Her beautiful eyes even hesitated slightly, doubting whether she had been too harsh. Knowing that no one from the younger generation of the Spirit Hall could compare to her cultivation, and this guy was even less likely to, Gu Yue Na intended to hold back a bit of her power. In fact, she just wanted to scare the person in front of her and had no intention of hurting him. However, the next second, she was shocked. The man opposite was completely unscathed, still wearing a faint smile. 4-ring Soul Master, Fox Spirit Martial Soul, you are Gu Yue Na? As Luo Yu remained unharmed. The onlookers were stunned, instantly erupting in a commotion. This was not the script they had imagined. This guy was actually fine? How could he be so calm under the pressure of a 4-ring Soul Master? What level of cultivation did he have? With such impressive looks and temperament, could his strength also be so formidable? Some people, unable to believe it, whispered, "This kid can't be bluffing, right?" A 4-ring Soul Master is already the limit for peers of the same generation. I don't believe anyone of the same age can withstand it. At this moment, everyone watching was dumbfounded, their faces full of disbelief, and a heavy question mark arose in their hearts. Facing Gu Yue Na, a genius with fully unleashed soul power, why could this young man remain calm? It was unbelievable. However, the facts were right in front of them, leaving no room for disbelief. The man's mystery and strength reflected in everyone's hearts. Gu Yue Na was also a bit dazed now, shocked, her beautiful eyes looking at the man in wonder. How could this guy withstand her pressure? Generally, people didn't have this kind of strength and courage, right? Gu Yue Na couldn't help but ask, "Who are you? How do you know my background?" Luo Yu smiled and said, "It's nothing, I just heard about you in the past, and besides, people around are discussing you." Gu Yue Na racked her brains, but couldn't recall any impression of this man. Such a special guy. If she had ever encountered him, she would definitely not have forgotten. Luo Yu shook his head and said, "You should put away your martial soul. There's not a hint of killing intent. You can't even scare the rabbit in my arms." Oomph. Gu Yue Na's face turned red when someone saw through her, and she retorted, "Don't underestimate people. I'm a soul master of the 4th ring. I can't even scare a rabbit? How ridiculous." Luo Yu's expression was strange as he hesitated and said, "To be honest, I'm afraid it might scare you. This rabbit in my arms could probably take on 10 of you." Hee. Gu Yue Na couldn't help but laugh, and she scoffed, "You really don't know how to exaggerate properly. Just ask the people around us, who would believe your nonsense." Luo Yu gently stroked the rabbit fur, and just because others didn't believe it, it didn't mean the matter wasn't true. Gu Yue Na shook her head repeatedly. "Speaking of which, you have quite an astute eye, and your strength is very mysterious. You're truly not simple. I wonder what kind of martial soul you have." Luo Yu thought for a moment and answered honestly, "My martial soul has not awakened, and my soul power is 0. Gu Yue Na pouted, "That's too much. You bad guy are just here to fool me. How can someone without any cultivation withstand my aura? Absolutely impossible. You are being so dishonest." Luo Yu was speechless. "What I said is the truth. Why don't you believe me?" Gu Yue Na scanned him from head to toe and finally raised her chin, proudly saying, "In my opinion, you can withstand my aura without changing your expression. You must at least have a cultivation level of 30 or even the same as me. My judgment is definitely not wrong. As for you, not having awakened your martial soul, I would believe it even if you killed me." Luo Yu rolled his eyes and said, "Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. I haven't awakened." Gu Yue Na stomped her feet in anger. "Isn't everyone in Douluo continent supposed to awaken their martial soul at 6? You're at least 12 now." Luo Yu shrugged and replied, "What if I just have a late awakening? If you don't believe me, how about a bet? What if what I'm saying is true?" Gu Yue Na confidently said, "If you haven't awakened your martial soul, I will call you dead every time I see you from now on." Luo Yu thought for a moment, then shook his head seriously and said, "But I don't want to take you as my daughter." Gu Yue Na exploded in rage. The little fairy was so angry that smoke was coming out of her 7 orifices, and her first soul skill shone with a blinding light. It's over, it's over. This kid is digging his own grave. No one can save him now. Ha ha ha. A self-destructive kid, thinking he can speak freely to the saintess just because he looks handsome. Now he's finished. The man who had been red-eyed became excited, revealing a sinister smile. Just now, he thought the fight wouldn't happen, and he felt a bit disappointed. He just disliked Luo Yu and was jealous of the attention he received. Whoosh! The soul light burst forth, and Gu Yue Na moved. Everyone seemed to see that in the next moment, Luo Yu would be beaten to a pulp. Some were worried, while others were excited. Boom! Luo Yu stood there, completely unbothered, not even blinking. However, the man who had been secretly whispering and mocking was kicked away by her long legs. He scraped along the ground, his clothes torn, flying far away with an expression of disbelief, blood gushing from his mouth. "Why are you hitting me?" he exclaimed, looking confused, his face still frozen with the malicious smile from earlier. The crowd watching was also puzzled, and Luo Yu looked over in curiosity. Gu Yue Na landed back on ground, slowly retracting her long, slender legs, her delicate hands combing through her striking golden hair. With her snow-white neck and a flash of cold, aloof look in her pink eyes, she disdainfully gazed at the man who had been kicked away. "I've heard you mumbling beside me for quite a while. Do you really think no one can hear you? Let me tell you, mind your own business." She boldly pointed at Luo Yu. "This guy might be a bit annoying when he talks, but at least he has good qualities, and his words are straightforward and not vulgar. I like him. What do you, the envious and sour dog, have to say from the side? It's really disgusting and contemptible." The cold, high and mighty tone of the goddess echoed. As if facing others, Gu Yue Na had regained her lofty demeanor, not allowing any disrespect, decisive and merciless. The man on the ground was left speechless. Not daring to meet Gu Yue Na's eyes, terrified, he crawled away in a hurry, not daring to say another word. A glimmer flashed in Luo Yu's eyes. This woman seemed to have quite a personality. As for that man who had rolled away, he had actually heard their discussions all along. He just couldn't be bothered to pay attention. Trash is ultimately trash, so why bother? However, he didn't expect this woman to take action, which was somewhat interesting. Everyone disperse. Gu Yue Na cast a cold glance around, and the crowd shivered, scattering like frightened birds and beasts. In just a few breaths, they had run far away, leaving only Luo Yu and the other two. Gu Yue Na retracted her martial soul and walked up to Luo Yu, saying, "You, after chatting for so long, haven't spoken a single truth." Luo Yu curled her lips. "I really don't have a martial soul. Don't believe me? Heh, if you have the ability, let me check. If you really don't have a martial soul, I'll call you dad right away. I guarantee it, as the holy maiden of the martial soul hall." "Forget it, I'm still young. I don't want to be an unexpected dad." "Humph, you're just a big liar. You say it's true. Then fine, I won't be this dad today." Gu Yue Na wanted to scratch this man in front of her to death. "How about being friends? I think you're quite good, a bit mysterious." Gu Yue Na's eyes sparkled. Luo Yu smiled kindly and said, "There's no need for that. We will meet again if it's meant to be." Gu Yue Na snorted, "You this guy, say nice things, but you're clearly just politely rejecting me. What do you mean by we'll meet again? I've been in seclusion at the Wuhuan Hall for years and rarely come out. You probably won't have another chance to run into me. We will definitely meet again," Luo Yu said with certainty. Gu Yue Na shook her head. "That's impossible. It's not as easy to see me as you think." "Maybe not," Luo Yu said playfully. "What do you know? The saintess of the Wuhuan Hall can't just be seen whenever she wants." Gu Yue Na pouted angrily, feeling a twinge of melancholy inside. This man simply didn't understand that she was a key talent cultivated by the Wuhuan Hall, and it wasn't easy for her to come out of the hall after being there for so long. Even if this man was a genius from another force, he didn't have the qualifications to find her in the hall. Moreover, how could the Wuhuan Hall allow its own saintess to have contact with a man? So it would basically be very difficult to meet again. Luo Yu said casually, "Your Majesty, I can meet you anytime. Why can't the saintess?" Gu Yue Na was taken aback, glancing nervously to the left and right, and said anxiously, "You crazy guy, are you looking for death? How dare you disrespect the Empress in Spirit City?" Luo Yuhan shook her head with a smile. Gu Yue Na, angered, waved her hand and left, but she didn't hear any pleading voice behind her. She stomped her foot and couldn't help but turn back to ask, "Hey, what are you doing here in the Spirit City?" "Oh, it's nothing. It's just that a woman said many years ago that she wanted to marry me, and I'm here to ask if what she said back then still counts." As Luo Yu spoke, a stunning figure flashed through his mind. The beautiful girl who was once lost and helpless must have become a queen reigning over the world today. What? Gu Yue Na's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and an inexplicable jealousy arose in her heart. Who was that woman? There's no need to mention it. You wouldn't believe it anyway. Gu Yue Na pouted and retorted, "You dare say it. I will believe it." Luo Yu's lips curled into a playful smile. "I say I'm a number one in the Spirit Hall. Do you dare to believe it? The number one in the Spirit Hall?" Gu Yue Na murmured, her delicate body shaking violently. "Could it be His Holiness the Pope, teacher Bibidon?" She raised her eyes to look at Luo Yu, as if looking at a fool. "Are you seeking death? How dare you say such a thing? If someone else hears this, you might be thrown into a dungeon, skinned alive." Luo Yu spread his hands and said, "You see, I already told you it was over. I tell you, you wouldn't believe it anyway." Stop talking nonsense. How dare you be disrespectful to His Holiness the Pope? Are you really trying to get yourself killed? You absolutely must not speak recklessly again. Luo Yu shook his head helplessly. Is it true that no one believes in honesty these days? Gu Yue Na said seriously, to be honest, even though this is our first meeting, I have a good impression of you. So I advise you to be careful. Her Majesty the Empress is a cold and ruthless iron-blooded empress, and she has never shown any signs of liking men. Even a titled Douluo's confession would lead to a dead end. If you keep speaking so recklessly, you could easily bring about your own demise. Luo Yu clicked his tongue in amazement and said, Nonsense. I doubt you're talking about Bibidon. She was quite gentle in front of me, bold and reckless. You really don't know when to stop. Gu Yue Na scolded and advised. From what I know of our teacher, she would never show any pretense to a man. Don't speak nonsense here. Luo Yu replied. Maybe you don't understand her well enough. I don't understand. Who does? Gu Yue Na became agitated. I might know her better than you do, Luo Yu said calmly. Come on, you don't even know my relationship with the Empress. That's why you dare to talk like this. Gu Yue Na looked at the seriousness and confidence in the man's eyes and found it absurd. This man didn't seem very old. How could he possibly know her teacher? Moreover, could he understand her teacher better than her, the disciple? Forget it. I won't persuade you anymore. You should take care of yourself. I hope you don't say anything reckless when you go out. Although you speak unreliable words, I still. Gu Yue Na did not continue, turned to leave, and whispered shyly to herself, I hope to meet you again. Watching Gu Yue Na's alluring and graceful figure, her long, fair legs disappearing at the end of the road, Luo Yu smiled slightly and looked up at the nearby papal palace. Soon, we will meet again. His voice drifted with the wind, unsure if he was speaking to Gu Yue Na or to the supreme and cold empress, Bibidon. In his arms, the soft-boned, charming rabbit had eyes as pink as if they could drip water, growing softer and more comfortable under Luo Yu's gentle touch, as if it enjoyed being held. Wu felt a bit shy and nervous inside. Should she remind her benefactor that the rabbit's ears were a sensitive area and shouldn't be squeezed? Forget it, as long as her benefactor likes it. Chapter 5. Stepping on the Soul King. My wife is the Empress, am I proud? Luo Yu stood outside the Spirit Hall. Looking around, the towering and magnificent palace complex was resplendent in gold and brilliant in sunlight, exuding a sense of sacred majesty. Outside the hall, rows of silver-armored knights held sharp spears, solemn and dignified, patrolling the area. Luo Yu stepped forward, only to be stopped by a silver-armored knight. This is the Holy Spirit Hall. Stop, right there. I want to enter the hall. Do you have a pass? If I don't have a pass, I can't enter? Yes. Is there no other way to get in? Luo Yu pressed on. The silver-armored knight showed a flash of impatience on his face. What is the point of talking without a pass? Do you think this is a place anyone can just come to? Go away. Luo Yu frowned. A look of displeasure flashed across her face. What's wrong? Are you angry? The silver-armored knight sneered, a look of arrogance crossing his eyes. No matter who you are, if you don't have a pass, get lost quickly and don't stand here. Luo Yu's expression grew increasingly gloomy. Oh, still want to make a scene? A mere commoner thinks they can cause trouble here? They should first assess their own worth. The silver-armored knight spoke arrogantly, feeling invincible. Can one enter without a pass? Of course. Just display a cultivation level above Soul King. And apart from that, even if you were a prodigy from a great sect, it won't work. He, being a Soul King, could tell at a glance that the young man before him had no cultivation and immediately labeled Luo Yu as a pretty boy in his mind. Showing no respect whatsoever, Luo Yu's voice was low and deep. Do you know who I'm looking for? The silver-armored knight's arrogant expression paused, cautiously asking, Who? Bibidon. Presumptuous. How dare you mention Her Majesty, the Empress's name? The silver-armored knight snorted coldly, 5 soul rings swirling up, emanating a powerful aura that shocked the entire scene. The other silver-armored soldiers quickly surrounded him upon seeing the commotion. He sneered. If this pretty boy was looking for someone else, that would be fine. But even the head of a sect cannot just be seen at will. What qualifications do you have? Do you even deserve it? Faced with the silver-armored knight's mockery and the overwhelming pressure of his rank as a Soul King, along with the encirclement of numerous soldiers, Luo Yu looked down at the soft-boned, enchanting rabbit, his body slightly trembling. This only incited the silver-armored knight to laugh wildly. Looking around, brothers, did you see that? I haven't even made a move, and this pretty boy is already shaking in fear? You want to see the Empress? You should take a good look in the mirror. Does he even deserve it? Captain, look at this slick kid, holding a pink rabbit. He looks like a delicate girl. Hurry and make him roll out of here. Bleeding here would dirty the entrance of the Spirit Hall and affect our image. Their reckless laughter echoed around them when a cold voice emerged from the trembling Luo Yu. I say, Are all the guards of the spirit hall this brainless? The group of silver-armored knights' eyes bulged. They didn't expect this guy, even while trembling, would dare to retort. You got some guts, huh? Shaking in fear, but still provoking? You must have come to the wrong place. Boom! The crowd was stirred up, soul rings rising in waves. Surrounding Luo Yu, the leading silver-armored knight stood out with his 5 soul rings, the most dazzling and arrogant among them. They looked at him with contempt, seemingly expecting to see the unqualified Luo Yu being crushed into submission. However, the anticipated scenario did not unfold, as dozens of soul masters unleashed their soul rings. Luo Yu stood straight, the tremors in his body disappearing. He suddenly lifted his head, his previously furrowed brows now relaxed, and a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Gazing around, he slowly said, "It's been too long since someone mocked me, and I couldn't control my emotions. So I trembled a bit in anger. Sorry, it seems that made you misunderstand something." Looking at his charming smile and the bizarre scene, the wild laughter of everyone came to an abrupt halt, as if someone had suddenly grabbed their throats, staring at Luo Yu in disbelief. Isn't this guy supposed to be unqualified? He's so young. How could he possibly be stronger than us? No way, absolutely not. Isn't he just a pretty-faced commoner? Everyone present was not foolish. They were certain that Luo Yu had no cultivation. The fact that the Empress had always disliked men meant she would never meet one. And relying on these 2 points, they dared to act arrogantly. At this moment, Luo Yu still emitted no aura of cultivation. However, the smile on his face sent chills down the spines of the surrounding silver-armored knights. Luo Yu's deep black eyes scanned the surroundings and fixed on the Soul King of the 5 rings. His voice was flat, yet it carried the weight of a judgment from Yama, making one involuntarily shiver. Let me ask you a question. The 5 rings' Soul King felt a surge of tension. At that moment, he couldn't help but sense the impending trouble and took a half step back. You're so arrogant. Does your mother know? The voice echoed, and the 5 rings' Soul King's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins, his fists clenched tightly. You are too arrogant. Perhaps I misjudged you earlier. But no matter who you are, this is not your capital to flaunt in front of the Spirit Hall. He turned and urgently shouted, "Brothers, regardless of his background, we've already provoked him. I'm certain this guy has no cultivation. Let us just take him down together. That way, we won't have to worry about him coming back with his forces for revenge later. If there are any issues from above, we'll just stick to our story and say he provoked us first, and we were forced to act. After all, there is no one else here. We can say whatever we want. This way, his backing won't want to offend our spirit hall." Everyone, initially panicked under Luo Yu's gaze, now showed determination and killing intent in their eyes after being incited, moving their feet to close in. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow and said, "You really are something? You made me laugh." He beckoned with his finger. "Guess what? I really have no cultivation. Come on over and kill me." Huh, just a kid putting on a show. With death looming, he still dares to talk big. "Brothers, we can't delay. Let us move quickly." The 5-ring Soul King took the lead in launching an attack. A fierce tiger phantom appeared in the air, and soul lights surged around, all striking out together. An energy storm rolled toward Luo Yu, coming at him like a tidal wave, intending to tear him apart completely. A bunch of idiots. As the killing intent approached, Luo Yu remained calm, pinching the cute ears of the soft-boned, charming rabbit. Whoosh! Pink light enveloped the heavens and the earth, and the combined attack of the silver-armored knights instantly vanished into nothingness. All the energy storms were wiped away, leaving only the shocked and terrified faces of the knights, standing dumbfounded. What? What happened? Why can't I move? What kind of sorcery did this guy use? Exclamations of panic rang out one after another. All their arrogance gone, each silver-armored knight was rooted to the ground, unable to move, their eyes showing pleas for mercy. Facing the terrified silver-armored knights, Luo Yu slowly shook his head. You people are arrogant when things go well, and submissive when they don't. Since you don't want to be good people, then kneel and be dogs. Thud! The pink light descended like a mountain. A series of sounds echoed as all the silver-armored knights knelt on the ground, their silver armor and the floor tiles shattering simultaneously. This group of silver-armored knights was completely scared out of their wits, begging for mercy. Only the 5-ring Soul King spoke in fear, but with a threatening tone. Even when beating a dog, you must look at its owner. Even if we are in the wrong, if you kill us, it will be the loss of face for the Spirit Hall. And the Spirit Hall will never let you off easily. Moreover, my uncle is the 8-ring Soul Duo, the Platinum Bishop. If you touch me, my uncle will not spare you. Luo Yu walked up to the 5-ring Soul King, grinning with a friendly smile. Your uncle is a soul fighter, right? Yes. If you know what's good for you, let me go now. Slap. Luo Yu raised his hand and delivered a hard slap, sending several teeth flying into the sky. And the Soul King's face quickly became flushed and swollen. How dare you? The Soul King shouted, his mouth leaking air. Did this guy not know the power of the soul? Douluo. My uncle is a platinum bishop of the Spirit Hall. Slap. Another hard slap silenced him, knocking his words back. Luo Yu looked at her swollen cheek with satisfaction and nodded. It looks better when it's symmetrical. My uncle, the Soul King, was still struggling, his face full of anger and grief. The 4 sect leaders of the 7 great sects were only at the level of Soul Douluo. With such a background, he really had nothing to fear. But what is going on now? Who is this guy? Shut up. Bang. Luo Yu raised his leg and swept it horizontally, fiercely stepping on him. He leaned down and stared coldly into the Soul King's eyes, saying, Are you the Soul Douluo? Are you really that impressive? My wife is the Empress. Do you see me getting proud? The Soul King, covered in blood, glared with eyes full of resentment and said, You dare to insult the Empress? No matter who you are, you're dead for this. I can feel my uncle is coming. Luo Yu raised his eyes to the direction of the Pope's palace, watching several streaks of light rushing towards him, and chuckled softly. Let's wait and see if your uncle can protect you. Will you die or will you die? Chapter 6. Daring to insult the Empress. This kid is doomed. Several streaks of light flew in from the Spirit Hall, arriving in an instant. There were a total of 4 figures, all possessing avian spirit souls. The leader looked aged, dressed luxuriously, with a pair of dragon-winged spirit soul shadows behind him, his face filled with a cold and arrogant expression, and his narrow eyes glimmering with cunning green light. He was none other than Pallas, the platinum bishop mentioned by the silver-armored Soul King, an 85th level soldat. His face was dark as he scanned the surroundings, taking in the silver-armored knights kneeling on the ground and his nephew, who was sprawled on the ground covered in claws by Luo Yu's fan. Burning with rage, he was about to make a move, but upon noticing Luo Yu's extraordinary demeanor and appearance, a flicker of hesitation flashed in his eyes, and he quickly suppressed his anger, appearing calm and collected. Oomph. Still not letting go of me? Under Luo Yu's feet, the silver-armored Soul King spat out blood foam and shouted anxiously, Uncle, this kid is arrogant and disrespects the dignity of our Spirit Hall. Quickly kill him. How annoying. Luo Yu's impatience flashed between her brows as she dug at her ears. She pointed her toes and kicked the silver-armored Soul King in the stomach, sending his body flying into the air like a ragged sack. With a thud, he crashed to the ground, landing perfectly at the feet of the Platinum Bishop Pallas. A flicker of anger crossed Pallas's eyes, but he did not erupt. He merely glanced down at the pitiful state of his nephew before returning his gaze to Luo Yu and smiling as he clasped his hands. I don't know which sect my young friend is from, but my nephew has offended you in many ways, so please bear with it. Luo Yu's eyes flickered slightly. This old guy seemed to be quite interesting. Just now, his provocative action would have been unbearable for anyone else. Yet this old man managed to suppress his anger and greeted him with a calm expression. As the saying goes, one shouldn't strike a smiling face. Luo Yu said lightly, No master to speak of, just a lone wolf. As for what happened here, don't ask me. Ask the one beneath your feet. Upon hearing the indifferent and dismissive tone of the young man across from him, Pallas's eyes flashed with a sinister light, but he did not erupt. Taking a deep breath, he revealed a smile. Young friend, you jest. I am well aware of my nephew's abilities. If you can easily take them down, you must have an extraordinary background. If I have offended you in any way, I sincerely apologize. Luo Yu chuckled lightly. TSK, it seems the Spirit Hall isn't made up entirely of rotten apples. There are indeed some sensible people. Pallas's eye twitched unnaturally, filled with resentment. This kid was so arrogant. Who was he? The Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, second in power only to the elders. Even the leaders of the so-called lower 4 sects had to show him some respect. When had he ever been looked down upon like this, especially by a mere brat? However, due to years of caution, he didn't want to act rashly before fully understanding the situation. Get up and clarify the situation. Pallas gathered his soul power, forming a large hand that directly grabbed the silver-armored Soul King by the neck and lifted him up. Uncle, why are you hitting me? Hit him instead. This kid doesn't have a pass and has spoken disrespectfully to our Spirit Hall, even slandering Her Majesty the Empress. He deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Smack! A loud slap landed on his face, and Pallas coldly said, Stop talking nonsense and apologize to this guest. The silver-armored Soul King was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Luo Yu hugged his shoulders, a hint of amusement on his lips, wanting to see what tricks this old fox was up to. He had just seen the ruthless glint in the other's eyes and didn't believe they would just let it go like that. Apologize, Pallas threatened coldly. The silver-armored knight looked confused but dared not defy him, awkwardly baring his leaking teeth and deeply bowing to Luo Yu. I'm sorry, my lord. It was my fault for not recognizing your status and offending you. I hope you can overlook my small mistake and let it go. Huh. Luo Yu glanced deeply at Pallas, raised his hand, and said, since that's the case, let's forget it. Take care of yourself. If you provoke me again, it won't be so easy. The silver-armored Soul King gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, but was pushed back by Pallas. Pallas stepped forward, a smile that didn't reach his eyes, and said, thank you, young friend, for your magnanimity. Since you have come to discuss matters, please come in and have a conversation. I will have someone guide you. But Luo Yu's palm rubbed against the soft fur of the bone-charmed rabbit, and he nodded slightly. Pallas's eyes were cold. What a cocky little brat. Let you prance around for a moment, and once I figure out your background, I will make sure you have no place to be buried. 2 guards led the way in front, with Luo Yu following closely behind. Pallas, accompanied by the silver-armored Soul King, brought up the rear. Uncle, you are a platinum cardinal. Even if this kid has some background, there's nothing to be afraid of, right? The silver-armored Soul King lowered his voice, glaring at Luo Yu's back. His face filled with indignation and hatred. Pallas softly reprimanded, are you an idiot? It's better to be cautious. Figuring out this kid's background before playing with him would be much more satisfying. What if he has a hard nut to crack? So that's what you mean. This kid is indeed a bit strange. He suppressed me without any action. I wonder what bizarre method he used. Pallas rubbed his temples. I didn't explode earlier because I'm wary of that. The silver-armored Soul King's expression changed. Could it be that this grudge couldn't be avenged? He gritted his teeth and said, Uncle, this kid just slandered the Empress, boasting that Her Majesty is his wife. Pallas's eyelids twitched, and his hair stood on end. Is that true? Or are you just spouting nonsense? The silver-armored Soul King insisted. It's exactly what he said. Everyone present heard it. Pallas's eyes flickered as he let out a sinister laugh. Your grudge can be avenged. This kid dares to insult the Empress. Even if he has an extraordinary background, he is surely doomed today. What if he is a disciple of the top 3 sects? Wouldn't that mean he can't die? The silver-armored Soul King asked worriedly. Foolish nephew, you don't understand. The Empress has been extremely hostile towards men in recent years. Even our elders must stand 100 meters away when summoned, and they can't look up. Otherwise, it's either death or injury. It's a taboo. This kid, regardless of his background, dares to insult the Empress's purity in public. Even if the Heavenly King himself comes today, he won't be able to save him. At that time, I'll just add fuel to the fire, he cackled. Uncle, you're still a step ahead. The silver-armored Soul King said with admiration on his face. Kid, learn from this. You're still too weak now. Pallas raised his chin, his old face showing a sinister expression. The two exchanged glances, recognizing the pleasure and ruthlessness in each other's eyes, revealing a sneaky smile. In front of the Pope's palace, Pallas clasped his hands and said kindly, Young friend, please wait a moment. I'll go in and inform Her Majesty the Empress. No need to bother. Luo Yu waved his hand. Pallas looked at Luo Yu deeply. If I'm not mistaken, this young friend is probably visiting the Martial Soul Hall on behalf of the major sect behind him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident. But what you don't know is that Her Majesty the Empress is extremely hostile towards men. Even we high-ranking officials must bow our heads and tread carefully when meeting Her Majesty. Let me go in first to convey your message and speak a few good words for you. Luo Yu stared intently at Pallas, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Then I must thank you for your kind words. May I ask what message you need me to convey? Just say that Luo Yu is here to visit, Pallas replied as he quickly walked towards the Pope's palace, secretly laughing in his heart. If he went in first, he could say whatever he wanted. By the time you enter the palace, you probably won't even have the chance to speak, as you'll be turned into minced meat by the furious Empress. The silver-armored Soul King beside him also sneered secretly, thinking, this fool doesn't even realize he's being sold out. Just wait for my uncle to go in and help you with some flattering words. Haha. Luo Yu raised her gaze to the magnificent palace right in front of her, secretly thinking that the stunningly beautiful girl from back then must be even more enchanting now. She glanced at the system panel. Capturing Empress Bibidon will grant True the world's #1 beast martial soul. Current task progress 0 TSK TSK. I wonder what kind of martial soul the reward will be. The 9 great dragon kings? Golden sacred dragon? Those are just okay. But the blue lightning tyrant dragon is out of the question. I hope it's not too disappointing. It should at least be something impressive. Luo Yu's lips curled into a confident and charming smile as he began to speculate about the rewards and the next task objectives. As for the intentions of the Platinum Bishop and the Silver-Armored Knight, the two could never have imagined that his divine body was unparalleled in the world. With keen hearing and sight, having already taken everything in, but he simply couldn't be bothered to pay attention. Instead, he sneered inwardly, "Two clowns, please begin your performance." Chapter 7. The Heartstrings of Bibidon. Intense yearning in the resplendent Pope's Hall, a woman of extreme beauty leaned against the throne, her enticingly white, long legs crossed. Wrapped in a dazzling golden dress that showcased her devilishly attractive figure. Compared to her sexy and fiery body, her face was even more stunning, as if she were a favored child of heaven, filled with grace and elegance. She exuded a noble and cold aura at all times, revealing an unapproachable empress vibe that made one reluctant to desecrate her. Regrettably, the hall was empty, with no one to appreciate the empress's unmatched beauty. Only when alone did the cold and majestic empress reveal such a sorrowful and delicate demeanor. Her phoenix eyes flashed with deep longing as she recalled the broad back that once protected her when she was weak. In her memories, Bibidon's gaze gradually became dreamy. She thought that with the passage of time, she would forget the man who saved her, but unexpectedly, she fell deeper and deeper, missing him more and more, making it impossible to forget. If it weren't for that man back then, she would have likely succumbed to the fate of being raped. It was he who saved her life and brought her hope. During their time together, the man's humor and charm were etched in her mind. "Brother Yu, I wonder how you are doing. Donga has waited for you for so long. All these years, I have always listened to you, not letting any man get close to me, not even one." The empress's red lips parted slightly, her murmurs filled with immense longing and affection, her gaze shimmering like water. If others knew that the Ice Mountain Empress had been longing for a man all these years, it would surely cause an uproar. Who knows how many men would be exceedingly jealous. The Empress Bibidon was the undisputed first goddess of her time, with unparalleled talent suppressing her contemporaries and possessing a beauty that could topple kingdoms. Countless titled Douluos revered her as their goddess, their dream lover. Yet despite this, no one dared to pursue her for so many years. One reason was their lack of strength, feeling ashamed. The other was well known. For many years, the Empress had always rejected men, not allowing any to approach her. No matter who you were or what identity you held, if you dare to come close, it was just one word, roll. However, this aloof empress, who kept strangers at bay, was now filled with tenderness. Missing and hoping, she waited earnestly in the Pope's hall for that man from her past to return. Even after all these years, the empress had never given up on waiting, because he had told her that once he finished his business, he would surely come back. Bibidon extended her delicate jade finger to caress her smooth and fair face, murmuring affectionately, "Brother Yu, do you know? Donga has reached her most beautiful prime. When will you come back? It's really hard waiting for you." At the end, Bibidon pouted her red lips and let out a soft hum like a young girl. "Stinky Brother Yu, if you don't come back soon, Donga might not be beautiful enough. By then, you can't dislike me." At the end of her words, a hint of shyness appeared, and a faint blush crept onto the empress's fair face. Ding ding. The silence was broken by a faint knocking sound. Bibidon's warmth faded, her eyes suddenly sharp, filled with authority and a murderous aura. "Who?" Outside the hall, the Platinum Bishop Palace trembled instantly. The empress's voice was too cold, and he was terrified to the core. He spoke with utmost respect, "Your Majesty. The Platinum Bishop Palace pays his respects to you." There was no response from within the hall. Just as Palace was about to speak, a stern female voice sounded from inside. "Looking for death? Get lost." Palace wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, secretly thinking that the Empress indeed had a poor view of men. That kid actually dared to come to find the Empress. He must be some ignorant brat from a powerful family. "Since you are so arrogant, I must fulfill you today." Palace lowered his body and reported tremblingly, "Reporting to your Majesty, there is an outsider visiting you, claiming to be very familiar with you." Boom! The heavy hall doors were suddenly flung open, and a strong gust of wind rushed out. The Empress appeared, wearing a 9-curved purple gold crown and holding a luxurious scepter embedded with jewels. Looking more beautiful than a mortal, she stood on the steps, looking down coldly at the door. "Palace, what does that person look like?" Bibidon's beautiful eyes focused, staring intently at Palace, her voice trembling slightly. Palace's expression tightened. Could it be that kid really had a good relationship with the Empress? He cautiously described. "He is a very young, handsome guy, very charming, probably around 12 or 13 years old." Bibidon's expression instantly darkened. Anticipation turned into anger. Palace, do you know your crime? Palace bent at a 90-degree angle, explaining in a hurry, please forgive me, your majesty. That person spoke arrogantly, insulting you. I originally wanted to teach him a lesson, but he insisted that he had a deep relationship with you, and I truly did not dare to act. Huh? Do you think this empress would have such a young friend? Bibidon's tone was icy cold, and Palace felt like he was in an ice cave, trembling all over. I also don't think so. I will go down and personally tear that audacious kid to pieces as a warning to others. Palace seemed fearful, but in reality, he was sneering in his heart. Now that he had the empress's confirmation, no matter what background that kid had, he dared to act recklessly. Palace walked towards the door, a cruel smile on his lips. Stop. Palace turned back, realizing the empress had already turned away in disdain, ignoring him. Even so, he still did not dare to raise his head to look at her and cautiously asked, does your majesty have any other orders for me? When you met that person, did he say anything? Palace's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Kid, it's time for me to speak up for you. You better not thank me too much. Your majesty, what that person said, I dare not describe to you. Palace pretended to hesitate. Speak. The empress's voice was gradually losing patience. Forgive my frankness, that kid is extremely arrogant, speaking words that are hard to hear. In public, he declared that you are his woman, saying that you have secretly loved him for many years. Palace's voice suddenly rose. How is this possible? The empress has such a status. How could she possibly take a liking to someone as insignificant as him? I certainly do not believe it. He initially wanted to directly take action to eliminate this person to save the empress from annoyance. However, he was threatened by that guy, who stated firmly that if they moved against him, the empress would personally destroy them. This guy's words were indeed extremely arrogant, and Palace found it hard to gauge. So he specifically came to ask for your instructions. Are you speaking the truth? The voice of Bibidon, usually stern and indifferent, changed, and her tall figure trembled. What I said is all true, and the silver-armored knights outside the hall can testify. Palace slightly tilted his head, feeling delighted in his heart. Now the empress is so furious she's shaking. It seems I won't even need to lift a finger to deal with you, this kid. The empress herself will turn you into minced meat, regardless of your background. You'll still suffer this dumb loss. Did that person say what his name was? The empress's shoulders shook even more violently, as if she was suppressing something. He said his name is Luo Yu, and he mentioned that as soon as you hear his name, you would rush out to meet him. I was foolish to believe such nonsense, reporting it was unnecessary. Please forgive me, your majesty. Boom! A gust of wind swept through the hall, and explosive fluctuations of soul power erupted from Bibidon, causing the entire hall to seem to shake. She could no longer maintain her composure. Her voice hurried and filled with repressed emotions. Where is he? Palace, while scared, was extremely excited inside. The empress is angry. She's finally angry. You kid are definitely going to be ruined here today. Ha ha. I won't even need to make a move to kill you. Ha ha. I'll capture him right now and bring him to you for judgment. Palace flattered and then stomped his foot hard, summoning 8 soul rings that spiraled up as he rushed out of the hall. The empress turned around. Her beautiful face no longer held any semblance of authority. Her expression was excited, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a fanatical light, mumbling as if she were insane. Yes, here. Is it him coming? Yes. It must be him. No, I can't let brother you come to see me. Donger should be the one to meet him. Whoosh. The unparalleled goddess could no longer contain her impatience and rushed out. In the blink of an eye, the hall was now empty. Chapter 8. Dominant Husband Protection. Capturing the Empress. Rewarding the world's best beast, martial soul. Outside the Pope's hall, the silver-armored soul king dared not move recklessly and stood there, respectfully waiting. Luo Yu began to wander around, admiring the surroundings and nodding from time to time. His hands were also busy, rubbing the soft ears of the enchanting rabbit. Little did he know that the rabbit's pink eyes were already filled with confusion and desire, covered by a layer of mist, while its pearly teeth bit down on its delicate lips. Does the benefactor really treat Douluo as a pet, or is he deliberately teasing? Douluo felt extremely shy at the moment, with a tingling sensation constantly rising in her heart. She felt a bit conflicted, but didn't dare to voice her opinions, only able to silently pout in embarrassment. Benefactor, please don't keep touching my rabbit ears. They're too sensitive. Why not change to another place? Douluo tried to shift and adjust her position, but Luo Yu's fingers directly grabbed her ears again, holding on tightly. The enchanting rabbit's pink eyes seemed ready to shed tears, and she finally gave up struggling. Oh well, it's just ears. If the benefactor wants to touch, then touch. Douluo can still endure it. It just feels a bit strange and very shy, but it seems a little comfortable too. Luo Yu is enjoying himself here. While on the other side, the Silver Armor Soul King is feeling uncomfortable all over. Watching Luo Yu leisurely wandering around, he instinctively touches his swollen face that looks like a pig's head, and a look of resentment flashes in his eyes. He can't help but speak sarcastically. This is the Pope's palace. Do you even understand the rules? What are you wandering around for? Do you really think this is your own backyard? Luo Yu paused, glanced at him sideways, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Are you teaching me how to do things? Ah. The contemptuous gaze of Luo Yu, the aloof demeanor, and the disdainful tone made the silver-armored soul king almost go mad. He trembled with anger, his face contorted in a sinister expression. How dare you disregard the spear hall? You are truly too outrageous. Luo Yu yawned and said, don't think too much. The spirit hall is fine. I only disdain you as an individual. You let it go. The silver-armored soul king felt his mindset exploding, with flames of anger burning in his heart, and his rationality fading. It's reckless, not letting it go. Luo Yu slowly corrected. If your teeth are loose, talk less. If you don't open your mouth, no one will know you have no teeth. You're the shameless one. The silver-armored soul king's eyes turned bloodshot. His lips trembled with anger, and 5 soul rings soared up, enveloping his body with the tiger martial spirit. Sigh. Luo Yu sighed and shook his head. Do you know what words are written on your face right now? After touching his face, the silver-armored soul king sneered repeatedly. Do you really think I'm a fool? Clearly, there's nothing there. No, there are clearly 5 big characters above. Luo Yu nodded firmly and said word by word. I seek torment, I seek education. You're seeking death. The silver-armored soul king was on the verge of exploding with rage. Luo Yu curled his finger, his gaze growing colder. To be honest, if you rush over now, I would consider you a man. If you only dare to talk big, but not take action, what are you worth? The silver-armored soul king roared viciously. Kid, don't be too arrogant. When my uncle comes out, it will be your death day. I can almost hear your cries and wails before you die. Ha ha ha. Luo Yu sighed. Poor child, perhaps what you hear is your own scream. The silver-armored soul king revealed a cruel and confident smile. Kid, understand whose territory this is. Let's wait and see who lives and who dies. Whoosh. Paulus, accompanied by 8 soul rings, whistled in, arriving in the blink of an eye. The silver-armored soul king asked anxiously, How is it, uncle? Paulus laughed cruelly. If I personally take action, what problem could there be? Her Majesty the Empress is furious. This kid can die. The silver-armored soul king rubbed his fists together, cackling. Kid, your time of death has come. Oh. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Paulus's violent and massive soul power surged, his old face stern, still putting on airs when death is imminent. The Empress must not be insulted. Hurry and follow me to meet your death. Didn't you say you'd help me say a few good words? Luo Yu said in surprise. Foolish kid, did you really believe that? Daring to offend me and harm my nephew. No matter your background, how could I allow you to survive in this world? Now, I will personally take you to the Empress to meet your death. Bang! Paulus's palm, covered in blue scales, swept towards Luo Yu's throat with a bloody wind. You arrogant kid. The silver-armored soul king watched with exceptional satisfaction and excitement. Paulus reached Luo Yu's front, about to succeed, when a massive pink domain suddenly engulfed the area, directly shattering his soul power and firmly immobilizing his figure. The smile on the silver-armored soul king's face froze, stunned on the spot. How is this possible? Paulus's face was filled with terror, struggling desperately, but to no avail. What has happened? He was a powerful soul Douluo. Why did he instantly become like meat on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered? Luo Yu's playful expression vanished, revealing a cold demeanor. Slap! He raised his palm and repeatedly struck the grotesque, astonished old face, producing crisp sounds. Did you think you were very clever? Did you believe that everyone should be at your mercy? How do you feel now? Is it fun? The silver-armored soul king directly knelt on the ground, his eyes vacant. It can't be, it can't be. Luo Yu couldn't hide the disgust in his eyes. This was himself. If it had been someone else, those 2 bastards would definitely have played them to death. Whoosh! A strong wind suddenly rose, and the elegant and noble queen's graceful figure appeared in the sky. The dazzling golden-fitted gown enveloped her perfectly graceful body, and her slender, long legs stepped into jewel-encrusted high-heeled boots, her flawless celestial face exuding endless majesty. Top, top, top. The queen, Bibidon, moved her rounded, slender long legs, walking step by step. Kid, the queen is here. Let's see how arrogant you can be now. Your Majesty the Queen. Come save me. Palace shouted urgently, as if seeing a savior. However, Bibidon did not look at him. Her phoenix eyes were fixed on Luo Yu. The silver-armored soul king crawled over, crying, "Your Majesty the Queen, this person is incredibly bold. Not only does he despise the Spirit Hall, but he also uses filthy language to insult you. He deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Get lost." Bibidon frowned, and a purple light surged from her palm. Bang! With a scream, the silver-armored soul king was blown away, his whole body charred. The queen's gaze remained locked on Luo Yu, showing no concern for anything else. She approached Luo Yu, her delicate body beginning to tremble. "Your Majesty the Queen, you got it wrong, you got it wrong. It was this kid who kept insulting you." Bibidon ignored him, her eyes only on Luo Yu, softly asking, "What happened?" Luo Yu thought seriously for a moment, then shrugged and said, "It's nothing much. I just told him you're my wife, and he didn't believe me, asking me to die. How bold, how audacious. Is the Empress someone you can insult?" Palace roared. "Boom! You're the one being audacious." Bibidon turned her head and coldly reprimanded, the Spider Emperor's soul shadow suddenly appearing, an overwhelming aura descending. A strong killing intent aimed directly at Palace. Palace started to tremble, almost scared out of his wits. What was going on? Where did things go wrong? He was about to cry. "Your Majesty, whose side are you really on?" Luo Yu smiled and said, "Palace, don't you like to complain? Please continue your performance." Palace bit his gums until they bled. "Your Majesty, this kid is insulting you. Didn't you hear?" The Empress shot him a cold glance. "I enjoy it. Were you to care?" "This is a madman." Palace trembled and forced himself to say. The Empress's expression turned cold and majestic. "This is my man. Who do you think you are to speak of him?" "What?" Palace's eyes bulged, nearly shocked to death. "No way, it can't be. How could the exalted Empress possibly be related to this kid? Didn't the Empress never approach men? How could she like this guy? It doesn't make sense." Bang! Palace was sent flying by an energy blast, blood mist erupting from his veins, a tragic sight. The one who struck was none other than the Empress he had always relied on. Sigh. One reaps what one sows. Luo Yu shook his head. Why bother? Only the man and woman were left in the arena. The man was handsome and elegant, like an immortal descending to the mortal realm, while the woman was as beautiful as a celestial fairy, exuding an icy, noble aura. Golden Boy and J-Girl, their eyes met. Bibidong's amber-like eyes were clouded with mist as she gazed at Luo Yu dreamily. She reached out her delicate hand to touch the man's face, but hesitated and timidly withdrew. Like a girl in love. "You stinky man, you finally came back." Luo Yu shook his head with a smile. "Didn't I tell you before that I was going to face tribulation? You've changed." Bibidong removed the cold and dignified demeanor of the Empress, becoming as gentle as water, turning into a lovely person. "Or have I changed?" Luo Yu smiled gently. Bibidong's cheeks flushed, and her beautiful eyes sparkled like stars, seeming even more handsome and charming. "TSK, the praise from the Empress, I, as a commoner, cannot bear it." Hearing Luo Yu's teasing, Bibidong lightly retorted, "Who is the Empress? Don't make fun of me. In your eyes, I will always be that donger who needs your protection." TSK. If these words were to spread, I fear I wouldn't know how many jealous people would come after me. Bibidong pouted her red lips. "With your strength, who could be your opponent?" Luo Yu shrugged his hands. "I really don't have any strength right now." "What's going on?" Bibidon's expression changed instantly as she quickly stepped forward and nervously grabbed the man's wrist. The smooth and cool touch made Luo Yu's heart flutter. Bibidon also blushed shyly. For many years, only Luo Yu had ever touched her. "What happened to your cultivation?" Luo Yu shook his head and said, "It's a long story. Overall, the problem isn't big. Breaking down and then rebuilding is a good thing. So from now on, I can protect you. Anyone who dares to bully my man, I'll take their life." Bye-bye Dong said at the end, her tone chilling and filled with murderous intent. "Who is your man? Don't just claim anyone." Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Bye-bye Dong paused, pouting her red lips. "You promised back then to let me be your fiancé, and you just said again. That was just someone in your palace talking nonsense." Luo Yu denied vehemently. "You're being unreasonable. I clearly heard it." Bye-bye Dong pouted, her breathtakingly beautiful, intoxicating to the heart, but unfortunately, only Luo Yu could appreciate it. Luo Yu smiled silently. Bye-bye Dong gathered her courage and boldly took the man's hand, declaring stubbornly, "I don't care. Since you've come back, I am your fiancé, At that moment, as Bye-bye Dong confessed, a series of notification sounds echoed in Luo Yu's mind. Ding! Empress Bye-bye Dong's favorability towards the host has reached 100. Ding! The host has successfully captured the Empress's heart. Current task progress. 100. Task reward. True number 1, beast, martial soul. Ancestor of all dragons, dragon god. However, the system notifications were far from over. Chapter 9. Ancestor of all dragons. Dragon god martial soul. Hidden reward. 9 heavens, extermination sword. Hearing the continuous notifications, Luo Yu was overjoyed. He had imagined many martial souls before, but never expected that the system's reward would be the dragon god martial soul. Don't be fooled by the blue lightning tyrant dragon being hailed as the number 1 beast martial soul in the world. It is ultimately just a mundane item. The golden saint dragon and any of the 9 great dragon kings would be stronger than it. While these martial souls may seem unparalleled, compared to the dragon god martial soul, they are simply worlds apart, a significant gap between heaven and earth. It should be known that the dragon god is the lord of all beasts, unparalleled in strength and divine might, with the golden and silver dragon kings as its avatars, and the 9 great dragon kings under its command. When the dragon god is enraged, millions fall, and all beasts submit. If one were to compare, the 9 great dragon kings would roughly correspond to the level of divine martial souls, while the dragon god martial soul is undoubtedly a peak super divine martial soul. Therefore, it can be said without hesitation that the dragon god martial soul crushes all beast martial souls in the world. Luo Yu had no doubt that from now on, any soul master with a beast martial soul who encountered him would be inherently suppressed, and those with dragon-type martial souls could probably kneel down directly. This reward was simply too amazing. Luo Yu hesitated a bit, feeling that the rewards given by the system might be a bit exaggerated. However, after a moment of thought, it actually seemed quite normal. After all, if it weren't for his good luck in becoming a beast god ahead of time and entering Bibidon's heart when she was at her most vulnerable, could anyone else have done it? Could someone with empty hands really conquer the Empress? It might as well be a pipe dream. The difficulty was hellish. Even if the system worked him to death, he wouldn't be able to unlock it. He probably wouldn't even get close before being eliminated. The higher the difficulty, the greater the reward. Luo Yu had unknowingly taken a shortcut and gained a significant advantage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for perfectly completing the task in the shortest time and activating a hidden special reward. Luo Yu was slightly startled by the prompt. There are hidden rewards? This is a bit exciting. Hidden mission reward, true ultimate weapon soul. King of swords, 9 heavens annihilation sword. Luo Yu was taken aback. What kind of martial soul is this? It seems like he had never heard of it before. The Emperor of Swords? What qualifications do you have to make such a big claim? Do you think the 7 killing sword is nothing? Ding. System explanation. The 9 heavens extermination sword will only appear when the host perfectly completes the task for the first time. If missed, there will be no chance to obtain it again. So the reward is extremely generous. 9 heavens extermination sword, slashing the gods above, defying the mortal realm below. The divine sword turns 9 times. Each turn is a world, and each soul ring possesses different divine powers and forms. What does the divine sword turns 9 times mean? Ding. Martial soul effects. Please explore on your own. Hiss. No explanation and just ran away. Forget it. I'll take my time to study it later. However, based on the system introduction, why does it feel like this sword is even more extraordinary than the dragon god martial soul? Never mind. With a dual-born super god level martial soul, paired with the pure divine body, forged from the 24th grade tribulation golden lotus. This talent should barely be able to rank first in Douluo, right? Luo Yu's lips curled slightly. Tang San, are you ready to receive the baptism? I'm going to visit Xiao Wu and we'll stop by to play with you. Brother Yu? A pure white soft hand swayed in front of him. Luo Yu came back to his senses and saw a stunningly beautiful face just inches away. The long eyelashes were gently blinking, focusing intently on him, and a faint fragrance wafted through the air. What are you thinking about? She asked with a mischievous smile. Bibidon exhaled softly. Luo Yu was slightly taken aback. At such a close distance, he could feel that Bibidon was indeed more beautiful than in the past. It seemed she carried a different charm, and her graceful figure exuded an intoxicating aura that could drive men wild. However, the regal demeanor and icy empress quality in her brows made others hesitant to approach her, daring not to offend. Others might hesitate, but Luo Yu dared. The enchanting scent of the woman was right in front of him, constantly stimulating his senses. If not now, then when, without any hesitation, he leaned in and kissed those tempting lips. The Empress Bibidon's eyes widened in shock. She never expected Luo Yu to be so bold. To kiss her right here, outside the Pope's palace no less. How would he do this here? What if someone sees? After so many years without getting close to a man, her face flushed instantly at the suddenness of it all. Yet, she showed no intention of pulling away. The man's initiative both startled and pleased her. She had waited for this man for so many years. How could she stop him? She simply couldn't bear to push him away. With a shy closure of her eyes, her heart raced uncontrollably. The delicate and charming rabbit spirit was caught between Luo Yu and Bibidon, looking resentful and jealous, much like a pet that had lost favor. On the other side, the charred silver armor Soul King lay on the ground. Even amidst the excruciating pain, he was too shocked by the scene before him to make a sound, desperately covering his mouth. The breathless platinum bishop palace was on the ground, and as he caught a glimpse of this scene, he felt the world spinning. What was happening? Was the empress really kissing a young boy? This was impossible. My goddess, how could she like men? The platinum bishop even forgot his injuries, his pupils dilating in shock. He still remembered that an elder with the title of Douluo was nearly beaten to death for merely discussing the empress behind her back. What kind of being could kiss the empress? This couldn't be real. It must not be real. Pallas would rather believe he was hallucinating than think that the empress would one day show affection to a man. Ugh, that's annoying. I can't even breathe. Bibidon pouted playfully, giving a light punch to the man's chest. Luo Yu pouted, feeling a bit unsatisfied. What kind of cultivation do you have? Can't you even catch your breath? Facing the intense gaze, Bibidon's eyes flickered, and she stammered, "This is my first kiss, so of course I can't be too nervous." Luo Yu was about to make a move. Bibidon blinked her watery phoenix eyes and said, "Brother Yu, let's go back to my palace and talk. It's not good to discuss it here." Luo Yu teased gently. "What's wrong? Afraid of losing face?" Bibidon pouted and replied, "You're being naughty. It's not that I'm afraid of losing face. I just don't care what others think. I'm just shy." The Supreme Empress acted so girlishly that Luo Yu felt weak in the knees and exclaimed that he couldn't take it anymore. "Do you usually act so coquettishly?" Bibidon snorted lightly. "Not at all, they don't deserve it. You know I have my shadows, and I'm extremely averse to men. I only want to be myself in front of Brother Yu." She shyly blinked her eyes, turned her back, and her soft yet firm voice came through. "Brother Yu, do you know? Donna wants to give all her tenderness to you." Swish! Luo Yu quickly moved, using one hand to wrap around Bibidon's slender waist. A hint of wicked charm appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Little girl, you better think it through. I'm not a good person." Bibidon's eyes were dreamy as she caressed the man's face with her palm. "You hold a very important place in my heart. No matter what, Dong'er will belong to you in this lifetime. Let's go." Luo Yu suddenly let go, leaving Bai Dong feeling empty inside. "Brother Yu, you really annoy me. What are you standing there for? If you don't lead the way, how would I know where your palace is?" "Oh." Bai Dong, like a young girl, was beaming with joy, blooming like 100 flowers. The empress gently held Luo Yu's hand and walked toward the palace. As for the two on the ground struggling for breath, they were completely ignored from the beginning to the end. A giant dragon would not care about the life and death of ants. However, after Bai Dong and Luo Yu disappeared, a silver figure slowly emerged in this place. Having been hidden here all along, Chapter Deceit, Jealous Gu Yue Na, Bibidon's Palace. Palace and the silver-armored Soul King were startled by the sudden appearance of the silver figure in the empty space, while their attention was deeply captivated. It was an incredibly beautiful girl, beyond description. Her long silver hair flowed down her back to her ankles, and her long, rounded, beautiful legs were bare beneath a fringed long dress, with her flawless jade feet untouched by dust. Her long curled eyelashes were breathtakingly beautiful, like a porcelain doll. However, in the girl's special purple eyes, it seemed like flames of intense heat were about to burst forth. Fixed firmly on the direction Bai Dong and Luo Yu had left, she pursed her thin lips and clenched her small fist. That dog man. No wonder he rushed out so eagerly. It turns out there's a dog outside. He actually secretly raised a little wife. Gu Yue Na felt like she was about to be driven to death by anger. How could she let Luo Yu go out alone? She couldn't trust Douluo's strength, so she had secretly followed him, hiding in the shadows to protect him. But just now, she had witnessed the scene of their reunion and kiss. Suddenly, she felt like her entire being, no, her entire dragon, was in turmoil. Was it because I, Gu Yue Na, am not pretty enough? Does he need to look for women outside? He should come to me instead. This guy is really too much. No, if I don't vent this anger, I feel like I won't make it through today. He hasn't even kissed me yet. How can he kiss someone else? Gu Yue Na felt extremely wronged. Her purple eyes flashing with cold light as she gathered her soul power, quickly condensing it into a sharp, wide blade axe. In the next second, her figure transformed. She stood in front of the struggling silver-armored Soul King, holding the axe. "Who are you? What do you want to do to me?" The silver-armored Soul King said in fear. Gu Yue Na's tone was chilling. "Just now, it was you who spoke disrespectfully to him, right? I've tolerated you for long enough. The silver-armored Soul King's eyes were filled with terror as he tried to speak. Gu Yue Na did not allow any argument. With a swift motion, the axe fell, the silver armor shattered, and blood splattered everywhere. Compared to the Empress's methods, Gu Yue Na was even more ruthless, directly ending his life. Don't come near me. The Platinum Archbishop Palace panicked, desperately gathering soul power in an attempt to escape. Just now, you wanted to calculate against him, right? Do you even deserve it? Without allowing any rebuttal, like a judge from hell, Gu Yue Na directly threw the bleeding axe, creating a sonic boom that caused Palace to suffer a fatal blow, dying on the spot. The hall was silent. Gu Yue Na once again condensed a new axe in her hand. No, this isn't big enough. Whoosh. A giant cleaver appeared. No, still too small. Clang. A 10-meter-long great sword that required 2 hands to wield appeared, smashing the tiles and sending stone shards flying, cutting into the ground. This is more like it. Gu Yue Na nodded in satisfaction and dragged the axe toward the Empress's palace. Damn it. After spending so much time together, he hasn't said he wants to kiss me. Yet he develops so quickly with others. Today, I will ask you, is it because I'm not feminine enough? Or is it that I can't wield a knife anymore? Scrape, scrape. Deep scratches appeared on the ground, and the harsh sound of friction echoed. After taking a dozen steps, Gu Yue Na's gaze struggled, her crimson lips pouting. Clang. The great sword was thrown to the ground. She sighed, forget it. Killing you, dogman, would be letting you off easy. I hope you know what you're doing, and don't forget your old love after finding a new one. Silver light flashed. The figure disappeared, and her dissatisfied, scolding voice lingered in the air. Inside the Empress's palace, it was luxurious and majestic. A faint scent of women filled every corner, and the fragrance of the bed, covered with curtains, was particularly strong. Luo Yu hugged the delicate bone charm rabbit and sat directly on the bed. Brother Yu, that's someone else's bed, Bibidon said, feeling shy, completely unable to show the queen's imposing and aloof demeanor at this moment. I know, Luo Yu rolled his eyes. Bibidon hesitated to speak. To be honest, in this queen's palace, not even a single male animal had the chance to step foot inside. Luo Yu is still the first man in many years to have the fortune of entering here. Moreover, he is sitting right on the Empress's bed. If this gets out, it would surely cause a stir in the entire papal palace. Who doesn't know what kind of temper the Empress has? To dare to get on the Empress's bed? That must be insane. Because of this, Bibidon was so shy. However, in the end, she didn't say much. Brother Yu, are you thirsty? Come here. Luo Yu waved his hand. Huh. Bibidon moved her beautiful legs and walked over. Luo Yu directly pulled Bibidon into his arms and sat her on his lap. Yugo, what are you doing? Luo Yu leaned in close to the Empress's flushed ear and gently blew a breath. Guess what I'm going to do? If you guess wrong, I'll let you off. The Empress's eyes were almost brimming with tears, her cheeks flushed. She lightly scolded, Brother Yu, you're so bad. Do you really think being an Empress is something given for free? How am I supposed to guess? No matter how I answer, you can just say I guessed right. And then what? Luo Yu pinched Bibidon's red lips, while his other hand instinctively rested on her soft, delicate thighs. Bibidon's long eyelashes fluttered, and feeling shy, she wanted to break free and dodge, but unfortunately, the man didn't give her a chance at all. On the corner of the bed, the golden sheets, the soft-boned charm rabbit that Luo Yu had tossed aside, had a look of deep resentment in its pink eyes. It felt like love would never come again. Just a moment ago, it had said that its fur felt nice to touch, but now that it encountered something better, it was discarded without a second thought. Douluo cast a glance at the queen's enchanting figure, feeling a bit indignant. If it transformed into human form, it wouldn't necessarily be inferior to her. At this moment, the noble and elegant queen was lost in confusion, completely entranced by Luo Yu's rhythm, with soft jade in his embrace. Just as Luo Yu was about to give in to his desires and reached to untie the queen's robe, Bibidon's eyes regained a hint of clarity. A flash of light appeared, and she escaped from the man's clutches. Brother Yu, you're too impatient. It's not the right time yet. Luo Yu also regained his senses slightly and glanced at the delicate bone charm rabbit in the corner, secretly cursing himself for being foolish. Don't underestimate the rabbit. There's still eyes watching here. Is it my fault? It's all because Bibidon has become so enchanting that it's truly tempting and almost made him lose control. Seeing Luo Yu in deep thought, Bibidon assumed he was upset. She gracefully walked over, sat beside him, took his hand, and placed it on her snow-white thigh. Brother Yu, don't be angry. Once you agree to marry me, Dong is willing to give you anything. Luo Yu raised his hand and stroked Bibidon's soft hair. I wasn't angry. I was just a bit impulsive earlier. Bibidon shook her head and softly said, Don't blame Brother Yu. I quite liked it too. Strange. Why does it suddenly feel a bit cold? Luo Yu wondered. Bibidon lightly exclaimed, I think I feel it too. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Yue Na was hiding in the shadows, gripping a machete, gritting her teeth as she stared over, almost ready to rush out. By the way, Brother Yu, I have to host a ceremony today, so I'll come back to keep you company in the evening. Bibidon was tidying her messy hair and half-unbuttoned clothes. Luo Yu nodded, admiring the beautiful scene. Brother Yu, I have a disciple. I'll have her come over to keep you company in the hall for a while. Disciple? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Bibidon leaned in close to his ear and whispered, She is coming over to keep you for feeling lonely, but just so you know, my disciple is very beautiful, so you mustn't have any bad thoughts. Luo Yu shrugged, as if remembering something, a smile on his lips. Don't worry about letting her come over. What bad intentions could I have? Bibidon clearly didn't believe him and spat. You better not harm me. Not even sparing the disciples. Good things shouldn't go to outsiders. Do you want to separate from her? Get lost? You're such a mess. Bibidon laughed and scolded him, then gave a few more instructions, saying that Gu Yue Na would arrive shortly before hurriedly leaving. Luo Yu sat on the bed, instinctively clutching the rabbit and curling up. What he didn't see was that the resentment in the rabbit's eyes disappeared, replaced by a comfortable gaze. Recalling the conversation he had with Gu Yue Na on the street, a strange expression appeared on Luo Yu's face. He clearly remembered what the other party had said. I wonder what that girl would look like suddenly seeing me here. It's quite interesting. Chapter 11. The Shocked Saintess. How are you on the teacher's bed? In the corridors of the spirit hall, several beautiful women of different sizes were standing together and chatting. Each had their own charm, but their legs were all long and straight. Bibidon was the ice queen, exuding the captivating charm of a mature woman, while Gu Yue Na was elegant and alluring like a blooming flower. But her waist and hips were as tempting as a ripe peach. Nana, what were you daydreaming about over here just now? And no, nothing. Gu Yue Na waved her hands repeatedly, trying to dismiss the shadow in her mind. The teacher has a task for you. Please give your orders. The teacher is going to attend this year's Spirit Awakening ceremony with the elders. You go and entertain the guests for me. Guests? Gu Yue Na exclaimed in surprise. Yes, he's in my palace. You can take him around the spirit hall. He can go wherever he wants. Don't stop him. Gu Yue Na was even more surprised. It was the first time she had seen the teacher show such a formal expression. Okay, I will definitely take good care of this guest for you. Gu Yue Na quickly arrived at the entrance of the queen's palace, her heart full of curiosity. Who could this esteemed guest be to wait in the queen's palace? The family members of the leaders of the three upper sects? Or a hidden female expert? As for whether it could be a man, Gu Yue Na shook her head repeatedly. How could that be possible? Betting on her years of understanding of the teacher, even if the sky were to fall, there would never be a male creature in the teacher's room. Knock, knock, knock. Gu Yue Na gently knocked on the door, fearing she might neglect the esteemed guest. Focusing her gaze, she wanted to see who this important guest that the teacher valued so much was. There was no response. Senior, my master has ordered me to serve you. Still no sound. Gu Yue Na was puzzled. Was there no one inside? She hesitated for a moment and pushed the door open. The moment she entered the room, her pupils constricted and her delicate body felt as if struck by lightning. There was a person lying on the bed. Facing away from the door, she could only see his back and not his face. But the broad back and clothing indicated that it was a man. Seeing the scene before her, Gu Yue Na's voice trembled, her eyes filled with disbelief. A man entered the queen's palace? The slap in the face came so quickly. Not only had a man entered, but that guy also had the audacity to lie diagonally on the teacher's bed and sleep? Was he looking for death? Was this guy the guest the teacher mentioned? No way. This was too exaggerated. With the teacher's character. How could she allow a man to enter her palace and even permit him to sleep on her bed? Impossible. Could it be that this guy took the initiative to climb up there? Gu Yue Na tiptoed to the bedside. Strange. Why did the back view look increasingly familiar? She walked around to the other side, and when she saw the otherworldly face and the cute pink rabbit in his arms, a flash of lightning crossed her mind, and her mouth dropped open. Is it him? The noise from outside woke Luo Yu up. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, blinking, and saw a pair of smooth, beautiful legs right in front of him. As he glanced up, he was met with the astonished face of the blonde girl. You're here? You? How could you be on the teacher's bed? Gu Yue Na's eyes widened, her cherry-like mouth unable to close. Luo Yu slowly got up, stretched lazily, feeling tired. It's fine to take a nap on her bed, right? Big problem. Gu Yue Na was anxious. How dare you lie on the Empress's bed? Are you looking for death? Luo Yu shook his head. I dare to remove the two words the bed. Huh? Gu Yue Na was taken aback for a moment. Then she reacted, her face flushed, and she glared fiercely. I see your other name is unaware of danger. Huh? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, playfully saying, "You're the one here to entertain me. And this is how you talk. Entertain." Gu Yue Na came to her senses, becoming somewhat incoherent. "You can't be the guest that my teacher asked me to welcome, right? Come on, are you silly? Is there anyone else in this room besides me?" A dim silver light flickered in a hidden corner of the room. Gu Yue Na still found it hard to believe, but she had no choice but to accept it, as the facts were right in front of her. Forcing herself to suppress her shock, she stammered, "Who exactly are you? And what is your relationship with my teacher? Why are you here? Haven't I already told you all these questions? Didn't you not believe me?" Luo Yu lowered his head, fiddling with the rabbit ears, and the texture really felt nice. "Nonsense. How could the Empress possibly have anything to do with you?" Luo Yu glanced at her. These things were not important. "The point is," I said, "we will meet again soon." Gu Yue Na swallowed hard. This guy is really incredible. The image of Luo Yu became increasingly mysterious in Gu Yue Na's mind, stirring up a strong curiosity to explore it clearly. "You can't be some old monster that has returned to youth, right?" Gu Yue Na said timidly. "Ha, what old monster? I've already said, I haven't awakened my martial soul yet." Luo Yu glanced at the transparent system panel. "Dragon God, awaiting awakening. 9 heavens slaying heaven sword, awaiting awakening." "Come on, I don't believe it." Gu Yue Na shook her head repeatedly, thinking that Luo Yu must be an old monster with extraordinary spirit power. Otherwise, how could he act so recklessly? It's the absolute truth. Still don't believe it? Luo Yu rolled his eyes. "Huh, I just don't believe it. Stop trying to fool me." Gu Yue Na huffed and said, "If you haven't awakened your martial soul, from now on, I'll call you Dad every time we meet." Luo Yu helplessly said, "Do you really want me to become a father at such a young age? Dare to let me take a look? If you awaken your martial soul, just call me Little Ant when we meet in the future." Gu Yue Na was full of confidence, jokingly saying, "This Sanus's brain is not for nothing. How could an ordinary person catch the teacher's eye? If it weren't for having met Luo Yu, she would definitely feel very constrained right now. After all, this guy is too mysterious." Luo Yu shook his head, saying there was no need to investigate. He could demonstrate his martial soul awakening on the spot, which would serve as proof. Gu Yue Na scoffed, saying she thought he was counting on the fact that there were no awakening stones here. Luo Yu was speechless. With such a large spirit hall, there must be awakening stones. "Keep acting." Gu Yue Na, holding her fragrant shoulders, had a look that showed she had Luo Yu under her thumb. "Let's go. Take me to find the awakening stone. Today, I will make you regret what you said." "Woman." Gu Yue Na glared at him. "Fine, let's go. Coincidentally, our spirit hall is holding the awakening ceremony today. I can take you to mix in." "Awakening ceremony?" Luo Yu was puzzled. "Yes, didn't the teacher tell you?" Gu Yue Na explained, "Every year on this day, all descendants of Spirit Hall soul saints and above can qualify to awaken their martial souls in the central square. Those with high talent can stay to receive the great offering and divine light blessings. If a top-tier talent appears, they can even be selected in advance as our Spirit Hall's holy son." Luo Yu seemed to be lost in thought, finding it a bit interesting, but considering the situation, she decided it was better not to go. TSK. Can't continue the act. Hurry up and reveal your martial soul. I'm really a bit curious." Gu Yue Na blinked her beautiful eyes, displaying a unique pride typical of a young girl. "I haven't awakened yet. Why would I show you anything? Then why are you afraid to go?" "I'm afraid the awakening will make too much noise and attract too much attention." "You're just bragging." "Honestly, I'm mainly afraid that once my martial soul awakens, all those elders and offerings will beg to take me as their disciple and won't let me go." "Do you think I would believe that?" Gu Yue Na cutely blinked her eyes. "Fine, I can tell that you're a little girl lacking love today, determined to recognize me as your daddy." Luo Yu stood up, acting swiftly and decisively, directly grabbing Gu Yue Na's small hand. "Let's go. Fulfill your promise and take me to the central square." Chapter 12. Preparing to reap some benefits from the Spirit Hall, the eve of the shock. In the central square of the Spirit Hall, the crowd was bustling and lively. 6 pointed star formations made of awakening stones were distributed across the spacious square, with spirit masters above the soul sage level bringing their juniors, eagerly preparing beside the formations. Bibidon, wearing a purple golden crown, sat cross-legged on the grand throne at the highest point, her phoenix eyes surveying the scene with imperial majesty, looking down upon the bustling crowd below. The noble air surrounding her was so imposing that no one dared to meet her gaze. The elders and bishops, dressed in luxurious attire and exuding a fierce aura, stood in 2 rows below. It was quite a lively scene. Luo Yu gently stroked the soft-boned charm rabbit in her arms. Standing at the edge of the square and looking around, feeling quite emotional inside. Before taking form, she had been constrained by the damned heavenly tribulation, only able to hide in the starry forest to cultivate, and it had been a long time since she had experienced such liveliness. Now that she had returned to the human world, she naturally wanted to fully enjoy the bustling mortal realm. Luo Yu curled the corner of his mouth, calculating the time, and it was indeed a good moment. Xiao Wu was still unmarried. Zhu Zhuqing had no match yet. Rong Rong was still that little witch. And Bai Chunxiang was also about to bloom. Counting with his fingers, it really was a scene of endless beauty, and the future was promising. You guy, I can tell you're not thinking of anything good, Hulaina said disdainfully from his side. Nonsense. TCH, I saw your wicked smile just now. Luo Yu glared at her and teased. All right, big smarty, when does the test start? I'm already eager to hear you change your tune. Hey, you're not really going to participate in the awakening, are you? Hulaina said in surprise. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Aren't you the one who called me here? Hulaina scrutinized Luo Yu and shook her head repeatedly. I still don't believe you haven't awakened. It simply doesn't make sense. You remained unfazed in front of my pressure before, and it's impossible to do that without soul power, right? Is it strange? Hulaina covered her lips and smiled. If that's true, then I wouldn't be the top of the younger generation in the spirit hall. You should give it a try. Forget it. I don't have that much time. I'd rather take a nap. Luo Yu waved his hand disinterestedly. Why are you staring at me like that? Hulaina's charming eyes were filled with curiosity as she looked at Luo Yu, feeling that this man was very special, completely different from the so-called geniuses in the hall. I'm wondering, are you really good at pretending, or are you just that confident? What do you think? After careful consideration, Hulaina confidently said, I'm 100% sure that your soul power is at least level 35 or higher now. Luo Yu raised his sword and blocked Hulaina's thin lips. Shoo, don't be in a hurry. At this moment, the ceremony was already prepared, and the Empress stood up, exuding a domineering and majestic aura that filled the entire venue. Different from when she was with Luo Yu, she now resembled a queen from the heavens, dignified and luxurious, breathtakingly beautiful yet imposing. Her strong aura made everyone else feel breathless, but Luo Yu simply smiled faintly. Considering how excellent his future wife was, he thought, why not stop trying? Maybe consider living off her. When the Empress spoke, the entire venue fell silent, as if even the sound of the wind had stopped. Present were the most outstanding, direct soul masters of the Spirit Hall, and she believed that the offspring they brought today also possessed the best bloodlines, with awakened martial souls that were naturally exceptional. You are all the future of my Spirit Hall. Therefore, I, on behalf of the Spirit Hall, solemnly promise that those who awaken a top-tier martial soul and have innate soul power reaching level 7 or above will be rewarded with 1,000 soul coins. Those with innate soul power reaching level 8 will receive 10,000 soul coins. For level 9, a rare 10,000-year spirit herb will be awarded. If anyone can reach innate soul power level 10, Bibidon paused, scanning the crowd below, they will be rewarded with a piece of soul bone. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in excitement. Soul saints, soul Douluos, and even titled Douluos were visibly envious, and the group of spirited youths were even more exhilarated, eager to awaken and prove themselves. The fathers looked at their children with hope, encouraging them. Son, that SA soul bone. The Spirit Hall is actually offering such a treasure as a reward for this awakening ceremony. You must do your best. I don't ask you to bring back a soul bone. Just a 10,000-year spirit herb would make me smile on my grave. Child, this opportunity is rare and only comes once. You must know, your father has served the Spirit Hall for so many years as a soul saint, yet I haven't even seen the shadow of a soul bone. Just reaching innate soul power level 8 is enough. I've been cultivating you since you were in your mother's womb. You must make me proud. Luo Yu turned his head to look at Hulaina and said, you guys at the Wuhan Hall are really wealthy, willing to give out soul bones. Hulaina scoffed and rolled her eyes, saying, what is the use of all this shouting? It's been years since anyone with full innate soul power has appeared. That is a true genius. The soul bone reward is at most just a decoration. But what if there really is one? Luo Yu pondered. If there really is, the Wuhan Hall would be overjoyed. That would be like finding a real treasure. They would probably be more than happy to part with 2 soul bones. Luo Yu's eyes were strange. What if someone had innate level 20? What reward would there be? Huh? Innate level 20? Are you thinking of peaches? Hulaina shook her head repeatedly, staring wide-eyed. Not to mention that such a person couldn't possibly exist. If they did, the Spirit Hall would treat them like an ancestor, begging them not to leave and giving them anything they wanted. Cough, cough, that was exaggerated, very exaggerated. Luo Yu coughed lightly, pondering whether he could show off a bit and take advantage of the spirit hall. Soul bones? Those are good things, even if he didn't want them. He could give them to a girl, right? Gu Yue Na interrupted, saying, enough with the daydreaming. None of this has anything to do with us. We should just watch the excitement from the sidelines. As the queen announced the start of the ceremony, the square was filled with awakening arrays, shining with light. The lights varied in size. Some were small orbs of light, while others illuminated Tenjiang. With soul awakening, some were excited while others sighed. Most people awakened with innate soul power around level 6. If this were the outside world, they would definitely be considered treasures. But who were the people present? The worst were descendants of soul saints. An innate level 6 might not even match their father's talent, so they naturally felt disheartened. The queen and the elders on the stage watched the unusual phenomena below, all sighing a bit. This time it seemed to be lacking. Indeed, the innate soul power seemed generally low. The offerings hiding in the shadows watching here might not find a suitable disciple. They wondered if they would get really angry. Swish! Suddenly, a golden light shone 20 zhang in the square, revealing a fierce crocodile phantom within the golden light. Wang Tung, martial soul, thorn crocodile dragon. Innate level 8 soul power. The elders high up sighed repeatedly. Finally, someone decent appeared. Not bad. This Wang Tung has the potential of a soul, Douluo. It seems this martial soul even carries a hint of dragon lineage. Perhaps there is a chance to break through to title Douluo. He's a material worth cultivating. Wang Tung looked proud, and his father laughed heartily, patting his shoulder with satisfaction. The crocodile dragon contains dragon lineage, with limitless potential. My son Wang Tung has great talent. Luo Yu looked at this scene in astonishment, feeling a bit dazed. Is this the level? Can they get this excited? Gu Yue Na pouted and said, come on. Having an innate soul power of level 8 is already pretty good. Okay? Although it's not as good as mine but outside. That's already the level of a pillar in an ordinary academy. Luo Yu thought for a moment, and it seemed there was nothing wrong. Tang San and Dai Mubai's group had very few with full soul power. Unfortunately, the subsequent tests were uneventful. Everyone was shouting, but after the tests, they all stood dejectedly aside. Only Wang Tung managed to reach a golden light of 20 zhang. It seemed that this generation only had this level. Sigh. One generation is not as good as the other. The elders shook their heads and sighed, and the hidden offerings in the dark looked disappointed, feeling it was a wasted trip, ready to leave. Only one of the offerings, at level 95, suddenly appeared and expressed a willingness to accept Wang Tung as a named disciple. The envious glances from colleagues gathered around, exciting Wang Tung and his father. Just as the ceremony was about to end in a dismal manner and move to the next phase, an unusual golden light suddenly erupted in the square, attracting everyone's attention. All eyes focused on that spot. There, a tall, beautiful girl with golden hair stood to the side, activating the awakening formation. While Luo Yu stood at the center of the hexagram formation, eyes closed, with a solemn expression. An unusual glow began to surge from Luo Yu's body, growing stronger, as if the heavens and earth were stirring at that moment. Chapter 13. The Earth-Shattering Awakening. The Empress excited. My man is truly exceptional. Crack. In the square, the golden light burst forth, becoming increasingly brilliant. An extraordinary aura spread across the heavens and earth, attracting everyone's attention. From the high-ranking offerings to the soul saint stewards, hundreds of gazes turned in unison to the handsome young man and woman. Is that the saintess? Who is she hosting the awakening ceremony for? Who is that young man? And why have I never seen him before? Although the awakening ceremony had just begun, the elders all sensed something unusual, compared to the previous indifference towards others. At the moment they saw Luo Yu, Bibidon, seated on the throne, quickly put down her crossed legs, sat up straight, and her phoenix eyes sparkled with curiosity. No one noticed that the usually cold and proud Ice Queen, with a heart as calm as water, now had her crimson lips curving into a captivating arc. Her eyes filled with anticipation. What kind of martial soul would the man she favored awaken? Under everyone's gaze, Gu Yue Na felt a mix of emotions, her expression extremely peculiar. When she opened the formation and saw the golden light rising from the man, she was stunned. Because this meant that the man had not lied. He truly had not awakened his martial soul yet. Gu Yue Na felt extremely wronged and deeply impacted. How could this be? Rationally speaking, who would wait until 12 or 13 years old to think about awakening their martial soul? The most unbelievable thing for Gu Yue Na was that if this guy had no martial soul, did that mean he had been able to resist the pressure of her soul sect purely with his physical body? Hiss. Upon reaching this conclusion, Gu Yue Na's spirit shook. her eyes filled with shock, unable to help but take a deep breath. No way, that's too unbelievable. What exactly is this guy's background? However, was it not a bit late to awaken his martial soul now? Wouldn't even the best talent be wasted? Of course. There was one more thing that made Gu Yue Na extremely troubled and hard to face. That was the bet she had made with such certainty with him. What should she do now? Is she really going to call him dad? How could she possibly say that out loud? That would be so embarrassing. Gu Yue Na's heart raced, her expression nervous and shy, her pearly teeth half biting her moist, light pink lips. Boom! In the center of the hexagram awakening formation, the solemn Luo Yu, with his eyes closed, suddenly erupted with a powerful flow of energy that directly knocked the dazed Gu Yue Na back. Stumble. Gu Yue Na took 3 steps back, her beautiful eyes wide open. What was happening? I've never heard of anyone's martial soul awakening having such destructive power. It wasn't just her who was shocked. The high-ranking members of the Spirit Hall were also confused. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but be surprised, looking around. What's going on? Have you ever seen such a situation during a martial soul awakening? Unheard of. Ghost Douluo shook his head repeatedly. Look, someone exclaimed. Within the formation, violent winds surged. Luo Yu's long black hair danced wildly, and his ethereal aura, under the golden light, resembled a deity descending to the mortal realm. The golden light representing talent in the formation was also rapidly expanding. Unlike others, whose awakening would grow inch by inch, on Luo Yu's side, the golden light surged dramatically, instantly surpassing Wang Tong's 20 zhong, going from nothing to something. The people present couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. How is that possible? Whose child is this? Such an outrageous talent. 20 zhong of golden light is at least the standard of innate level 8. No, with this explosive speed, there is definitely a chance of reaching innate level 9. The elders, who were originally greatly disappointed with the awakening ceremony, became invigorated. The pairs of dim eyes hidden in the dark corners of the square also revealed sharp brightness and began to stir. Boom! Luo Yu was surrounded by golden light for 30 zhong. The crowd opened their mouths in shock, but before they could exclaim, another explosion rang out. The golden light expanded to a radius of 40 zhong. Wang Tong, who had just been proudly strutting, was now dumbfounded. So fast, is this twice as much as mine? He swallowed hard. Gu Yue Na opened her mouth. What kind of martial soul was this guy about to awaken? As the leader of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, her own awakening was nowhere near this exaggerated, right? However, in the corner of the square, the golden light representing martial soul talent was still growing, rapidly expanding like a dazzling little sun. Zhu Zhuqing's voice trembled. Even the Empress's awakening of her martial soul back then wasn't this impressive. The elders became excited and agitated. The hidden gazes watching Luo Yu had already become extremely fervent. The golden light reached 50 zhong. What kind of martial soul was this kid about to awaken? Ghostly Douluo and others clenched their fists, as if eager to witness the emergence of a true genius. Crack, crack. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The 6 awakening stones that formed the formation began to develop a web-like pattern of cracks. The awakening stones are going to shatter. No way. How is this possible? What kind of martial soul is this kid about to awaken? Everyone stared in disbelief at this scene, rubbing their eyes in doubt, wondering if they were dreaming. Even the world's top martial souls with full innate soul power couldn't shatter the awakening stones, right? Boom. They exploded, really exploded. The elders and deacons looked at each other in shock, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. The 6 awakening stones shattered simultaneously, and countless fragments flew in all directions. Not good, someone exclaimed, realizing that after the awakening stone shattered, the golden light of the formation was rapidly fading. While the boy's martial soul had not yet been guided out, Gu Yue Na's expression changed. Her soul power erupted as she rushed to retrieve awakening stones to assist Luo Yu. She was fast, but a graceful figure was even faster. The throne exploded, and the Empress shot out, her 9 soul rings blooming simultaneously, immense soul power gathering all the awakening stones in the square, instantly forming a hexagram formation that covered the entire square. At that moment, it seemed to have received ample stimulation. All the awakening stones in the square simultaneously erupted with a strong light, the dazzling golden light resembling an inverted golden bowl, enveloping the square. At this point, the range of the golden light exceeded 100 zhong. An elder stared wide-eyed, using all his strength to reveal the shocking truth. The golden light reached 1,000 zhong. Just as the words left his mouth, it seemed to respond. Roar. A deafening dragon's roar echoed across the land. A boundless momentum suddenly erupted from Luo Yu, and a nine-colored beam of light shot up into the sky, overturning the golden light and soaring towards the horizon, forming a nine-colored pillar connecting heaven and earth. The entire audience stood up, and the elders all looked up in awe. Gu Yue Na covered her mouth, unable to hide her shock. Wang Tung's body trembled, and with a thud, he uncontrollably knelt down on the ground. The massive crocodile dragon spirit behind him appeared on its own, howling towards the sky, pledging allegiance. It wasn't just him. Everyone in the audience with dragon-type martial souls knelt down. Those with lower cultivation directly fell to their knees, while those with higher cultivation experienced disturbances in their soul power. Only the top-tier powerhouses could maintain their composure, but they too felt an inexplicable shock in their hearts. A soul saint-level deacon from the spirit hall had a trembling thorn dragon phantom appear behind him. What is in that nine-colored pillar? Why is my martial soul uncontrollable? Roar. Another even more resounding dragon roar echoed, causing hundreds of awakening stones in the venue to shatter simultaneously. It was at this moment that the nine-colored beam dissipated, revealing the true form of the martial soul inside. A majestic giant dragon, measuring thousands of feet long, emanated an incomparably divine and overwhelming aura. Each irregular diamond-shaped scale shimmered with nine-colored divine light. Elements converged, and its blood energy was extraordinary, shocking everyone present. Luo Yu slowly opened his eyes, revealing starry pupils that sparkled like nine-colored diamonds. At this moment, he seemed like a true celestial being, with a gaze that emitted divine light so radiant that even a titled Douluo could not look directly at it. Bibidon's enchanting eyes sparkled with infatuation as she surveyed the scene, her gaze sweeping across everyone present. It was as if she couldn't help but declare, "Do you see? This is my man's talent." Gu Yue Na's beautiful eyes shimmered with various colors, her heart surging with emotions. Even the thought of changing her words was suppressed by her shock at this moment. Compared to the two of them, the graceful figure observing from the shadows trembled incessantly. Her purple eyes filled with mist. A single crystalline tear dropped onto her smooth jade foot. The silver dragon king, Gu Yue Na, who had never shed tears before, cried today because the dragon god had returned. The important thing was that the one who possessed the dragon god's martial soul was none other than Luo Yu. As long as it was him, that was enough. Although Gu Yue Na did not understand how this happened, she knew that the future of soul beasts was secure. So was her future with him. As long as this man was given enough time, everything would be all right. What was there to fear in the divine realm? Without the energy support of thousands of awakened stones, the nine-colored dragon god phantom quickly shrank to a size of 9 zhong, landing behind the man. The elders stared intently at the martial soul behind Luo Yu. The children who had awakened their martial souls and their parents looked on with envy. Swish, swish, swish. A series of hidden offerings, unable to contain themselves, disregarded their appearances and flew in unison to stand before Luo Yu. These top existences of the spirit hall looked at Luo Yu as if they were gazing at an unparalleled treasure, their wrinkled skin beaming with joy, while also displaying a flattering expression. Chapter 14. Mission. Capture Gu Yue Na. 100,000 years exclusive soul ring reward. Luo Yu controlled the newly awakened dragon god martial soul, feeling as if the surrounding elements were cheering and eagerly rushing towards his body. He could enhance his cultivation without deliberate training. Looking down at his clenched fist, he felt a sense of unreality. His skin shimmered with a golden glow, and his vital energy surged. He could clearly sense the explosive power within him. It was as if he had the illusion that he could shatter space with sheer force. "Young friend, I don't know where your family is, but could you invite them out for a meeting?" Luo Yu was surrounded by the offerings of the spirit hall in a circle. At this moment, a gray-robed old man with white hair and a youthful face spoke with a silly smile. "Old man, step aside, I came out first." The old man in silver attire pulled him aside and leaned in closer to Luo Yu, saying, "Little brother, are you interested in finding a master?" Another old man jumped out from the side, speaking with righteous indignation. "Don't be shameless, young friend. Don't listen to these two. I'm a 96th level, third offering of the spirit hall, with the martial soul of the white-armored sacred dragon, which belongs to the dragon category just like yours, and I can guide you." "Are you blind, or are we blind? Who can't see that your white-armored sacred dragon is just a big white bug compared to the little brother's martial soul? What do you have to brag about?" The elders and stewards in the distance were all taken aback. "Could you all please be mindful of your identities? Where's your aloof demeanor?" Were these really the serious and unfathomable offerings they knew? Now, they seemed just like common folks quarreling, with no pleasantries, directly tearing off their masks to argue. However, upon seeing the shards of awakening stones scattered on the ground and the radiant Luo Yu over there, everyone felt that perhaps everything was quite natural and not so strange after all. Compared to everything else, this guy was a bit too intimidating. After all these years, throughout the history of the Spirit Hall, there had never been a martial soul awakening that caused such a huge commotion. Normally, achieving 30 zhang of golden light during awakening could directly lead to being cultivated as a holy son or daughter. Goodness, this young man directly erupted with 1,000 zhang of golden light. What kind of quality must this martial soul possess? How high would it eventually reach? Luo Yu was fully immersed in experiencing the changes in his body. He secretly felt fortunate that his body was an untainted divine body nurtured by the calamity transcending golden lotus. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to withstand the awakening of his martial soul. The dragon god martial soul was something that ordinary people simply could not awaken. If it were someone else, they would probably explode and die at the moment of awakening. However, if there weren't enough awakening stones, it would be difficult to trigger the dragon god martial soul. Fortunately, the Martial Soul Hall was wealthy enough to provide sufficient awakening stones. It seemed he had come to the right place today. Everyone stepped aside. An imposing elder stepped forward, his gray robe exuding authority without anger. And the noisy attendants instantly quieted down, filled with reverence. He walked up to Luo Yu and nodded in satisfaction. "You are quite good. I am Douluo, the owner of a god-level martial soul, with a limit of level 99 cultivation. Do you wish to take me as your master?" Luo Yu scratched his head, looking troubled. "If you have any difficulties, feel free to speak up. I will satisfy you." Douluo seemed aloof, but there was a flash of passion in his eyes, and his palms were sweating with excitement. "May the heavenly blessing be with the Spear Hall." Luo Yu retracted his dragon god martial soul, and the surrounding owners of dragon-type martial souls, including Wang Tong, immediately breathed a sigh of relief and stood up, though their legs were still weak as they looked at this side in shock. Do you still have awakening stones?" Luo Yu said shyly. "What do you mean?" Douluo was taken aback. "Haven't we all awakened already? What do we need awakening stones for?" The others also looked confused, scratching their heads in disbelief. "I feel like I might not have fully awakened." Luo Yu blinked. "Huh?" Douluo exclaimed softly, and then seemed to react, his massive frame shuddering. "Not fully awakened?" The crowd paying attention here repeated it, their expressions changing, staring at Luo Yu with wide eyes. "This guy can't be a twin martial soul, can he? No way. This martial soul is already so freakish. Could there be another hidden one? Is it true?" Hulaina clenched the hem of her skirt tightly. Gu Yue Na, hidden in the spatial realm, was also in shock. Bibidon didn't need to be mentioned. Her heart and eyes were filled with thoughts of her beloved. Hearing the discussions around him and seeing Luo Yu's intention not to deny it, Douluo's breathing became rapid. He turned around and urgently shouted to those around him, "Quick! Bring all the awakening stones stored in the hall to me. Hurry!" On the debris of the square, a gigantic hexagram formation was set up again, composed of over 1,000 awakening stones. Everyone was dispersed to the side by Douluo, leaving only Luo Yu inside to complete his awakening. Expectant, surprised, and admiring gazes converged on Luo Yu. The formation was activated by Bibidon, and everyone waited for an even more spectacular scene to unfold. However, after 10 breaths, 30 breaths, there was no movement from Luo Yu. Someone breathed a sigh of relief, relaxing their body. "Phew, almost scared me to death. I felt this guy couldn't possibly have a twin martial soul, right? That would make it impossible for anyone to live." Someone next to them rolled their eyes and said, "Come on, even if he has a single martial soul, you still wouldn't be able to live. But a twin martial soul is rather unlikely. How monstrous would that be?" Douluo looked slightly disappointed, but said nothing more. Luo Yu's talent was already the most extraordinary he had ever seen, so there was nothing to regret. He flashed to Luo Yu's side in the formation and smiled, comforting him. "Young friend, with your talent, if you take me as your master, even a single martial soul can be invincible in the world." Luo Yu paid no attention, his eyes tightly closed. Being ignored like this, Douluo's face showed a look of anger. Clang! There was not the slightest hint of golden light or movement in the square, yet a resounding sword cry suddenly echoed, penetrating everyone's eardrums without exception. Then, the thousands of awakening stones scattered on the ground bizarrely turned to dust in an instant. Whoosh! A gentle breeze swept by, and the crowd shifted their shocked gazes back. Unbeknownst to them, Luo Yu had already opened his eyes, and in front of him appeared a long sword. The sword was 4 feet 3 inches long, neither gold nor iron, resembling jade, and its entire body was as transparent as amber. It was extraordinarily ancient, with an inconspicuous aura, seemingly unremarkable. But no one was foolish. Often the bizarre indicated absolute power. Didn't they just see those thousands of awakening stones vanish? Is this the 9 heavens execution sword? The true weapon spirit of the world? Just because others couldn't see it, it didn't mean Luo Yu couldn't feel it. It seemed that this sword indeed contained no energy. It was just that its material looked extraordinary. Luo Yu couldn't help but recall the system's impressive introduction. If this was the level of it, it didn't seem very impressive. Ding! The system detected that the host awakened a martial soul. Task released. Capture the Saintess Gu Yue Na. Task reward. Exclusive 9 heavens extermination sword. 100,000-year first soul ring. Exclusive soul ring? What does that mean? Luo Yu was momentarily confused. The electronic voice sounded again. System explanation. 9 heavens extermination sword. 1 turn 1 world. The host cannot autonomously obtain the soul ring. Only by completing the task can the exclusive soul ring be obtained. Only by possessing the exclusive soul ring can the true power of the sword soul be unleashed. Huh? Does that mean that even if my soul power is sufficient, I can't go out and kill soul beasts? I have to complete the task? However, this exclusive soul ring seems to be paired with the extermination sword. Could it have special functions? After all, the introduction can't be misleading, right? But can the first soul ring truly be 100,000 years? That seems pretty good. Holding the extermination sword gave Luo Yu a feeling of bloodline connection. Yet it felt empty, as if something was missing. He remained calm, but others were already in an uproar. Twin martial souls. It really was a twin martial soul. And the quality of these 2 martial souls seemed a bit astonishing. Compared to the size and gasps from others, Gu Yue Na's soft figure couldn't help but tremble slightly. Her face turned crimson, and she covered her face with her small hands, not daring to look over at Luo Yu. It's over. It's completely over. She tried to form words, but her voice got stuck in her throat. What a disaster. How could someone call out like that? I hope he forgets about this matter. Chapter 15. Creating records of innate soul power level. The crystal ball exploded. In the square, Luo Yu had become the absolute focus of attention. Every move he made affected everyone's thoughts. Those present were all high-ranking members of the Spirit Hall. Who wouldn't be perceptive? How could they not see how terrifying Luo Yu's potential was? Each of them thought about getting closer, familiarizing themselves, and building a good relationship. However, they couldn't get close at all. Luo Yu was already surrounded by worshippers. After witnessing the twin martial souls, Qian Douluo directly put on a serious face and eagerly promised, "Young friend, if you are willing to take me as your master, the position of the future Pope of the Spirit Hall can also be promised to you." Luo Yu did not glance sideways, appearing as if he had not heard anything. He waved the Zhutian sword in his hand a few times, creating blossoms of sword light. How bold! The great offering is speaking to you, yet you do not answer quickly? The 7th offering scolded sternly. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow and glanced at the person who spoke. Just a single look made the 7th offering tremble inwardly, as if he had been locked onto by a fierce deity. This infuriated him greatly. After all, he possessed a cultivation level of 96. How could he be intimidated by a junior? He snapped, "You, junior, have extraordinary talent, but aren't you being too disrespectful?" Luo Yu couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyelids this time, casually using his sword to lightly stroke the blade of the Zhutian sword, and said, "What does it have to do with you? Impudent." The 7th elder, furious, blew his beard and glared, and his cultivation level of 96 instantly erupted. "Hiss! This kid is too arrogant, even daring to provoke the 7th elder?" The 7th elder was very stubborn, placing great importance on hierarchy, and had a very volatile temper. Fragmented whispers echoed through the crowd. Seeing the 7th elder on the verge of exploding, Qian Douluo smiled and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Old 7. He's just a junior with good talent. Having a bit of a temper is normal. Let's be more accommodating. But he can't disregard the hierarchy of seniors and juniors, right? This kid is too arrogant." The 7th elder was indignant. "Shut up." Qian Douluo's smile vanished as he scolded. The 7th elder immediately fell silent. Qian Douluo returned to a warm smile. "Young friend, would you like to be my disciple?" Luo Yuhuan's light flashed, and he retracted his martial spirit. "Thank you for your kindness, but there's no need for this apprenticeship." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue was in an uproar. "What? He actually rejected the great offering? Rejecting an apprenticeship with the great offering. Has this kid lost his mind? Does he even understand what he's rejecting? Power, status, wealth. The great offering has never taken a disciple. He is the pinnacle of the Douluo continent. Even with talent, one shouldn't be so willful. Isn't this courting death? Douluo did not expect to be rejected so decisively. His old face stiffened, and anger flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly softened his tone and asked, young friend, would you like to reconsider? All right, I'll think about it again, Luo Yu readily replied. Douluo. Hey, when I said you should think it over, I didn't mean it literally. Moreover, your agreement seems a bit too casual. So, how's your consideration going now? Douluo's smile was very stiff. If it weren't for Luo Yu's exceptional talent, he would have exploded in anger and thrown a punch long ago. Luo Yu rolled his eyes. So soon you have a reply. Do you still think this over? What if I rashly agree and then one day I change my mind and betray the spirit hall? Aren't you afraid? Douluo was instantly choked up, feeling that his smile was about to break. You're right. Then just wait until the little friend has made up his mind and notify me. As long as it's something the spirit hall has, I can give it to you. Okay. Luo Yu nodded. Douluo felt his blood surge, his temples throbbing. Am I the one accepting a disciple? Or am I the one seeking a master? However, he suppressed his emotions and didn't explode. The little friend hasn't done the innate soul power test yet, right? I happen to have a testing crystal ball here. Why not give it a try? After saying this, Douluo took out a transparent orb. Just place your hand on this. The people around immediately perked up, focusing intently on this side. Luo Yu also wanted to know his current level, so he placed his hand on it. This crystal ball can determine the level of innate soul power by the brightness of its glare. Luo Yu asked curiously, so making this crystal ball shine to its fullest means having innate full soul power, right? Douluo laughed heartily. Young friend, you're joking. You might be able to make other balls fully shine, but this crystal ball, you really can't achieve that. If you can make it shine 1/3, it would already prove that you have innate full soul power. Luo Yu sensed his physical condition and hesitated, saying, I feel like I might not just have a full innate soul power. It's something more. Douluo interrupted him confidently. Don't worry, this crystal ball is very sturdy. For someone like you, who is just awakening, it is absolutely indestructible. There's no way it can break. Just focus on exerting your power. Seeing his confidence, Luo Yu decided not to say anything more. Douluo smiled, activated his soul power, and activated the test crystal ball. Luo Yu felt his soul power surge into his body in an instant. Whoosh! In an instant, the crystal ball shone brightly, dazzling to the point that one couldn't open their eyes, and then it began to shake violently. Following a loud bang, it suddenly shattered, with fragments scattering in all directions. Douluo's smile froze. He didn't expect the slap to come so quickly, staring blankly at the remnants left in his hand. Not just him. The others around were also dumbfounded, and some couldn't help but curse. Damn, what did I just see? It exploded. Sigh. Luo Yu sighed helplessly and slowly withdrew his hand. I already warned you, this can't be at my expense. Is there a sturdier one? Douluo's heart was in turmoil. His palm began to tremble. Looking at Luo Yu with a shocked expression as if he were looking at a monster. Young friend, do you know what level this crystal ball is meant for? It's only for testing soul masters at the soul emperor level. Douluo was clearly a bit overly excited. Do you know what it means for it to light up completely? It means the total soul power of the soul master has reached level 30. And you, Douluo's throat moved, his face full of shock, actually charged it to explode. Upon hearing Douluo's explanation, the people around instantly understood, their faces showing complex expressions, feeling that they might have exhausted a lifetime's worth of shock today. Others dream of having innate, full soul power. But this guy casually has innate level 30? No. The crystal ball exploded. How could it be that simple? My God, what level is this guy? Is he even human? Could he be a transformed soul beast? Bibidon stood quietly watching from the side, her face glowing, her small mouth unknowingly pouting in pride. She didn't like flattery, but hearing someone praise Luo, you made her feel very happy and pleased, her mood very subtle. Gu Yue Na suddenly realized. Now she understood everything. No wonder this man was not afraid of her pressure. His innate soul power level was not weaker than her, who was hailed as a genius. How'd he do it? So strong. Gu Yue Na looked at him with admiration. Then, after testing again, Luo Yu's innate soul power left everyone stunned. Innate level 40, never seen before in ancient times. He created a true historical record for the Douluo continent. Douluo had already been amazed when he saw his granddaughter at innate level 20. Now, seeing Luo Yu at innate level 40, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak, swearing that he would do everything possible to keep such talent in the spirit hall. Absolutely not to let it leak out. Absolutely not. Douluo squinted his eyes. Since so many people knew the news, there was bound to be someone who would leak it. By then, those major powers outside would probably go crazy trying to recruit this young man. Relying solely on resources and status might not be enough to keep him. Douluo felt troubled. The first time in many years he felt worried. I got it. Douluo's eyes lit up. A marriage alliance. His granddaughter, stunningly beautiful, exceptionally talented, and with a divine-level martial soul. If the two of them combined, even their descendants would likely be unmatched. Great idea. Chapter 16. How about I betroth Rinshua to you? A couple working together to reap the benefits. Douluo made a decision immediately. He pulled Luo Yu aside, dismissing others, and whispered, Young friend, I will be straightforward. I have a granddaughter waiting to marry. If you agree to stay in my spirit hall, not only will I accept you as my disciple, but I can also promise to betroth my granddaughter to you. Granddaughter? Where did this old guy get a granddaughter? Luo Yu was stunned. He had long ago beaten Qian Sun to a pulp, and Bibidon was naturally well protected. So how could this old guy have a granddaughter? Did she just pop out from a crack in the rock? He didn't even know what his granddaughter's name was. Rinshua. Seeing Luo Yu's strange expression, Douluo thought he was being dismissive and immediately began to promote her. My granddaughter has a beauty that can overshadow the moon and flowers. A rarity in this world, and her talent is unmatched by anyone except you. Luo Yu was speechless, feeling that this old guy's beaming expression resembled that of a pimp. Rinshua probably still didn't know how her grandfather was selling her out. However, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of doubt in his heart. If Bibidon was fine, then where did Rinshua come from? He couldn't help but ask, Is your granddaughter for real? Douluo heavily patted Luo Yu's shoulder, causing him to stumble, and glared at him, saying, Real granddaughter? How could it be fake? That's really strange, Luo Yu murmured. What? Nothing. Luo Yu secretly speculated about what was going on. It seemed that the child should belong to Qian Xuanji, but he really didn't know who the biological mother was. There was no doubt that Bibidon had saved him. In fact, he had directly severed one of Qian Xuanji's arms back then, leaving him half dead, just barely hanging on to life. In the end, when Qian Xuanji was begging on the ground, Luo Yu had no intention of showing mercy. However, Bibidon ultimately showed compassion, remembering that she had lost both parents at a young age and had always been cared for and nurtured by the spirit hall. Otherwise, she would have died on the streets long ago. It was then that Luo Yu decided to spare Qian Xuanji's life. That guy didn't even dare to tell his father. Douluo. After all, Luo Yu's terrifying strength at that time instilled despair and fear deep within him, and he definitely didn't dare to provoke Bibidon again. Could it be that Qian Xuanji later hooked up with another woman in the hall and had a child? It's very possible. Luo Yu wasn't very clear about the process, as he had already returned to the Stardo forest to prepare for his tribulation during that time. It seems necessary to ask Donger about the specific situation later. Little friend, how are you considering it? Douluo asked with a smile. Luo Yu's mouth twitched. You can't be wanting me to be a live-in son-in-law, right? No way. How could that be? Douluo smiled like an old fox. Just marry my daughter Shuer normally. Luo Yu spread his hands. I'm broke and have nothing, so there's no bride price. As long as you're here, what else do we need for a dowry? I'll spend money and effort to arrange the wedding for you. Douluo shook his head repeatedly, looking like a scheming businessman as he rubbed his hands together. Luo Yu was at a loss for words. He really wanted to ask, doesn't your conscience hurt for putting your granddaughter in such a predicament? Have you given it some thought? There was a glimmer in Douluo's eyes. Well, please don't rush into it. Marriage is a serious matter and shouldn't be treated lightly. We haven't even met yet. This is too hasty. How about we meet first and see if there's a connection? I don't think it's necessary. Douluo only wants to push things forward and completely turn Luo Yu into a member of the Spirit Hall. I think it's necessary. Luo Yu refused to be arranged, even if it seemed very appealing. Kid, are you refusing to toast and instead asking for punishment? Douluo's expression turned somewhat displeased. Luo Yu was neither humble nor arrogant, staring directly into Douluo's eyes without any fear. I believe that love is not a commodity for trade, and marriage is certainly not a bargaining chip. The two gazed at each other, each holding their own views, and sparks flew. Luo Yu resolutely rejected the marriage proposal. From a distance, although he appeared calm, in reality, Bibidon had been eavesdropping with her ears perked up. She immediately patted her proud bosom, let out a sigh of relief, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with light. Brother Yu, he's actually quite nice, even though he sometimes acts a bit lewd. Not just by Bibidon, in another space, Gu Yue Na, whose waist was tense, also relaxed and shot a fierce glare at Luo Yu, raising her small fist. Dare to agree to the marriage? I'll jump out right now and give you a chopping knife, and then I'll chop that old fool too. In the end, Douluo looked deeply at Luo Yu. Instead of being angry, he smiled and praised, "Good, very good. Young friend, with such temperament, I hold you in even higher regard. Then I shall give you and Shui a chance to meet." Luo Yu's mouth twitched. This old guy wasn't asking whether he wanted a wife or not. He was clearly trying to force a wife on him. Bibidon quickly walked over to stop the conversation, her clear voice like a phoenix's cry. "Great offering. Everyone else has been waiting for a long time. We should start awarding the prizes, or it won't be in accordance with the rules." Lu impatiently replied, "I haven't finished my business yet. Let them wait a bit longer." Bibidon is beautiful as nerod. No, I can't wait any longer. She silently cursed in her heart. If she waited any longer, her man would be tricked into becoming a son-in-law. How could she wait? The two faced off, and, in the end, Bibidon's momentum was stronger. Lu instructed Luo Yu to wait for him, saying he would call Rin Shui back soon for a blind date with him. The awards ceremony officially began. Prizes were distributed according to the level of innate soul power awakening. Originally, Wang Tong felt that the reward he was about to receive was quite appealing, and he could show it off. But thinking of Luo Yu, he suddenly lost all excitement, feeling that everything was no longer appealing. Not only was it not appealing, but it also hurt a bit, making it hard to feel happy. Everyone was inevitably guessing what kind of reward someone with Luo Yu's talent would receive. After all, the previous reward limit was that reaching the full level of innate talent would grant a soul bone. So what about this heaven-defying innate level of 40? It was hard to imagine, truly making people envious. Some sighed, feeling the gap was too great to envy. Finally, it was time for Luo Yu to walk up to receive his award. Suddenly, a discordant voice rang out. The seventh offering interrupted with a snort. "Wait a minute." The crowd was puzzled, and the seventh offering sneered. "This kid, as I just checked, is not from the spirit hall at all. He's an outsider brought here by the saintess on her own." Boom! The audience erupted in an uproar. Before the heated discussion could begin, a loud bang echoed, and the seventh offering, who had been arrogantly exposing Luo Yu from above, was directly kicked away. Lu, covered in golden, six-winged, angelic power, took his place. Standing in the same spot, 9 soul rings burst forth, looking down on the crowd. He coldly said, "What outsider? Where did the outsider come from? I can't see them. Am I blind? Today, everyone standing here is one of our own." He looked at the other offerings. "Do you all say there are outsiders here today?" "No." The other offerings shook their heads repeatedly. They weren't as foolish as the seventh offering. They understood Lu's meaning. How could such a great talent be pushed away? With this talent, even if they weren't from their side, they'd want to find a way to make them one of their own. As for how they got in, did it matter? Clearly, it didn't matter. First, leave the sweet coating and then talk. Bibidon coldly observed all of this and said indifferently, "Is everything all right now? If it's all right, this empress will continue with the awards." Luo Yu stepped onto the stage and stood opposite Bibidon. His innate soul power reached the maximum level, and he was rewarded with a soul bone. Bibidon brought forth a striking left leg soul bone, adorned with starlight and crystal clear, and handed it to Luo Yu. Everyone, including title Douluo, looked on with eager anticipation. Soul bones are among the most precious resources in Douluo continent. Even Super Do rarely have a full set of soul bones. In short, obtaining a soul bone is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It's just that the spirit hall is wealthy, but their stock is limited. Normally, an ordinary title Douluo would work hard for over a decade without acquiring one. But today's situation is special. Luo Yu only glanced at it and recognized the origin of this soul bone. A leg bone produced by the 80,000-year Gale White Tiger, suitable for agility attack type soul masters. It was a good item. Everyone thought the award ceremony was over, and Luo Yu thought so too. However, they did not expect that the Empress Bibidon cleared her throat again and loudly said, "The reward for having innate full soul power is indeed a soul bone. But this young friend is far more than just having full soul power." The crowd was confused, not understanding what the Empress meant. Therefore, after careful consideration, since this young friend is at the innate level of 40, he should receive quadruple rewards, that is, for soul bones. As soon as this was said, the entire venue erupted into chaos. Wow, the Empress is being too generous. When did the Spirit Hall become so lavish? The young man didn't even ask for it. And you're just giving him 4? Those are soul bones, not cabbages. The crowd of about 100 people was envious to tears, and the elders all turned green with envy. Luo Yu's expression twisted, his skin twitching, heart aching to the point of bleeding. He barely held back from speaking and could only curse inwardly. What is going on with Bibidon? Why is she being so generous? This is the spirit hall's foundation. The 7 elders crawled up from the ruins, holding their chests and shouting. This cannot be. Absolutely not. This is inappropriate. Soul bones are incredibly precious. How can they be easily given away? Bibidon looked coldly and said solemnly, soul bones are indeed precious, but our spirit hall has always been trustworthy and fair in our dealings. How can we go back on our word at this moment? Bibidon's righteous words left everyone around speechless, unable to refute, only able to admire the Empress's integrity. However, the 7th elder's expression was grim, feeling pain in his heart. There is no however. The Empress's authority was fully displayed, her phoenix eyes cold and piercing. My mind is made up. It is settled. Luo Yu held tightly onto the soul bone he had received earlier, and 3 more good quality soul bones were stuffed into his embrace, forcing himself to suppress a laugh. No wonder my donger is so precious. It was worth the pain. At this moment, there was another person with a peculiar expression, and that was Gu Yue Na. She knew very well that Luo Yu was Bibidon's person. Chapter 17. The Empress who openly favors, the elders are crying from jealousy. In the square, Luo Yu tucked all 4 soul bones given by the Empress into his embrace. He didn't blush or pant, his demeanor calm. Upon seeing this scene, heavy breathing sounds came from all directions. Those were pairs of oily green eyes, staring intently at the soul bones in Luo Yu's arms that were radiating a strange light. The high-ranking officials of the Spirit Hall were almost dying of jealousy. They were on the verge of tears from envy, especially seeing Luo Yu's calm demeanor. They felt even more struck and couldn't help but wail. Countless people shouted in their hearts, for soul bones, that's 4 soul bones. How could you be so calm about receiving them? Don't you even crack a smile? If it were me receiving the award, my mouth would be grinning like a big pot, smiling all the way to the grave. Dada Yask, how did you manage to pull off that reluctant demeanor while receiving the treasure? This is too pretentious, too demoralizing. In reality, Luo Yu wasn't acting. He truly looked down on the 8 or 9 thousand-year-old soul bones. But others didn't think so. Having a single soul bone could greatly enhance one's strength, and possessing 4 was like taking off directly. Among the titled Douluos present, despite working hard for many years, very few could boast of having 4 soul bones. Yet this guy casually received 4 in one go. If he got 2 more, he would have a complete set. Who wouldn't he be envious? The crowd was both envious and sarcastic. They all simultaneously developed a crazy thought in their hearts, to rush forward and rob him clean. But the remaining rationality told them that unless they sought death, who would dare to steal? Gu Yue Na was also feeling envious. After all, it was a soul bone. Who would want one? Although she was a saintess, she had never obtained a soul bone and might need to work hard for another 2 years to have a chance at getting one. Though envious, she wasn't jealous. Even knowing the inside story, she never thought about standing up to expose the relationship between Bibidon and Luo Yu. For some reason, seeing the man so much in the spotlight and receiving rewards made her feel happy for him, especially when she saw he might stay in the Spirit Hall for training. She became even more excited. An opportunity had come. However, she suddenly recalled the bet she had made with him earlier and immediately squeezed her long, beautiful legs together. Blushing furiously, unsure what to do. On the stage, Luo Yu looked sly and softly called out, Your Majesty. You say? Bibidon cursed inwardly. That damn man, pretending to be serious, even better at acting than her. Just earlier in the palace, he was touching her everywhere, sweetly calling her dong. And now outside, he starts addressing her as Your Majesty. Since the awards have been given, can I go back to rest now? As soon as Luo Yu finished speaking, a dissatisfied shout came out. The 7th elder, exasperated, said, There has never been an early dismissal in the awakening ceremony, and the ancestor worship and oath-taking segments haven't even started. Do you think you could just disregard the rules? Ancestor worship? Paying homage to the old ghosts of the Spirit Hall? And the oath is just a pledge of loyalty to the Spirit Hall. Luo Yu, who already found it boring, was even less willing to stay after thinking about this. Luo Yu couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the 7th elder, who kept jumping out to provoke him. It was obvious that he was just a simpleton, so why waste time on him? He turned to Bibidon and subtly winked. The Empress seemed to be oblivious, but with a sideways glance from her phoenix eyes, she said sternly, 7th elder, who is the most important person in the Spirit Hall? The 7th elder clasped his hands and replied, That would naturally be your holiness, the Pope. Bibidon nodded in satisfaction, knowing he understood. Nana, you take your friend down first. Since he doesn't wish to participate in the remaining process, there's no need for him to stay. The seventh elder became anxious at that moment. Your holiness, the hierarchy cannot be broken, and the rules cannot be violated. Boom! Shut up. A surge of momentum erupted, and the Empress's phoenix eyes revealed a killing intent, sneering repeatedly. Rules? I'm the rule. The people around gasped and fell silent, not daring to speak. However, they all felt that the Empress seemed a bit strange today, though they couldn't quite pinpoint what was odd. Thank you, your holiness. Luo Yu cupped his hands towards Bibidon and cast a smiling glance at the 7 offerings, which infuriated the old man to the point of almost fainting with rage. He walked to the side, took Huoliana's hand without any hesitation, and strode away. The 7 offerings raised his trembling finger, pointing at Luo Yu's back. How dare he? How dare he be so reckless? The Empress snorted coldly, completely ignoring him, and announced loudly that the ceremony would proceed to the next segment. However, the subsequent boring segments had nothing to do with Luo Yu, as he had already run out with Huoliana. Whoosh! The two moved at incredible speed without using their soul power. Slow down. You slow down. Huoliana panted, realizing that her slender, snow-white legs were struggling to keep up with the man's pace. This guy's rhythm was too fast, too powerful. Her current physical strength was barely able to handle it. Luo Yu stopped and discovered a spacious little garden, with beautiful scenery and neatly paved green stone slabs on the ground. Looking back at Huoliana, who was sweating profusely and breathing delicately, Luo Yu couldn't help but sneer. Hey, you're being a bit dramatic, aren't you? Just a couple of steps, and you're like this? Huoliana looked at Luo Yu, who appeared calm and unflustered, and was shocked in her heart. Do you not realize how fast you are? Luo Yu spread his hands. Isn't that just a normal speed? Huoliana's red lips twitched. Are you calling that just normal speed? I almost felt like I was being taken away by you. Looking at the girl's resentful eyes, Luo Yu awkwardly cleared his throat. It might be because I just awakened my martial soul, and my physical qualities have improved a bit. Huoliana looked at him with a strange expression, as if she were looking at a monster. Just a bit of improvement? I think it's more like a lot. After saying that, she curiously sized up Luo Yu, looking left and right. What are you doing? Luo Yu protected his shoulders and stepped back 3 paces. I'm just checking what kind of soul beast you turned into. How could your martial soul awakening be so abnormal? And it's even a twin martial soul. So terrifying. Go away, go away. Luo Yu pushed Huoliana away with a look of disgust, stopping her from touching him. Huoliana also realized her behavior was inappropriate and blushed. She lowered her head, tiptoeing on the blue bricks to draw circles, with sunlight reflecting on her flowing golden hair, making her look so beautiful and captivating. The girl stammered. Which one? Luo Yu was confused. Huoliana reached out her delicate hand to tuck her golden hair behind her jade-colored ear and neck, her charming eyes looking at the man. Could you summon your martial soul for me to see? Why? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Huoliana stomped her feet and acted cute, saying, I'm just a little curious. Luo Yu shrugged and said, Hey, Xiao Nana, have you forgotten something? What thing? Huoliana widened her watery eyes, looking harmless. All right, stop pretending. If you can't remember, why are you blushing? Once her secret was exposed, Huoliana quickly turned her back, covering her face with her hands. Oh no, it's finally here. Coughing, she said, I remember, a certain little girl confidently made a bet with me. What was it about again? Luo Yu leaned over to Huoliana with a teasing expression and said leisurely, I advised you long ago not to gamble, but you didn't listen. How annoying. Bad guy. Stop talking already. The girl blushed deeply, her hair fluttering, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Luo Yu sighed and looked up, saying, Forget it, forget it. I didn't take it seriously. It was just a joke. Huoliana turned around, slightly opening the gaps between her fingers that covered her face. Seeing the man's expression of disappointment and sighing, she immediately huffed. What joke? I, Huoliana, the saintess of the Spear Hall, have always kept my word. I stand by what I say. You wouldn't really call, would you? Luo Yu had a strange look in his eyes. Huoliana let go, revealing her stubborn little face, saying, Call if you want. I bet you say I bet. What's the big deal? Then let's do it, she said, lifting her snow-white neck. Slightly blushing. If I call you, will you dare to answer? Luo Yu teased. Someone can't refuse such kindness. I can't say no. You are so bad. Don't turn the tables on me. I've never. Huoliana stammered. Who knew you were such a weirdo? All right, hurry up. I'm in a hurry. Luo Yu smiled widely. Are you going to call or not? If you don't, I'm leaving. Yu blushed and shouted, I will call. Is that okay? Her sulking voice carried far. Coincidentally, two men were nearby, taking a walk, and they had a close relationship with Yu. Chapter 18. Yu acts cute and calls dad in person. Furious pursuers. Yu's fair skin turned red, her small hands nervously clutching the hem of her dress, stammering and unable to speak. Finally, she mustered her courage and braced herself to call out. But when she met Luo Yu's teasing gaze, she immediately faltered like a wilted eggplant. Her voice stuck in her throat, unable to come out. She bit her cherry lips slightly, looked weakly at Luo Yu, and tugged at his sleeve. Can I not call you, big brother? What are you going to call me? Yu pursed her lips, exuding the charm of her martial soul. Please, big brother. Let me go. Luo Yu subtly retracted his arm, using two fingers to disdainfully pinch Yu's soft little hand and tossed it back. Don't be like this, all right? If the people from Spirit Hall see their saintess like this, they'll think I've bullied her. Wouldn't they want to stew me? You bastard, aren't you just bullying me? Luo Yu glanced sideways. Yu weakened her momentum, pouting her small lips in grievance. No, it's all because I'm young and ignorant. I shouldn't have made a reckless bet. I'll warn you, don't play the emotional card. I won't fall for that. And besides, you're young? Where are you young? I don't see it. Luo Yu glanced at Yu's impressive figure, his eyelids twitching. TSK, if this body were younger, it would be irresistible. Her waist was curvaceous, exuding infinite charm, like a ripe peach about to bloom. Her small backside was already incredibly round and mature. You pervert, where are your eyes looking? Yu pouted playfully, quickly hugging her delicate chest. Only Luo Yu had the guts. Who in the Spirit Hall would dare to openly admire the holy maiden? Luo Yu innocently said, Look, you're not young. You know everything. Yu retracted her charming demeanor, showing a difficult expression. It wasn't that she didn't want to call out, but she really couldn't bring herself to say it. Luo Yu chuckled. Didn't I say that from the beginning? Just treat it as a joke. I didn't intend to take it seriously. Yu shook her head. That's not the same. I'm a saintess. How could I back out after losing a bet? That would be too shameless. Look, you're torturing yourself, and there's nothing I can do about it. Luo Yu shrugged. But he found Yu not only beautiful, but also interesting and quite cute. In this day and age, it's hard to find someone who keeps their word. Wait a moment. Just let me brew it a little longer. No rush. Luo Yu replied with a smile. Nearby, two men were walking together. One had red short hair and was dressed extravagantly, with an extraordinary appearance. He exuded a faint aura of explosive flames. At that moment, he was looking at the tall man with silver gray hair beside him with a flirtatious expression. Brother Yu, do you think I should tell her that I like Nana? The silver-haired man turned his head. Yen, I advise you not to do that. You know my sister's temper. When has she ever been nice to a man? Yen confidently replied, I know that, but look at our Spirit Hall in terms of looks and talent. Who among our peers is my match besides you? Brother Yu? Nana has no reason to choose anyone else besides me. As for those men outside the Spirit Hall, they're just country bumpkins. How can they compare to us? Yan's face showed disdain, exuding nobility and pride. Yu nodded, lowering his voice. What you said is not wrong, but you see, Her Majesty the Empress just isn't interested in men, and that has influenced my sister, who has no feelings for men at all. Brother Yu, just because Nana has no feelings for others doesn't mean she has no feelings for me. I haven't even started my pursuit yet. How can I give up without trying? I believe I can do it, Yin said confidently, patting his chest. You're that confident? Yu shook his head. Yin counted on his fingers. Look, our Spirit Hall's saintess isn't gonna look for a man outside. Those men out there are useless. Here, in the Spirit Hall, I can boldly say, besides you, Brother Yu, who else is there? As long as you agree to help me, I'm confident I can win Nana's heart. Yu looked at the pleading Yin and finally sighed. I can help you try, but the odds really aren't great. I feel like Nana has no interest in men at all. Are you sure? Yin was skeptical. Yu nodded firmly, speaking as they walked, to be honest. I've never seen this girl actively talk to any man. When she meets men, her attitude is as cold as an ice sculpture, just like her teacher. Just as Yin was about to speak, he suddenly glanced sideways and saw a scene in the distant garden. Brother, is that Nana over there? Yu stopped, puzzled. Why is Nana here? Yin asked curiously, who is that man across from her? Yu patted his shoulder, calmly saying, don't be nervous. I've seen this situation many times. That guy is probably my sister's suitor. Just wait and see. Either he'll be rejected and run away, or he'll get beaten and end up on the ground. Yin frowned. I feel like the atmosphere is a bit off. Yu laughed. You're overthinking it. My sister generally tells unfamiliar men one word. Go away. Then I can relax. Yin glanced at Xie Yu, his brow slightly easing, and quickly pulled him to eavesdrop in the garden. He watched as Luo Yu looked up. Luo Yu smiled and said, "Are you ready?" Yin, who was lurking nearby and eavesdropping, looked at Xie Yu with a face full of questions, his expression changing. "What do you mean ready?" Xie Yu shook his head in confusion, indicating not to rush and to keep watching. Gu was biting her lip, glaring fiercely at Luo Yu. "I really hate you so much." Xie Yu raised an eyebrow at Yin, meaning to say, "See, I told you, Nana just hates men." Yin was also grinning, pointing at himself emphatically, implying that others won't do, it has to be him. "Forget it." Luo Yu sighed and shook his head, finding this too tedious, and turned to leave. The smile on Yan's face grew even more pronounced. His eyes were cold and proud, showing a superior demeanor, thinking, what kind of person dares to pursue the saintess? Look, he's hit a wall now, forced to leave in shame. How lonely that forget it sounds. It was pitiful. Xie Yu nodded in agreement, indicating that everything was as expected. However, the next second, Gu called out to Luo Yu. Seeing Gu subtle expression, Yan's smile widened even more. He thought to himself, Nana must feel that directly rejecting him is too heartless, wanted to give him a good person card before leaving. Poor man, what do you want? Luo Yu did not turn around. Dad, Luo Yu turned his head. What did you say? Gu red lips trembled as she stuttered, her voice coming out hoarsely, filled with endless shyness. Finally, she mustered the courage to shout loudly at Luo Yu, Dad. In that moment, Luo Yu was fine, but Xie Yu and Yin were completely stunned. Xie Yu's eyes were filled with disbelief as he frantically rubbed his ears. Yin, like he had been struck by lightning, felt his confident smile twitch uncontrollably. He heard what? Dad? The goddess he had been dreaming of. The first saintess of the spirit hall actually called someone else Dad, and it was a young guy. Remembering what he had confidently said just moments ago, the slapping of his face came so quickly. Yin felt as if the sky was collapsing and his head was about to explode. How could this be? How is this possible? What is my goddess doing? Doesn't she never pay attention to men? The world of the devoted fanboy collapsed in an instant. That genuine dad left Yin no chance to deceive himself. Gu subsequent actions further slapped Xie Yu in the face and drove Yin to emotional collapse, to the point of questioning life itself. Chapter 19. The goddess blushes, exuding dominance, crushing the fanboy Yin in the dark corner of the garden. Yan's crimson eyes were constantly trembling, fixated on the scene before him. He looked on in disbelief at everything happening, his heart screaming, My goddess, how can she do this? At this moment, if it weren't for Xie Yu holding him back, he would have rushed out long ago. He watched helplessly as the goddess, who usually ignored him, gracefully walked up to Luo Yu, extending her delicate finger to poke his chest. In a seemingly cute manner, she pouted and said, Stinky man, are you satisfied now? Can I see your martial soul? Luo Yu dug at her ear and joked, Actually, my hearing isn't very good. I didn't quite catch that just now. You're so bad. Gu glared at her with her beautiful eyes, stood on her tiptoes, grabbed Luo Yu's ear, leaned in, and shouted loudly, Dad, Dad, Dad. Did you hear that clearly? Luo Yu pushed Gu away, rubbing his ears and glaring. You venomous woman, do you want to deafen me with your poison? Seeing the man in pain, Gu seemed to have gained the upper hand and giggled, Serves you right for bullying me. Now you can hear me clearly, right? Stingy. It's just a look at the martial soul. I'm really just curious, Gu muttered in complaint. Luo Yu was just about to take action when a hysterical, rage-filled roar erupted. Who the hell are you? Stay away from my goddess Nana. Boom! A burst of flames filled with sorrow and anger suddenly erupted from a nearby corner, the golden red flames engulfing the surrounding trees, the explosive heat wave hitting him directly. Yan's face was twisted with rage, his whole body bathed in fire, veins bulging on his forehead, his blood-red eyes fixed on Luo Yu like a man-eating beast. A bloodthirsty madness curling at the corners of his mouth. Luo Yu was taken aback, turned his gaze, and spat fiercely. What the hell suddenly popped up? It scared me. Yin gritted his teeth and said, Kid, who are you mocking? Luo Yu ignored him and looked at Gu, pointing ahead and saying, Who is that? Is he crazy? Suddenly jumping out in broad daylight like that is really scary. Gu was also taken aback and asked in surprise, Yin, how did you suddenly appear here? The flames on Yin flickered, his heavy breathing resembling that of a bull, trembling as he pointed at Luo Yu. Nana, tell me, who is this man? What kind of sorcery did he use to confuse you like this? Gu frowned, trying to suppress her annoyance. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. What sorcery? What confusion? And how many times do I have to emphasize it? Don't call me Nana. After hearing this, Yin felt as if he had been struck hard, taking several steps back, clutching his chest, and saying painfully, I heard it just now. If you weren't confused, how could you call someone what? Seeing him so anxious he couldn't speak, Luo Yu asked friendly. You actually called such a young kid dad? Hey, Luo Yu nodded. Boom. Kid, you're looking for death. Yin exploded on the spot. His soul rings flying up as if he were a bursting flame demon, magma flowing all over him, golden red flames covering everywhere as he instantly charged towards Luo Yu. Whoosh! A graceful figure flashed in front of Luo Yu, soul rings flying out, pushing Yin back with a palm. Yin trembled all over, unable to face what was in front of him. Gu Yue Na protected Luo Yu, a seductive foxtail appearing at her hips, her beautiful eyes narrowing, revealing her displeasure. Yin, what are you doing? Nana, what kind of charm did this wild man use on you? How can you protect him like this? Enough. Don't call me Nana. Gu Yue Na's golden hair floated up, genuinely angry. We're all on the same side. Why are we so tense? Calm down. Don't ruin the atmosphere. At this moment, Yu stepped out from behind, pulling Yin and trying to ease the situation. Brother Yu, your sister calls others dad and gave you a new dad for no reason. How can you still keep your cool? You can tolerate it, but I can't. Hearing this, Yu's expression instantly darkened. He looked at his sister and said, Nana, explain what is going on. Where did this man come from? Gu Yue Na's expression changed, embarrassed and angry. How can you do this? Were you eavesdropping on my conversation just now? If we weren't eavesdropping, we wouldn't have discovered such a big thing. Yin yelled angrily. His mentality was shattered. The ice goddess he secretly loved was not only being affectionate with someone else, but even calling that person dad. He couldn't stand it. Seeing that Gu Yue Na was being misunderstood, Luo Yu explained. You two might have misunderstood. This was just a joke between me and Nana. It's not serious. We're just playing around. Yin was furious at the sight of Luo Yu, thinking he was trying to steal his love, especially with Luo Yu's astonishingly handsome looks. A strong sense of crisis rose in his heart. He was so enraged that he shouted, I'll mess you up. Luo Yu's gaze sharpened, the smile vanished, and the surrounding air instantly became thick and cold. Gu Yue Na glared, angrily scolding, Yin, what nonsense are you talking? Hurry up and apologize to Luo Yu. Yin's eyes turned even redder, pointing at Luo Yu with a sinister grin. Hiding behind a woman, what kind of skill is that? If you know what's good for you, just get lost. Maybe I'll spare your worthless life. Our spirit hall saintess is not someone nameless. Background-less wild man like you can seduce with a few sweet words and a filthy facade. In Luo Yu's eyes, there was a killing intent, eager to move. Gu Yue Na grabbed Luo Yu's hand and shouted angrily, Brother, aren't you going to do something about this idiot Yin? Yu shrugged and sighed. Nana, Yin is right. This guy looks unfamiliar to me. He shouldn't be from the spirit hall. Since he's just an outsider, why get so close? Brother, what do you mean? Gu Yue Na's gaze grew cold. Yu, you are the saintess of the spirit hall, and it's not good to get too close to those outsiders. Your teacher wouldn't agree either. If you like someone from the spirit hall, I definitely wouldn't oppose it. Yin rubbed a fireball in his hand and disdainfully said, Big brother, there's no need for nonsense. Let me take care of this pretty boy who only hides behind Nana and seduces women. Let Nana see his true colors. Gu Yue Na's expression was agitated, and she was about to argue. Luo Yu directly pulled her behind him. Gu Yue Na wanted to speak, but Luo Yu pressed 2 fingers against her lips. Shaking his head in judgment, he said, One is a brother complex, mindless. The other is a simping fool, destined for a bad end. Now both of them have lost their minds. What else is there to say to them? I can't even be bothered to get angry. It's beneath my worth. I'd rather do it my way, to make them wake up. Wake up! Luo Yu stepped out, stretching his neck, and the bones crackled with popping sounds. Gu Yue Na looked at the elegant figure walking away, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. The two he was about to face were both top geniuses of the spirit hall, and he had just awakened his martial soul. How could he possibly compete? But Luo Yu glanced at the 2 people and calmly said to the woman behind him, What's the big deal? Aren't they just 2 4-ring soul sect members? Can they really break through the sky? Didn't you say you want to see my martial soul? It's just right to bring them along for some fun. Have you finally dared to come out from behind the woman? Let's see how long you can keep pretending. I hope you won't be begging Nana to save you later. Yin smiled cruelly, clearly unable to hold back. If you want to die, I'll make it happen today. Yu's expression was also fluctuating. Luo Yu's earlier sarcasm and disdain had truly gotten to him. Where did this wild kid come from, daring to be so arrogant? Do you think there's no one in my spirit hall? I might not kill you, but I have to teach you a lesson. Luo Yu smiled kindly and pointed at Yu. You must be Nana's brother, right? Don't worry, I won't kill you. He then pointed at Yin, pondered for a moment, and finally sighed. Forget it. I don't know what you are, so it's hard to address you. You might want to be careful, because I can easily lose control and kill you. Facing Luo Yu's friendly smile, the furious Yu and Yin inexplicably felt a chill, as if they were being targeted by a killing god. Although he was smiling, it sent shivers down their spines. Yin couldn't hold back any longer. Flames erupted, carrying a scorching wave of heat, and he swung his fiery fist towards Luo Yu, the air filled with the smell of burning. Be careful, Gu Yue Na exclaimed in worry, wanting to intervene. Don't panic. Luo Yu turned his head and gave a gentle smile to Gu Yue Na. The woman was extremely angry. It was a dire situation. Yet this guy was acting as if nothing was wrong. Yin had already charged in front, about to succeed. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, followed by a gasp. Xieyu's eyelids twitched, and Gu Yue Na covered her mouth in shock. Yan's explosive fiery fist was firmly grasped by a fair hand, unable to advance even an inch. The golden red flames scorched the earth, but couldn't harm a single hair on Luo Yu. Chapter 20. Embracing Beauty, Xieu. Elder brother, I bow to you. Yin was instantly taken aback, his punch bursting forth but sinking like a cow into the sea. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. At this moment, Luo Yu wore a faint smile, seemingly unconcerned. His soul power had not yet revealed itself, yet he had easily subdued the top genius of the Spirit Hall. What shocked Yin even more was that this guy didn't even look at him, his head still facing Gu Yue Na. How could this be? Xieyu's voice trembled, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Yin knew his own strength best. He was not weak. He was one of the top geniuses of the Spirit Hall, and yet he was taken out in an instant. Yin was beginning to tremble. His rationality, clouded by jealousy, was starting to return. Luo Yu turned his head and shook it slightly. Your fire seems a bit cool. It's not even enough to warm my hands in winter. Could you please exert yourself a bit more, genius? Don't fall down just because my martial soul hasn't awakened yet. Yin roared, flames bursting and swirling. Soul power surging wildly, yet still unable to break free. The smile of Luo Yu began to haunt his heart like a terrifying devil. Genius, are you constipated? Why is your face so red? Let go of me. Yin seemed to be going mad, his soul ring pulsating. Oh fine, as you wish. Luo Yu grinned, grasping Yan's hand tightly, and suddenly yanked it backward. Yan's body lost control instantly, being swung around and then slammed hard onto the ground. Luo Yu lifted his leg and kicked Yin squarely in the face. Yan's bloodied body flew out like a broken piece of scrap iron, skidding along the ground. Countless tiles shattered, dust flying everywhere, and that blood-stained body slid far away, lying on the ground like a dead dog. The air was filled with dust and the smell of burnt flesh. Seeing the twitching figure on the ground, Gu Yue Na was left speechless. She had thought Luo Yu was strong, but she never expected him to be this strong. He hadn't even unleashed his martial soul and had casually blown Yin apart. What a monster! There are monsters in the Spirit Hall. Xieyu's mouth fell open in panic. Just a moment ago, he had planned to intervene, but now he was so frightened that he hurriedly retracted his soul power, afraid Luo Yu would notice his little action. Deep down, he felt that no matter how unreal it all seemed, Yin was indeed lying there. With that previous lesson in mind, did he dare to act? That would be courting death. Sigh, this is no fun. Luo Yu was still unsatisfied, taking a step forward and slowly walking towards Yin. She grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. Xieu said in fear, what are you doing? The Spirit Hall can't kill people. Luo Yu shook his head, feeling flustered. What are you panicking about? I see he's quite arrogant and probably unwilling to go down. Let us help him up and play a bit longer. Xieu suddenly stared with wide eyes, his hair standing on end. He realized that the man was actually channeling soul power to heal Yin. After fighting, he was helping someone heal. With the overwhelming soul power being infused, Yin quickly regained consciousness, his aura visibly recovering. The moment Yin opened his eyes, he was greatly shocked and quickly withdrew, keeping his distance. What are you doing? I warn you, I was careless just now. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to walk away. Yes, right, I know all about it. It was your carelessness. You didn't dodge. Luo Yu beckoned to him. Come on, bro. I'll give you another chance. Yin felt deeply wounded in his heart, but was also filled with fear, until he noticed that Gu Yue Na was completely focused on Luo Yu. A surge of anger rushed into his heart. Seizing the opportunity while Luo Yu was off guard, he gritted his teeth and unleashed 4 soul rings. He was willing to injure himself to unleash his ultimate move. Hell Lava Rush, Granite Demon Eruption, Lava Surge, Flying Sand Wild Flame. The 4 soul skills were released simultaneously, instantly incinerating the surrounding flowers and grass, melting the rocks on the ground, and a terrifying wave of lava charged towards Luo Yu. He spat out blood, his face filled with madness, and wickedly laughed. "Kid, you think you're so arrogant? Didn't expect. Grandpa has hidden moves too. No matter how strong you are, in the heat of the moment, you'll turn to ashes." "Despicable!" Gu Yue Na cried out, flying over to assist. Luo Yu quickly dodged. Roar! A thunderous dragon roar echoed in all directions, the dragon's might spreading everywhere. Luo Yu's dragon god martial soul manifested, a nine-colored light enveloping him, and a fierce power surged forth, resembling a war god. Such trivial skills, unworthy of mention. Before he finished speaking, with his black hair dancing in the wind, Luo Yu raised his hand and aimed a punch at the fiery lava ball in the sky. The nine-colored fist light stirred up a storm, and with just one punch, he shattered the scorching, explosive lava, sending sparks flying, ultimately extinguishing it into nothingness under the force of his fist. At this moment, Gu Yue Na reached the man's side. But the crisis had long been resolved, so her help was no longer needed. Luo Yu's lips curled into a smile as he extended his arm and effortlessly pulled the flustered figure into his embrace. "What are you doing?" Gu Yue Na exclaimed. With the soft beauty in his arms, Luo Yu looked down and grinned. "It's nothing, I just want to hug you." Gu Yue Na was momentarily lost in thought. The man's gentle tone was inexplicably domineering, making it hard for her to refuse. Moreover, the powerful aura emanating from Luo Yu made her body weaken involuntarily. Yen stood there in shock, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, unable to believe that despite unleashing all four soul abilities, such a deadly attack hadn't inflicted any damage on the opponent. Luo Yu held the goddess of someone else in his arms. With a push of his feet, the brick shattered, and he shot up. In the blink of an eye, he reached Yan's side. "There's no way around it. I gave you a chance, but you were useless. Then it's goodbye." Yan panicked and tried to escape. Luo Yu extended his palm, creating a sound of breaking wind. A massive, illusory, nine-colored dragon claw appeared above Yan's head, with scales visible in detail, and suddenly slammed down, directly smashing him into the ground. The soul light dissipated, and his breath vanished, leaving his life or death unknown. Gu Yue Na's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. She was truly witnessing such a strong and domineering man for the first time. Since her birth, she had always been above her peers. So why wouldn't she like Yen? That guy not only lacked intelligence, but also had poor character, and even his strength was inferior to hers. How could he possibly conquer her? After dealing with a genius from the spirit hall, Luo Yu felt nothing particularly special. He looked down at the radiant beauty and said softly, "Nana, did I forget someone?" When Luo Yu's gaze turned to Xiaoyu Thud, Xiaoyu directly knelt down, his legs trembling. "Great uncle, I pay my respects to you." Gu Yue Na was dumbfounded. Luo Yu also had a face full of question marks, wondering what this guy was doing. He couldn't help but smile wryly. This was too easygoing. At least he should have put up a bit of a fight before surrendering. Xiaoyu wanted to cry now, not because he was concerned about his pride, but because he was genuinely scared. This guy obviously had the kind of ruthlessness that could smile while killing. Yin had been tortured to such an extent, and he wasn't blind. So he didn't want to die. Crying on the ground was definitely better than being embedded in the ground and gasping for breath. "Bro, what are you doing?" Gu Yue Na struggled out of Luo Yu's arms. Xiaoyu awkwardly smiled and said, "Well, I suddenly feel a bit tired, and I think this position is a bit more comfortable. It makes me feel at ease." Gu Yue Na fell silent, looking at Luo Yu with a pitiful expression. Luo Yu spread his hand in frustration and said, "I didn't do anything." Then he added, "You get up and talk first. A proper man shouldn't be kneeling." Xiaoyu's smile looked worse than crying, feeling wronged inside. "Do you think I want to kneel? I was scared by you." He then said, "Great brother-in-law, I bow to you. Get lost. Who is your brother-in-law? Have you lost your mind? You are Gu Yue Na's brother, and even if I call you something, it should be little brother-in-law." Luo Yu looked speechless, and with a flick of his hand, he unleashed a burst of energy that sent Xiaoyu flying. Xiaoyu chuckled awkwardly and ran over a few steps, trying to ingratiate himself by saying, "From now on, let's each stick to our own business. You call me little brother, and I'll call you brother." "Brother, shut up. What nonsense are you talking about?" Gu Yue Na's face turned crimson as she stomped her foot in anger. "Xiaoyu, let me explain. It was all a misunderstanding. Gu Yue Na and I are not in any relationship." Luo Yu put away his martial soul and calmly clarified. The originally shy Gu Yue Na, upon hearing Luo Yu's explanation, should have felt relieved and relaxed, but instead, an inexplicable sadness welled up in her heart, a faint sense of loneliness lingering within her, filled with strange emotions. "Huh, no relationship. Yu stood there in shock, but quickly smirked and said, "Not now, but it will be in the future. Brother, we're all on the same side now. We need to communicate well. As long as we don't fight, anything goes." Chapter 21. Nana, you must seize a good man quickly. Luo Yu looked speechlessly at the enchanting beauty beside him. Nana, has your brother studied face-changing? He was quite aloof just now, and now he's... Luo Yu's words were not finished, but Gu Yue Na clearly understood. The man was obviously trying to save face by not continuing. Seeing her brother in such a cowardly state, she wished she could find a hole to hide in. It was truly embarrassing. Moreover, she had nothing to do with Luo Yu. How could her brother recklessly meddle and sell her out like that? How was Luo Yu supposed to think of her now? Would he consider her cheap? Gu Yue Na was both angry and ashamed, her beautiful eyes glaring, and she wanted to give Yu a good beating. However, she could somewhat understand why Yu was so timid. Luo Yu had just brutally defeated Yin while laughing, which was indeed quite terrifying for anyone to witness. Yin was not just a bystander. He was a top genius of the spirit hall, his strength comparable to that of the two siblings. Witnessing Yin being crushed, Yu naturally felt a sense of shared sorrow, scared to death, and fearing that Luo Yu might do the same to him. Yu cast a pleading look at his sister. "Nana, help me plead for mercy with my brother-in-law. I spoke without thinking just now. Yu, let's not embarrass ourselves." Gu Yue Na stomped her foot in anger. "Who is your brother-in-law? Brother Yu is my friend. Stop saying such things." "All right." Luo Yu stepped in from the side, stopping their conversation, and smiled. "It's all a small matter. It's over." Seeing that smile, Yu couldn't help but shiver. A small matter? He stiffly turned his head to look at the badly beaten Yin. If a small matter could crush someone like that, then wouldn't your big matters crush the spirit hall? However, seeing that Luo Yu didn't seem inclined to pursue the matter, Yu breathed a huge sigh of relief. Phew, finally saved. Gu Yue Na looked resentful. Yu didn't care about face, but she still wanted to keep hers. Her brother was so cowardly, it was really embarrassing, especially in front of Luo Yu. Gu Yue Na felt even worse. She pulled Yu aside and said urgently in a low voice, "Brother, can you not be so spineless? Luo Yu has a good temper. You need to pull yourself together." Yu looked sorrowful. "Sister, I also want to pull myself together, but I can't help but be scared." Gu Yue Na rolled her eyes repeatedly. This was bad. He was scared out of his wits. There was no hope. Suddenly, Yu's eyes turned, and he secretly glanced at Luo Yu and cunningly said, "Sister, if you get along well with him, wouldn't I not be scared anymore? Brother, can you be serious?" Gu Yue Na's cheeks puffed up in anger. "If you keep this up, I won't care about you anymore." Yu earnestly replied, "I'm just looking out for you. I don't know his background, but with the strength he just displayed, who among our peers can match him? You don't really think I'm cowardly, do you? It's just that I'm cautious, okay? Besides this ancestor, just give me any other opponent, and I'll tear them to pieces." Gu Yue Na sneered, "Huh? It's the first time I've seen someone rationalize being a coward so boldly. Today, I've truly seen it. Hiss, is there anyone who speaks of their brother like this? Among peers, as long as it's not this ancestor, I can fight anyone." Yu raised an eyebrow. "Oh," Yu said earnestly, "such a monstrous genius. You need to grab him quickly. If you keep being so reserved, it won't do. Your male god might be snatched away by someone else one day. I don't want to hear you talk." Gu Yue Na's face turned as red as a tomato. "Isn't what I said right? Besides, you've always been thinking about having a man who can truly subdue you, right?" Gu Yue Na replied angrily, "Brother, you were the one who jumped out earlier to tell him to stay away from me." Yu scratched his head awkwardly. "That was because I didn't realize he was so fierce. TCH, should I say you're snobbish or double standard? I don't want to be like you." Gu Yue Na disdainfully glared at him, leaving him aside and running back to Luo Yu. "What were you two talking about just now?" Luo Yu asked with a smile. "Nothing much." Gu Yue Na became shy and looked down at her curvy chest. "Look at how shy you are. I won't ask then. Brother Yu, what's wrong?" Luo Yu looked at the girl in confusion. "You're really nice, hee hee." Gu Yue Na looked up and smiled sweetly. Yu, watching from a distance, couldn't help but roll his eyes. His sister was clearly being insincere. He would bet that if his sister didn't have feelings for that man, he would eat 3 pounds of dung standing on his head. If she didn't have feelings, how could a saintess call another man daddy? No one would believe it. Yu secretly hoped, "Sister, you have to grab that big, thick thigh." Before today, Yu always thought he was the real big shot. Today, after narrowly escaping with half his life, he suddenly realized that the clown was actually himself. Yu, I'm just a younger brother. I want to act tough anymore." Whoosh! A red streak of light, powerful and imposing, flew in from a distance and quickly approached. It was an old man, the 7th offering from the awakening ceremony, trembling as he stood beside Yin. Yu and Hu Lai's expressions changed. This is bad. The seventh offering is Yan's master. Seeing his disciple in such a state. Wouldn't this old man crush Luo Yu? No matter how strong Luo Yu was, he couldn't possibly defeat a super Douluo. Brother Yu, let's go. Hu Lai nervously grabbed Luo Yu's hand, wanting to get him to leave quickly. But he stood there, unmoving, quietly watching. The seventh offering, filled with grief and anger, trembled as he touched Yan's body, channeling soul power for healing. My disciple, who did this to you? I have come too late. It's him, it's him, it's him. Yan struggled to open his eyes, spitting blood and unable to speak. He painfully lifted a finger, pointing at Luo Yu. Still not dead? Strong vitality, huh? Luo Yu was surprised. Hu Lai was anxious, thinking that at such a time, he still had the mood to joke. The seventh offering, heartbroken, said, "Wait here, disciple. I will avenge you right now." Boom! The seventh offering stood up, 9 soul rings swirling around him, furious and gritting his teeth as he glared at Luo Yu. You little brat, I sense you were not a good person back in the square, and sure enough, you dared to recklessly injure my disciple. I will make you pay in blood. Luo Yu faced the imposing aura of the 7 offerings head-on, standing straight and unafraid. Old man, aren't you going to ask your disciple why he was beaten? You want to judge others without understanding the situation? The 7 offerings sneered, pointing at Yan. Facts speak louder than words. Facts? What facts? Your disciple brought this upon himself. He tried to force something and ended up getting hurt. He acted arrogantly and got beaten up instead. How can he blame others? Luo Yu and Hu Lai were taken aback for a moment, as they hadn't spoken yet. The voice came from behind them. Yu wore a mocking expression, fiercely defending Luo Yu. The 7th elder instantly shifted his gaze, exerting his soul power towards Yu, asking, "What are you doing here, stirring up trouble and speaking for an outsider? Are you looking for death?" Yu didn't have Luo Yu's resistance and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his appearance pitiful, but he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. How ridiculous! What do you mean by speaking for an outsider? First, Yu, always speak the truth. Second, that's my brother-in-law. After saying this, he proudly glanced at Hu Lai as if to say, look, your brother isn't afraid. As long as I don't provoke this ancestor, even super Douluo, I'm not afraid to confront. The 7th elder was furious, his hair standing on end. Is this how the younger generation of the Spirit Hall behaves? I was going to deal with you first, but since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The 7th elder's old face showed a cruel smile, while Hu Lai's charming little face was filled with anxious worry. Whoosh! The 7th elder waved his sleeve and shot out a piercing bone nail condensed from purple soul power, rapidly slicing through the air, aimed straight at Yu's chest. Brother! Hu Lai exclaimed in shock, her eyes turning red. Even if a super Douluo acted casually, she wouldn't be able to save him in time. What to do? Even if she scolded or fought, he was still her brother. Yu's face turned pale, wanting to cry without tears, wishing he could slap himself. What was he thinking earlier, speaking carelessly? Now he had angered this old man, and he didn't care about anything else. He just wanted to save his own life. The piercing bone nail produced a sonic boom as it came toward him. Yu's legs went numb, unable to dodge, scared to death, thinking to himself, I'm finished. However, Luo Yu's eyes shone brightly. Clang! A loud sword cry rose into the sky. The figure of the celestial being rushed over with the sword, landing in front of Yu, raising the sword to block. Bang! The piercing bone nail struck the sore body. The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing instantly rang out. Hu Lai's mouth fell open, her red pupils constricting. Yu stood there in shock, never expecting he would come to save him. Chapter 22. Queen Bibidon. Old man, try touching my man. Luo Yu stood in front of Yu, his clothes fluttering and black hair dancing. Holding the Zhu sword, he looked like a sword immortal. Suddenly, the bone-piercing nail spun rapidly, rubbing against the ancient, transparent sword body like jade. Its power was strong, yet it was difficult to leave even a scratch on the sword. The sword was fine, but the person was not. After all, it was an attack from a super Douluo expert, even if it was just a casual move. Luo Yu had just awakened his martial soul. No matter how extraordinary his divine body and martial soul were, how could he resist it so easily? With a loud bang, the bone-piercing nail exhausted its power and instantly exploded. After blocking this move, Luo Yu did not fare well either. He let out a muffled groan, a metallic taste rising in his throat, and was knocked back several dozen steps, but Yu was quick to support him. Huh? Although Luo Yu was in a sorry state, the fierce face of the 7th offering hesitated for a moment, utterly shocked. Although he had just made a dismissive strike, easily killing a soul sect was as simple as crushing an ant. Yet, this kid who had just awakened his martial soul managed to block it with a single sword? Brother Yu! A tense cry rang out, seeing the man actually using his body to protect her brother, letting out a pained groan. Gu Yue Na instantly felt heartbroken and rushed towards Luo Yu without any hesitation. Xie Yu was also confused, astonished as he asked, "Why did you save me?" Cough, cough. Without rushing to respond to him, Luo Yu raised his hand and glanced at his Nine Heavens sword. Not a single scratch. TSK, TSK. Without mentioning anything else. The material is really good. Moreover, it felt like holding this sword gave him a special boost in speed. As the fragrant wind blew in, Gu Yue Na widened her beautiful eyes, nervously staring at Luo Yu. "Brother Yu, how are you?" Luo Yu waved his hand, revealing his signature. "It's nothing, but that old thing is really vicious this time, hitting me so hard that my blood is boiling." Gu Yue Na worriedly scolded. "What are you helping him for? Don't you know you could get into trouble?" Crack, crack. This is the sound of the shattered heart of the evil moon. Is this what they call forgetting your brother after getting a man? Luo Yu looked at Gu Yue Na's watery eyes, a slight smile on his lips. "If I don't take action, that old guy's earlier move would have left you without a brother." "Brother Yu," Gu Yue Na called softly, a different emotion welling up inside her, her nose feeling slightly sour. "It's over. I'm completely falling for this big brother." The nearby Xie Yu lamented inwardly. "All right, I'm just teasing you," Luo Yu said seriously. "I have principles. Since your brother spoke up for me, I should save him. By the way, you weren't about to cry just now, were you?" "Humph. Who's crying?" "Don't underestimate me," Gu Yue Na pouted, trying to hold back the mist in her eyes. You really dare to ignore me, old man," the seventh elder said, his face dark and revealing a fierce expression. "Kid, you do have some skills. Even I can't help but admire you a bit. However, no matter how high your talent is, if you don't understand respect and hierarchy, you're still a parasite. Now let's see how you handle this move." With a swish, 100-foot-long purple spear gathered in the air, radiating a bloody aura aimed at Luo Yu. Xie Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Gu Yue Na's beautiful eyes trembled. Luo Yu remained calm, waving his hand to create a silver sword flower, which produced a crisp sword sound. "All right, you two get lost. Let me play with the old man by myself." Gu Yue Na stood silently, biting her lip as she stubbornly looked at the sky. Just as Xie Yu took a step forward with his weak legs, he saw a man and a woman standing side by side, looking ashamed. Gritting his teeth, he pulled his foot back and cursed at the sky. "Seventh Elder, my sister is a saintess. Do you dare to make a move? Aren't you afraid of being held accountable?" "Ha, her being a saintess is precious, but my disciple isn't?" The seventh Elder's old face twisted with rage. Suddenly, the 100-foot-long spear in the air descended with a fierce wind. Luo Yu suddenly smiled, because he saw a purple gold light shadow appearing in the sky. The authoritative voice of a woman echoed, like the cry of a phoenix from the nine heavens. "Old man, if you dare to touch my man, I'll take your dog life." The Empress's commanding voice was deafening, even causing ripples in the air with waves of echo. The seventh Elder's hand trembled, and the attack came to an abrupt halt as he looked warily into the distance. There, a beautiful and unparalleled figure rushed over, wearing a crown, her posture graceful. Stunningly beautiful, with phoenix-like eyes that seemed ready to shoot flames. Without waiting for a word, she raised her hand and delivered a domineering blow. Purple gold spider shadows appearing in the air, instantly shattering the 100-foot-long spear and resolving the crisis. The seventh Elder glared angrily at the newcomer by Bibidon. "My disciple has been crippled, and you're not going to let me seek an explanation?" Bibidon ignored him and turned her gaze, concerned as she looked at Luo Yu. "Are you okay?" "I'm Yufine." Upon receiving Luo Yu's reply, Bibidon visibly breathed a sigh of relief. "Bibidon, I'm talking to you." The seventh Elder was ignored and instantly erupted in anger. The Empress turned her gaze, narrowing her phoenix eyes as she coldly stared at the seventh Elder, the temperature around them dropping sharply, like an icy hell, and her cold voice rang out. "Old man, you should be thankful he is fine. Otherwise today, I would take your dog life." The seventh Elder's body tensed, for he truly saw the killing intent in Bibidon's eyes, with no hint of jest. He pointed angrily at Yen. "Look, my disciple has been beaten like this. Are you telling me to do nothing?" "Huh." The Empress glanced sideways, sneering. "Yen? What is Yen? Does he even deserve to be compared with Luo Yu?" The seventh Elder's expression darkened like water. "I want to seek justice." "Justice?" Bibidon's aura suddenly exploded, overwhelming and crushing towards the seventh Elder. "Old man, let me tell you, if trouble is to be sought, it's your disciple who caused it. Every mistake is your disciple's fault. If you dare let him get hurt, You might as well die. You're going too far. Furious and under the Empress's oppressive aura, the seventh elder spat out a mouthful of old blood. Bibidon's cultivation was very high, and he didn't dare to make a move. Bang! The Spider Queen's phantom appeared, purple gold soul power covering the sky. The Empress's authority fully revealed. Old man, stop wasting words. Take that trash away. Get lost. I want to find the great elder for justice. The seventh elder, like a mournful beast, wrapped Yan's body with soul power and instantly fled, disappearing into the air. Oomph. The Empress snorted coldly, still filled with lingering anger, clearly dissatisfied with letting him go just like that. If it weren't for her identity as the Pope, she would have wanted to directly take action to eliminate this old man. Anyone who dares to touch her man must die. Bibidon was angry, and the beautiful silver figure hidden in the shadows revealed a killing intent, already holding a spatial blade in her hand, ready to strike at any moment. Douluo, I have something to take care of. You go back to his side. Don't let him get hurt. Gu Yue Na's purple eyes looked towards the direction the seventh elder left, her lips curling in indifference, her figure disappearing from the spot. The enchanting beauty with lingering charm looked at Gu Yue Na's departing figure with helplessness and resentment. I just wanted to help my benefactor, but you got mad because he has a woman outside, and wouldn't he let me take action, insisting he should suffer a bit. She shook her head and transformed back into a cute, pink, soft-boned rabbit, hopping towards Luo Yu. It's not good outside. It's warmer in my benefactor's arms. In the charred garden, Yu looked up at the sky with his mouth agape, the Empress's domineering stance deeply imprinted in his heart. Wow, does his brother have such a strong background too? So terrifying. He turned to see Luo Yu still looking calm, and he exclaimed in his heart, with such talent and background, why not curry favor? Stupid? No way. When I get back, I must make sure to supervise my sister well. Where can I find a man with such good conditions? The Empress Bibidon descended to the ground, silent, directly grabbing Luo Yu's arm, completely ignoring Hulaina and Yu's astonished gazes as she pulled him away. Yu watched the two disappear, seemingly witnessing something incredible, his lips trembling. What kind of relationship do the Empress and him have? Isn't Her Majesty always distant from men? Don't ask me, how would I know? Hulaina was absent-minded, pouting her red lips as she looked at the spot where Luo Yu had disappeared, feeling a wave of reluctance. Remembering how the teacher had pulled Luo Yu just now, a hint of jealousy stirred in her heart, and her mood was not very good. Suddenly, an outrageous thought floated into her mind. Teacher, could she also like Brother Yu? No way she shouldn't. How could that be? On the other side, Luo Yu had already been taken back to the palace by Bibidon. Bang! Luo Yu was directly thrown onto the bed by the stunningly beautiful Empress. Chapter 23. The Origins of Qian Rinxue, the Tempting Donger, in the Empress's chamber filled with dark orchid fragrance. Bang! Luo Yu was directly pushed onto the bed by the Empress. Why are you so eager to pull me back? Bibidon said nothing, her stunning face still wearing a cold expression, standing by the bed, quietly looking at the man. Luo Yu felt a bit uneasy under the woman's gaze, unable to decipher her thoughts. Logically, if a woman pulls you back to her sleeping place and pushes you on her bed, it indicates a very proactive situation. What is about to happen seems obvious, but Bibidon's expression is clearly off. What's going on? Luo Yu wondered. Who upset our Bibidon? Bibidon pouted her red lips, her eyes slightly reddened, and her delicate body trembled slightly. Don't you know your body is weak right now? Why don't you stay a bit closer to me? That way, I can protect you. What if something happens to you today? What should I do? What if I come late? Luo Yu listened to the voice that was almost chiding, and instead of feeling impatient, he sensed a deep concern and fear. Yes, fear. Ever since Luo Yu rescued the despairing Bibidon from the clutches of Qian Sunji in the secret chamber years ago, her heart had been tied to him. During their time together, Luo Yu's humor and charm had soothed the scars within her, teaching her many things. From that moment on, Bibidon had deeply fallen for this man and wished to be with him. The years of separation made her think of him constantly. However, the shadows of the past had also led Bibidon to refuse to trust other men in this lifetime, developing an instinctive aversion to them. With the exception of Luo Yu, to whom she could open her heart, it was as if all her emotions converged onto one person. This caused her heart to race and twitch with anxiety whenever Luo Yu was in trouble, almost driving her mad. No longer the proud and noble cold queen. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Bibidon would always be that unattainable queen, even a decisive and cold-hearted thorny rose. But in Luo Yu's eyes, she was entirely different. A completely different kind of beautiful scenery. At this moment, the queen's shoulders trembled, and her eyes were already red. Luo Yu got out of bed, gently embraced Bibidon's shoulders, and leaned closer to her perfect and unparalleled face, even catching a whiff of the faint fragrance on her body, softly comforting her. It's okay. I'm still here, aren't I? What do you mean it's okay? If I had come later, what would you have done? Bibidon's pupils were reddened, devoid of the imposing demeanor she had outside, resembling a delicate girl in need of care. Luo Yu shook her head with a smile. It's not that exaggerated. We also have bodyguards, just not sure where they've gone to play, but they should be nearby. If I'm in danger, she will show up. What bodyguard? That soft-bone charm rabbit. She's already a fierce beast-level existence, so protecting me is no problem. Is that the one you were holding before? Is it a soul beast? Bibidon's beautiful eyes widened. Luo Yu widened her eyes. Others might not notice, but how could you not see it? I didn't see it. Isn't that just an ordinary gray rabbit? Bibidon hesitated. Huh? Luo Yu was instantly shocked. Didn't she know what she was holding? And she wasn't colorblind. How could Bibidon say it was gray? That was ridiculous. Are you sure the rabbit I was holding before was gray? Luo Yu asked, confused. Bibidon nodded confidently, yes. I'm 100% sure. Then this is unbelievable. Luo Yu fell into deep thought, and then his eyes gradually lit up. Oh, I understand now. What is it? Bibidon asked. Luo Yu slowly explained. It should be that someone deliberately cast an illusion on the soft-boned enchantress rabbit, appearing normal to me, but looking like an ordinary rabbit to others. Bibidon shook her head repeatedly, saying impossible. With my current cultivation, who could cast an illusion in front of me? Luo Yu smiled mysteriously and said, Donger, compared to that person's mental strength, you really need to work harder for a few more years. Who? Male or female? Bibidon est in surprise. Ahem. Can't say. Come on, brother, you just tell me. Bye-bye Dong grabbed the man's arm and shook it. What is it like to have the Empress act cute? Luo Yu didn't want to answer because he felt weak in his bones. However, after shaking for a long time, Luo Yu still didn't say anything. Just kidding. Can this be easily said? If I say it, it's like going to the crematorium. Oomph. If you don't want to say it, then don't. All right, Donger, stop messing around. I have something to ask you. Bye-bye Dong initially wanted to throw a little tantrum. After all, she had been alone for many years, appearing dignified and serious on the surface. But deep down, she also longed for a man's comfort and companionship. However, seeing Luo Yu's serious expression, she withdrew her teasing demeanor. Brother, you go ahead and ask. Luo Yu didn't want to bring it up, as it would evoke memories for Bibidon, but he still wanted to ask her directly. After all, I saved you back then and stayed for a while before returning Stardo, but what happened to the spirit hall later? Why does that guy, Qian Xuanji, already have children? Are you suspecting me? Bibidon's phoenix eyes narrowed, and she got anxious right on the spot. Luo Yu explained with a, no, I just want to know what happened later. Bye-bye Dong walked over gracefully and sat beside Luo Yu, her enticing legs crossed. Her jade hand wrapped around the man's strong waist, and her pretty face resting quietly on his broad shoulder. Brother Yu, let me tell you slowly. Back then, you nearly crippled Qian Sunji, just when Qian Dao Lu was in seclusion. This worthless trash was so scared that he didn't dare to go to his father to clear things up, fearing that you would come back to cause him trouble. While he was secretly licking his wounds, he happened to have a pursuer who took care of him attentively. Hearing this, Luo Yu suddenly understood and added, so, Qian Sunji developed feelings for this woman over time, and they had a child named Qian Renshui. Bibidon sneered. Yes, Qian Sni Istresh. But his family background and strength attracted many admirers. It's a pity those women have no idea of his true nature. What happened later? Luo Yu pressed on. Bye-bye Dong suddenly laughed. Evil begets evil. Qian Sunji didn't enjoy his success for long either. He was hunted down by Tang Hao of the Haotian sect because he coveted his wife, and in the end, he was directly killed outside. So pathetic. He was just killed like that. Luo Yu was surprised. That shouldn't be the case. Bye-bye Dong rolled her eyes. Actually, his death was partly thanks to you. Brother Yu, you severed his arm back then, greatly reducing his strength, and his injuries never healed. Although Tang Hao's strength was lacking, he had the secret techniques of the Haotian sect. When he saw his wife being sacrificed, he erupted with power and killed Qian Sunji on the spot. Poor little Gigi, he really was looking for death everywhere. Luo Yu felt no sympathy for this. Scum deserves to die. Aren't you the Pope of the Spear Hall? Aren't you going to take revenge for him? Luo Yu teased. You dead man, you want to die? Is this a joke you can make? I would rather that guy dies a terrible death. Getting hammered to death outside would be just fine, saving me from being annoyed by him wandering around. Luo Yu smiled faintly. The air suddenly became quiet. Their eyes met, close enough to touch, and the atmosphere suddenly turned enchanting. Brother Yu, honestly, did you have a bit of doubt about me before? Bai Dong leaned close to Luo Yu's ear, pouting her red lips with a hint of sorrow. How could that be? Luo Yu immediately denied it. Bai Dong's smooth, cool little hand slid along Luo Yu's back, inch by inch, moving upward. Huh. Her luscious red lips blew a breath against Luo Yu's ear. How could you doubt me? You heartless one. This empress has been keeping herself pure for you all these years, just waiting for your return. Donger, you're playing with fire. Luo Yu warned, his blood boiling. Bai Dong's delicate fingers caressed Luo Yu's face, her breath fragrant as she said dreamily, "It's okay to have doubts. Some things can't be faked. You'll know once you try." Buzz. Luo Yu's eyes turned red, feeling that if he didn't act now, he would definitely become 100% Iron Eunuch. Chapter 24, Special Punishment. Facing the teasing of fingers as smooth and soft as silk, like jade. Luo Yu felt a flame in his chest, as if it were about to explode. Just as he was about to make a fierce move, the woman smiled charmingly. She reached out her cherry lips and lightly pecked his mouth, then swiftly withdrew her graceful body, leaving a trail of fragrance as she departed. Seeing Luo Yu's dissatisfied expression, ready to erupt in anger, Bai Dong let out a delicate laugh, cleared her throat, and hummed, "Stinky man, since you doubted me earlier, today I must tease you a bit and give you some punishment. I thought for a long time about how to punish you. Hitting you? I can't bear to do that. Biting you? That would be uncouth. Finally, I came up with a good idea." Bai Dong's phoenix eyes sparkled with pride as she let out a series of tinkling, silvery laughs, lifting her snowy white neck, proud like a vibrant little peacock. "I don't care what punishment it is." Luo Yu didn't care about anything else and jumped up from the bed, rushing towards Bai Dong. "Brother Yu, don't move around. Bibidon sud softly. Today let Donger serve you well." She lightly parted her fragrant lips and emitted soul power, forming threads that instantly bound Luo Yu tightly, making it impossible for him to struggle. "Bai Dong, what are you doing?" Luo Yu said angrily. "Shoo, Brother Yu, don't speak yet," the elegantly dressed woman said, placing her jade finger on her crimson lips and throwing a flirtatious glance at Luo Yu. She slowly removed her luxurious and dignified pope robe, revealing her alluring figure even more prominently. The purple gold crown on her head was lightly taken off and elegantly tossed aside. Every smile and frown of Bai Dong seemed to carry an enchanting power, making Luo Yu's throat dry. "You enchantress, what exactly do you want? Let me go." The woman shot him a seductive glare and said sweetly, "Brother Yu, don't be anxious. Your punishment has just begun." "What punishment?" Luo Yu struggled a few times, but it was futile. Bai Dong bit her lip, raised her smooth jade finger, and elegantly gathered her silky hair, teasing it back before tying it up, revealing her delicate earlobes and long, smooth neck. With her red lips slightly parted, she seductively said, "The punishment I have for you has already begun." She pointed in a direction. "Standing as punishment is probably the most cruel punishment for you men, right?" Luo Yu's celestial-like handsome face revealed a cold smile. "How dare this demon act so arrogantly? If you have the ability, let go of this young master, and we can fight for 300 rounds, sending you directly to the western blissful world." Bibidon covered her red lips, her beautiful eyes radiating a provocative gaze as she playfully beckoned with her finger. "Here I'm standing. Why don't you come over? You are really so arrogant." Luo Yu's face turned red. She is a woman. Some things she won't hold against you, but some things she will remember. It's all a misunderstanding. Our Donger is magnanimous, so please let me go." "No way. The good show has just begun." Bibidon smiled charmingly, revealing an unprecedented allure, her dress half undone, exposing her smooth, fragrant shoulder, with two delicate straps tightly stretched like the strings of Luo Yu's heart. Luo Yu's eyes turned increasingly red, and his breathing became heavy. However, there was nothing he could do. He was tightly bound. Whoosh! A fragrant breeze approached as Bai Dong came closer, using her soul power to immobilize Luo Yu, their noses almost touching. With her soft, boneless hands, she gently caressed his solid chest through his clothing. "Brother Yu's figure is really good. Your charm is even more captivating than when I first met you. With such allure, I wonder how many girls will be infatuated with you in the future." Bai Dong murmured softly, but Luo Yu had no intention of listening. Below his line of sight, the softness and whiteness of Bai Dong, although concealed in her clothing, captivated all his attention, making it hard for him to look away. Giggle. Bibidon lit out a soft, playful laugh and suddenly covered everything beautiful with her hand. She stepped back to a distance of less than 3 feet from Luo Yu, turned her back, and swayed her slender waist and voluptuous hips, leaving behind half of her enchanting figure for Luo Yu to admire alone. This fairy has gone mad. If she doesn't release me soon, Luo Yu felt like he was about to explode. Bibidon seemed to sense Luo Yu's scots. Slowly turning around, she walked with a cat-like grace, her snake-like waist swaying, exuding a myriad of charms. No longer the dignified queen, she was clearly a mesmerizing enchantress. Bibidon, I won't let you succeed. Luo Yu snorted softly, his exceptionally handsome face instantly turned serious, forcing himself to endure. Oh, quite spirited, aren't we? Bibidon walked over gracefully, her fingers catching the man's collar. She leaned slightly forward, stopping at Luo Yu's neck. Her red lips gently exhaled. The warm and tingling sensation immediately spread around Luo Yu's neck, combined with the stunning beauty before him and the woman's alluring and languid scent lingering at his nose. He suddenly felt that the hard-won focus was about to slip away again. Brother Yu, is it easy to be a sage? If you can't endure it, then don't hold back. As long as you ask her for help, I will let you go and allow you to act freely. A head can be severed, blood can flow, but can a man's dignity be lost? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow and said firmly, in your dreams, that's impossible. Oh, Bibidon's beautiful eyes seemed to have seen through everything, and she gave the man a charming glance. Donger was just joking with Brother Yu. What needs to be done must continue. If you don't come in person, how can you verify Donger's innocence? With a flick of Bibidon's hand, the soul power threads on Luo Yu instantly shattered and vanished. Luo Yuan remained motionless, eyes focused on her nose, and nose directed towards her heart. You may not come, but others are already prepared. Bibidon spread her tender arms, and her slender, rounded, beautiful legs were completely liberated as she slowly closed her eyes. Her long curled eyelashes gently trembling, revealing that she was actually quite nervous inside. This day, she had rehearsed in her mind countless times. Although it seemed like she was taking the initiative, her heart had been shy from the very beginning. But everything was for the sake of making her benefactor, the man she liked, fall in love with her. As long as Brother Yu likes it, then everything is worth it. Brother Yu, Donger is already ready. The truth and answers are here. Come and find them yourself. Luo Yu could no longer hold back and stepped forward like a fierce beast hunting, wildly embracing Bibidon. P.S. Thanks to all the handsome guys and beautiful girls for their support of this book. The author appreciates everyone here. The updates will be very stable. A friendly note about the previous plot. The protagonist actively borrowed his million-year beast god body to scatter it through the thunder tribulation, turning it into nourishment for the 24th grade Golden Lotus, which not only activates the system, but also allows the Golden Lotus to cultivate an infinitely potential pure golden body through the tribulation, laying the foundation for a true heaven-defying killing god in the future. The subsequent plot will gradually reach a climax, and everything everyone wants will be there. The Nine Heavens slaying sword will be very special, and everyone can also guess who the next goddess to sign in will be. Chapter 25. The Women Who Vent for Luo Yu. Tragedy for the Seven Offerings. In the palace, the fragrance was strong. The candlelight flickered and swayed, eventually extinguishing completely. Several hours later, Bibidon lay obediently in Luo Yu's arms, her lazy and charming eyes radiating happiness, her smooth fingertips gently tracing irregular patterns on the man's chest. Look, Brother Yu, I didn't lie to you, Bibidon said, pointing to the bright color on the bedsheet. Luo Yu smiled wryly, lifting his finger to lightly scratch the woman's delicate nose. To be honest, I did have some concerns at first, worry that you might get bullied when I'm not around. But after you explained the whole situation to me, I understood. If you understand, why are you still bothering her? Bibi zong thai set an I badao. Luo Yu said speechlessly. Don't overthink it. My touching you is purely out of lechery, and it has nothing to do with proving my innocence. Bibidon pouted her delicate little lips. This is the first time I've seen a man so confidently admit to being lecherous. Luo Yu played with Bibidon's smooth hair with his fingers and smiled lightly. Which man isn't lustful? It's not shameful to say this. What is shameful are those lewd and filthy people. In a situation like ours, where both parties are willing, how can it be related to lewdness, right? Bibidon blinked her eyes, pouted her red lips, her gaze seemingly about to shed tears, and pitifully said, I'm not doing this willingly. It's all because of you. The bad person, forcing me. You're so strong, and I'm just a weak woman. I can't resist at all. Hiss. Seeing this beautiful scene, Luo Yu quietly exclaimed that he couldn't take it. Who can resist this? This enchantress is clearly trying to seduce him on purpose. Some women, in front of others, have the icy demeanor of a queen and a beautiful woman, but behind closed doors, they transform into alluring enchantresses, which is like a deadly poison and opium for men. Luo Yu didn't know if others could hold back or not. Anyway, he didn't want to hold back for even a moment now and launched a second attack directly. Luo Yu was experiencing the wonders of life on one side, while the 7 elders of the Spirit Hall were not so happy on the other side. The magnificent palace of the 7 elders looked normal from the outside, but inside it was in chaos. Boom! A series of explosive sounds erupted, with powerful elemental energy spheres blasting out from a distance. The 7 elders coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his 9 spirit rings were nearly shattered. His entire body was beaten into a shrimp-like shape and sent flying out. He was deeply embedded in the wall, debris falling around him. Ignoring the pain all over his body, the 7 elders stared in horror at the figure in front of him. There stood a stunningly beautiful girl with bare feet, long legs, silver hair, and purple eyes. The girl's expression was icy, her brows furrowed, and her beautiful eyes were filled with a murderous aura. Top, top! The girl walked through the air, seemingly intentionally creating sounds to provoke the panic in the 7 elders' eyes. Who are you? What do you want from me? Who am I? Gu Yue Na shook her head disdainfully. You are not worthy to know. As for what I will do, Gu Yue Na smiled coldly, conjuring a fireball in her hand and directly throwing it at the 7 elders, producing a sizzling sound. Guess. A scream erupted as black smoke rose from the 7 elders' body, the smell of charred flesh filling the air. He weakly threatened, "This is the Spirit Hall. You can't act recklessly." Boom! Another bolt of lightning erupted, this time directly exploding on his face, turning his mouth into a bloody mess. Gu Yue Na slowly lowered her hand, still crackling with lightning. Don't act recklessly? It seems you still haven't understood the situation. In my eyes, slaughtering your entire Spirit Hall is nothing. The 7 elders' pupils dilated in shock, a clear expression of extreme fear. With years of experience, he felt that the woman in front of him was not joking. Who was this terrifying person? He couldn't remember when he had provoked such a dreadful existence. Top, top! Gu Yue Na stepped closer, breaking down the 7 elders' mental defenses. Your Highness, I have no grievances with you in the past and no enmity recently. Why are you treating me so harshly? The 7 elders' voice was filled with complex emotions, aggrieved, frustrated, but mostly fearful. Gu Yue Na stopped, looking at him coldly, and spoke indifferently. What is noble and what is lowly? The 7 elders was momentarily stunned. This phrase felt somewhat familiar. Wasn't this what he had repeatedly emphasized to that kid during the day? Could it be that this woman was sent by that kid? Impossible. How could he know such a terrifying person? Swish! The fiery hand that had been gathering flames directly gripped the 7 elders' neck, rudely pulling him out from the wall and hanging him in midair. Tell me, what is noble and what is lowly? The cold and harsh female voice seemed to freeze the entire hall. I am lowly, and you are noble. The 7 elders' face turned a deep purple as he desperately uttered his humility. Bang! The 7 elders was thrown to the ground, dirt and stones flying as a pit was created. Please, spare me. I really don't know how I provoked you. You didn't provoke me, but you provoked someone you shouldn't have. With a flick of her hand, Gu Yue Na summoned a small lightning swamp within the hall, trapping the 7 elders inside. The sounds of his agonized screams immediately echoed out. If it weren't for the restrictions in place, his cries would have likely spread throughout the entire Spirit Hall. You should be grateful that he is fine today. Otherwise, you would undoubtedly die. Remember, if you want to provoke him, you are not worthy. The 7 elders couldn't even scream before he fainted from the pain. Just before losing consciousness, he understood everything. This woman must be seeking revenge for that kid. Just who was that kid? Why did he have such a terrifying background? Had he known this would happen, even if he were foolish, he wouldn't have dared to provoke him openly. Glancing at the charred figure, Gu Yue Na showed a strong disdain, a silver light flashing as she disappeared from the spot. In the Empress's chamber, Luo Yu lay comfortably on the bed, sleeping peacefully. Bibidon rested her head on her jade arm, her curled eyelashes fluttering as she murmured to herself. I need to be careful. Brother Yu's current cultivation state can't be too reckless. I must remember to instruct the kitchen to prepare some nourishing soup for him tomorrow morning. But before that, there's something important to take care of. Bibidon's gaze turned icy as she quietly got out of bed, dressed herself neatly, and left with a murderous aura. After she left, a graceful woman quietly entered, her alluring figure and peach-like curves incomparable to any young girl. Seeing the sleeping Luo Yu, the woman lightly clicked her tongue, her face slightly flushed. In the end, she said nothing. With a flash of pink light, the woman vanished and a delicate, soft-boned charm rabbit appeared in Luo Yu's arms. Cuddled against the man's chest, Feeling the warmth and smelling a familiar scent, it seemed incredibly comfortable, and the soft-boned charm rabbit contentedly closed its eyes. Chapter 26. Surprised? The mother and daughter can't compare to you? On the other side, in the Hall of the Seven Elders, Bibidon had initially come in with great force. Now, however, her face was filled with astonishment. The exterior of the hall seemed normal, but inside it was in shambles, with no intact places. The target of her revenge was already half dead and lying on the ground, blacker than charcoal. What was going on? Bibidon was shocked. Could it be that the Seven Elders knew I was coming for revenge and chose to self-harm to apologize? Looking at the Seven Elders' miserable state on the ground, Bibidon hesitated. Not going to fight? Leave? No way. No matter what happened, since they attacked my brother Yu during the day, if I don't take action today, Bibidon, won't be able to vent this anger. Whoosh! A gentle healing soul power appeared in Bibidon's hand and shot forward. The Seven Elders gradually regained their breath, his eyelids fluttering. When he looked up and saw Bibidon, he immediately became excited. Your Majesty, you finally came to save me. You must take revenge for me. Just now, a woman came in and beat me without saying a word. You must avenge me. Bibidon frowned. Who hit you? Seeing the Empress supporting him, the Seven Elders excitedly gestured, crying and complaining, a silver-haired witch, her strength unfathomable. But she gave me a good beating. Why did she hit you? Upon hearing this, the Seven Elders' anger surged, gritting his teeth in hatred. Your Majesty, I have important news to report. This person came to defend that kid named Luo Yu, which shows that the kid has a deep background and is not on the same side as our spirit hall. We must be careful and vigilant. Oh, is that so? Bibidon smiled. The Seven Elders struggled to get up, nodding heavily. However, I believe it is not appropriate to act against that kid for now. We must first capture the people behind him, and then expose his true identity to make him understand. Tell everyone in the world that not everyone can bully and dominate the spirit hall. Indeed, Bibidon's smile was even more pronounced. The Seventh Elder smiled and said, I may not be capable, but I'm willing to take the lead and secretly monitor that kid. However, I will need your support behind the scenes, as the people backing that kid are truly difficult to deal with. Bibidon nodded. Since you were so clever, why not take a guess as to why this emperor has come to you in the dead of night? Without hesitation, the Seventh Elder responded with a smile. Isn't it obvious? You must have sensed something unusual and come to save me. Are you so sure? Of course. The Seventh Elder replied confidently, his old face full of smiles. However, he soon realized that the Empress's expression was gradually changing from a smile to absolute coldness. Unbeknownst to him, an additional layer of barrier had formed around them. Congratulations, you guessed wrong. Boom! Bibidon's aura erupted, overwhelming the Seventh Elder and causing him to gasp for breath. Blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Your Majesty, what are you doing? The Seventh Elder retreated in fear. What am I doing? Bibidon walked closer, a massive shadow of the Spider King appearing behind her, her mocking voice echoing. Let me tell you a secret. The Luo Yu you mentioned is mine. To be precise, he is my man. Huh? The Seventh Elder's smile froze, his gaze solidified, and a storm surged within him, making him feel eerie all over. If Luo Yu were here, he would definitely want to ask him. Surprised, aren't you? In fact, the Seventh Elder was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't understand why he had only provoked a junior, yet such terrifying beings were coming after him. Had he stirred up a hornet's nest? He wanted to cry. He couldn't comprehend why his level 96 cultivation and identity as a Spear Hall Elder held no weight at all. Couldn't he even handle a junior? Now, he felt like a lamb to the slaughter, with no room to struggle. This wasn't just stepping on an iron plate. It was stepping on an ancestor. He kept retreating, pleading, Your Majesty, I am one of your own. You can't harm me. I have always been loyal to the Spear Hall. It was useless to say anything. Where did that arrogance go when he was boasting in front of her husband during the day? I have tolerated you for a long time. Boom. The Seventh Elder was blasted to the palace dome and then rebounded by the barrier, crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Spare me, Your Majesty. I know I was wrong. Bibidon looked down, her authority fully displayed. Without Luo Yu by her side, she reverted to the domineering empress who ruled the world. Tell this emperor, what is respect and what is contempt? Why is it the same question again? The Seventh Elder nearly cried out loud. He was scared, truly scared, and no longer dared to provoke Luo Yu. This was too terrifying. You are the respected one. I am the lowly one. I am despicable. I shouldn't have been so insolent during the day. The Seventh Elder no longer cared about his dignity. His life was at stake, and there was no more dignity to worry about. The killing intent in the Empress's eyes was palpable and not a joke. The Empress shook her head, fixing her gaze on the seventh elder, her soul power surging. Bang, bang, bang. A series of intense, booming sounds echoed in the room. Bibidon's expression softened. The seventh elder had already swollen up like a pig's head, beaten to an unrecognizable state. Lying on the ground, he was now gasping for breath after being pummeled repeatedly. Listen well, this emperor will only say this once. Go apologize to him tomorrow. If he spares you, you live. If he does not spare you, even 1,000 streams can't save you. As Bibidon was about to walk out the door, she turned and warned, this emperor has already placed spider poison on you. No one but me can cure it. You should know whether what happened tonight can be spread. Understood, understood. The seventh elder struggled to respond with his bleeding lips. After the empress left, the seventh elder lay on the ground, looking at the ruined palace, tears streaming down his face. No more pretense. He would never act tough again. Wasn't it better to be a bit cowardly? He couldn't fathom Luo Yu's background, nor dared to think about it, let alone speculate. He only knew that he had provoked an ancestor he couldn't afford to offend, and from now on, he would have to avoid him at all costs. Luo Yu was completely unaware of this and was still in a deep sleep. Bibidon quietly returned, bathed and changed, smelling fragrant. When she got into bed, she suddenly saw an extra rabbit occupying her man, and her gaze sharpened immediately. However, having already received information from Luo Yu, she was not surprised by the rabbit's presence. She simply reached out with her delicate hand, grabbed the pair of rabbit ears, and tossed it under the bed. Then, she gave the rabbit a threatening glare, asserting her territorial claim, before snuggling up to Luo Yu and wrapping her arms around him. Under the bed, the soft-bone, enchanting rabbit's pink eyes were filled with indignation. This was too much. How could it monopolize her benefactor all alone? It didn't take up much space. If this woman was so domineering, perhaps she would have to compete for the benefactor. If one person couldn't win her over, she didn't believe two couldn't do it. One had to admit that the way of thinking in the spirit beast world was so simple and straightforward. It was infuriating. The benefactor was so warm, yet he was being monopolized by this woman. It was unfair. In discomfort. Feeling it was time to encourage the benefactor to leave the spirit hall and visit their daughter. Chapter 28. Douluo's Special Treatment. Gu Yue Na takes the initiative to visit the next morning. The warm sunlight spilled into the Empress's chamber. Slurp. A moist sensation came from his arm, waking the sleeping Luo Yu. He opened his sleepy eyes to find the soft-bone, enchanting rabbit licking his arm with its light pink tongue. Luo Yu was suddenly startled, quickly retracting her arm and watching the rabbit warily. What was she trying to do? Was she trying to seduce me early in the morning? What are you doing? Benefactor, it's just that I noticed you have a lot of red scratches on you. The soft-boned, enchanting rabbit said with a watery gaze and a voice full of grievance like a young woman. So what if I do? What does that have to do with you trying to seduce me early in the morning? Luo Yu glared, feeling that even sleeping seemed quite dangerous. The soft-boned, enchanting rabbit said seriously, don't you know? The saliva of soul beasts can heal injuries. I see you have all these scratches, so I wanted to help you recover a bit. It's to repay a favor. Come on, are those even injuries? And I can recover from that myself using my soul power. Luo Yu frowned as he looked at the soft-boned, charming rabbit's pair of watery pink eyes, which seemed to be filled with innocence. It was hard to tell whether she truly didn't understand or was just pretending not to. The soft-boned, charming rabbit said with guilt, you got hurt when I wasn't here. It's my fault for not protecting you well, and I must take responsibility. Moreover, this method heals external wounds super quickly. Luo Yu was momentarily speechless. Suddenly, he realized a problem. He hurriedly looked down at his chest and then rubbed his back with his hand. Smooth as jade, completely unharmed. Where's that symbol of a man's glory on my back? He glanced at the soft-boned rabbit, which looked like it was seeking praise. I have healed the benefactor everywhere else, and the arm was the last place. Luo Yu was at a loss whether to cry or laugh. It's over. Has my brother become unclean? Just like that, I was lightly taken advantage of by a rabbit without any explanation. Benefactor, why do you look unhappy? Did I do something wrong? Douluo felt a bit nervous inside. It was actually her first time using this method to heal someone's external injuries. Although she had known about this method before, her obsessive-compulsive disorder made it hard for her to bring herself to do it. That's right. She even disliked her own wounds and preferred to slowly heal them with spiritual power. However, seeing her life-saving benefactor injured, she didn't hesitate to use the fastest and most effective method. It's okay. I'm very happy. You didn't do anything wrong. Luo Yu helplessly tugged at the corner of his mouth and didn't want to say much more. After all, the other party had good intentions. Douluo. Next time something like this happens, you don't need to use this method. Just let me recover on my own, Luo Yu advised earnestly. But this method really heals external injuries quickly. Quick is not good. There are differences between men and women, Luo Yu said with a stern face. I don't care. It's fine, a female voice came out. Ikare. Luo Yu glared. What if others see? So the benefactor is worried about being embarrassed? Then we could just do it secretly. Luo Yu's mouth twitched. Is this hard to explain? He felt it was time to let Douluo experience some human education. Otherwise, if Xiao Wu were to encounter her mother doing this in the future, how would he explain it? Wouldn't that cause a huge uproar? Benefactor, may I ask you for a favor? Go ahead. Douluo sounds too unpleasant. You could just call her a Wu from now on. All right. Luo Yu got up from the bed, and all his external injuries had been taken care of by Ao. However, he could still feel a slight soreness in the muscles all over his body, and he shook his head with a bitter smile. It seemed that having talent alone was not enough. He still needed to seize the time to improve his cultivation. Otherwise, his strength after an all-night battle would be a problem. After getting up, he noticed that Bibidon and Fong were nowhere to be seen. A basin of water and a towel had already been prepared and placed beside the bed. In the center of the room, there was a table full of dishes, all turned upside down, apparently to prevent them from getting cold. There was also a note with elegant handwriting left on top. Luo Yu quickly skimmed through. The image of the queen's delicate and gentle admonition vividly appeared on the paper. I don't want to attend the morning court. I want to accompany you for a meal. However, recently there has been flooding on the west coast, and several town civilians are suffering. As the queen, Dong Heir cannot ignore this and must personally deploy and send soul masters to assist, so you'll have to manage eating alone, brother Yu. On the table is a nutritious breakfast specially prepared for you. Remember to finish it all. No leftovers, or I will be unhappy. Luo Yu smiled with a warm feeling in her heart. She had thought that the Empress was a woman who transcended the mundane, but unexpectedly, she was so considerate, preparing everything for herself. Outsiders would never guess that the formidable Empress, who was so powerful outside, had reigned in all her sharpness when facing the man she liked, resembling a delicate and charming young wife. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door sounded. Creak. As the door opened, a pair of long, snow-white legs came into view, wrapped in shorts that accentuated an astonishing curve. Looking up, she saw the Empress with her short, golden hair and a face that combined nobility with allure. How about that? Did you not expect me to come over? Gu Yue Na said, revealing a bright, sunny smile and giving a playful wink. Luo Yu rolled her eyes and said, as soon as I heard the knock on the door, I knew it was you. In this Empress's palace, besides you, my direct disciple, who else would dare come? Gu Yue Na pouted and complained, so boring. I hate dealing with smart people. There's no surprise at all. Is this really that hard to guess? Gu Yue Na's delicate and pretty face immediately drooped. Luo Yu shook her head slightly and turned to walk towards the dining table. Come in. It doesn't matter whether it's surprising or not. I'm just very happy you could come. Hearing the gentle voice ahead, Gu Yue Na immediately smiled brightly and quickly followed with her long, snowy white legs. I was just about to have breakfast. Do you want to join? Sure. I haven't eaten yet either. Gu Yue Na readily agreed, her face slightly flushed. In fact, she always got up early to practice, so she had already eaten, but she was afraid that without a reason to stay here, Luo Yu would chase her away. Then let's sit down together. Luo Yu was in a good mood. Is it okay for me to just mooch off your food? Gu Yue Na felt a bit shy. Luo Yu smiled and said, how could that be? It's a great honor for me to have the Holy Maiden's company. How many people dream of this, but have no chance? How annoying. You just like to tease me. Gu Yue Na pouted, but the joy in her eyes couldn't be hidden. Looking at the man's handsome features and that ethereal temperament, Gu Yue Na felt her pulse quickening. Remembering the man's dominance and charm during yesterday's fight, she felt herself on the verge of falling. In the past, no one around her compared to her, whether in looks, strength, or background. She was like a snow lotus on Tian Shan, blooming at a high place, only able to appreciate herself, with no one worthy of entering her heart. But everything changed quietly after meeting Luo Yu. Gu Yue Na clearly knew she was about to fall, yet she willingly indulged in it, wanting to savor the unique flavor of this special emotion. She admired his handsome appearance, was shocked by his strength, and was even more fascinated by his calm, scholarly demeanor that turned decisively fierce in action. Now she wanted to interact with Luo Yu, but she didn't know what to say or do, as she had no experience in matters of the heart. What was she thinking? Luo Yu had already set out the bowls and chopsticks, waving his hand in front of her. No, nothing. Gu Yue Na appeared calm on the surface, but scolded herself inwardly for being so weak, wondering why she was acting like a lovesick fool at this moment. She had feelings for him, but he might not necessarily feel the same. Moreover, this was too unreserved. Come on, let's see what delicious food your teacher has prepared for me. Luo Yu rubbed his hands and lifted the lid. Luo Yu was shocked. What is this? Beside him, Gu Yue Na was slightly taken aback and said in surprise, stewed old turtle with Codonopsis? It nourishes Yin and boosts the kidneys, replenishing energy and nurturing blood. Brother Yu, are you having this for breakfast? Is it that nourishing? Luo Yu suddenly had an ominous premonition and quickly lifted one lid after another, his mouth twitching. Black chicken and purple mushroom soup? Braised earth dragon whip? The shape of this last dish seems a bit strange. Deep-fried kidney? Luo Yu's forehead twitched with a black line. He was totally losing his mind. What does Bibidon mean by this? Moreover, the main issue now isn't what Bibidon means. The key point is that Gu Yue Na, with her crimson lips, is looking at him with a gradually changing gaze. Ahem. Let me explain. Gu Yue Na stared with her beautiful eyes, exclaiming, Brother Yu, so your talent is all made up like this? Luo Yu was about to explain when he suddenly realized that Gu Yue Na had not thought of that layer of meaning, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Smiling and nodding, he affirmed loudly, Yes, as soul masters, we have to eat this way. If we don't eat well, how can we cultivate well? What Brother Yu said is right. Gu Yue Na nodded repeatedly. Luo Yu always felt that this girl seemed to have an unusual look in her eyes. At this moment, Gu Yue Na was secretly sighing in her heart. Heaven is jealous of talent. Who would eat such nourishing things so early in the morning? And they were all kidney tonifying. Yugo probably has some unspoken troubles. I've heard that men care a lot about such privacy issues, so I must not expose him. No, I still need to find a way to help Yugo. How can such a perfect man have a hidden ailment? Moreover, who knows what might happen in the future? Gu Yue Na's face turned red, interrupting her thoughts. Yugo, can you accompany me for a trip? Why? Luo Yu asked, puzzled. Gu Yue Na bit her lip slightly. Her cheeks flushed. I have something I want to give you. It should be something you need. What do I need? Luo Yu was confused and didn't understand. Gu Yue Na shook her head, playfully scolding, Oh, just come with me and you'll find out. Luo Yu was led out the door by her, filled with curiosity. Chapter 28. The Saint is stealing things, how exciting. The Spirit Hall, with its grand palaces towering high. On the wide road, paved with green bricks, a pair of golden boy and jade girl walked by. Instantly, they stirred up a commotion among the crowd inside the hall. The woman was stunningly beautiful, with luscious red lips and enchanting eyes that seemed to smoke with allure. Her long, straight, jade-like legs beneath her shorts were perfect, making one unable to resist the urge to admire her. The man was tall and imposing, walking with the grace of a dragon and tiger. His features resembled a celestial being, and though his starry eyes seemed indifferent, they held a captivating depth like hidden lightning. Wow, who is this guy that he can walk so intimately with the saintess? This brother is impressive. He can even charm our pure-hearted saintess? What is going on? Is it real? Could it be that the saintess has found someone? Gasps of astonishment continued, and the disciples of the Spirit Hall rubbed their eyes, initially thinking they were hallucinating. After all, the saintess had a proud nature, much like a queen. People like them, with considerable talent, would be sought after anywhere else. But asking them to pursue the saintess? They would hesitate before even taking action. Sorry, we are self-aware. We don't deserve her. What the heck? It's not an illusion. The saintess is actually walking so closely with a man. And they're even laughing together? No way. Could the saintess be in love? It's very likely. When have you ever seen the saintess walking so closely with a man? They were practically shoulder to shoulder, almost holding hands. One disciple lamented, howling as if his wife was taken away. Oh no, our Spirit Hall's shining gem won't just be taken away like this, will it? Someone in the crowd couldn't take it anymore and looked over disdainfully. Huh, who are you calling a pig? Which eye of yours is blind? I might as well blind your other eye too, since it's useless. Just look at yourself. Do you even have a fraction of his handsomeness? With this guy's looks, he almost matches the saintess, but he still needs me to complete the picture. You love-struck fool, shameless. Bang bang. The towering man shook his fists, looking proud. What good is being handsome? Can it fill your stomach? Strength is what matters. Men speak with power. Please save it. Someone nearby couldn't help but strike back. Don't tell me you still don't know the news. Our Spirit Hall tested a monstrous talent yesterday, a daddy-level genius. Dual spirit souls. Innate level 40 soul power. If I'm guessing right, it should be him. How can your brute strength compare to him? Hiss. I heard about it too. The once proud, towering man's momentum instantly faltered, questioning, it can't be fake, right? Someone got excited. Fake my ass. My grandpa was there at the time. This guy's talent is genuinely exceptional. praised by the elders as a once-in-a-millennium encounter. Is this guy even from our species? This is a bit outrageous. Whether it's outrageous or not, the facts are right in front of you. This is a big daddy-level figure. Those with their wits about them should curry favor, and those who can't should keep their distance. He is not someone to mess with. The once arrogant, towering man immediately shrank his neck and retreated into the crowd, cautiously watching the saintess, afraid of being overheard from his earlier comments. Someone smirked. Should I go over now and introduce myself to get familiar with the future big shot? Are you an idiot? They are in love, and you want to interfere? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up? Hiss, you're right. Thanks for saving my life. On the other side, Gu Yue Na, eavesdropping on their conversation, had a strange expression, her face slightly flushed. Hearing someone refer to her and Luo Yu as a couple, she felt not annoyance, but an indescribable feeling, mixed with a hint of shyness. She glanced sideways at the man, noticing he was frowning as if deep in thought. Gu Yue Na whispered, "Brother Yu, they're discussing you over there. Aren't you going to react?" "Trouble." Luo Yu frowned. "What trouble?" Gu Yue Na was surprised. "You're the big shot of the spirit hall now. Who would dare to cause you trouble?" Luo Yu shook his head and said, "Think about it. The disciples of the spirit hall have already learned about my news, which means this information will definitely reach the ears of the major forces. What do you think they will do?" Gu Yue Na paused for a moment, and, after a bit of contemplation, she analyzed, "They will quickly investigate your news, get to know your background, and then either try to win you over or eliminate you." Luo Yu glanced sideways. "You're quick to react, huh?" "Oomph. My position as a saintess isn't given for free," Gu Yue Na said proudly. Luo Yu shrugged his shoulders. "Now you understand why I'm sighing, right?" Gu Yue Na rolled her eyes. "What are you panicking about? Our spirit hall is powerful enough to protect you. I have to leave spirit hall sooner or later." "What? You want to leave spirit hall?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yue Na instantly became nervous. At that moment, she wasn't worried about spirit hall losing a genius, but rather about her own youthful feelings. Luo Yu seemed unaware of Gu Yue Na's mood and said to himself, "I'm not worried about my personal safety. I just hate having all these forces come to disturb me. How can I live in peace like that? It's really annoying." Gu Yue Na masked her inner tension and grinned. "Yeah, these forces will definitely have spies monitoring you all day. As soon as you step out, you won't know how many forces will jump out to try to win you over. But if you stay in the spirit hall, none of them will dare to act rashly." Luo Yusin absent-mindedly nodded and secretly began to think of a countermeasure. He definitely couldn't stay here forever. He hadn't had a good look at the scenery of the Douluo continent yet. Moreover, there was no need to think too hard about it, given the system's nature. It would eventually lock onto girls like Xiao Wu. Staying indoors wasn't an option. Besides, he wasn't attached to the power of the spirit hall. Not to mention, the Pope of the spirit hall was his woman. It seemed he needed to come up with a comprehensive plan to shake off those pesky followers and not let them bother him. While he was pondering, Gu Yue Na brought Luo Yu to a dark-colored grand hall, paved with dark purple glazed tiles. "Is this your place?" "Sure." Gu Yue Na put her finger to her lips. Seeing the door to the hall locked, Gu Yue Na instead breathed a sigh of relief, a bit excited. She waved for Luo Yu to follow her, leaped high onto the roof, and peeled back the glazed tiles covering the palace dome. With decisive movements, she jumped in like a female thief, directly entering the room. Luo Yu was shocked. "Is she planning to take me to steal something? No need to wait for nightfall, committing a crime in broad daylight. How audacious. Hurry up and come in." Gu Yue Na was below, making gestures with her mouth and waving her hands. "TSK, the saintess is taking me to steal. How exciting." A playful smile appeared at the corner of Luo Yu's mouth as he quickly landed, curious about what the woman wanted him to do. "Follow me." Gu Yue Na beckoned with her hand. Luo Yu said strangely, "We came out to steal things, and it's already broad daylight, so we might as well not wear masks. This is too unprofessional." Gu Yue Na pouted her red lips and shook her head. "What are you talking about? This is not called stealing, it's called borrowing. What do you want to borrow when you come here?" Luo Yu was extremely puzzled. How could the saintess of the spirit hall be reduced to the point of needing to borrow something? Gu Yue Na bit her thin lips, her face flushed. "Don't ask. The owner here doesn't know when they'll be back. There must be something you need here. Let's find it first. What I need? How could I not know myself?" Luo Yu was confused, but Gu Yue Na had already started rummaging through the room. Eventually, she triggered a mechanism hidden in a vase in the corner, and with a click, one side of the gray stone wall slowly moved down, revealing a black opening with a winding stone staircase inside. Chapter 29, The Secret Room. The J bottle with the label torn off, a man's principles. As the gray stone wall descended, it revealed a dark entrance concealed behind it, with the stone steps extending downward, leading to an unknown destination. A look of curiosity flashed in Luo Yu's eyes. However, Gu Yue Na appeared to have anticipated this, slightly curling the corners of her mouth. "Where's this place?" Luo Yu couldn't help but ask, as he felt that the woman seemed overly familiar with this place. She knew exactly where the traps and secret passages were. Cough, cough. Gu Yue Na revealed an awkward expression and stepped forward to grab Luo Yu's arm. "All right, don't ask so many questions, brother Yu. Let's go in quickly. There are some good treasures inside that you need." Luo Yu is now really confused. He has a big family business and lacks nothing, right? He couldn't understand what this girl was mysteriously hinting at. Just like that, he was led by the girl directly towards the stairs in the darkness. After entering, Gu Yue Na didn't forget to rotate the internal mechanism, raising the stone wall again. Bang! As the stone wall rose, the space instantly became pitch black, and one couldn't see their own hand in front of their face. It was very quiet and dark here, and both of them could hear each other's breathing so clearly. A solitary man and woman in a confined space, with no light at all. The atmosphere suddenly became quite delicate. Luo Yu unconsciously pinched the soft, slippery little hand that he was holding. A soft whimper escaped the girl, as if she had been startled. "Yuga, why are you pinching me?" "I'm sorry." Luo Yu quickly released her small hand, habitually waving to apologize, but suddenly caught sight of something and flicked his hand away. A startled cry rang out. "Yuga Yu." Gu Yue Na pouted, starting a sentence, but trailing off. In the darkness, the girl anxiously covered her chest with both hands, her face already flushed to the point of almost dripping with water. Her mind was in disarray. What was Yuga trying to do? Was he planning something bad? As expected, all men are big pig trotters. Was he doing it on purpose or not? Gu Yue Na bit her thin lips. She had never shared a room with anyone like this before and unconsciously began to feel tense. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared, illuminating the dark space. Luo Yu's fingertips were gathering a ball of golden light. "Are you okay, Nana?" "I'm fine." Gu Yue Na shook her head in response. Somehow, at the moment when the darkness was dispelled, she felt a little bit of loss. Luo Yu began to survey his surroundings. It was a narrow tunnel with winding paths, surrounded by rocks covered in moss. "Is this place dangerous?" "Not at all." "Are you so sure?" Luo Yu grinned, feeling something was off. "Of course, brother Yu. Just follow me." Gu Yue Na moved her beautiful legs, and under the dim light, the girl's curvaceous figure appeared even more graceful. Luo Yu was slightly taken aback, but there were no ill thoughts in his mind. He truly found Gu Yue Na's figure to be very beautiful. The beauty was graceful, taking light steps that swayed gently, bright and captivating. Following the stone steps down, it was initially narrow, but then opened up suddenly, revealing a small secret chamber. A golden light flooded Luo Yu's vision. It was a pile of gold soul coins. Jade and precious artifacts were dazzlingly arrayed. However, despite the treasures scattered everywhere, Luo Yu only slightly raised his eyelids, showing little excitement. He was interested in enhancing his strength and in beautiful things. As for money, he had no shortage of it. Besides, with strength, who would worry about lacking money to spend? Beggars need money, and they have to endure wind and rain, not to mention preparing a broken bowl. Strong people need money. Isn't it just a matter of reaching out? At that moment, Gu Yue Na was over there touching the wall, seemingly searching for something. Luo Yu relaxed and looked at the transparent system panel. Strategy task: capture the Saintess Huilina. Task reward: exclusive 9 Heavens Extermination Sword. The first soul ring of 100,000 years. Luo Yu had a different perspective on system tasks. His personality would not be controlled by the system. If the system told him to capture someone, would he just go and capture them? What is the difference from being a puppet? Moreover, feelings formed this way are also fake, so what is the point? He was willing to take action for a girl, but she had to be a good girl, worthy of his efforts, and he had to have genuine feelings for her. Otherwise, you want me to capture whoever? What a joke. Why would I be so obedient? Who is the master here? You or me? Sorry, that is impossible. The system will always be the little brother. I am the one in control. The gaze in Luo Yuxing's starry eyes gradually became sharp and clear. In fact, this was also the reason why he had a brief encounter with Gu Yue Na after receiving the mission, rather than rushing to launch an attack. Now that he had learned more, he had developed enough affection for this girl. It was time to take the initiative. Found it. The excited voice caught Luo Yu's attention. Gu Yue Na smiled brightly, tucking her messy golden hair behind her ear with one hand, while holding up a small bottle that looked like agate and glass with the other, waving it at Luo Yu. The bottle was transparent, and inside swayed a light pink liquid, which looked quite beautiful. Here, brother Yu, this is for you. Gu Yue Na blinked her beautiful eyelashes and eagerly placed it into his hand. What is this? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, unable to guess what this object was for a moment. The bottle felt smooth to the touch and surprisingly warm. Huh, is there a label here? A label? What label? Gu Yue Na shook her head repeatedly, her cheeks slightly flushed, and she sneakily glanced at the scraps of paper in a hidden spot. Brother Yu, you should take a sip and try it first. Actually, I don't know if this thing is useful. If it's not useful, you can just keep it. Luo Yu looked at Gu Yue Na's expectant gaze, tugged at the corners of his mouth, and chuckled. What kind of medicine are you selling in that gourd? Being so mysterious. You have to tell me what this is before I can drink it. Gu Yue Na thought to herself that it said men are quite sensitive about issues in that area. If she stated it plainly, would it make Brother Yu feel embarrassed and leave in a huff? No, she had to act as if she knew nothing. It was necessary to respect Brother Yu's sense of male pride. Gu Yue Na made up her mind and smiled. Brother Yu, since you just arrived at the Spear Hall, I don't have much to give you. This item is just right for strengthening muscles and bones, promoting blood circulation, and greatly enhancing physical functions. It's a boost for vitality, so consider it a welcome gift from me. Luo Yu's lips twitched, listening to the tone and effects. It sounded so much like a roadside stall's introduction to a powerful pill. He initially wanted to refuse outright, but seeing Gu Yue Na's hopeful gaze and the enticing light pink liquid in the bottle, he hesitated. To be honest, he had never seen anything like this before. Should he try a sip? He wasn't afraid of being poisoned. First, his pure divine body forged from the golden lotus during his tribulation was immune to all poisons. Second, he didn't believe Gu Yue Na would harm him. Hop! He opened the bottle, and a fragrant aroma wafted out. Under Gu Yue Na's watchful eyes, Luo Yu took a slight sip. TSK. Luo Yu's eyes lit up as he looked at the girl in surprise. Is this alcohol? It was smooth and slightly sweet upon entry, with a faint fragrant sheen. The rich flavor stimulated the taste buds on his tongue, and it felt somewhat warm as it flowed down his throat, warming his entire abdomen. Seeing that Luo Yu liked it, Gu Yue Na revealed a sweet smile. Brother Yu, if you like it, just drink it all. I specially brought this for you. Thank you. I really like this wine, Luo Yu said, and then he took a big gulp, drinking it heartily. Gu Yue Na smiled, even sweeter, thinking to herself that she was quite clever, solving a big problem for Brother Yu. This wine is really good. Why don't you try a sip? Luo Yu shook the jade bottle and said contentedly, No need. Nana doesn't want any. You don't want any? Luo Yu showed a look of suspicion. Gu Yue Na quickly waved her hands and changed the subject, saying, So, Brother Yu, do you feel any better after drinking this? Not so weak anymore? Luo Yu always felt that something was not quite right. Nana, why do I feel like I can't understand what you're saying? Is there something wrong with this wine? Gu Yue Na innocently shook her head. What'd be wrong? It's just good for strengthening the body and tastes good. Since we got what we need, let's hurry up and leave. Wait. Luo Yu tilted his head back and drank the contents of the bottle in one gulp. He then took out a small silver pot from the spatial storage pouch at his waist. He turned the jade bottle towards the mouth of the pot. A milky white liquid flowed out, quickly filling the small bottle. Brother Yu, what are you doing? Gu Yue Na asked curiously. The man placed the jade bottle on the ground, a faint smile appearing on his face. Did you not say that we came to borrow? Naturally, we must return it. I, Luo Yu, have never taken advantage of others in my life, so this spirit liquid is my way of repaying. Gu Yue Na's delicate body trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes deeply gazing at the man's gentle smile, feeling an invisible charm radiating from him, causing her heart to inexplicably flutter. While looks and strength are certainly important, what truly touches the heart is the character displayed in every gesture. Even if they took the items here, the original owner would never know who did it. That milky spirit liquid was obviously a rare treasure, yet Luo Yu chose to keep it to repay the favor. Let's go, Brother Yu. Although Gu Yue Na didn't mention anything, her voice carried a hint of admiration and intimacy. Wait, Luo Yu's voice suddenly became somewhat low. What's wrong? Do you feel like this room is a bit warm? Luo Yu couldn't help but tug at his collar. Gu Yue Na looked up and gasped, Brother Yu, why is your face so red? Chapter 30. The Mighty Tiger Wine. Gu Yue Na secretly admired. Blushing, Luo Yu instinctively touched his face. Wow, it's burning hot. Gu Yue Na frowned, looking at the man anxiously, not knowing what had happened. Luo Yu was also quite confused. Just a moment ago, he felt nothing, enjoying a little drink and feeling pleasantly warm. But then things started to feel increasingly wrong. His whole body became directly hot, as if every pore was erupting with heat. There was an evil fire surging up from his dantian. His throat became dry, and when he glanced at the jade bottle, his eyes, which were gradually turning red, instantly fixed on the woman. Gu Yue Na, what exactly did you make me drink? Seeing the man's fierce expression, Gu Yue Na tightened her body and looked pitifully, saying, And no, It's nothing. Luo Yu felt a wave of heat assaulting his brain, an unknown evil fire becoming more intense, and his blood vessels seemed to be expanding, while his muscles showed signs of tension and swelling. Quick, tell me. Gu Yue Na noticed the unusual changes in Luo Yu and, with a worried expression, rushed closer. Brother Yu, what is happening to you? Luo Yu suppressed his restlessness and said dryly, Stop wasting time. Just tell me what the hell I'm drinking. Gu Yue Na bit her thin lips, and hearing Luo Yu scold her, her voice became anxious and even choked with tears. It's nothing. That wine is just a supplement. Supplement? What kind of supplement can make me like this? Luo Yu's voice suddenly rose, feeling that this was completely absurd. Gu Yue Na anxiously explained, Brother Yu, I just thought since you took so many supplements in the morning, I wanted to help alleviate your hidden ailment. And I happen to know there was a treasure here that should be what you need. At this moment, Luo Yu felt a heaviness in his chest, almost spitting out blood from anger. How could he not understand the woman's subtext? She was practically saying he had kidney deficiency. All the stammering and strange behavior along the way was just to bring him here for a remedy. Brother Yu, are you okay? Gu Yue Na was at a loss. Having never seen such a scene, it didn't seem like poisoning at all. It was fine before, but now it was very bad. Luo Yu's eyes were red, and he shot her a fierce glare, emphasizing, Let me make this clear, I do not have kidney deficiency. I'm perfectly fine. I know, Brother Yu. What's wrong with you now? Gu Yue Na was genuinely anxious, because the man's ethereal aura had completely vanished, replaced by a wild and explosive energy that seemed ready to erupt at any moment. And you're asking me what's wrong? Is what you gave me a supplement? Luo Yu exclaimed in exasperation. Gu Yue Na's small face was anxious. Yes, it's a supplement. My brother boasted about it when he gave it to me, saying it was even better than the 8 treasure soup, that men would feel invigorated and powerful after drinking it. Luo Yu felt a darkness before his eyes, and he understood now. He understood everything. So this saintess of the Wuhuan Hall thought she had kidney deficiency and brought him to his brother's secret chamber to steal some medicine? What was even more ridiculous was that he actually believed her nonsense and drank it all. He even thought it tasted good. What kind of situation is this? Didn't Tishi tell you what this thing is for? What is it called? Luo Yu's throat trembled. My brother told me this stuff is for nourishing the body, and its effects are unprecedented, something he went to great lengths to obtain, and the label says tiger's might. By the way, my brother said it has another name. What is it called? Luo Yu's voice was deep, desperately suppressing his agitation. Dragon raises its head. What the hell? What a fitting name, tiger's might. And what a fitting name, dragon raises its head. Incredible. He really has raised his head now. Not only raised his head, but he is about to explode. Luo Yu has now figured it out. The girl in front of him is pretending to be confused while actually understanding everything. It's no wonder, being a generation saintess. How could she be aware of the tricks men play? As Luo Yu's body trembled, Gu Yue Na quickly reached out to support him. In the secret room, a lonely man and a woman. The woman's fragrant scent drew closer, and Luo Yu instantly felt like he was about to break down. Boom! The momentum erupted, and the dragon god martial soul manifested, directly suppressing Gu Yue Na. Brother Yu, what's wrong with you? Gu Yue Na tried to resist. A powerful masculine aura surged, and 2 arms like steel bound her, making it hard for her to breathe. What's wrong? You tell me what's wrong. It's all you're doing. Shouldn't you be responsible for putting out the fire? What? Gu Yue Na's eyes widened. Even now, she still didn't realize that the wine was problematic. This, she gasped, her brows furrowing, feeling pain in her earlobe. There, she had been bitten by Luo Yu. You said you slept with me today. Is it your fault or mine? Rip. The outer garment was torn apart, revealing a black undergarment that showcased her perfect figure. Gu Yue Na tried to struggle, but was completely unable to. She had long been subdued by Luo Yu's dragon god martial soul. Looking at Luo Yu's slightly crazed eyes, Gu Yue Na resigned herself and closed her eyes, a single tear falling from the corner of her eye. She never expected it would be like this. Roar. A suppressed roar echoed in Gu Yue Na's ear, so close. Crying? Now you know to cry. I've been terribly harmed by you. Gu Yue Na, you've owned me big time this time. Luo Yu fiercely pinched the pair of smooth, tall long legs. Bang! Gu Yue Na felt her body relax, and before she could open her eyes, she heard the sound of stones shattering. When she finally opened her eyes, she saw a large hole blown out at the end of the stone steps, and Luo Yu had vanished without a trace. She was still draped in a man's outer garment. Brother Yu. Gu Yue Na stared blankly at the man's coat on her body, her eyes glistening with tears. Her mood was very complicated. If that moment just now was fear, this moment was an infinite worry for the man. Which scoundrel stole from my family? An angry shout came, and Xieyu's figure hurriedly rushed into the secret room through the hole in the wall. When he saw Gu Yue Na, he was taken aback. "Sister, why are you here?" He looked around and said with wide eyes, "Where's the thief?" Seeing Xieyu's, Gu Yue Na's eyes turned red, feeling almost wronged to death. "Xieyu's, I'm going to kill you." Boom! With her demon fox martial spirit manifested, Gu Yue Na grew long ears and a foxtail and directly struck at Xieyu's. "Sister, stop. What are you going crazy for?" Xieyu's hurriedly defended himself, getting hit repeatedly, never expecting his younger sister to attack him. After dozens of breaths, Xieyu's covered his bruised face and said with grievance, "Your brother's house was robbed, and you're still messing around hitting me." Gu Yue Na's eyes were vacant, her red lips pouting as she mournfully said, "After so many years, I finally met a man I like, and now it's all ruined by you." "Huh? What did I do?" Xieyu's was dumbfounded, feeling innocent. Soon, Gu Yue Na recounted the series of events that happened after she brought Luo Yu here. Xieyu's mouth dropped open, and he slapped his thigh. "Aren't you messing around? Bringing outsiders to steal from your brother?" His heart almost broke, truly. A girl should not be kept at home. Forget it, as long as you're okay and nothing major happened. Xieyu's sighed. Gu Yue Na shot him a tearful glare. "Nothing major happened? Didn't you tell me that thing was for restoring health? Why did brother you end up like that?" Xieyu's retorted speechlessly at that time. "I couldn't just tell you that thing was a Chuan medicine, could I?" "Chuan medicine? You mean that was Chuan medicine?" Gu Yue Na felt as if struck by lightning, finally understanding why Luo Yu was so crazy and in pain. "That was something I secretly prepared for my master." The old man, using hundreds of kinds of spiritual herbs, mixed according to a secret formula. "I was hoping to find a suitable opportunity to exchange this for treasures with my master. Now it's all ruined. The medicine is gone." Xieyu's almost cried. "Xieyu's, will it be very uncomfortable to take that thing?" Gu Yue Na asked dreamily. Xieyu's replied impatiently, "What do you think? That thing is different from ordinary Chuan medicine. Its after effects are incredibly strong. Just one sip can ignite dry wood into a blazing fire. Even a sage would lose their mind. If not resolved, it could be fatal." Gu Yue Na's delicate body trembled as she touched the man's clothing left on her. Her eyes stirred. At that moment, even if he really did something, what could she blame him for? After all, it was all self-inflicted. However, Luo Yu had resisted his instincts and pain, choosing to suffer rather than harm her. At that time, if it were someone else, they might have taken advantage of her. "Brother Yu." Gu Yue Na's pupils constricted as she covered her mouth. Her heart stirred. "Huh?" Xieyu's wondered, what else is in this bottle? That was the spiritual liquid that brother Yu felt couldn't be taken for free and put back inside. "Huh?" Xieyu's rolled his eyes in pain. "What spiritual liquid can compare to my treasured dragon rising?" His dismissive tone suddenly stopped, followed by a gasp of shock. This is the 10,000-year jade marrow spiritual liquid?" Xieyu's tried dropping a drop on his tongue and felt his soul power boiling. "Holy crap, it really is 10,000-year spiritual liquid. Sister, did he say this was for me?" Xieyu's tightly grasped the jade bottle, his face full of excitement and joy, no longer feeling any pain. "Is this thing very precious?" Gu Yue Na asked absent-mindedly. "Precious is an understatement. This thing can only be found in the core area of the Stardow Forest. Taking this bottle could at least help me level up by 4 levels. Gu Yue Na's already trembling heart was further shaken, completely moved. At this moment, Luo Yu's shadow was deeply imprinted in her heart. "Sister, what are you going to do?" Xieyu's exclaimed. Gu Yue Na's graceful figure had already disappeared from the room. Meanwhile, a series of system sounds echoed in Luo Yu's mind. However, he was no longer concerned about these, almost losing his sanity. Chapter 31. Almost ate a rabbit. Exclusive 10,000-year red soul ring for the Sword of Heaven. Swish! Luo Yu burst out of the evil moon secret chamber, controlling the little sanity left, racing back to the Empress's palace at lightning speed. Faster, even faster. Luo Yu gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging, his face turning as red as a boiled shrimp, and every joint began to tremble as he struggled to endure the waves of wicked heat rising within him. The spirit wine could rejuvenate anyone with just a sip, and with Luo Yu's extraordinary talent, after downing an entire bottle, the consequences were predictable. His blood was surging. If he weren't extraordinary, he might have already dealt with Gu Yue Na in the secret chamber. Luo Yu is not a pedantic person, but in that situation, he truly couldn't take a girl. However, he didn't expect that his unintentional actions would impress Gu Yue Na, allowing her to see a brilliant side of his character, completely winning her heart. At this moment, the system kept prompting him with task completion information, but Luo Yu had no intention of checking it. All he knew with the remaining rationality was that he had to hurry back to the Empress's palace, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Soon, he arrived at the Pope's palace. Luo Yu pushed the door open wildly, his throat dry, eyes red, ready to unleash a killing spree, only to find that Bibidon had not returned yet. This is bad. Luo Yu silently cursed himself. The last shred of reason was about to be consumed by the fiery emotions in his heart. Benefactor, what is wrong with you? Oh, who was trapped inside the house, exclaimed. A swirl of pink light surrounded them as the charm rabbit transformed into human form. A fragrant breeze swept in, and a mature woman with soft pink eyes appeared beside Luo Yu, her jade-like hand gripping the man's arm, her face filled with concern and anxiety. At this moment, Luo Yu was like a bomb that could be ignited at any time. The enchanting and graceful figure of the young woman, along with her faint body fragrance, completely ignited him. The alluring pink eyes right in front of him were so tempting, her red lips as vibrant as rose petals, and her snow-white, smooth skin was filled with an invisible allure, especially that familiar charm. Benefactor, what's wrong? Don't scare Ao. The young woman shook Luo Yu's arm, confused. Her lips were suddenly attacked, and Ao's eyes widened in shock. All words interrupted. Benefactor, you can't do this. Ao turned her body to dodge, but was caught by Luo Yu. Rip! The fabric flew apart. A delicate cry escaped. Ao's face turned crimson as she exclaimed, her soul power gently isolating Luo Yu. I'm so hot. I'm so hot. Luo Yu let out a low sound. Seeing the man's pained expression, Awu suddenly felt a pang of compassion. Her benefactor had saved her life. What was a little sacrifice on her part? However, Awu bit her red lips, leaving teeth marks, her gaze flickering with hesitation. Looking at the man's handsome face, which was now completely flushed, Awu made up her mind. No matter what, if her benefactor wanted it, then so be it. She shed her torn outer garment, revealing her perfect figure in her undergarments, with a delicate waist free of any excess fat and a pair of flawless, white legs. She released her soul power control over Luo Yu and shyly opened her arms. She really couldn't bear to watch. You're of no use here, go aside. Awu's delicate body was pushed away from Luo Yu by an invisible force. A silver portal appeared in the room, and an irritable female voice came from within. Then, a smooth jade foot stepped out, adorned with a delicate silver bell around the ankle, cascading silver hair flowing down, and the girl's purple eyes were filled with reproach, as if she was holding back a surge of frustration. Master, please help the benefactor. What happened to him? Awu seemed to see a savior. Gu Yue Na snorted coldly. What else could it be? He was drugged by a foolish woman. Swish! Silver light flickered as the elements of the space gathered. The room returned to silence once again. Luo Yu and Gu Yue Na have both disappeared. Awu looked around in confusion. Master, it seems you have forgotten me here. Time passed unknowingly. Cough, cough. Luo Yu slowly opened his eyes and saw the jagged rocks. He reached out with his hand and felt a soft blanket beneath him. As he got up and looked around, he found himself in a strange cave about 60 to 70 square meters. Where am I? Luo Yu rubbed his forehead and suddenly recalled what had happened earlier. He hurriedly ran back to the Pope's palace and confronted Awu. The last image of Awu, looking like she was inviting anyone to take their pick, also came to mind. Hiss! What a sin! Rather than harming the innocent, it would be better to deal with the saintess on the spot in the secret chamber. Luo Yu hesitated for a moment. It seemed that she was taken away by Gu Yue Na in the end. Wasn't she in the Stardow forest? How could she appear in the Pope's palace? Could it be that Gu Yue Na helped her solve the problem in the end as well? No way. Luo Yu's expression froze, and the corners of his mouth twitched. The proud and thunderous Silver Dragon King was personally helping him relieve his anger? It felt like a freaking dream. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Gu Yue Na possibly do such a thing with him? Luo Yu lowered his head and leaned down, seeing that his clothes were intact and neatly worn. He let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the problem wasn't serious. With Gu Yue Na's cultivation level, she must have other methods to help him detoxify. The most important thing was that Luo Yu currently felt no fatigue that would suggest he had done anything like that. Instead, he felt an unusual abundance of energy, and even his soul power seemed to have made a breakthrough. His skin was radiating a precious glow, appearing to be more resilient. It seemed that this dragon rising not only had side effects, but also truly had the ability to strengthen the body. He glanced at the system panel. Luo Yu was surprised. When was the task completed? Task objective: capture the Saintess Juliana. Current task progress: 100. The host has successfully captured the heart of the Saintess. Task reward: First exclusive soul ring of the Nine Heavens extermination sword. 100,000-year soul ring. Frost cold to the bone. Red lotus ice phoenix. Red lotus ice phoenix? Luo Yu's eyes sparkled with intense curiosity. Previously, the system mentioned that the Zhutian sword must be paired with a martial soul to reveal its true potential, which now seems to be the case. The legendary tales surrounding it were quite intriguing, and he wanted to see for himself what it was all about. Clang! The sound of the sword echoed through the cave, stirring up waves of reverberation. A 4'3" ancient long sword appeared in Luo Yu's hand. The sword's body resembled that of a stone sword, its aura unremarkable and seemingly ordinary. However, the blood-red soul ring swirling around the sword was exceptionally eye-catching. In Luo Yu's eyes, a look of appreciation flashed by as he felt that the blood-red soul ring was so deep and striking, seemingly containing another world, waiting and longing for his activation. Soul power circulated, urging the soul ring. Suddenly, red and blue brilliance erupted, extremely dazzling. In an instant, it was as if a red lotus had bloomed, and an ice phoenix screeched. Deep blue coldness surged, and a thin layer of frost instantly formed on the surface of the rocks within the cave. Luo Yu stood dazed, staring blankly at the Zhutian sword in his hand. Even though he had been psychologically prepared, he never expected such an astonishing change to occur after activating the soul ring. Chapter 32. Pure Gu Yue Na, the amazing and magical first soul skill. The Zhutian sword now looked nothing like its previous ordinary form. It had undergone a tremendous transformation. If it weren't for the sensation of bloodline connection, Luo Yu would have almost thought this was not his martial soul. The sword body of Zhutian had become wider, and its color had changed. It was now entirely ice blue and transparent, shimmering with a strange light. The surface of the sword was engraved with patterns of an ice phoenix, full of spirit, almost like a living creature. A long blue ice chain extended from the hilt, spiraling around Luo Yu's hand and spreading up his arm. The blade exhibited a crimson color reminiscent of a red lotus. Without even swinging the sword, the surrounding space seemed to be freezing because of it. This is just too awesome. Luo Yu was shocked, his mouth open wide and couldn't close for a long time. In the world of Douluo, every martial soul has its limitations. Even the 7-killing sword of Jian Dao Qinshin, which is known as the #1 attack power in the world, can only grow larger or smaller, enhancing its might at best. His own Zhutian sword, in its normal state, is nothing extraordinary, at most indestructible. But once the soul ring's power is infused, it's as if it has been washed clean of its impurities and transformed entirely. Its overall form has changed. The color, attributes, and shape are all different now. As the sword master, he can clearly feel that this is just the initial release form of the first soul skill of the Zhutian sword. It seems to contain an extreme power of ice, and once released, it is bound to be astonishing and extraordinary. Whoosh! A silver figure appeared outside the cave, drawn in by the commotion caused by Luo Yu's soul skill. Gu Yue Na. Luo Yu shifted his gaze from the sword to this stunningly beautiful girl. You finally woke up, Gu Yue Na said with her purple eyes calm as a still pond. Did you help me? Luo Yu focused on the woman's expression. Of course. Who else could it be but me? Gu Yue Na snorted coldly and glared. You're really something, getting drugged by a little girl. Luo Yu's mouth twitched, and he awkwardly said, she meant well, but ended up causing trouble. I never thought that thing could be a Chunyao. Gu Yue Na shot him a glance and said, so what happened in the end? Were you left dumbfounded? Luo Yu shook his head and said, all right, let's not talk about that. Did I hurt you when I got out of that state? You? Hurt me? What a joke. Gu Yue Na tilted her beautiful eyes as if to say, do you think you're worthy? Luo Yu was not buying it. The girl was acting very cold, but after spending so many years with Gu Yue Na, how could he not notice the subtle differences in her behavior? If you were really that calm, you should at least loosen the grip of your hands behind your back first. So annoying. Why do you have to dig so deep and clarify everything? After being seen through, Gu Yue Na let out a spoiled voice, and her cheeks flushed a little. You wouldn't really help me, would you? Luo Yu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Help? What help? You've already slept with that female pope, and you still want to touch me? No way. Gu Yue Na's expression returned to its icy state. Her purple eyes narrowed, and her eyelashes fluttered. How do you know so much about my matters? Gu Yue Na, are you spying on me? Seeing Luo Yu's face turn ashen, Gu Yue Na turned her head away, revealing her snow-white neck, and lightly huffed. I'm not spying. I'm secretly protecting you. Why are you running around with me instead of staying well in the Stardow? Luo Yu scolded. Luo Yu, what do you mean? I can go wherever I want, with whoever I want. Who are you to control me? Gu Yue Na glared at him, her tone rising. Luo Yu looked serious and stared at the girl, his voice stern and domineering. Your injury isn't healed yet, don't you know? Gu Yue Na's cold little face instantly lost its composure, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and the harsh words on the tip of her tongue were swallowed back. Why you're worried about me? The girl's voice became smaller. Of course, we've been together for so many years. If I don't care about you, who else would I care about? In a vast Stardow forest, who else besides me would dare to look after you? Even if someone dared to, those fools wouldn't understand your pain, nor would they understand the wounds you suffered in the divine realm. Luo Yu's speech slowed, and he sighed. Gu Yue Na's beautiful eyes completely softened, all her sharpness disappeared, and she murmured softly, Brother Yu, it's my fault. I shouldn't have sneaked out. Luo Yu shook his head. You shouldn't have come out. You should focus on recovering from your injuries. Gu Yue Na's smooth, jade-like foot drew circles on the ground. I'm worried about you. If I'm not here, who will help you solve your troubles? Luo Yu paused. How did you help me solve it? Gu Yue Na buried her head down and said, Don't think too much about it. Nothing special happened. Luo Yu frowned. I can't possibly get better on my own, right? Just tell me what I did to you, and I will take responsibility. Gu Yue Na lightly scoffed, shook her head repeatedly, and stammered, using hands, no need to take responsibility, right? Ah, there's this operation too? Luo Yu was baffled. Gu Yue Na could actually do such things. Who taught you these bad things? Gu Yue Na became anxious, pouting in dissatisfaction, and said, What are you talking about? Who dares to teach me? To see if I don't kill him. Actually, I saw the whole process between you and the queen that day, and then I thought maybe I could simulate it in a different way to help you solve the problem. Luo Yu looked deeply at Gu Yue Na, momentarily stunned by her beauty. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Is this the excellence of a Silver Dragon King? Self-taught. What are you looking at? With my cleverness, how could I possibly let you, a stinky man, take advantage of me? Gu Yue Na proudly lifted her chin, her silver hair flowing in the breeze. Luo Yu was speechless for a moment. Are you sure I'm not taking advantage of this? Of course, he wouldn't say that out loud. And he glanced at that jade-like small hand with an unnatural expression. By the way, how did your martial soul suddenly change to this form? 100,000-year soul ring. Is your first soul ring really 100,000 years? Gu Yue Na slightly parted her cherry lips and quickly approached. Her slender fingers poked at the crimson blade and the ice-blue sword body, her eyes filled with curiosity. No, it's been quite a while, and you just noticed? Luo Yu complained. Gu Yue Na rolled her eyes at him. You just asked me a question. Hurry up and tell me, how did your sword suddenly become like this? It's so amazing. I've never seen such a peculiar sight with my experience. Luo Yu immediately answered Gu Yue Na, but concealed some information about the system. Wow, your first soul skill is too outrageous. The overall form and attributes of a long sword have completely changed. This is basically like transforming into another sword martial soul. Isn't it? Luo Yu smiled lightly. What you said seems to be true. Wait. Gu Yue Na pondered and said, You won't have an independent form for each soul ring release in the future, will you? Luo Yu shook his head. I'm not sure, but what you said is indeed possible. Gu Yue Na stepped aside, beckoning with her jade-like finger. Come, it should still be in its initial state, right? Let me test the true power of your first soul skill. Luo Yu was not hesitant. He knew exactly what level of cultivation Gu Yue Na had. She was just the right candidate for testing his skills. His soul power surged as he fully activated his first soul skill. Icy blue mist rose from the sword, and the phoenix patterns on its surface became vibrant. The temperature in the cave dropped rapidly, covered in frost. Red and blue lights flickered. Crash! Behind Luo Yu, a pair of phoenix wings made of profound ice suddenly materialized, each feather formed from condensed cold ice, every detail visible and lifelike. But that was not all. Beneath his feet, 12 red lotus petals, entirely made of solid ice exuding cold air, rose up. The lotus petals bloomed, not only looking beautiful, but also completely protecting Luo Yu within them. Gu Yue Na was instantly captivated, having never seen such a breathtaking soul skill. Luo Yu swung his long sword, the crimson blade slicing through the air, and a blue ice phoenix phantom suddenly appeared. The temperature in the cave dropped sharply, rushing toward Gu Yue Na. Bang! Crack! Crack! The cave trembled violently, the ground shattered, and chunks of stone fell from the walls. Chapter 33. A Gentle Kiss. A beauty bestows a treasure, divine artifact. Thousand illusions mask. Whoosh! Luo Yu was panting heavily, looking at the smoke swirling in front of him. Although the 100,000-year soul skill was indeed powerful, the cost was not negligible. Just using this soul skill nearly drained his soul power. Fortunately, the terrifying power was visibly apparent. The sudden burst of cold air and the final explosion exceeded his expectations. As the dust settled, Gu Yu Na was completely frozen in blue ice, becoming a beautiful ice sculpture. However, soon her violet eyes sparkled, and the ice shattered instantly. Emerging from her confinement, Gu Yu Na gracefully approached. "How is the power?" Luo Yu asked. Gu Yu Na clicked her tongue in amazement and remarked, "The power of this soul skill is still limited by your insufficient soul power. Otherwise, it would probably be even more monstrous. Did you see through that? I didn't control it well just now and almost got drained," Luo Yu said with a wry smile. Gu Yu Na fixed her gaze on the Zhu sword and sighed. "To be honest, this soul skill is truly surprisingly powerful. It's definitely not an ordinary skill. All these special phenomena cannot simply be summarized as a 100,000-year soul skill. The phoenix wings behind you can probably take flight as long as your soul power is sufficient. The red lotus beneath you covers all directions, protecting you while you gather energy. That ice chain wrapped around your arm also seems to have unique effects that have yet to be revealed." Luo Yu couldn't help but give Gu Yu Na a thumbs up. As expected of the Silver Dragon King, her insight was truly exceptional, able to discern so many secrets in such a short time. Gu Yu Na raised her chin and huffed. "If I didn't have this level of insight, I would have perished under the Azura divine sword back then. How could I have survived for so many years?" Luo Yu's expression changed, and he spoke seriously while brandishing his sword. "You can rest assured, give me some time. With me around, no one can harm you." Gu Yu Na's delicate body trembled slightly, but she quickly pouted her red lips and said in a charming voice, "You arrogant man, stop bragging. My enemies are not something the small fry of Douluo continent can compare to." Luo Yu shook her head slightly and slowly released the soul skill. The Nine Heavens Extermination Sword returned to its original ancient appearance. Although plain, it revealed a unique aura, showcasing its extraordinary nature. "Why aren't you speaking?" Gu Yu Na couldn't help but ask. Luo Yu was surprised and laughed. "Didn't you say you don't believe my words? TCH, my enemy is not a single god, but the entire divine realm. Do you know how terrifying that existence is? Moreover, you have already detached from your soul beast form, and you are no longer related to us, so it's better not to involve you." Gu Yu Na turned around, facing away from Luo Yu, hiding her complicated expression, her hands gripping the corners of her clothes in a tangle. Luo Yu smiled, but did not respond to her, nor did he make any vows or promises. Some things, once decided, should just be done without too much talk. Time will prove everything. At this moment, he only wanted to appreciate the beautiful scenery in front of him. The girl's straight, jade-like back, her waterfall-like long hair cascading down, her pert little bottom, her straight and curvy, beautiful legs, and her dust-free jade feet all showcased an alluring feminine charm. It made him feel somewhat dry in the mouth. Meanwhile, Gu Yu Na was whispering to herself in her heart, "Luo Yu indeed possesses the dragon god martial soul, unparalleled in the world, and may one day be able to confront the god, King Azura." However, in recent days, she has realized that her enemies are not just as simple as one Azura god. The 5 great god kings of the divine realm each have their own powers, supported by countless deities. How could Yu possibly stand against the entire divine realm alone? "No, I can't bring Yu into danger for my own safety." Gu Yu Na bit her lip, thinking quietly. A strange ripple stirred in her heart. Yu's sword martial soul is so special. Perhaps it really could open the heavens with a single strike in the future? She shook her head, thinking, "Gu Yu Na, you must be foolish. How could that be possible?" Suddenly, the girl felt someone pat her on the shoulder. Turning her head, she saw the man's gentle and handsome smile, his starry eyes radiating wisdom as if they could see through her thoughts. "Take care of your injuries and don't overthink it. If that day really comes, if the sky falls, step back and let me as a man bear it." His calm tone, devoid of special emotions, instantly reassured Gu Yu Na, making years of evasion feel like they had finally found a home. "Luo Yu," Gu Yu Na softly called. "What is wrong?" "Moi." Gu Yu Na tiptoed, offering her petal-like cherry lips, lightly pecking Luo Yu's lips like a bird pecking a grain, and then quickly darted away. "You woman, are you not afraid of provoking my anger?" Gu Yu Na fluttered her eyelashes, her beautiful eyes rolling playfully, teasing. Some people have fallen to the point of taking supplements to nourish their bodies. Whether they are effective or not is hard to say. TSK, TSK. Luo Yu's mouth twitched. "Aren't you bringing up something that shouldn't be mentioned? Whether I'm useful or not, haven't you already tried?" Gu Yu Na's cheeks turned slightly red. Luo Yu smiled triumphantly, gaining the upper hand in their verbal sparring. Gu Yu Na, feeling annoyed, suddenly flashed to Luo Yu's side, leaned in close, and gently blew a breath into his ear. I've tried it, it's quite big, she exclaimed. Wow, you become naughty. After some playful banter, the two were engaged in conversation. Gu Yue Na, somewhat surprised, asked, aren't you planning to return to the spirit hall? Luo Yu shook his head. Well, it's just right that you brought me out, so let's not go back for now. Bibidon is busy with disaster relief, and it's a bit awkward to meet with Hu Lai Na for the time being. The main reason for not staying in the spirit hall is that it's annoying. My talent has already been exposed, and those elders and offerings will probably come knocking one after another to win me over. Although it's said that one shouldn't hit a smiling face, it's still quite bothersome to refuse them all, especially Qian Douluo. That guy is determined to win me over, an old sycophant. Others may not know, but I'm very clear about that old fellow's temperament. If I didn't have talent, he could easily turn against me. It's all about profit for him, and he's not a good person at all. As for introducing Qian Rinxue to me as a wife or something, I don't care. Without that butcher Zhang, do I still lack the ability to eat a pig with hair? Ahem. Without Qian Douluo's introduction, do I still lack the ability to eat Qian Rinxue? Luo Yu looked seriously at Gu Yue Na and said, there's one thing I need your advice on. Go ahead, she replied. Luo Yu said helplessly, I'm afraid the news about my martial soul awakening has spread, and various forces might be paying attention to me. If they discover my whereabouts, they will probably swarm in, either to kill me or to win me over, and then I won't be able to live my life. It's so annoying. Gu Yue Na pondered and said, so what you mean is, Luo Yu flattered, did you not use an illusion on a Wu before? Give me one too. Gu Yue Na rolled her beautiful eyes and said, come on, I was following you at that time, so I could use my mental power to create illusions. If I'm not around, she goes back to her original state. Then what should we do? Luo Yu was momentarily at a loss. He felt a bit annoyed. Is it really so difficult to be low-key in life? Don't worry, I have a solution. Gu Yue Na smiled mysteriously, a flash of light in her hand, revealing an object. It was in the shape of a mask, resembling a thin film, shimmering with a faint glow. What is this? This object is called the Thousand Illusion Mask. It has no offensive capabilities, but can change your appearance and aura, and even conceal the color of your soul rings. Is it really that useful? Luo Yu exclaimed in surprise. Of course, this is a divine artifact I obtained from the divine realm. Gu Yue Na raised her elegant neck, revealing a proud expression. Luo Yu opened his mouth, but didn't rush to reach out for it. Is this divine artifact just lent to me like that? Gu Yue Na stuffed the Thousand Illusions mask into his hand and smiled sweetly. It's not a loan. It's a gift for you. Anyway, I have no use for it. The girl's boldness, along with her bright and generous smile, stunned Luo Yu for a moment. But he quickly returned a knowing smile. Then thank you. You're welcome. What Luo Yu didn't know was that this item was also very valuable to Gu Yue Na. However, she intentionally chose not to mention it. The Thousand Illusions mask was a special divine beast that surpassed 1,000,000 years. An artifact refined from the fur of a phantom beast combined with special materials. It was thanks to its ability to disguise and conceal presence that Gu Yue Na had the chance to evade pursuit and hide in Douluo continent. By the way, take this as well. Gu Yue Na hended Luo Yu asachet. What is this? Don't ask so many questions, just keep it. Without giving him a chance to refuse, Gu Yue Na stuffed the sachet into Luo Yu's arms. Promise me, don't lose it, and definitely don't sneak a peek. What else with all the mystery? Luo Yu pouted, but he still accepted it honestly. After all, it was the girl's intention. How could he refuse? Shaking the Thousand Illusions mask in his hand, Luo Yu slowly shook his head. He really didn't intend to rely on others, yet the food was automatically fed to him. With such delicious food and a beautiful person, it seemed really ungrateful not to take a bite. Sigh, I really want to work hard on my own. Then, Luo Yu entrusted Gu Yue Na with a few things, asking her to help deliver a letter to Bibidon. The content of the letter was basically to comfort the Empress, telling her to focus on disaster relief and not to worry, as they would definitely meet again soon. After the silver light flickered, the graceful figure disappeared. Luo Yu stepped out of the cave, directing his gaze towards the direction of the Heaven Do Empire, with a hint of anticipation and amusement at the corners of his mouth. Tang San, peerless in hidden weapons, I wonder if you can take my sword. Dai Mu Bai, the white tiger of the world, I wonder if you can withstand my punch. Ma Hongjun, the fire phoenix soaring across the sky, I wonder if you can burn my divine body. This time, he wanted to see if the legendary talents of Shrek were truly worthy of their reputation. A flash of brilliance crossed Luo Yu's dazzling starry eyes. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in his mind once again. Ding! The system has relocked the target goddess in Chapter 34. Encountering the sultry beauty in leather. First meeting Zhu Zhuqing. A new target so soon? LSP system. It seems you really don't want me to rest. Luo Yu lightly scoffed and secretly began to guess who it would be this time. However, it was quite difficult to guess. After all, in the Douluo continent, not to mention anything else, there were beauties everywhere. The stunningly beautiful and fiery empress, the enchanting Saint Gu Yue Na, the cat girl Zhu Zhuqing with a youthful face, the playful and beautiful rabbit girl Xiao Wu, the pure yet seductive witch Ning Rongrong, and the icy and stunning ice and snow empress. With so many extraordinary beauties, Luo Yu couldn't count them all at once and truly couldn't figure out who the system would choose. Ding! System successfully locked onto the goddess. Task released. Capture the nether spirit cat, Zhu Zhuqing. Task reward. Exclusive Zhu Tian sword, 100,000 years second soul ring. Zhu Zhuqing, huh? Luo Yu was momentarily stunned. And a clear-looking yet curvaceous cat girl image flashed through his mind. Incredibly cute and charming. This dog system really knows how to pick people. As if recalling something, Luo Yu's mouth slightly curled up. Sorry, Daimu Bai, but it's the system that wants to put a hat on you. If you have any objections, take it up with it. It has nothing to do with me, Luo Yu. What bad intentions could I possibly have? I just want a soul ring reward. Ever since he saw the extraordinary and cool first soul ring of the Nine Heavens slaying sword, Luo Yu couldn't help but look forward to what kind of domineering posture the second soul ring would have, feeling a bit like a cat scratching at his heart. He took out a map from his storage pouch and carefully compared it. He found the location of Shrek Academy. Just as he took 2 steps forward, the emotionless electronic voice sounded again. Ding! System prompt. Zhu Zhuqing has not yet joined the academy and is on her way to Shrek. Huh? Not joined the academy yet. On the way? Hearing the system prompt, Luo Yu immediately understood the timeline he was in. It seemed he wasn't late. It was just the right time. Luo Yu asked, "Do you know where Zhu Zhuqing is?" The system did not respond, but suddenly a transparent panel appeared in front of Luo Yu, displaying a map. His location was marked by a gold dot, remaining stationary. Another location was marked by a black dot, moving quickly. Hiss! Impressive! Luo Yu exclaimed 666. This navigation is really impressive. This woman is moving so fast. Could she be in some trouble? Luo Yu pondered for a moment, then darted off in a specific direction. Late at night, the stars were dazzling. The bright crescent moon hung in the sky, spilling silver light down into the jungle near Sawata City. Swish! The sound of grass rustling echoed in the moonlit forest. A shadow suddenly leaped out. It was an extremely voluptuous and sultry figure, with a tiny waist and ample curves, all tightly wrapped in black leather, outlining a perfectly shaped body that exuded an astonishing wild charm. This fiery beauty, however, had a youthful face that was completely inconsistent with her figure, and 2 fluffy, cute ears perched atop her head, adding a unique beauty. At this moment, the girl's delicate face was cold, her beautiful eyes filled with anxiety and impatience, biting her lip as she hurried along, occasionally glancing back. Seeing that no one was chasing her, she let out a sigh of relief and slowed her pace. Suddenly, her previously relaxed gaze tightened again, her spirit focused. Because ahead of her, there was a flame that stood out so abruptly and dazzlingly in the forest. She crept closer, stealthily approaching, quietly parting the bushes. She saw a boy about 12 or 13 years old, facing away from her, sitting by a campfire propped up on a wooden rack, roasting meat. After observing for a while, the boy showed no signs of danger. Realizing there was no threat, she finally felt at ease and walked out confidently. "Russell, who are you?" The boy quickly turned his head. The girl in the tight leather outfit waved her hand, saying, "Don't worry, I'm just passing by. No ill intentions." "Oh, then come over." The boy turned back, continuing to focus on his barbecue. The girl approached step by step, curiosity in her eyes. Was this guy really not afraid of being ambushed by someone he met in the wild, facing away from him? His sense of caution was too low. He must be some Na'vi rookie. In a short time, the girl let down her guard completely and got closer. She didn't see the gradually rising corners of the boy's mouth. It was as if everything was as expected. This boy was naturally Luo Yu, who had been waiting here early based on the route. However, to avoid attracting attention from powerful forces, he used the Thousand Illusions mask to hide his true appearance and even disguised his martial soul, so he looked completely ordinary. In fact, according to the capabilities of the Thousand Illusions mask, he could have made himself look more handsome, but Luo Yu felt it unnecessary. Being handsome for too long, he thought it would be nice to experience being an ordinary person occasionally. It seemed more challenging to pursue girls that way, didn't he? His current mindset was very relaxed and confident. Zhu Zhuqing curiously observed the young man in front of her. This guy was completely ignoring her, completely focused on the meat rotating over the campfire. Not only was he Navi, but he must also be a foodie. Zhu Zhuqing found it hard not to think this way. Throughout her life, every man who saw her had eyes full of desire, even if they were subtle. She could sense it, including her fiancé, and she found that kind of lecherous gaze very repulsive. But this guy was completely fixated on food. He was a bit special, yet also seemed a little silly. After a long silence, Luo Yu flipped the well-cooked meat on the rack, and droplets of oil fell into the campfire, causing a crackling sound and wafting out a savory aroma. Hey, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but speak. Luo Yu glanced at her. Your sense of caution is way too low. Is there a problem? Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. Was this guy overly innocent or just foolish? Don't you know to be careful of strangers in the wild? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Are you reminding me to be careful of you? Zhu Zhuqing's calm state of mind was disrupted, and she thought, what is this guy even thinking? She huffed in annoyance. Do you know that if I had stabbed you in the back just now, you would already be gone? Luo Yu blinked. Zhu Zhuqing's heart inexplicably raced for a moment, feeling as if the other person's eyes held a special charm, particularly beautiful. But the other person looked quite ordinary. She had seen so many handsome men before and had never felt anything for them. Perhaps it was because she had been chased for so long and was too tired. Now that she had shaken off the pursuer, it was time to rest for a while. You lecher, why are you staring at me like that? Zhu Zhuqing spat. I was wondering, will you kill me? Is that even a question? If I wanted to make a move, you would have been dead just now. Luo Yu replied with a roll of his eyes. Since you're not going to kill me, then why bother saying so much earlier? Luo Yu immediately turned his head, focusing on his little barbecue. Zhu Zhuqing was rendered speechless by his words. So after all that talk, the fool was me? He wasn't afraid at all? Watching Luo Yu casually grill meat, she shot him an annoyed glance, secretly cursing in her heart. You should be thankful that it was me you encountered. Otherwise, with your level of vigilance, you would have been a corpse by now. The forest was quiet, the air filled with the increasingly rich aroma of the grilled meat. Luo Yu took out a sharp knife, sliced through the tender roasted meat, and sprinkled it with a handful of homemade fragrant seasoning. Instantly, the surrounding jungle was filled with the enticing aroma. Zhu Zhuqing secretly swallowed her saliva. She and T had a proper meal while being chased. Damn, how can this guy make the meat smell so good? Want a piece? Luo Yu cut off a piece of roasted meat, wrapped it in paper, and handed it over. Just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to reach out to take it, her expression suddenly changed. Wait a minute. Isn't this just slapping herself in the face? She declined, saying, no need. Don't you have common sense? In the wild, you absolutely shouldn't accept food from strangers. What if it's poisoned? Oh, afraid of being poisoned? Luo Yu smiled lightly and directly retracted his hand. Then you don't have to eat it. Hey, what is wrong with this person? Zhu Zhuqing's mood was once again disrupted. If I don't eat it, I have my own rations. Luo Yu began to eat heartily, even pulling out a wine flask to drink. The rich aroma of the meat filled the air, and he watched as the oil splattered, along with the fragrance of the spices. Zhu Zhuqing bit her small red lips and shivered. The food that was once tempting suddenly lost its appeal. Hey, you really aren't going to eat? There's still a piece left here, Luo Yu suddenly said. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated, tightly gripping her dry rations. Oh, if you're not going to eat, then I'll eat it for you. Luo Yu didn't say a word and simply threw the roasted meat into his mouth. Chew, chew. Oh, where did this guy come from? Why isn't he following the rules? It's so infuriating. Zhu Zhuqing felt her mindset collapsing. Her good mood had been completely ruined by this guy. So annoying, so fateful. Oh, well, meeting his fate. How could I possibly eat alone? Look at that sorrowful little expression on your face. Luo Yu looked at her teasingly, as if performing a magic trick, and took out a piece of roasted meat wrapped in green leaves. The aroma was rich and very tempting. Don't you want it? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, slowly opening his mouth, about to retract his outstretched hand. I want it. Who said I don't want it, Why refuse something good? Zhu Zhuqing quickly reached out her small hand like lightning and snatched the roasted meat. Looking at her lips glistening with oil, Luo Yu revealed a faint mischievous smile. After all, she was still a little girl. So innocent and adorable. Chapter 35. The Beauty Under the Moon, Heart-to-Heart Conversation. A man's ambition at the crescent moon hung low, and the forest was tranquil, filled with the sounds of birds and insects. Crackle. Sparks occasionally popped from the campfire as Luo Yu lay back with his arms behind his head, looking relaxed and gazing at the starry sky. On the other side, Zhu Zhuqing secretly stuck out her fragrant tongue, quickly licking the oil residue at the corner of her mouth, then pressed her red lips together, her eyes flashing with curiosity. Through their interactions, and having eaten the man's food, her guard had lowered significantly. This man felt different to her. There was an indescribable feeling. In the star, Luo Empire. No matter which noble or royal offspring saw her, they mostly had a flattering look, and even that guy Dai Mubai was no exception, constantly trying to please her. She was a sensitive attack-type soul master with keen observation skills, and she had seen through it long ago. Those men claimed to care for her, but secretly, they were just lusting after her body. However, this guy, she was certain that from the moment they met until now, there had never been a trace of lewdness in his eyes. Zhu Zhuqing touched her smooth and delicate face. There was no dirt on it. Her gaze gradually focused. If her charm was not the issue, then it must be him. How many young men in their prime could ignore beauty? No matter what, there would be subtle fluctuations. This guy was probably not as simple as he appeared. Caution was the better part of valor. So Zhu Zhuqing had the thought of testing him. Secretly gathering her strength, she sent a small shadow flying through the air. Whoosh! The shadow pierced the air, seemingly about to hit Luo Yu's body. It was as if he had eyes on the side of his head. He raised his arm and precisely pinched the shadow between two fingers. Zhu Zhuqing's pupils suddenly constricted. Although her attack had no killing power, at such a short distance, and being a surprise attack, how could an ordinary soul master react in time? This guy was indeed extraordinary. TSK. Using gold soul coins as hidden weapons, this beauty is quite extravagant. Luo Yu displayed a half-smile, with gold coins skillfully spinning between his fingers. Who are you? Zhu Zhuqing asked warily. That should be my question for you, right? With a delicate appearance, you actually resort to underhanded tactics and sneak attacks. Did my roasted meat just now go to feed a white-eyed wolf? Zhu Zhuqing, knowing she was in the wrong, pressed her red lips together. That gold soul coin was my token of appreciation. Oh, it seems if I don't have a few tricks up my sleeve, I really wouldn't know how to handle your deep feelings. Luo Yu teased, noticing the clear mockery in his tone. Zhu Zhuqing felt her face flush slightly. I'm sorry. I've been being chased, so I've been a bit overly tense. TSK, who is so unromantic as to chase after such a beautiful girl like you. Mentioning this, Zhu Zhuqing's expression instantly turned cold, and she shook her head in silence. There's no need to speak of things you don't wish to discuss. Everyone has their own privacy. Hearing Luo Yu's understanding words, Zhu Zhuqing's icy demeanor softened slightly. She hesitated and said, Didn't you hear me clearly? I'm being chased. Aren't you afraid I might implicate you here? Luo Yu shrugged. Then hurry up and leave here, so you won't drag me down. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily stunned. Normally, when a man sees a girl in trouble, wouldn't he proactively offer to help? Which girl doesn't hope to encounter a hero? Like a deity coming down to save the day when she's in distress? Even though Zhu Zhuqing had a cold personality, she was still at the age of budding romance. But here she was, not encountering a hero, but meeting someone with an ordinary appearance who was also quite cowardly, directly adding insult to injury. Indeed, men are unreliable. Just like that guy Dai Mubai. Afraid of internal family conflicts, he abandoned her and ran to this corner of the Heavendo Empire to hide. Men are indeed not to be trusted. Zhu Zhuqing's voice carried a sense of distance, as she coldly said, You can rest assured, my enemies won't catch up anytime soon. If they do, I'll take responsibility to divert them, so you won't be implicated. Let me rest here for a moment to recover some soul power, and I will leave on my own. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, teasingly looking at the woman. What's wrong, disappointed? Zhu Zhuqing frowned. What am I disappointed about? Don't pretend. Your expression of disappointment is clearly written on your face. You're probably regretting not meeting a hero and instead ending up with a coward like me, right? Zhu Zhuqing replied straightforwardly. Disappointed? Maybe. Who hasn't he dreamed before? But I'm not an innocent girl fresh out of the woods. I can see things clearly. You and I are strangers, and it's only natural for you not to help me. Why should you risk helping me? You can treat me to meat, and you're not in a hurry to send me away. I should be grateful for that. Luo Yu looked at the delicate little face of Zhu Zhuqing, which bore an uncharacteristic determination for her age, and couldn't help but feel a bit moved. He silently scorned Dai Mubai in his heart. What a worthless person. How could this fool think that he could just sneak away when he was scared, leaving a woman to bear the consequences? He had no sense of responsibility at all. If he had just taken Zhu Zhuqing with him to sneak away to the Heavendo Empire, Luo Yu would not have despised him. It was truly shameful for a man. If it weren't for the chance encounter with Tang San helping him out, he would have probably been killed by his brother long ago, and would have dragged Zhu Zhuqing down with him. Sigh. Luo Yu let out a long sigh. I'm being hunted down, and I didn't say a word, so why are you sighing? Zhu Zhuqing rolled her eyes. Luo Yu shook his head, looking up and down at Zhu Zhuqing. I can't think of anyone who could be so heartless as to let a beauty like you fall to such a state. If you were my woman, I would cherish you like a little princess. This statement seemed to strike a chord with Zhu Zhuqing, and her gaze immediately fell into despondency, her heart aching as if cut by a knife. Her father allowed the women in their family to turn against each other. Her fiancé cowardly fled. In her life, besides herself, no one could be relied upon. She had traveled thousands of miles, yet what hope was she still seeking? Where was her home? Don't say so many sweet words. Zhu Zhuqing scoffed. Weren't you just the same? The moment you heard someone was trying to kill me, you immediately backed down. Luo Yu retorted, that's not being cowardly. That's called valuing one's reputation. Zhu Zhuqing pouted, expressing her disbelief. Luo Yu asked, did you ask me to help you? Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. No. Isn't that enough? Luo Yu spread his hands. I helped you, but what if you don't appreciate it? Wouldn't that mean I'm being overly sentimental? So why bother wasting feelings? Zhu Zhuqing huffed. How do you know I won't appreciate it? Then why don't you ask me? I've never asked anyone for help, she said, turning her head aside. Luo Yu smiled and said, look, someone is willing to risk their life to help you, and you won't even ask for help. Who can you blame? Zhu Zhuqing took a deep breath, looked at him deeply, and finally shook her head. Forget it. If it really comes to a fight, you might not even be my match, let alone those who are chasing me. You can't help me with this. But I still want to thank you for keeping me company and chatting. It's quite strange today. I actually haven't talked this much in a long time. Luo Yu smiled lightly and looked up at the night sky again, calmly saying, maybe we just click. Perhaps. Zhu Zhuqing did not refute this. She felt an inexplicable sense of comfort in being with this person. She followed the man's gaze and looked up, her red lips curling up. What's so special about this? Anyway, Luo Yu said softly, do you have a goal? The man's sudden question caught Zhu Zhuqing off guard, and she hesitated internally. A goal? It seemed like she didn't have one. What about you? What is your goal? Zhu Zhuqing blinked her eyelashes. Luo Yu's lips curled slightly. His deep black eyes seemed even more pure, a hint of confidence quietly rising. A slow yet remarkably penetrating murmur emanated from the man's mouth, echoing through the forest. The night sky stretched for miles, with stars hanging high and the moon rising. With my 3-foot sword, I aim for the pinnacle of Douluo. Zhu Zhuqing initially appeared indifferent, but was jolted by Luo Yu's final words. Her watery eyes stared blankly at the man, filled with disbelief. How dare this guy have such ambition? He really thinks big. Isn't his goal too lofty? What's wrong? Luo Yu turned to look at Zhu Zhuqing. The girl opened her mouth slightly, still in shock. You're too arrogant. Luo Yu shook his head. I don't think it's arrogance. Having a goal to pursue is far better than indulging in a life of excess and wasting away. A flicker of brilliance passed through Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. Although the guy in front of her looked ordinary and his talent might not be extraordinary, his mindset truly overshadowed that irresponsible man. Ha ha, this girl is dying of laughter. After all, he is just an uncultured country bumpkin, a small fry from a remote place, daring to dream of the pinnacle of Douluo, truly unaware of his own limits. A flamboyant laugh rang out, and a tall, fiery figure suddenly appeared. Her appearance bore some resemblance to Zhu Zhuqing, but her attire was bolder. A black leather jacket barely covered half of her snowy skin, the deep cleavage extremely eye-catching. Huh! Zhu Zhuqing sprang up, her martial soul instantly manifesting. Her expression as cold as ice. What's wrong, dear sister? Don't you miss your older sister? It seems you have truly fallen, chatting happily with this uncultured boy. Shut up! Zhu Zhuqing scolded sharply. Zhu Zhuqing, my business is none of your concern. Oh, look who's gotten bold enough to speak to her sister like that. Zhu Zhuqing's features were playful as she laughed freely. Zhu Zhuqing frowned, anxiously turning back. What are you still doing sitting there? Hurry and run. Luo Yu chuckled in silence. Run? Why should I run? Is it possible that a stray dog can make me move? Chapter 36. Arrogant Zhu Zhuqing, an unexpected confession. Luo Yu's disdainful words echoed, and the air in the forest suddenly became tense. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback, feeling anxious inside. Is this guy crazy? Can't he see that my legs are shaking a bit? I'm stalling for time in front, and he's not even trying to escape. Zhu Zhuqing stared wide-eyed, her face filled with disbelief. Did you just insult me? Her expression quickly turned grim, and she shouted sharply, You wild brat from a remote village. How dare you be so arrogant? Do you know who I am? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow and looked her up and down, letting out a light laugh. I don't know who you are, but seeing how revealing your outfit is, your job must be quite exhausting. It's late at night. Why are you out here wandering instead of working honestly? Don't you plan on making money? Damn little thief. How dare you insult me like this? Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth in anger. With her noble status, destined to be a royal concubine of the Xinghua Empire, How could she tolerate such humiliation? Boom! A powerful aura erupted, and her soul light surged as Zhu Zhuqing's body transformed into the form of a ghostly spirit cat. 4 rings of yellow and purple soul rings instantly appeared, causing the surrounding plants to tremble. Zhu Zhuqing quickly stepped back, her expression tense, and exclaimed anxiously, "Are you out of your mind, man? I'm buying you time, and you're just provoking her? Hurry up and run." Luo Yu suddenly smiled and said, "Are you stupid? If I don't provoke her, how can I help you out of this situation?" "What?" Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback, not understanding the meaning. "In the mountains and rivers, we will meet again. There will be a time for our reunion." Luo Yuan's spirit power surged as he leaped up, leaving a deep footprint on the ground, quickly darting off in a determined direction. Before leaving, he turned back and beckoned to Zhu Zhuqing with a finger, revealing an extremely provocative gaze. "Zhu Zhuqing, right? If you're not afraid of death, then come chase me. Wild brat, it seems like you're tired of living." The woman roared fiercely, watching Luo Yu's figure about to disappear from view. She glanced back at Zhu Zhuqing and coldly said, "I'll go deal with that wild brat first. I'm not in a hurry to kill you. After all, even if I let you go, you and your useless fiancé pose no threat to us." After saying this, she sneered contemptuously, her figure transforming into a shadow as she quickly pursued Luo Yu's direction. Zhu Zhuqing stood frozen in place, her beautiful eyes filled with complexity. She truly didn't expect that a man she had only known for half a day would risk his life to draw away the enemy for her. Why'd he do this? Wasn't he supposed to be the coward? Zhu Zhuqing's mind flashed back to the carefree smile he wore before leaving. Words can be deceiving, but actions cannot. No matter what his purpose was, at the moment of danger, he unhesitatingly helped divert the enemy, resolving her crisis while putting himself in peril. Zhu Zhuqing felt an inexplicable tremor in her heart. For the first time in her life, a man was willing to take risks to protect her, and he was just a stranger. The men in the capital who liked her all retreated in fear upon learning about her family struggles, not daring to get involved. "No matter what, I can't let someone like him come a harm." Zhu Zhuqing quickly clenched her small fist. Swish! In the jungle, Luo Yu was weaving through the branches ahead. Zhu Zhuqing followed closely behind, continuously closing the distance between them. How dare a lowly commoner insult me? Seeking death. First soul skill, underworld thrust. Whoosh! A yellow soul ring burst forth with light, and Zhu Zhuqing transformed into a black shadow, her speed skyrocketing as she swung her sharp claws directly at the artery in Luo Yu's neck. Clang! An ancient long sword appeared, blocking the beast claw. Sparks flew in a series of sizzling sounds. Luo Yu held a long sword and swiftly landed in an open area. "Run! Why aren't you running?" Zhu Zhuqing approached him with a sinister smile, a black tail swaying behind her. In her martial spirit manifestation state, she exuded not only a sexy allure, but also an additional layer of wild beauty. Indeed, he was just a wild kid from a small city, daring to compete in speed against a sensitive attack-type soul master. "I see you truly know nothing about strength." Luo Yu shook his head, as if things weren't looking good. He was actually caught up to by you. "What's the matter? Now you know fear, but it's too late." Zhu Zhuqing sneered disdainfully. "If you crawl on the ground for me and lick my boots clean, I might consider sparing your life." TSK, TSK. It seems you don't quite understand what I just said. Luo Yu flicked his fingers against the sword body, producing a clear, melodious sound, and raised his eyebrows, saying, "What I mean is, since you've caught up with me, your situation isn't looking too good right now." Zhu Zhuqing smiled wickedly, his charming face twisting slightly. "Still talking tough when death is imminent? What gives you the right to oppose me? That broken sword in your hand? Broken sword?" Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. "You might want to think twice and not regret it later." Zhu Zhuqing laughed instead of getting angry. "I think you're just trying to be funny. What does your broken sword count for? It's so lowly. If the 7-kill sword were here, I'd turn around and leave without a second thought. Then you better watch closely." Clang! Luo Yu circulated his soul power, and a yellow soul ring floated up from the surface of the Zhutian sword. Zhu Zhuqing, who had been quite serious, burst into laughter, her smile bright and lively. After being angry for a while, she realized she had encountered a fool. Did he expect to oppose her 4 soul rings with just that one pitiful soul ring of his? It's not about the number of soul rings, but their quality. One is enough to deal with you. Luo Yu shook his head. Huh? Zhu Zhuqing laughed even more recklessly, her 2 snow-white breasts, half hidden under her leather jacket, quivering continuously. Honestly, you're so cute in your foolishness that I really feel a bit reluctant to kill you. Luo Yu showed impatience. All right, but don't keep babbling. I'll give you a chance since you're a woman. If you have any special skills, hurry up and use them. I'll make the first move. I'm afraid you won't be able to die peacefully. Zhu Zhuqing's laughter abruptly stopped, her expression turning cold and fierce. Who gave you this mysterious confidence? You could go die. With that, Zhu Zhuqing's speed suddenly increased, melding back into the night. A pair of beast-like claws glinted coldly as they sliced through the air, aiming for Luo Yu's throat. Luo Yu raised his hand, ready to swing his sword to strike the enemy. Suddenly, a graceful figure rushed in quickly, blocking the opponent's attack. Zhu Zhuqing retreated 3 steps in a row. The graceful figure let out a muffled groan, her face turning pale, and she stumbled, almost falling. Zhu Zhuqing, I have temporarily spared you. Do you dare to come looking for death? Luo Yu asked in confusion. Zhu Zhuqing, with a pale face, replied, Why are you helping me? Luo Yu said speechlessly, You didn't come all the way here just to ask this, did you? My own matters. How could I possibly drag others into it? Zhu Zhuqing, with a determined expression, replied, You still haven't answered my question. Why do you want to help me? Does helping others need a reason? It does. I don't believe anyone can be that kind-hearted. Zhu Zhuqing's face was full of stubbornness. Luo Yu nodded. So you guessed right. I'm really not the kind of pushover who helps everyone out. Just tell me, what exactly is your purpose? Zhu Zhuqing's gaze was sharp, as if she wanted to see through Luo Yu's heart. In fact, I don't even know if I fell for you at first sight, or if it was just lust. I just like you, and that's a good enough reason, right? In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing was stunned. Chapter 37. Your guasha service is lacking. The sisters were all shocked. Zhu Zhuqing's eyelashes fluttered, her fair face flushed, and she was a bit hesitant to look Luo Yu in the eyes. Her red lips slightly parted. Is this your confession? Isn't it a bit too casual? Luo Yu smiled and said, I didn't confess either. Didn't you ask me what my purpose for helping you is? This is the reason. Zhu Zhuqing looked up, her watery black eyes showing confusion. Is what you said true? Luo Yu waved his hand, indifferent whether you believe it or not. Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip, shaking her head in refusal. You can't like me. I already have a fiancé. Luo Yu asked. Then where's your fiancé now that you're in such danger? I hope he's not out partying. Zhu Zhuqing fell silent, tightly pursing her lips, her small hands clenched together. After a few moments, her complex gaze turned to Luo Yu. You can risk danger to help me. I won't forget you. You should leave quickly. I'll hold her off here. If I could survive, I would definitely be willing to be good friends with you. How boring. We've already become life and death friends. And you're still just calling me a friend? Luo Yu pouted. Zhu Zhuqing stamped her foot anxiously. What's wrong with you? I'm not familiar with you at all. We should at least get to know each other first. Who confesses right away? Are you hinting that I might have a chance later? Luo Yu smiled teasingly. Hinting? You big fool, what time is it? You still have the mood to joke around? For now, let's just focus on surviving today. After saying that, she stood directly in front of Luo Yu, her face cold as she spoke sternly. Zhu Zhuqing, debts have their owners. If there's any trouble, come at me. This person is innocent. Did we agree on who dies first? Don't worry. None of you will leave today. Zhu Zhuqing's face was filled with disdain, and with a roar, her soul power erupted, unleashing hundreds of black, claw-like shadows that rushed toward them. I'll hold her back. You escape quickly. You're foolish. One soul ring is already helping me block the disaster. Do you really have no experience in the martial world? Zhu Zhuqing scolded repeatedly, pushing Luo Yu away forcefully. She looked deeply into his eyes, as if wanting him to remember her forever, and then resolutely charged toward the storm of claws. Zhu Zhuqing, at level 27, chose not to run but to confront Zhu Zhuqing, the four-ringed soul master. Naturally, she couldn't hold out for long. After several exchanges, her leather outfit showed multiple rips, exposing her snow-white skin, adorned with red claw marks. If she hadn't been dodging with all her might, those red marks would likely have turned into bloody scars. Bang! Zhu Zhuqing let out a muffled grunt. After a series of strenuous defenses, she was already exhausted, her body feeling as if it bore 1,000-pound weight, growing heavier by the moment. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing was calm and composed, her face full of mockery, each attack fierce, as if toying with her prey. As the cold, claw-like shadows flew toward her face, Zhu Zhuqing could no longer defend herself and could only watch helplessly as the attack approached. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through her mind. That guy must have escaped by now. What a strange man. He dares to stand up for himself with just one soul ring against a four-ringed soul master. Is he an idiot? But that bravery really makes one's heart flutter. It seems I won't have the chance to see him again. Zhu Zhuqing closed her eyes, waiting for death to arrive. Aside from this man she just met, she felt very disappointed with this world. Stubborn little kitty, you finally accepted your fate. Don't worry, sister won't really kill you, at most. I'll ruin your looks and disable your cultivation. Zhu Zhuqing sneered, her expression fierce, revealing the demeanor of a victor as her claw was about to land on Zhu Zhuqing's flawless face. In a critical moment, a figure moved from the side. A sword shadow broke through the air and came rushing in. Clang! The sword light shone, cold and radiant, instantly pushing aside the triumphant Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing opened her eyes in confusion. Seeing the crisis averted, a tall and sturdy figure stood in front of her. Why are you back again? Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth, looking at him as if he had wasted her time. I never left. Luo Yu turned around and shrugged with a faint smile. Zhu Zhuqing stomped her foot in anger. Are you stupid? You're only at the first ring, and they're at the fourth ring. Staying behind would just mean one more person dying. It's not worth it at all. Luo Yuan smiled lightly. Are you concerned about me? Zhu Zhuqing rolled her eyes. I'm really impressed with you. The fire is burning at the eyebrows, and you still have the mood to joke. Where's the fire? I don't see it. Luo Yu drew his sword and looked around, a relaxed expression on his face, finally pointing at Zhu Zhuqing. You can't be talking about her, right? She's just a small fry, not worth making a fuss like a life and death separation. Who are you calling a small fry? Zhu Zhuqing's cold and beautiful face darkened. She hesitated to make a move, uncertain about how Luo Yu had managed to force her back with that sword earlier. How'd he do it? Did he happen to find the flaw she had just revealed? What was she worried about? A mere first-ring soul master. Could he really be that extraordinary? As Zhu Zhuqing's expression grew increasingly fierce, Zhu Zhuqing pushed Luo Yu away. You should leave. Don't be stubborn. You're not her match. Just step back and watch. Luo Yu's voice was calm, yet firm and unyielding. It seemed to carry an inexplicable charm, causing Zhu Zhuqing to swallow back the words that were on the tip of her tongue. She quietly stepped aside, obediently watching the man. He flicked his wrist, sweeping his long sword, directly facing the fierce Zhu Zhuqing, and performed an initial stance. Ha! Zhu Zhuqing sneered, her red tongue licking her long, dark purple nails, resembling a bloodthirsty leopard in the jungle, with 4 soul rings swirling around her. I was puzzled. Who exactly gave you the confidence? Just a one-ring soul master. Yet you dare to provoke a soul sect expert time and again. Or are you simply a fool? Luo Yu shook his head and advised you to say less. Although I want to kill your woman, if you keep blabbering like this, I'm afraid I might lose control and accidentally kill you. Zhu Zhuqing's face instantly twisted, her hair flying wildly as she let out an angry roar. Third soul skill, Nether Springfall. She brought her hands together above her head, the claw blades on her 10 fingers quickly merging into one, transforming into a sharp blade about a foot long. After infusing it with soul power, the black light blade condensed in a straight line and struck down towards Luo Yu. Quickly dodge. You can't take it head on, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in alarm from the side. Luo Yu did not dodge or avoid. He casually raised his sword. Zhu Zhuqing sneered, like an ant trying to stop a cart. You really don't know your own limits. My third soul skill is not so easy to handle. Let's see how you get cut in half. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The fierce black light blade shattered in response, while the seemingly unremarkable ancient longsword remained steady in midair, the man unharmed. What? How is that possible? Unbelievable gasps erupted simultaneously. Zhu Zhuqing's lips parted in shock. How? How did this guy do it? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes nearly popped out. That was my third soul skill. Just like that, it was gone. No, I don't believe it. Zhu Zhuqing's face showed madness as she wildly released her soul power, her claws slashing down rapidly. With her body's swift rotation and the sharp, penetrating power of her claws, she launched hundreds of attacks on Luo Yu's body in a very short time. However, no matter how hard she tried, Luo Yu was like a shadow, countering each move. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, her hand tightly covering her mouth. She couldn't believe the scene before her. What is happening? This guy is only a one-ring soul master, yet he's exchanging blows with a 4-ring soul master? Slash. Zhu Zhuqing was swept aside by a sword, her leather pants torn apart, exposing her long, snow-white legs. At this moment, she had completely lost interest in such matters, gasping as she looked at the man, her heart churning with waves of shock, no trace of disdain left in her eyes, only uncertainty and astonishment. Luo Yu patted the dust off his body, blew on it, and smirked. Weren't you just quite arrogant a moment ago? Your guasha service is lacking. Can you apply a bit more force? Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth and unleashed her 4th soul skill, Netherworld Breaking Slash. A fierce wind surged forth. Under the terrifying attack, Luo Yu didn't even lift his eyelids, merely letting out a light sigh. Being in the martial world, indeed, means one is bound by circumstances. Trying to keep a low profile is not easy. Now I declare the game over. Boom! A loud explosion echoed. The forest trembled, the earth mourned, and the disguise of the thousand illusion mask over the martial soul was instantly lifted. A terrifying, explosive aura surged from Luo Yu, pouring out like a raging river breaching its dam. The ordinary martial soul and the low-quality yellow soul ring in his hand began to undergo a drastic transformation. Chapter 38. Surprised? Unexpected. The 100,000-year soul ring stunned the entire audience. Rustle. A fierce wind arose, kicking up dust and stones. Trees swayed, green leaves rubbed against each other, and bushes toppled to the side. Luo Yu was enveloped by an overwhelming and boundless might, causing an instantaneous transformation in his demeanor. At that moment, he was surrounded by radiant light, transforming from a cynical ordinary youth into an extraordinary genius with wild ambition, reflected in the eyes of the Zhu sisters. What was even more shocking was, the ordinary long sword martial soul in Luo Yu's hand transformed into a true divine form as a streak of dazzling light swept across from the hilt to the tip. Ancient rhythms flowed, exuding a sharp aura. The yellow soul ring transformed into a deep purple. What is this? Is it fake? The first soul ring is actually purple? Zhu Zhuqing's lips trembled, unable to utter a word, her mind shaken, astonished to the extreme. How could this guy suddenly seem like a different person? Wasn't he just a one-ring soul master? How could he possess such overwhelming power? What kind of martial soul is the sword in his hand? Why have I never heard of it before? It's too strong. Who exactly is he? Compared to Zhu Zhuqing's shock and curiosity, Zhu Zhuyin was terrified, gripped by genuine fear. The long sword was unsheathed, exuding a murderous aura, and her body was covered in goosebumps. However, the attack had already begun, and retreat was not an option. She could only grit her teeth and forcefully unleash her fourth soul skill, Phantom Void Slash. The black energy blade carried a wave of pressure as it slashed downward, as if it intended to cruelly cleave a person in two. Luo Yu raised his eyes, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth, as the nine heavens extermination sword in his hand trembled lightly. Clang! The resounding sound of the sword was like a divine phoenix soaring in the nine heavens, screeching. The tip of the sword radiated a silver arc, swift as lightning, flashing by in an instant. Boom! This strike didn't show how Luo Yu exerted his strength, yet it crushed everything effortlessly. The ghostly blade of the underworld shattered in an instant, turning into countless black light spots that vanished completely. The arrogant Zhu Zhuyun's black leather outfit exploded. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew sideways, crashing heavily into a distant tree trunk, leaves scattering and a loud thud echoing. Zhu Zhuqing, who usually maintained a cold expression, was now shocked, her mouth agape, as if she had seen a ghost. Am I not dreaming? She bit her tongue and shook her head. What she saw was crystal clear. The boorish Zhu Zhuyun lay in a miserable heap under the tree. The man stood there, calm and composed, slowly sheathing his sword. My sister is from a soul sect. She was taken down just like that. Moreover, this guy seems to be at most my age. How could he possess such terrifying power? The man's sudden display of might truly left Zhu Zhuqing in awe. It was hard to believe that a seemingly ordinary foodie encountered in the forest could unleash such astonishing combat strength. Luo Yu approached the tree trunk slowly, holding the Zhutian sword. Zhu Zhiyun's hair was disheveled. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and her clothes had turned into rags, exposing her full figure. She was now extremely frightened, curled up like a startled little beast, no longer exhibiting her previous arrogant demeanor. You don't come over. Is it fun? Luo Yu's lips curled into a grin. This smile sent shivers down Zhu Zhiyun's spine as she panically shouted, "Who are you?" Luo Yu approached step by step. Don't be nervous. Am I not just the mountain villager you mentioned, the so-called wild boy from the mountains? Don't come closer. Zhu Zhiyun shook her head like a rattle drum, her face twisted in fear, her small legs nervously pushing against the ground as she tried to back away. Why run? What's wrong? Are you scared now? Weren't you quite interested just a moment ago? Zhu Zhiyun was on the verge of tears, wondering how she had gotten herself into this situation with such a terrifying person. Who would dare provoke someone like this? With one sword strike, she could be instantly defeated. Zhu Zhiyun found it hard to imagine where such a top genius had come from. Remembering that she had previously scolded him as worthless trash, Zhu Zhiyun felt utterly ashamed. It turned out that in his eyes, she was the ignorant clown. Please let me go, Zhu Zhiyun began to plead. Luo Yu tilted her ear. What did you say? Please, let me go. Zhu Zhuqing bit her thin lips, her face showing a pleading expression, while the spring light on her chest seemed to want to spill out. Enticing the man. Luo Yu shook his head with a sigh. Your change of face is too fast. Wasn't it just a moment ago that you were quite arrogant? Zhu Zhuqing pleaded repeatedly, kneeling under the tree. It's my fault for being foolish and not recognizing a master. I didn't know you had such strength otherwise. How would I dare to provoke you? Huh. Luo Yu sneered, narrowing his eyes. Is it right for the weak to be bullied? Zhu Zhuqing was left speechless by the questioning. Suddenly, a sound came from another side. There's nothing to say. The strong eat meat, the weak eat shit. If you're weak, you deserve to die. Swish, swish, swish. 3 powerful black figures suddenly flew out from the forest, all masked, and the one speaking was the leader. They stood guard in front of Zhu Zhuqing, facing Luo Yu directly. Princess, we have arrived late. It's okay. It's good that you're here. Zhu Zhuqing wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and stood up, leaning against the tree. She looked at Luo Yu with pride. Kid, your strength really surprises me. I didn't expect you to play the pig to eat the tiger. However, in the end, I still have the upper hand. You definitely didn't expect that I have helpers. After saying so much earlier, did you really think I surrendered? Ridiculous, that was just to buy time. Now, how do you feel? Do you regret not killing me quickly just now? Luo Yu frowned. Why do I feel like you're a bit sharp, aren't you? Hee. Zhu Zhuqing covered her mouth and smiled. Luo Yu shook his head and said, no, it's a bit despicable. Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned cold. It seems you haven't seen the situation clearly. Hu-san, show your cultivation level and let this guy have a good look. Yes. With a loud bang, 5 soul rings rose up, fully displaying the strength of a soul king. Zhu Zhuqing's previously joyful expression instantly turned pale as she quickly approached Luo Yu's side. Zhu Zhuqing, your family actually gave you a soul king level guard? Silly sister, our damn family isn't that generous. It's that Davis guy who is afraid I'll be taken advantage of outside. So he sent someone to protect me. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned pale as she tugged at Luo Yu's sleeve. You should run away quickly. Don't worry about me anymore. Run? Why should I run? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. I know you're very strong, but the opponent is a soul king. The younger generation doesn't have any soul kings yet. With your talent, you must come from an extraordinary background. There's no need to take risks for someone like me. I believe if you want to leave, you can definitely get away. Hurry up and go. Zhu Zhuqing laughed coldly. Leave? Do you think I would let this guy who has insulted me multiple times go? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes revealed despair. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Luo Yu and said, Kid, don't you like to play the pig to eat the tiger? How does it feel now? Exciting, unexpected, surprising? Oh, so you become arrogant so quickly? Luo Yu chuckled lightly. Zhu Zhuqing shot him a fierce glare. Today, I will give you a good lesson and show you what it means to play the pig and end up as a pig. You 3, go capture this kid alive. I don't want him to die so easily after scaring me. Yes. 3 auras erupted simultaneously. One was a level 51 soul king, and the other 2 were level 45 soul ancestors, all with a wolf martial soul. You should leave. I'll stay here. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes revealed determination. She pushed Luo Yu away, but couldn't move him. The man shook his head. Just garbage, nothing to fear. Huh. Zhu Zhuqing laughed out loud. I can't beat you, but that doesn't mean others can't. You might have misunderstood my intention. Luo Yu slowly explained. I'm not saying you're trash. I'm clearly referring to the 4 people present as trash. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings were shocked. Zhu Zhuqing looked incredulous. This man dared to mock a soul king? This kid is looking for death. A soul king cannot be insulted. Roar! The wolf spirit howled, and the 3 of them merged their energies, slowly approaching, trying to crush his will with their powerful soul power. Zhu Zhuqing quickly stepped in front of Luo Yu, unleashing her soul power crazily, exhausting her last bit of potential. Idiot, don't be reckless. You can't defeat a soul king. This is my business. You don't need to worry. While I self-destruct, you should leave quickly. Forget it. You should save your strength. Let me handle this. Luo Yu slapped her shoulder with great force, instantly suppressing her soul power and directly pushing her aside in disdain. Clap, clap. What a scene of deep affection and pleasure without a hitch. Zhu Zhuqing applauded and laughed recklessly. Luo Yu cast a sidelong glance. Foolish woman, do you really think that was my full strength just now? Zhu Zhuqing sneered. It's just a bluff. No matter how impressive you are, can you defeat a Soul King expert? Oh, Luo Yu replied, not refuting her. Boom! Facing the 3 of them working together. The Zhutian longsword in Luo Yu's hand erupted with an even stronger aura, as deep as a prison, far surpassing before. An already astonishing purple soul ring floated up, and it actually underwent another transformation. Purple to the extreme, it transformed into pure black. Then that black actually advanced again. Everyone gasped, holding their breath. The final touch of blood red was so bright and dazzling in the night. What? 100,000-year soul ring? What is going on with this soul ring? This scene stunned everyone. They all knew what that red color meant. Zhu Zhuqing was dumbfounded. The masked Soul King was startled. Zhu Zhuqing was left speechless, a layer of ominous premonition shadowing her heart. Just how many hidden tricks does this guy have? Where is his limit? Luo Yu bared his teeth, repeating the woman's earlier words, the sound echoing through the forest, so clear. How about it? Surprised? Unexpected? Chapter 39. The divine power of the reverse soul technique appears, instantly killing the Soul King, dominating the scene. In the dark forest, the campfire had long extinguished. In the night, the man's blood-red soul ring was so dazzling and piercing, reflected in everyone's wide-open eyes. The man's voice echoed playfully, and Zhu Zhuqing found it so grating. She never expected the slap in the face to come so quickly. The words she had just used to mock him were instantly returned. Her delicate fingers covered her agape cherry lips, concealing the intense shock within. Her eyelashes stopped trembling, and the man's figure infinitely magnified in her eyes. Looking at the rare 10,000-year soul ring, Zhu Zhuqing's retort was stuck in her throat, unable to come out, her heart racing. How could he possibly possess a 10,000-year soul ring? How'd he do it? Big Tiger. What is going on? The two masked soul sect members trembled, their legs feeling a bit weak. The red soul ring they had only heard of, never seen before. The strange phenomena appearing on Luo Yu made them feel uneasy. Damn it, who the hell should I ask? The masked Soul King, Gu San shouted angrily. Just think about it. Our star Luo Empire's king doesn't even have a red soul ring. Do you think this kid might have one? It must be some kind of illusion. Yes. The boss is right. It's an illusion, definitely an illusion. The two masked soul masters echoed, bolstering their courage with their loud voices. 100,000-year soul beast? Forget about killing one. I've never even seen one in my life. So this kid's soul ring must be fake. It's an illusion. They felt they had uncovered the truth, and their suspicious gazes towards Luo Yu began to solidify again, watching him like hawks. Luo Yu smiled lightly, a playful expression on his lips, not in a hurry, quietly watching them. Soul King Gu San stepped forward 2 paces, clapping his hands repeatedly. Speaking in a sarcastic tone, "You're quite something, kid. Such good skills. Not only can you create such realistic illusions, but your expressions are also flawless, almost scaring the 3 of us to death. However, you really underestimate our intelligence. Do you think a young boy can have a soul ring from 100,000 years? You should make your act a bit more convincing, right?" The masked soul sect members nearby were hissing. "Big brother, this kid is so cunning. Thanks to you for seeing through his tricks, we almost let him slip away." Gu San raised his head and casually waved his hand. "Just some experience in the martial world, nothing to brag about. You still have a lot to learn in the future." He basked in the respectful gazes of his 2 subordinates, giving Luo Yu a disdainful glance. With a light scoff, he spoke earnestly, "You two, in the future, when you go out, think a bit more. Do you understand? When encountering an enemy, you should learn to analyze calmly. Don't let any Tom, Dick, or Harry with a bit of trickery scare you, or people will laugh at you. Make sure not to say you're with me. The boss teaches us well." We've learned. The 2 soul sect members nodded repeatedly, looking at Luo Yu, then spitting on the ground in disdain. This time we almost embarrassed ourselves terribly. Damn it. 100,000-year soul ring. Is that even possible? Are you messing with me in the middle of the night? Watching the 3 of them analyze the situation convincingly, Luo Yu almost believed them himself, his expression growing increasingly strange. Gu San snorted coldly. "All right, you two, stop embarrassing yourselves here. Stay put and reflect. Keep your eyes wide open and watch how your big brother captures this little brat." Boom! Gu San stomped his left foot down, creating a deep pit in the ground. 5 rings of soul rings spun above and below, radiating intense heat. A 3-meter-high wolf shadow appeared, fierce and terrifying, the residual energy blowing the surrounding leaves, making them rustle. The 2 little brothers looked like sycophants. Boss is awesome. Boss is mighty. On the other side, Zhu Zhuqing was also stirred, no longer feeling afraid. She shouted loudly, "Gu San, today you will earn credit for this. As long as you capture this kid, I will reward you with a great merit." Gu San laughed heartily, full of confidence. "Your Highness, please rest assured. Against such young juniors, I won't even need 3 moves. Just 1 move and I can capture him alive for you." "That sounds great." Zhu Zhuqing nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Gu San was glowing with confidence, having seen through what others could not. which gave him a sense of superiority. His fourth soul ring erupted with bright light, his body swelling, bursting his clothes, revealing gray wolf fur, sharp teeth, and explosive muscles beneath the thick fur. His face was proud, showing a bloodthirsty smile. "Your Highness, just watch how I easily capture him." Boom! The ground shook, and Hu San's gaze was confident, bringing a bloody wind howling towards him. In the distance, the airwaves blew through his black hair, brushing against his face. Luo Yu remained as still as a mountain, calm and composed, even yawning. "Finally finished with the chatter? Actually, seeing you so clever and brave, I think calling you Tiger 3 is a pity. Tiger 13 would be much better." Tiger 3 paused for a moment. Then his eyes instantly turned blood red, raging like thunder, and his attack power surged once again. The attack was imminent. Luo Yu's playful demeanor instantly vanished, as if he had become a different person, his expression stern and imposing without a hint of anger. He gently waved his long sword, and the blood-red soul ring erupted with a strong light, merging into the Zhu sword. Clang! A piercing cry of the ice phoenix resonated across the land, and the surrounding air suddenly dropped in temperature. Trees and grass covered in a layer of frost. A blinding ice-blue radiance followed, causing those nearby to instinctively close their eyes. A mighty wolf howled soared into the sky. The two soul masters, who had been somewhat anxious and uncertain about the situation, felt a surge of excitement upon hearing the powerful wolf cry. It was their elder brother's voice. "Judging by this momentum, I bet my brother can crush that kid in 3 moves. It's pitch black outside, and my eyes almost went blind from the glare. Such despicable tactics and bluster can't amount to anything. I bet 2 moves. That kid is surely dead in 2 moves. If not, I'll eat shit. My brother was so confident just now. I bet he can do it in 1 move." Boom! After a deafening explosion, a fierce wind rolled in, stirring the grass and trees, and the blue light gradually dissipated. Zhu Zhuqing quickly opened her eyes, scanning the surroundings with concern. Zhu Zhuqing crossed her arms, tilting her chin up, watching coldly and arrogantly. The 2 younger brothers exchanged knowing smiles, eagerly looking on. Once the light faded and the situation became clear, everyone's pupils constricted, the immense shock freezing their blood, making their hearts seem to stop for a moment. There! Luo Yu stood tall like a deity. Behind him extended a pair of enormous ice-blue phoenix wings, each feather clearly defined, surrounded by a circle of red lotus flowers. The long sword in his hand had transformed dramatically, with an exquisite ice-blue blade engraved with phoenix patterns, the crimson edge exuding endless chill, and ice chains extending from the hilt, wrapping around his forearm, looking extraordinary. Meanwhile, the previously unruly Soul King, Hu San, had lost all semblance of momentum. His soul light dissipated, his features exaggerated in shock, standing blankly before Luo Yu's sword. He was drenched in blood, covered in hundreds of sword marks, each wound encased in ice, the bright red blood frozen within, looking utterly tragic. Luo Yu's expression was emotionless, no longer playful, just slowly shaking his head and calmly murmuring, "Is this the Soul King? Nothing special." Chapter 40. The shocked Zhu Zhuqing. The stunning sister kneels and begs for mercy. The forest, which had returned to silence, was filled with the cold air emanating from the edge of the Zhu sword. The man's indifferent voice was not loud, yet it tugged at everyone's heartstrings. Looking at the miserable state of Soul King Hu San, the smiles of the 2 soul sect members crumbled, as if they had seen a ghost, their lips trembling uncontrollably. A chill rising from their feet straight to the crown of their heads, their bodies emanating cold. The Soul King defeated? This guy took down the Soul King in 1 move. Who exactly is he, and why is he so terrifying? Zhu Zhiyun's expression froze. Unable to express her fear and panic, a chilling sensation sweeping through her body, her lower abdomen trembling uncontrollably, her legs tightly pressed together to maintain control. Zhu Zhuqing's mindset was completely different. The little girl was full of excitement, her beautiful, fair face bursting with intense joy, her eyes sparkling with admiration and excitement. Unable to articulate her feelings at this moment, her emotions tonight had fluctuated, like falling off a cliff and suddenly soaring back up. All of this was because of the man in front of her. The woman tightly clenched her small hands, her proud fullness rising and falling with her excited breaths. In the past, she didn't believe in legends and stories. Now she did. Although she wasn't a princess, when she encountered danger, a prince or celestial being truly appeared. Looking at the long, imposing figure pointing the sword at the Soul King, Zhu Zhuqing's clear, beautiful eyes sparkled with intense brilliance, her face flushed, her palm covering her chest. Feeling the strong heartbeat, no one could understand her current feelings, because they wouldn't comprehend the joy of going from despair and silence to being filled with vitality. Although the man didn't seem handsome, and sometimes enjoyed teasing her, he suddenly broke in her inner world. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing bit her red lips. Feeling a strong curiosity about this man she met in the forest. What kind of person is he? Crack, crack. The ice layer thawed, and fragments fell down. The rigid body of Gu San, the Soul King, regained feeling, fear surging from his heart, trembling violently. Looking at the terrifying ice-blue sword and the scarlet blade so close. He had long forgotten his earlier arrogance, letting out the most desperate scream of his life. Help! Come save me! The panicked wail echoed through the forest, startling countless birds. But who would come to save him? The two Soul Sect members and Zhu Zhuqing were all terrified. Without hesitation, soul power surged madly, and they turned to run. Luo Yu raised his gaze and softly uttered two words. Stop! The three who were trying to escape instantly trembled, their hairs standing on end. One of the Soul Masters, his soul visibly shaken, screamed in panic. Only a fool would stop. Quick, split up and run to survive. That perverse soul skill he used earlier could never be unleashed a second time. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing and another person wanted to flee. Suddenly, a blue arc of light sliced through the night sky, leaving a stunning long rainbow in the darkness. With a whoosh, the Soul Master who had just run out froze in midair, staring in bewilderment at the sword tip emerging from his chest. Not a drop of blood flowed from the wound. His entire body was frozen solid by the sword chi. He stiffly turned his head to look at the long, dark ice chain, filled with confusion. What kind of martial soul is this? Boom! His entire body shattered into countless ice shards. The chain surged, and the sword light returned, held firmly in Luo Yu's hand. After slaying one person, the man's expression remained as calm as a deep well. The blade of heavenly punishment also radiated divine light, not stained with a drop of blood. The cold gleam on its surface made one feel the chilling silence of life extinguished behind its beauty. The other Soul Master didn't dare to move an inch. Zhu Zhuqing was firmly rooted to the ground, unable to take a step forward, her two jade legs tightly clamped together. If it weren't for her last shred of shame, she might have already wet herself in fear. Run? Why aren't you running now? The remaining Soul Master's tears were frightfully drawn out, secretly cursing his teammates for being so reckless. Zhu Zhuqing's head shook faster than a rattling drum, and in her overwhelming fear, her tightly bitten red lips had already oozed crimson blood, yet she remained oblivious. Luo Yu's gaze swept across the crowd as she spoke indifferently. Kneel. Thud. Without any hesitation, the Soul Sect directly knelt down. I am a princess. I can't kneel. Zhu Zhuqing retained her last bit of stubbornness. Oh. Luo Yu nodded, twisting his wrist, and the shadow of the sword suddenly appeared. A flash of cold light passed by, and the kneeling Soul Sect member shattered into ice pieces. He looked confused, wondering why he was still killed even though he had already knelt down. Luo Yu grinned, feeling a bit embarrassed. I hold grudges. Bang! Zhu Zhuqing's mind collapsed, and she directly knelt on the ground. What was dignity compared to staying alive? She understood now that this guy was a devil. He could chat and laugh normally, but once he took action, it was like he became a different person, decisively ruthless without any mercy. Luo Yu turned his gaze to the Soul King in front of him, a smirk on his lips. Are you going to kneel? Swish! With a phantom movement, his sword struck, sealing the Soul King's throat. As he fell to the ground, the Soul King's heart was filled with sorrow and indignation. Am I not kneeling? I wish I could, but my whole body is frozen and numb. I am dying andastri. The three were silenced, and Luo Yu walked forward step by step with his sword in hand. Zhu Zhuqing knelt obediently on the ground, her enchanting face already pale, all her pride melting away in a humble pleas for mercy. She was terrified by the man's decisive killing intent. I beg you, please spare me. I know I was wrong. I was too arrogant. I didn't know any better. I was reckless. The piercing cries for mercy made Zhu Zhuqing, who was watching from the side, look on in surprise. She had never seen Zhu Zhuqing in such a state. When had this woman not been haughty and proud, like a princess? Yet before this man, she had fallen from the heavens to the dirt, humbled to the ground. Zhu Zhuqing did not dislike the man's ruthlessness. Instead, it made her heart race even more. He was a stark contrast to Dai Mubai, that coward who fled. These three were all despicable people who aided the wicked, and the infighting within her family was far more brutal than this scene. Her heart had long since grown cold, yet today it unexpectedly rippled with emotion. The tip of the sword fell down as Luo Yu walked in front of the woman. If I remember correctly, didn't you say that I wasn't even worthy of licking the soles of your shoes? No, absolutely not. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head repeatedly, her hair disheveled, her eyes deep red, crying like a pear blossom in the rain, and the whiteness of her chest was almost fully exposed. Luo Yu slowly raised the tip of his sword. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing's pupils contracted to the extreme, her heart raced, and she crawled to Luo Yu's feet in 2 steps, saying, "It's my fault, I didn't know what was good for me. I'll serve you, please forgive me." After saying that, she urgently stuck out her tongue and leaned towards Luo Yu's golden patterned boots. "Get lost. You don't deserve it." Luo Yu swung the swords back towards Zhu Zhuqing's face, and the woman fell directly to the ground. Ignoring her swollen face, she got back on her knees, tears the size of beans dripping down. "Please spare my life. I, Zhu Zhuqing, am willing to do anything for you. I can serve you in any way. Please give me a chance to start over." "Huh? Do you think I'm a garbage dump?" Luo Yu's gaze remained unwavering. Every pitiful person must have their despicable side. She still remembered how arrogant this woman had been before. If he were to be weak today, death would be inevitable. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes suddenly lit up, and she called out urgently in a delicate voice, "I'm not trash. I'm still a virgin. I'm still clean. Please give me a chance." Is it really necessary? To save her life, she would sacrifice her dignity? The scene before him was not one that Luo Yu found repulsive. After all, even ants strive to survive. However, he had no good feelings towards this arrogant and cruel woman. He quickly raised his hand, and the Zhutian sword in his palm shone with brilliant blue light. What a ruthless man, completely unmoved by beauty. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes revealed despair, her gaze lifeless, no longer speaking, quietly awaiting death. In that moment, she felt endless regret for her past life. Perhaps this was the retribution for fratricide. If not for her mistakes, how could she have ended up in such a situation? At this moment, she harbored hatred, not for Luo Yu, but for her twisted family. If she hadn't been born into such a family, accepting the perverse ideology of it's either you die or I die every day, she might have been a good girl in this life. What irony! Regretting only at the moment of death. How ridiculous! Zhu Zhuqing mocked herself inwardly. She could already feel the bone-chilling sword energy in front of her. "That young man, could you pause for a moment?" A weak and delicate voice, like that of a little cat, suddenly came from behind. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated, cautiously approaching with light steps, carefully observing the man with a frosty expression. Chapter 41. Regretful Tears. The beautiful Zhu Zhuqing declares surrender. Luo Yu's raised sword suddenly paused in midair, not striking down. He looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who was approaching him. Due to the height difference, he could glance down at the girl's incredibly alluring figure. Her perfect body tightly wrapped in black leather. The girl was biting her red lip, her eyes revealing a hesitant and complex expression. "That can I ask you?" Luo Yu looked at Zhu Zhuqing's difficult expression and couldn't help but show a strange look. "What do you want from me? You don't mean to ask me to let her go, do you?" Zhu Zhuqing's gaze turned to the woman kneeling there, her eyes vacant, her small hands tightly clenched, fingers turning a bit pale, as if she were making some difficult decision. Finally, she took a deep breath, met the man's eyes, and nodded affirmatively. Luo Yu looked surprised. "No way. This woman has pursued you relentlessly, and you still want to let her go?" Zhu Zhuqing sighed and said, "Actually, she's a pitiful person." Luo Yu snorted and scolded. "You pity her, but don't you have any pity for yourself? Instead of having that kind of sympathy, you might as well care more about yourself and mind your own business." Zhu Zhuqing's gaze trembled. Although the man's words were harsh, for some reason, she seemed to sense a hint of concern in them, and an unusual feeling surged in her heart. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head and softly explained, "Even though she treats me this way, I don't hate her. What I hate is that cold-blooded and heartless family that treats its children like they are merely tools. As long as one becomes the strongest, it doesn't matter if the others die. Being born into such a family is a tragedy. If you don't strive to eliminate your peers, the only one who will perish is yourself. If I had an age advantage like her, I might also choose to eliminate all potential threats." Luo Yu flicked the sword's edge with his fingers, producing a crisp sword sound. "Isn't this just perfect? With one stroke, I can clear your obstacles, and from now on, the vast sea and sky will no longer have threats." Zhu Zhuqing showed a look of struggle on her face. "I had fantasized countless times that as long as I got the chance, I would definitely kill her, and then I would be completely free. But when the day really came, at the moment you swung your sword, I wavered. After all, she is my sister. The family is wrong. Should I also continue to be wrong? What difference would that make between me and those cold-blooded, heartless members of the family? Tears welled up in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes as she gazed dreamily at Luo Yu. I really hope that one day, I won't become the kind of person I once hated the most. Zhu Zhuqing, who had been kneeling on the ground with her head down waiting for death, suddenly trembled. Soon, her shoulders began to shake slightly. No sound came out, and her expression remained unseen, only glistening beads of tears. Drip, drip, they continued to fall to the ground. The little girl has quite the realization. She deserves praise. Luo Yu nodded. Zhu Zhuqing's pretty face just showed a look of joy, but Luo Yu suddenly changed his tone. Although you were willing to forgive her, I never said I would let her go. Huh? Zhu Zhuqing looked shocked, her mouth agape. Luo Yu snorted and said, don't forget, she and I have no blood relationship at all. Why should I forgive her? If it weren't for my skills, she would probably be a cold corpse by now. Zhu Zhuqing's face flashed with anxiety, but she didn't know what to say. Finally, with a shy expression, she spoke in a soft voice, then I beg you. Please let her go. The girl's blushing appearance exuded a unique charm, causing Luo Yu's heart to stir. The corners of his mouth subtly curved into a slight smile as he rejected her plea. We're not related at all. So why should I let her go just because you asked? Zhu Zhuqing's pretty face stiffened, and she stammered. We are friends, right? Do you even know my name? Luo Yu said with a half-smile. Zhu Zhuqing was at a loss for words. Luo Yu shook his head. You just mooched my barbecue, and then I saved you. Now you're asking me to let you go? Do I really look that easy to talk to? Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed red, feeling that she might have indeed gone a bit too far. There was no connection between them, so why should he listen to her? It was already a huge favor for him to come to her rescue. I see you as a good person, so stop. Hold it right there. Luo Yu quickly interrupted. Wow, you giving yourself a good person card? That's not acceptable. All right, enough of that talk. Can we get to something practical? Practical? Zhu Zhuqing looked confused. Luo Yu looked her up and down. Zhu Zhuqing felt as if she were stripped bare, like a naked lamb. Her fair face flushed with color, looking bright and charming. Full of allure. TSK, with such good looks. Zhu Zhuqing crossed her arms to try to block the other person's aggressive gaze, resembling a frightened kitten. Taking a few steps back. What do you want to do? Luo Yu withdrew his gaze, shaking his head repeatedly. With looks like yours. It's a pity not to use them to wash my clothes and cook for me. What? Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback, thinking he was going to make some outrageous demands. She wasn't an inexperienced girl. She understood everything. In a place like this, with just one man and one woman, it wouldn't be a problem if he wanted to take advantage of her, and she wouldn't even be able to resist. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Luo Yu smirked, saying, I was really scared today, feeling quite wronged. If you don't make some practical compensation, I can't forgive her. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes showed a strange expression, and she scoffed inwardly. You were scared? What a joke. It was everyone else who was scared to death because of you. She realized that this man was cold when it came to killing, but was completely different otherwise. He had a bit of humor and was somewhat rogue. This made her feel more at ease, and she playfully winked at him. All right then, at worst, I can serve you tea and water in the future. Just be magnanimous and forgive her. I believe after this experience, she won't dare to be so arrogant again. Luo Yu glanced sideways. You're doing this voluntarily, right? No one is forcing you? No, no one is forcing me. It's all my choice. Zhu Zhuqing raised her eyebrows in skepticism, wondering if this guy was really the same person who was just exuding murderous intent. However, that's just how men are. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't find it in herself to feel annoyed. Instead, she found it very genuine and unique, and felt a bit of anticipation for their future interactions. Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction. A flash of sword light, and the Zhu Tian was retracted. He shifted his gaze to the ragged woman kneeling before him. Her expression starkly different from that when facing Zhu Zhuqing. The smile vanished, and her voice turned icy. Raising her head, Zhu Zhuqing trembled, obediently lifting her face. Her bright countenance was twisted with emotion, covered in tears of regret, and her red lips were tightly pressed together, preventing her cries from escaping. Luo Yu shook his head. Knowing it would come to this, why did he bother in the first place? You heard what your sister just said, right? Zhu Zhuqing nodded heavily. Her once proud eyes now filled with endless shame. Zhuqing knows she was wrong, and I'm willing to compensate you, my lord. Let me do what you asked my sister to do. Since it all started with me, I will naturally repay it. Now, let me hear how you plan to compensate. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Zhu Zhuqing cautiously glanced at her sister and timidly said, Zhuqing is aware of her grave sins, and I am willing to serve you. My lord, without reservation, but I have some requests that I hope you will grant. Hiss. This woman doesn't seem like a good person. Luo Yu secretly speculated whether it was his own misinterpretation or if the woman was hinting at him. Opening her mouth, Zhu Zhuqing did not hesitate and obediently parted her red lips. Whoosh! A pill shot straight into her mouth. Luo Yu said softly, "If you truly repent and change your ways, then I will grant you freedom. But if you remain unrepentant, don't blame me." Zhu Zhuqing nodded repeatedly, her beautiful eyes flashing with fear. Luo Yu opened her mouth and said, "All right, get up." Zhu Zhuqing respectfully stood up, looked at her sister. Her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you." Zhu Zhuqing raised her hand, not paying much attention to her, and curiously blinked her long, curled eyelashes as she leaned closer to Luo Yu. She looked left and right, her heart filled with countless questions she wanted to ask. Chapter 42. The two sisters attentively served, and there was only one room left. The bright moonlight poured down, falling between the dark woods. The campfire was burning. Under the nearby big tree, there was a large white blanket spread out. Luo Yu lay on top, comfortably resting his head on his sister Zhu Zhuqing's long and smooth thigh, closing his eyes in a feigned slumber. Meanwhile, his sister Zhu Zhuqing was working hard below. With a focused expression, her delicate hands glided over Luo Yu's thigh, gently kneading and tapping, seriously providing service and a massage for the man. She had changed into a new outfit, and whether intentional or not, this black leather outfit was pitifully small, barely covering half of her alluring bosom, further revealing her seductive hourglass figure and sexy belly button. Compared to Zhu Zhuqing's obedient and attentive service, there was even a hint of flirtation in her demeanor. Zhu Zhuqing, on the other hand, felt so embarrassed that she wished she could sink into the ground. Her fair face was already flushed to the point of almost dripping water, burying her head between those soft and ample curves, not daring to look at anyone. Why had she ever maintained such a posture with a man? Even the betrothed Dai Mubai wouldn't dare to touch her. How did she end up inexplicably agreeing to this ridiculous request from a man? It must be because of gratitude. The woman found a suitable reason for herself in her heart, her expression relaxing a lot. And her courage grew bolder as she secretly lifted her gaze from her chest to glance at the man. Her heart was secretly curious. Why was this guy's martial spirit and soul ring so unique? She had never heard of such remarkable figures on the Douluo continent before. Remembering the powerful scene of Luo Yu slicing through 3 people with his sword, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but feel a flutter in her heart. She had always endured her hardships alone. This was her first time experiencing the feeling of being protected by someone. Gradually, the man's ordinary face seemed to possess an inexplicable allure, drawing the girl's gaze, and her eyes gradually became hazy. The man's eyelashes quivered slightly, and Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly withdrew her gaze, her heart racing wildly. Luo Yu rested his head on the woman's legs and looked up. The scenery was truly breathtaking, layered like mountains. He couldn't help but sigh, wondering how this girl, who had suffered since childhood, managed to be so well-nourished. "Have you had enough?" "What do you mean? Enough?" Zhu Zhuqing pretended to be confused. TSK, still not admitting it? Some people were staring just now. Fusukin denied vehemently. "No, I wasn't looking at you for no reason. Because I'm handsome," Luo Yu said, a confident smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Zhu Zhuqing scoffed. "So shameless. I have reason to suspect your strength is all exchange for looks. Actually, I am really handsome. Barely, can't tell at all." Luo Yu smiled lightly. "So you think I'm ugly?" Zhu Zhuqing felt a sudden pang in her heart, fearing the man would misunderstand. She waved her small hands and repeatedly explained, I don't think you're ugly. It's very pleasant to look at. I'm not someone who judges by appearance." "Really?" Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. "Really?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded earnestly. "See, you're admitting that you were staring at me just now." Luo Yu smiled proudly. "Oomph, you're too cunning." Zhu Zhuqing pouted in anger, her cheeks puffed up. "All right, I'm not joking with you anymore. Actually, I'm really handsome." Before Zhu Zhuqing could reply, someone interrupted from under Luo Yu. "The master is indeed very handsome, especially when wielding a sword." Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face showed both fear and admiration, completely convinced. "I didn't ask you, be quiet. Oh, also, your sister is right here. Is it appropriate for you, as the older sister, to keep calling me master?" Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful face revealed a seductive smile. "As long as you're satisfied. She can't control me." Luo Yu suspected whether he had broken this woman's brain, or if this guy originally had a masochistic tendency, needing to use hard methods to be satisfied when soft ones didn't work. Zhu Zhuqing cast a disdainful glance, and then curiously looked at Luo Yu. "She still didn't know your name. Do you want to hear my real name or my fake name?" The corner of Zhu Zhuqing's mouth twitched. as if it went without saying. Of course, the real name. It's fine to say the real name, but it can't be spread outside. Yes. My name is Luo Cece. I've never heard of this name before. The two sisters were somewhat taken aback. Luo Yu waved his hand and said, "You'll know in the future." Zhu Zhuqing rolled her eyes and said, "I really don't understand what kind of twisted hobby you have. Your strength is probably enough to be unrivaled among your peers, yet you choose to pretend to be an ordinary person to scare people." Zhu Zhuqing below looked pitifully and pouted her little mouth, almost crying uncontrollably, as she had suffered greatly because of him. Luo Yu couldn't help but retort, "I never said I was ordinary. For example, I'm still emphasizing how handsome I am." Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with intense curiosity, and one delicate hand couldn't help but reach out. After being touched a few times, Luo Yu sighed on his back, looking completely disheartened. "It's over. I'm not clean anymore. You have to take responsibility." Zhu Zhuqing blushed and spat. "Don't talk nonsense. I just wanted to see if you were wearing a disguise." Luo Yu's lips curled up. "You want to see so badly? Why don't you call me brother of love, and I'll reluctantly show you a glimpse." "Hey, I absolutely won't call you that." Zhu Zhuqing shook her head repeatedly. "Brother of love? I really want to see." Luo Yu's scalp tingled as he shot an angry glance at the enchanting woman. "Shut up. I didn't ask you to speak." Zhu Zhuqing pouted, feeling aggrieved. Why was the treatment so different for sisters? She was not convinced. Did you really change your appearance? Zhu Zhuqing's small hand reached out again. Slap. Luo Yu swatted her small hand away. "If you want to see it, just call out. If you don't call, there's nothing to see." Zhu Zhuqing pouted her pink lips, resembling rose petals, and said she didn't want to see it anymore. Mysteriously, it must be too ugly to show. Just give it up. Provoking her won't work. Zhu Zhuqing's momentum waned, feeling completely dominated by the man. "By the way, why are you hiding yourself so thoroughly? Do you have enemies?" Luo Yu spread her hands, wanting to give an example of a star from her previous life wearing a mask when going out. However, she felt that these two wouldn't understand, so she simply said, "If you want to be my enemy, you need to have the qualifications. I just don't like being watched everywhere I go." Such a bold statement. The two sisters were taken aback. Even their parents wouldn't have the confidence to say something like that. But then they remembered Luo Yu's astonishing sword move. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes immediately sparkled with hearts. This is a real man. She's in love. Zhu Zhuqing, on the other hand, was deeply shaken, unconsciously comparing Dai Mubai with the man in her arms. No need to compare. Dai Mubai doesn't deserve it. Luo Yu frowned and said, "You should lift your legs up a bit. It's uncomfortable to rest them like that." "No way." Zhu Zhuqing coldly refused, but her beautiful legs mysteriously shifted to make it more comfortable for the man to lie down. After chatting for a while longer, Luo Yu and Zhu Zhuqing decided to head to Shrek Academy together, while Zhu Zhuqing, adhering to her role as a maid, let the man take the lead. The forest was not far from Soto City. The man and two women hurried through the night into the city, passing through the silent streets. It was already late at night, and only one hotel was open. The hotel's exterior was entirely decorated in rose red, and the three-story building resembled a blooming rose. As soon as the three entered the hotel, the male receptionist was left dumbfounded. "Wow, dude, you're impressive. You come in with two stunning twin sisters, one pure as a lotus and the other a fiery enchantress. This is going to be something extraordinary, with this level of style and taste. TSK. Isn't this guy way more impressive than the one who just took two girls upstairs?" Luo Yu politely said, "Little brother, please open 3 rooms for me." Zhu Zhuqing leaned closer and said, "Master, opening 2 rooms is enough. I'll take care of you while you sleep." Hiss. The waiter gasped. Wow, if a man can reach this level, it's truly like a little cow returning home. Incredibly impressive. Luo Yu frowned. "You don't need to demean yourself like this." Zhu Zhuqing blinked her beautiful eyes. "I'm doing this voluntarily. Just give me a chance. Although I don't know much and can't do much, I will try my best." The master is crying. The waiter felt like he was going to burst into tears. When had he ever seen a goddess-level figure so obedient to a male counterpart? No, it wasn't just obedience. It was clearly adoration. Luo Yu didn't think too much about it, only feeling a headache. What is up with this woman? She's either completely crazy or has such a heavy, submissive nature. Is the impact of childhood family trauma really that terrifying? Luo Yu lightly tapped the table. "Little brother, give me 3 rooms." The waiter began to panic. "Dude, are you a man? The goddess is being so proactive, and you're still indifferent? Wait a minute." The waiter suddenly realized, secretly thinking this guy is high level. Isn't this the strategy of pretending to be indifferent to lure? Then I must help you. He seemed to understand, a suggestive smile appearing on his lips. "I'm sorry, sir. There's only one room left. Chapter 43. Zhu Zhuqing's feelings, a room filled with roses. Only one room left? Two girls exclaimed in unison. Zhu Zhuqing clenched her small hand, feeling shy. Zhu Zhuqing's enchanting face was full of excitement. The waiter sincerely said, "There really is only one room left. The guest rooms have been tight lately. Why don't the three of you make do with it? Our beds are quite large. 3 people won't be cramped." Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes widened in shock. "No way. Let's find another place." Zhu Zhuqing huffed. "What is the point of changing? I think this place is fine. What's wrong with sharing a bed? Weren't we just huddled together on a blanket in the woods?" The waiter was instantly amazed. What did I just hear? Goodness, from the sound of it, they had already fought a battle in the small forest. He looked at Luo Yu as if worshipping a master. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned red, biting her thin lips, feeling hesitant. Sharing a bed with a man? How could that be okay? "You guys stay here. I'll find another place." The waiter quickly added, "Ma'am, you don't need to worry about that." In the entire Suatawa city, we're the only ones open at this time. Zhu Zhuqing's pretty face instantly stiffened. "All right, one room is fine. It's better than staying out in the wilderness." Luo Yu quickly took out a jingling pouch and handed it to the waiter. "All right, please wait a moment." Soon, the waiter handed Luo Yu a key with a pink tag. "It's on the 3rd floor, just turn left, the Pink Beauty big bedroom." Zhu Zhuqing was already feeling very nervous, and hearing that name made her even more shy. Her small hands had nowhere to put themselves, and she secretly scoffed at the name, which sounded so improper. Zhu Zhuqing, on the other hand, had her eyes shining. "Sir, here is your remaining money." Luo Yu shook his head and said, "No need to look for it. We'll stay for 2 days. If there are any available rooms tomorrow, please remember to reserve 2 for us." "Sure, no problem. If there are available rooms, I will definitely reserve them for you," the waiter replied earnestly. Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction and led the sisters upstairs. The waiter waved and called out, "Sir, 12 gold soul coins are enough. You still have plenty left in that bag." Luo Yu paused for a moment, raising an eyebrow. "There's still some left? You can keep it for yourself." The waiter looked down at the remaining gold soul coins in his pouch, which were almost as much as his annual salary. His eyes immediately sparkled, and he couldn't help but smile widely, his mouth nearly stretching to his ears. He had encountered a generous benefactor. There was no doubt that our earlier wise maneuver had pleased the boss. Otherwise, how could we receive such a reward? He held the pouch gratefully, looking at Luo Yu's back. "Don't worry, boss. Tomorrow I'll make sure to reserve a private room. As long as you bring a girl. This little shop will always have only one room left." Speaking of which, having these 2 twins share a room together might be a bit too mischievous. The hotel corridor was filled with the fragrance of roses. The soft carpet and dim pink lights created an atmosphere full of ambiguity. Luo Yu was searching for the room while holding the keys. The tall and alluring sisters were standing at the bottom of the stairs. Zhu Zhuqing looked around with excitement in her eyes and exclaimed softly, "The environment here is so beautiful." Zhu Zhuqing, already blushing, felt extremely nervous and suddenly glared at her, saying, "Haven't you been to places like this with Davis? Ha, what a joke. I would never come to a place like this with him before marriage." Zhu Zhuqing raised her elegant neck, asserting that a woman's chastity was her last asset. If a man got it, it would lose its value. "Look at me keeping him dangling. Isn't it easier for him to treat me better?" Zhu Zhuqing pouted, "You're being too materialistic." "Hee, silly sister, you're still too naive." A hint of sadness appeared on Zhu Zhuqing's face. "Born into a family like ours, if you want to survive, you have to learn to use every advantage you have, including our bodies." Zhu Zhuqing's delicate body trembled, and she said hesitantly, But what?" Zhu Zhuqing shook her head with a bitter smile. "Silly sister, I won't be as naive as you to dream of love. I just want to find a man who can protect my safety and then give myself completely to him, serving him wholeheartedly." Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes were shaken, and she hesitated. "Doesn't Davis meet your standards?" "Him?" Zhu Zhuqing scoffed, her beautiful eyes revealing an unmistakable disgust. "That guy relies on his identity as a prince to mess around, and you don't know how many dirty things he's done behind the scenes. Which woman would want her man to be like that? Maybe I would choose to submit if I had no other choice, but I'm also a woman, and I have desires too." This scene resonated emotionally with Zhu Zhuqing, and she murmured with a downcast spirit, "What use are all the desires and fantasies? We have no right to choose our own love. We didn't have it before, but we do now." Zhu Zhuqing raised her head, her long gaze very firm, aimed at the broad back of the man in front. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback and followed her gaze. Her delicate body trembled, and her jade hand covered her open cherry lips. "No way. It's your first time meeting him. Do you know what his identity is?" Zhu Zhuqing shot her a glance and laughed, shaking her head. "Silly sister, You really don't know the value. Don't know the value? Zhu Zhuqing looked confused. Just because you can't see the details doesn't mean I can't. Zhu Zhuqing proudly curled her lips. You can say I'm reckless, or that I have no shame, but this man, no matter what, Zhu Zhuqing, am determined to pursue. The woman's gaze was extraordinarily firm, ignoring Zhu Zhuqing. She tugged at her collar, feeling dissatisfied, then gently pulled it down to reveal her impressive assets. Only then did she smile contentedly, swaying her astonishing waist and hips, creating a fragrant breeze as she gracefully followed him. Zhu Zhuqing watched her sister approach the man to flirt. Logically, it should not matter. Yet she inexplicably felt a surge of crisis, as if some treasure was about to be snatched away. What was happening to her? She had never felt this way before. It couldn't be because of this man she just met, could it? How could that be possible? Zhu Zhuqing bit her peach-like pink lips and unconsciously quickened her pace to follow. The voices of the two girls were very soft, but Luo Yu, with his unusual physique, could naturally hear them. He felt neither affection nor aversion. Instead, his dislike for Zhu Zhuqing lessened a bit. Click! The door opened, and the fragrance of roses wafted in. Even though he was mentally prepared, Luo Yu was still momentarily shocked. What met his eyes was a floor covered in rose petals. A spacious room of hundreds of square meters, with a magnificent chandelier resembling crystal and agate, intricately carved with pink patterns, emitting a charming dim light. As the two sisters stepped into the room, Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes also changed color. After all, which girl doesn't like roses? And which girl hasn't fantasized about traveling with a man she loves, being deeply cherished by him in a luxurious room at night, achieving a perfect spiritual connection? Ahem, let's go take a look inside. Luo Yu coughed. He appeared as steady as an old dog, but inside he felt a bit unusual. It was also his first time in such a place. Don't. Zhu Zhuqing buried her head in his chest. Zhu Zhuqing was completely different, with a charming smile. She stepped forward and linked her arm with Luo Yu's, saying, Master, I'll accompany you. Luo Yu's throat was dry. What are you going to do? Zhu Zhuqing blinked her innocent and sparkling big eyes, naughtily rubbing against his arm, saying she wasn't doing anything, just accompanying him to the bedroom to see if the bed was big enough. The sensation from her arm made Luo Yu gasp in surprise. He glared at the woman, warning her not to regret it. Zhu Zhuqing rubbed against him again, her enchanting face showing a hint of naivety. Regret what? I'm your female slave. It's only right to serve you. Luo Yu's mind buzzed for a moment as he pulled his arm back and looked at her deeply. If you haven't gone crazy, then act normal and don't degrade yourself. After saying that, he turned and walked to the bedroom. For some reason, this scene made Zhu Zhuqing, who was standing on the other side, suddenly have her heart race, forgetting her shyness for a moment. Zhu Zhuqing stood frozen in place, her beautiful eyes looking at the man with a complicated expression. The gaze in her pupils became increasingly determined. It seemed that she really had found the right person. Chapter 44. The Awakening of the Beautiful Maiden. Zhu Zhuqing's Heart versus Words. The two sisters, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing, couldn't stand there any longer. Unable to contain their curiosity, they followed Luo Yu into the bedroom. As soon as they entered the room, they could feel the enchanting atmosphere, and their eyes widened in surprise. The heart-shaped red bed almost occupied all the space, with light red curtains hanging down from the ceiling, covering the top of the bed and creating a stunningly hazy feeling. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at the side, her pupils constricting, and she instantly let out a delicate cry, covering her face and turning away, stomping her feet repeatedly. How can you take off your clothes? Luo Yu had just taken off his outer garment, revealing his muscular upper body, with the lines of his muscles outlining a perfect curve. Hearing the girl's exclamation, he raised his head, feeling speechless. This bedroom happened to have a bathroom, and I thought you two weren't planning to come in, so I decided to go in and take a bath first. Zhu Zhuqing pouted and said, Why are you taking a bath for no reason? After a long day of travel, you're all dirty. Luo Yu shook her head, walked to the bathroom door, and chuckled. Hey, Zhu Zhuqing, do you want to wash with me? Zhu Zhuqing, who had been covering her face and bowing her head, suddenly shivered and shook her head repeatedly in refusal. Stinky man, who wants to wash with you? After a long silence, Zhu Zhuqing didn't dare to look up. All right, stop being self-important. The master has already gone in. Huh? Zhu Zhuqing raised her head, parting her fingers that were covering her face, and indeed found that the man had long disappeared. So he was just teasing her? As she breathed a sigh of relief, there was a strange emptiness in her heart. Sister, why are you looking at me like that? Zhu Zhuqing scanned her from head to toe and finally pouted her red lips in confusion. I have breasts, waist, but And legs. Why is the master fixated on you and won't even look at me? Zhu Zhuqing glared at her. Are you crazy? What are you thinking? Zhu Zhuqing looked towards the bathroom, listening to the sound of running water, and licked her lips. What a pity you didn't see the master's figure just now. It was so appealing. Who says I didn't see it? Do you think I would be as infatuated as you? With just that little muscle. What's so good to look at? As Zhu Zhuqing scolded, the image she had just seen flashed through her mind. The man's strong, well-defined muscles radiated a sense of powerful beauty, almost possessing an incredible allure. It had seemed pretty good-looking. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes became dreamy, and she suddenly jolted awake, shaking her head repeatedly. What's wrong with me today? I won't be infected by this crazy woman, will I? Zhu Zhuqing smiled sweetly. Sister, he should be coming out soon. Are you going to wait for him here? Definitely not. If anyone's waiting, it's you. I'm going to stay on the sofa outside. Zhu Zhuqing shyly ran away. After sending her sister away, the enchanting woman looked at the empty bedroom and the large red heart-shaped bed, revealing an extremely ambiguous smile. She gazed towards the flowing bathroom, her eyes distant and glowing faintly, whispering softly to herself, "Silly sister, you still can't see that this man is worth us entrusting our lives to. He is incredibly strong yet low-key, decisive yet humble. He talks a lot but respects women, although we haven't known each other for long." Zhu Zhuqing has already noticed his uniqueness through small details. The strength to single-handedly defeat 3 top masters, terrifyingly powerful 10,000-year soul rings, and unpredictable martial souls. Daring to reach the pinnacle of Douluo with just a 3-foot-long sword, full of poetic ambition. Even when dealing with ordinary service staff, he is humble and courteous. Facing a beauty like me who actively approaches him, he can still maintain his composure, unshakable as a mountain. I ask you, where can you find such a man? Zhu Zhuqing felt that today was not unlucky, but that heaven was favoring her, compensating her for the suffering she had endured over the years by allowing her to meet a true treasure. She found it hard to imagine that based solely on her known observations, she could discover such an extraordinary man. If she were to truly uncover this man's mysterious veil, what kind of shock would it bring? Zhu Zhuqing said she was crazy, but in reality, she was not only sane, but her mind was also extraordinarily clear. Davis was merely a fiancé imposed on her by her family. She didn't like him. Otherwise, how could she have maintained her purity all this time? Deep down, she also had her own pride. Why was she being so humble today? It was only because the one in the bathroom was a man who could genuinely conquer her and make her willingly submit. Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of urgency. If she didn't seize this special opportunity today, perhaps this man would become her lifelong wish, something she could never reach again. She bit her red lips and decided to take a gamble on her life, wagering her youth and future. Creak. The bedroom door was gently closed and locked, leaving Zhu Zhuqing outside. Then, Zhu Zhuqing, with a shy gaze, playfully lifted her delicate fingers. The sexy black outfit and leather pants fell to the ground. She walked step by step toward the bathroom. Inside the bathroom, Luo Yu was closing his eyes and relaxing, comfortably soaking in the wooden bathtub while enjoying the shower from above. The sound of running water was so melodious. Oh, this is life, with dreams, goals, and also enjoyment. This kind of life is truly fulfilling. Otherwise, wouldn't it be like being a monk? Luo Yu smiled faintly, and then suddenly thought that something seemed to be missing beside him. At this moment, it would be great if Donner were by his side. As for the two outside, the sisters, Luo Yu, being a man, of course felt a stir of emotions. Moreover, they were not just any sisters. They were incredibly beautiful with hot figures. However, although Luo Yu admitted to being lecherous, he was not vulgar and would never force someone against their will. Zhu Zhuqing, on the other hand, was always a bit unruly and had indeed stirred up quite a bit of desire in him, almost pushing him to the edge of losing control. However, he wasn't sure what this woman's intentions were. Was she acting this way out of fear that he might want to kill her? Besides, with Zhu Zhuqing still there, it would be quite awkward if something were to happen. Would he be able to complete his task? This was related to the second soul ring. He was very curious about the second soul ring. But speaking of which, he really did like Zhu Zhuqing. Suddenly, amidst the sound of flowing water, there came the gentle sound of a door opening and footsteps. Luo Yu instinctively turned his gaze and was instantly stunned by the sudden beautiful scenery before him. His eyes widened, his head buzzed, and he felt a surge of heat rush to the crown of his head. "Hiss, you!" Before Luo Yu could finish speaking, her lips were blocked horizontally by 2 jade-like fingers. The enchanting woman let her hair fall and smiled seductively. "Shoo, I've locked the bedroom door. If you make a sound, my sister will find out everything." Luo Yu's throat moved slightly as he struggled to retract his gaze, and said in a deep voice, "If it's about the poison, you don't have to be like this. When the time comes, I will let you leave." Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, her enchanting eyes flickering. She leaned down to Luo Yu's ear, her red lips slightly parted, exhaling a faint fragrance. "It has nothing to do with that. Don't say anything. Today I am yours." Luo Yu was about to get up, but was stopped by the woman who gently held his shoulder. "Master, you don't need to worry. Let Yunner serve you well today." On the other side, Zhu Zhuqing in the living room was completely unaware of what was happening in the closed bedroom, where the bathroom was filled with mist. She was currently cold as frost, her gaze radiating endless killing intent, listening intently to the unusual sounds coming from the adjacent suite. Chapter 45, Psychological Game with a Young Girl, Voices from Next Door. Splash. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Amidst the noisy water sounds, there were faint muffled sounds resembling a small cat's whimper. It seemed the one making the sounds was trying hard to control it, suppressing something with great effort, deeply afraid of being discovered by the woman outside the bedroom. As time passed, Luo Yu's brows relaxed, sinking comfortably into the warm water, eyes closed, resting. His perfectly sculpted torso floated on the surface, arms naturally resting on the edge of the wooden tub, enjoying the attentive massage from the young girl's delicate hands. Zhu Zhuqing, with a blush on her cheeks, was obediently half-kneeling beside the bathtub, her fair knees slightly reddened, extending her smooth little hands to help the man relax his shoulders and neck. Her beautiful eyes were filled with satisfaction, as if they could drip water, exuding an unintentional charm. Her long, dark hair, dampened by water, clung to her neck, and she had changed into a black strapless lingerie and hip-length shorts, highlighting her impressive and sultry figure. "Master, are you satisfied with Yunner's service?" Luo Yu's eyelids were closed, and her lips moved slightly. "No one is forcing you. Why you choose to do this?" Zhu Zhuqing smiled charmingly. "I belong to my master. Isn't it the duty of a servant to serve you? Compared to lies, I prefer to hear the truth." The man's tone was calm, yet it seemed to carry a heavy authority. Zhu Zhuqing's movements instantly froze. She leaned down and gently kissed the man's broad shoulder, her seductive demeanor disappearing and replaced with a touch of pitifulness. "Yunner asks for little, and does not seek a title. She only hopes to follow by your side in the future, serving you, and that would be enough." Luo Yu frowned and said with a hum, "Put away your acting. I won't fall for that." Zhu Zhuqing supported herself on her knees and stood up, looking steadily at the man with flickering eyes. Taking a deep breath, she said, "Since ancient times, beautiful women have recognized heroes. I may not be a beauty, but I can see that you are a hero. The heart of a hero is not something an ordinary person can easily access. Therefore, I am willing to seize this opportunity, bet everything I have, and gamble for a chance to have a place by your side in the future." Luo Yu slowly opened his eyelids and glanced at the woman. Their eyes met, and they stared at each other for a long time. The corners of his mouth curled up. "You, woman, I underestimated you at first. I didn't expect you to have such courage to bet your own purity. Don't you fear regretting it in the future?" Zhu Zhuqing suddenly laughed. "What if the bet is lost? What if the other person doesn't regret it?" Luo Yu shook his head and smiled, saying, "Sorry, that will disappoint you. I'm not a hero." The charming Zhu Zhuqing seemed completely unconcerned with what the man said, blinking her long, curled eyelashes. "Everything I have, I've given to you. It's too late to regret now. From now on, whether you want to kill or torture, it's all up to your wishes." Luo Yu glanced deeply at the girl, pondered for a moment, and said, "Actually, I didn't give you any poison at all. Just a blood-replenishing pill. If you want to leave now, I won't stop you. You can go." Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback by his words. The man's actions were beyond her expectations. She had thought that she had served him well just now and that he would at least be reluctant to part with her. But instead, he was going to let her leave just like that? Was she really so unappealing? Zhu Zhuqing bit her red lip and asked, "You just let me go like this? Aren't you afraid I will return to the star Luo Empire to seek revenge?" Luo Yu raised her eyebrows playfully and said, "You can certainly give it a try." Zhu Zhuqing shook her head repeatedly and said, "No way. I'm already decided. I'm going to stick with you from now on. I don't want to go back to that dirty, filthy empire." Luo Yu shook her head and refused. "You can leave. I won't keep a woman who is good at scheming by my side." Zhu Zhuqing's calm little face suddenly turned pale, and she stammered, "Master, please don't drive me away. I didn't mean to scheme. I really do like you a bit. If you let me go back and Davis finds out about my current situation, he will definitely kill me." Luo Yu nodded. "All right, then I'll keep you here to observe. If you have any ulterior motives, TSK, You have seen my methods of killing. The air in the bathroom seemed to freeze instantly, radiating a chilling coldness. Zhu Zhuqing's mind flashed with images, causing her delicate body to shiver. The brief conversation deepened her understanding of Luo Yu's capabilities. She would no longer dare to harbor any small thoughts. She concluded that this man, though seemingly gentle on the surface, had a domineering nature that was quite evident. There was no possibility of gaining control. She could only submit. Yinner had no ill intentions and only wished to assist you wholeheartedly in the future. That would be very good. Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction, his cold expression receding as if it had never appeared, with a gentle smile emerging at the corners of his lips. If you behave yourself in the future, I won't treat you poorly. Perhaps I can even give you a proper status. Zhu Zhuqing's heart trembled, her red lips slightly parted, just about to say something. Luo Yu waved his hand and said there was no need for pleasantries, so let's change clothes. All right then. Zhu Zhuqing obediently revealed a sweet smile, feeling as if her heart was coated with honey. Luo Yu was very satisfied with this effect in his heart. To deal with such a clever woman, a combination of a big stick and sweet dates is the only way to truly win her heart. If not, why did Prince Davis of Xingluo end up not being able to win over this little beauty? Isn't it because his methods were inadequate, which instead benefited himself? The two were dressed neatly, and just as Luo Yu was about to go out, he was stopped by Zhu Zhuqing. Is there something? Luo Yu asked. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head and whispered, Does my benefactor have any interest in my sister? What do you mean? Zhu Zhuqing said in a delicate voice. My sister may not be good at speaking, but if you can enter her heart, she is quite passionate. Luo Yu was surprised. It's one thing for you to accompany her, but you wouldn't want to drag your sister into this too, would you? What do you mean by dragging her down? It's her fortune to be with you. Zhu Zhuqing smiled seductively and said in a flirtatious tone, Master, don't you want to try the service of a pair of sisters? Luo Yu's gaze paused, and he inhaled sharply. This fairy, it's so absurd. Don't worry, I will definitely help you, Zhu Zhuqing said proactively, her eyes filled with excitement. Luo Yu suppressed the restless thoughts in his heart, glanced at her, and coughed. I advise you not to act recklessly. Zhu Zhuqing pouted her red lips and said, Yinner knows her limits, and I will definitely satisfy you. She added, By the way, Master, you must not tell her about our relationship. It's not the right time yet. Luo Yu almost stumbled, looking speechless. Was he being foolish? This matter couldn't be exposed. What kind of woman was she? He impulsively accepted her, but he didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. Creak. The bedroom door opened, and Luo Yu and Zhu Zhuqing were instantly shocked by the scene in the living room. Zhu Zhuqing's pretty face was clouded with anger, her beautiful eyes wide open like copper bells, filled with a murderous aura. The pink sofa beneath her was already torn apart, and the room was filled with floating willow fluff. Zhu Zhuqing was stunned. It shouldn't have happened. How could they have been discovered? She had clearly suppressed her voice just now, and with the sound of running water covering it. How could she possibly have heard? Luo Yusin was shaken to the core, her face stiff as she looked at Zhu Zhuqing, awkwardly and with difficulty saying, Well, let me explain. Zhu Zhuqing's tone was icy. What do you want to explain to me? Luo Yu's forehead was covered in cold sweat, like a cat that had stolen fish. Just as he was about to confess, the wall behind the sofa suddenly trembled slightly, and the piercing cries of two women came through the wall. Young Master Bai, you are too strong. Please slow down. We really can't take it anymore. Luo Yu's expression turned strange in an instant, as if he had realized something. Chapter 46, Dai Mu Bai. Zhu Zhuqing. You actually dare to look for wild men. The next door was filled with exclamations, one after another. It wasn't that the hotel had poor soundproofing. It was possibly because the battle was too intense. Bai Xiao, twins? Luo Yu had a strange look on his face, secretly thinking that it couldn't be so coincidental. Just randomly booking a room and running into Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé? No, this really wasn't just a coincidence. Luo Yu suddenly thought that based on the timeline, 2 days before Shrek's enrollment, this guy indeed went out to indulge in revelry. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing's eyes filled with killing intent, he became even more certain of his guess. Dai Mu Bai, it's not that I'm not giving you a chance, it's that you're not living up to expectations. You played a good hand terribly. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes locked onto him. What were you going to tell me just now? Cough, cough, it's nothing. I just wanted to explain that I wasn't deliberately undressing in the bedroom before. It's fine compared to this, that's a small matter. Zhu Zhuqing continued to stare at the wall, gritting her teeth in anger. Every moan from that side felt like a knife stabbing into her heart. The man's heavy breathing made her so angry that she felt her gums might bleed. Zhu Zhuqing initially looked confused, until a voice from that side called out, "Brother Mubai." A little harder, she suddenly realized what was going on. She looked at Zhu Zhuqing with sympathy. With her fiancé causing such a scene, which woman could tolerate it? Zhu Zhuqing secretly poked Luo Yu and whispered, "Master, your opportunity has come. That dog of a man over there is Zhuqing's fiancé." Luo Yu glared at her. "No need to remind me. I already guessed it." Zhu Zhuqing pouted, not daring to say more. She was puzzled, as it took her a long time to figure it out. So how did the man guess it so smoothly? Luo Yu slowly walked in front of Zhu Zhuqing and asked, "Is this your fiancé that you mentioned?" Zhu Zhuqing's dark eyes were cold. Her red lips stubbornly pouted. "Yes, that's right. Do you find me ridiculous?" Luo Yu shook his head, wondering why he would say that. Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth, thinking about a man who abandoned his original responsibilities, leaving his fiancée in danger, and escaping to this small place to indulge in women all day. The ridiculous thing is that I actually still have this person in my heart, hoping to find him, help him regain his confidence, and work together to fight against Davis. Now it seems all of this is just a joke. Luo Yu said decisively. It's not that you are ridiculous, but that he is unworthy. He is unworthy of having a woman like you, let alone you traveling thousands of miles to find him. Zhu Zhuqing showed a bitter smile and said in disappointment, "Are all men like this?" "No, you are wrong." Luo Yu shook his head in denial and said solemnly, "It's true that men are lecherous, but no matter what, they would never abandon their woman and run away alone, nor would they cowardly flee out of fear of responsibilities. Such cowards are not worthy of being called men." Zhu Zhuqing, with red-rimmed eyes, looked at Luo Yu, who was comforting her, remembering his recent protection of her. Her furrowed brows relaxed a bit. The loud gasping from next door made Zhu Zhuqing explode completely. She could no longer endure it. The excited voice of the strange woman rose in a comparative tone. "Dai Xiao, I heard you have a fiancé. Between us two sisters, which one do you prefer more?" "Of course, it's both of you, my little darlings." The man's voice was filled with frivolity and charm, clearly a master at sweet-talking girls. That woman was like an ice block. Even after so many years of being engaged, she wasn't allowed to be touched at all. No matter how good her figure was, she was just a decoration, pretty but useless. What was the point of that? "Dai Mubai, I want her life." Zhu Zhuqing clenched her small fist tightly, and with a loud bang, her martial soul manifested. She leaped off the sofa, her killing intent surging as she broke through the door. "TSK, TSK. Looks like there's going to be a good show," Zhu Zhuqing said with excitement in her eyes. Luo Yu glanced over. "Are you trying to cause chaos everywhere?" Zhu Zhuqing pouted. "I'm just happy for you. Look, the opportunity has come. This girl has been hit hard by a scumbag. If you seize the moment and take advantage of her vulnerability, you could turn the raw rice into cooked rice." "Shut up," Luo Yu scolded, then said, "When I pursue a girl, I won't resort to such petty tricks. That would tarnish the relationship." After saying this, he rushed out. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily stunned by his words, and then her red lips moved, forming a stunning arc. It seems her judgment was indeed not wrong. In the spacious hotel corridor, an explosion echoed. The carpet became scorched, the chandelier in the dome swayed dangerously, and the door to another room had been blown open. The sudden disturbance nearly scared the formidable Dai Mubai into a stupor. The pair of twins hurriedly shouted and dove under the covers to hide. "Zhuqing, what are you doing here?" Recognizing the fierce figure at the door, Dai Mubai was shocked. His dual-colored, sinister eyes nearly popped out, and every hair on his body stood on end, his back drenched in cold sweat. "Ha! Dai Mubai, you really are something." Zhuqing coldly smiled, already half beastified, with 5 long claws that gleamed with a sharp, cold light. "Zhuqing, you have to let me explain." Dai Mubai frantically pulled his clothes around him. "Oh, explain? Fine. I want to see how you explain yourself today." Dai Mubai quickly tried to salvage the situation. "Zhuqing, listen to me. I love you. These two women are just substitutes, mere playthings." Zhuqing snorted, her beautiful eyes narrowing. "Who would believe your nonsense? Do you think I didn't hear what you were saying next door? It's not like that. I was just talking nonsense." Dai Mubai waved his hands repeatedly. Zhuqing's sharp claws reflected her cold face as she sternly reprimanded. "Dai Mubai, I've seen through you today. Our engagement is hereby annulled." "No way." Dai Mubai panicked, his white tiger martial spirit immediately manifesting, 3 soul rings rising around him, the force shattering the bed beneath him as he lunged at Zhuqing. The girl twisted her body, activating her soul skill, barely dodging the hungry tiger's pounce. "Still want to make a move? What do you mean?" Dai Mubai shouted urgently from the corridor. "You've lost your reason. I must calm you down first, and then we can talk properly." Clap, clap, clap. Applause rang out, and Dai Mubai, turned his gaze, instantly spotting an ordinary-looking man standing there. The man cast a disdainful glance. I've seen shameless people, but never someone as unashamed as you. Caught red-handed, with irrefutable evidence. What else do you want to explain? Dai Mubai was furious. Are you looking for death? What does it have to do with you? You're not allowed to talk about him. Zhu Zhuqing immediately coldly reprimanded, firmly standing beside Luo Yu. Dai Mubai's sinister eyes suddenly narrowed, his finger trembling as he pointed at the two, incredulously saying, You, what is your relationship with them? Zhu Zhuqing, tell me, who is this man? Huh? What qualifications do you have to ask me? Dai Mubai's head throbbed painfully, his face turning a terrifying shade of red, his furious roar shaking the entire hotel. Zhu Zhuqing, how dare you? How could you insult me by finding a wild man outside? Seeing Dai Mubai's expression turn frantic, almost mad, Zhu Zhuqing felt even more ironic. Me finding a wild man? How laughable. You can shamelessly suspect others. Dai Mubai shouted hysterically. Then tell me who this wild man is. How could you come to a hotel with someone like him? What's so good about him? Can he compare to me? The man grew increasingly furious, while Zhu Zhuqing gradually calmed down, revealing a mocking expression. Dai Mubai, I warn you, he is not some wild man. He is my savior. I was going through a life-and-death crisis, and you were out partying. What right do you have to criticize others? And I solemnly warn you, in my heart, he is 1,000 times better than you. If you dare to speak ill of him, you are unworthy. If you say another word, I'll cut out your tongue. Every word Zhu Zhuqing spoke was like a heavy hammer, pounding on Dai Mubai's heart. He exploded in an instant, his face twisted and ferocious, his sinister eyes staring at Luo Yu, bloodthirstily saying, So it's you who covets my Dai Mubai's woman? Who gave you the guts? Chapter 47. Arrogant and domineering Dai Mubai. The silent contrast between two men. Who gave me the guts? Luo Yu helplessly shrugged, seriously examining the hysterical Dai Mubai for a few moments, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. It seemed that facing trash like you, there was no need for anyone to lend me courage. Dai Mubai's chest heaved, breathing heavily, his blood-red eyes filled with madness. His fists cracking loudly as a raging fire ignited within him. You're seeking death. Boom! A strong pale light erupted wildly from Dai Mubai. His already tall figure swelling again, bones cracking and popping, muscles expanding to their limits, his violet eyes radiating a beastly, bloodthirsty gaze. In an instant, he shattered the floor, shooting out explosively, swinging his beastly, gigantic, sharp tiger claws, pouncing forward to attack. Luo Yu maintained a harmless smile on his face, but deep in his eyes flashed a hint of indifference as he slowly raised his right hand. However, before he could make a move, the black figure beside him acted first. Second soul skill, ghostly claw. Dai Mubai saw the deadly claws coming for his throat from the side and instantly flipped over and retreated, dodging to the side. His blood-red eyes lost their sparkle as he shook his head repeatedly, hair flying wildly, looking heartbroken at Zhu Zhuqing. Why are you helping this guy? What's so good about him? He looks ordinary. His strength is mediocre. Does he deserve you? Dai Mubai's eyes suddenly widened, and he spoke urgently. I understand now. You deliberately used him to provoke me. Wanted me to focus and work hard, right? I get it. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, her gaze as calm as still water. Even the anger she had shown earlier had vanished. In a calm tone, she said, Dai Mubai, I will only ask you 3 questions. Who was it that dared not take responsibility, that became a coward and a deserter? Who was it that heartlessly left me, a woman, alone in the Star Luo Empire to face a crisis? Who was it that, while I was facing a pursuit, was flirting with other women? Dai Mubai was eager to retort, but found himself speechless. He pointed angrily at Luo Yu, saying, No matter what, you, as my fiancé, should behave yourself. How dare you consort with another man here? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes grew colder. Dai Mubai, clean up your mouth. Don't think everyone is like you. She seemed to see through him completely, and added, You haven't fulfilled a single day of your responsibilities as a fiancé. Our engagement ends here. Dai Mubai staggered back a few steps, suddenly bursting into laughter, looking at Zhu Zhuqing with a wicked grin. You're doing this for such a man? Don't regret it. On your own, facing Davis and Zhu Zhuqing. There's only one way to die. Zhu Zhuqing replied in a deep voice. This has nothing to do with you. You might not know, but I've already joined the Shrek Academy, which only recruits monsters. Even if I can't defeat that Davis guy, with the teachers' backgrounds, I will be well protected. What does this have to do with me? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes flashed with impatience. If we join Shrek together, focus on our development, we can ultimately rely on our martial soul fusion skills to carve out a path. And perhaps one day, we can return to the star, Luo Empire. But if you choose this kid, he can protect you? Come with me now. Let me deal with this kid, and our future will be bright. Dai Mubai spoke passionately, his face regaining its confident pride. He didn't believe that his words wouldn't move Zhu Zhuqing. Just the martial soul fusion skills alone would make her reluctant to give up on him. Moreover, that kid, even if we don't mention strength, does he have even 1/10 of the charm? He is a prince. A fool knows how to choose. Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward. Dai Mubai smirked, feeling proud, as if warmed by spring breezes, even casting a contemptuous glance at Luo Yu. He slowly opened his arms, confidently welcoming the woman to his side. Zhu Zhuqing paused, her tone calm as a deep well. Dai Mubai, having known each other for so long, I advise you one last time, don't provoke him. Leave now, otherwise you will die. Dai Mubai's smile abruptly stopped, never expecting such a result. At that moment, the two women in the room finished dressing and came out, touching his shoulder seductively, saying, "Young Master Dai, it's just a woman, not worth your anger. Besides, we sisters are here with you." Zhu Zhuqing scoffed and turned towards Luo Yu. "Get lost." Dai Mubai pushed him away roughly, with the power of his soul. The two women were rudely thrown against the wall of the corridor. He didn't look at them again, his eyes fixed on Luo Yu. His brows furrowed, and his voice, filled with rage, was like an angry lion, yet full of endless coldness. "Kid, the root of all this is because of you. Today, I'm going to tear you apart." Zhu Zhuqing suddenly turned around, her tone ghostly. "Dai Mubai, do you really want to die? Are you going to protect him?" Dai Mubai sneered repeatedly, clenching his massive tiger-like paw, a look of arrogant disdain crossing his lips. "I warn you, if you don't get out of the way, I'll take you down with him. I'm going to kill him today, and no one can protect him." Zhu Zhuqing suddenly laughed, stepping aside and gesturing for him to proceed. "I've already warned you. Since you seek death, then take care of yourself." Dai Mubai threw back his head and laughed, his tone rising almost madly. "Are you kidding me? I, Dai Mubai, 15 years old, level 37 soul master. You want to kill me? With him? Does he even qualify?" Boom. Third soul skill. White tiger transformation. Dark patterns appeared on Dai Mubai's terrifying muscular outline. His tiger-like paws expanded again, and his entire body was enveloped in blinding golden light, his blood-red eyes exuding the fierce aura of the king of beasts. He stepped toward Luo Yu, each step causing the entire building to tremble. A cruel contempt appeared on his lips. He didn't want to crush his opponent directly. That would be boring. He wanted to slowly eat away at his opponent's spirit, magnifying his fear, making him kneel before him, letting Zhu Zhuqing see how unworthy the man she chose was. Dai Mubai grinned maliciously. "Kid, if you're scared, just say it. Kneel and call me grandfather, and I might consider sparing your life." Luo Yu shook his head and sighed. "It seems you took others' reminders as mere background noise. I can't figure out who gave you such confidence to be so arrogant." Dai Mubai smirked. "Kid, do you think I'm as foolish as others? I know you might have your own trump cards. However, my third soul ring is the top-tier 1,000-year soul ring, and the soul skill I gained perfectly complements my top-tier beast martial soul. My power, attack, and defense will all double. What do you have to compare with me?" Hearing Dai Mubai bragging about his 1,000-year soul ring, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't bear to watch. A stunning red shadow flashed through her mind. The two men were unconsciously compared. One boasted about a 1,000-year soul ring, while the other, with a 100,000-year soul ring, remained incredibly low-key. Zhu Zhuqing felt a stir in her heart. She turned her gaze to Luo Yu, her eyes flickering. She knew that Dai Mubai was finished today. Chapter 48. The dragon god martial soul appears, crushing the evil-eyed white tiger, rubbing against the floor. Bang bang bang. Dai Mubai bathed in the golden light of the white tiger's transformation. With the tiger's steps and dragon strides, he approached the ground. Each step left a deep footprint, his exaggerated muscles radiating a fierce and powerful aura, while his sharp tiger claws glinted with a knife-like coldness. He looked down from above, gazing down at Luo Yu with disdain. Dai Mubai was confident. At the same age, he was invincible, with no rivals. Even if there were, it wouldn't be this unremarkable kid in front of him. He wore a cruel smile, like a cat teasing a mouse, cold and proud. Zhu Zhuqing, look at the man you like. Why isn't he daring to speak now? Today, I will completely crush this man in front of you, shattering his dignity into pieces. So you know who the real strong one is. Wait for regret. Zhu Zhuqing, the stunning and fiery black-clad girl, shook her head beside him, indicating that this person was beyond redemption. Her beautiful eyes were filled with immense sympathy. Dai Mubai's tragedy was already destined for daring to provoke this disaster. Boom! A loud explosion ressounded. Dai Mubai twisted his feet, unleashing a pale glow. His figure erupted, and a ferocious white tiger phantom slashed through the air, bringing a gust of wind as it lunged towards Luo Yu. The floor shook violently, and the chandelier above shattered instantly, dust falling in clusters. The white tiger phantom was fierce. Dai Mubai had already charged forward with overwhelming force. Looking at Luo Yu, who stood still and unresponsive, his fierce expression revealed itself. Grinning savagely, "I am a top-tier assault-type beast martial soul, unmatched in attack. Since you dare to be so arrogant, then just die." Whoosh! Filled with invincible confidence, Dai Mubai's arm muscles bulged like a coiled dragon, suddenly exerting force. Swinging his massive, sharp tiger claw, a sonic boom followed as it viciously struck towards Luo Yu's head. The next second, it seemed like his brain would splatter. Dai Mubai's mouth already bore the smile of a victor. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and a strong wind surged. Dai Mubai's expression froze, his pupils constricted. That massive tiger claw, seemingly imbued with the strength of 10,000 pounds, was actually held firmly by a pair of hands as clear as jade, unable to advance even a single inch. Luo Yu looked at the shocked eyes of the other person with indifference, shaking his head and sighing. He originally didn't want to bother with you, but since you were so eager to seek death, then so be it. Dai Mubai seemed to have his throat choked, his voice becoming sharp due to excessive surprise. You haven't even summoned your martial spirit. How could you possibly withstand my white tiger Vajra transformation? Luo Yu's dark eyes grew even deeper as he said lightly, Dai Mubai, your white tiger martial soul may indeed have some arrogant capital to flaunt in front of others, but when it comes to me, you might as well save it. You're talking nonsense. Dai Mubai roared in anger, his veins instantly swelling as his soul power surged wildly. A powerful explosive force erupted from his body, and a pair of sharp claws struck with lethal intent. A thunderous dragon roar echoed. Luo Yu's gaze was cold, his long black hair flowing without wind, and a nine-colored brilliance burst forth from his body. The dragon god martial soul suddenly appeared, and the overwhelming power of blood and energy condensed around him, causing the intense dragon might to flicker and dim the white tiger martial soul of Dai Mubai. Boom! This time, Luo Yu moved, without dodging or evading. He directly faced the frenzied attack of his opponent. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch collided, and although it was the sound of muscle against muscle, it resonated like a series of metal clashes. Without any suspense, the incredibly fierce Dai Mubai was forced to retreat step by step. His tiger claws, sharp as blades, were shattered by Luo Yu's 3 punches, nails splintering and blood flowing. The so-called white tiger diamond transformation was nothing but a joke in front of Luo Yu, who was infused with the dragon god martial soul. Roar! The white tiger let out a mournful cry, and Dai Mubai's painful and shrill screams rang out simultaneously. His thick, bull-like arm was actually bent and twisted into a deformity by Luo Yu's sheer strength. Boom! Everything was just beginning. Luo Yu's face showed a fierce determination as he unleashed punch after punch, bathed in divine light, resembling a battle immortal descending to the mortal realm. Each punch landed with force, leaving Dai Mubai completely defenseless. His chest caved in, and he spat out blood. The so-called resistance was nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Zhu Zhuqing covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes reflecting the image of the transcendent being. Shocked beyond measure, she had known from the start that Dai Mubai would suffer greatly, but having warned him and him not heeding her advice, she could only say he deserved it. What truly shook her was what she saw. Wasn't this man's martial soul a long sword? What appeared earlier was the shadow of a dragon. What was this surging explosive power of blood and energy? Dai Mubai's white tiger martial soul was already a top-tier beast martial soul, but facing the man's 9-color dragon shadow, it was completely reduced to a little kitten, as if they were worlds apart. What level of martial soul is this? Also, could he be a twin martial soul? Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes widened in shock at her mere speculation, wondering just how monstrous this man was and how many secrets he was hiding. It was simply terrifying. Zhu Zhuqing, watching from a distance, also had her red lips agape, as if she could fit a fruit in there. It was astonishing, truly astonishing. Watching Luo Yu brutally defeat Dai Mubai, his imposing figure radiated power, and her charming eyes sparkled with starlight, her heart fluttering as she felt a mix of emotions. After all, this was her man. She subconsciously touched her slightly aching lower abdomen, feeling incredibly fortunate for her earlier decision. Everything she had invested was worth it. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing thought perhaps the hardships of the past were all meant by heaven to temper her, leading her to meet such a perfect husband. And she must seize this opportunity. The words the man had said were etched in her heart like ironclad rules. Boom! Another loud sound echoed, causing the entire building to tremble. Finally, everything returned to calm. Dust and smoke filled the corridor, with a faint smell of blood mingling in the murky air. As the smoke cleared, the Zhu sisters saw the scene before them. Their delicate bodies trembled, and they gasped in shock. So ruthless, so brutal. Luo Yu knelt on one knee, fiercely pinning Dai Mubai's neck with one hand, violently smashing his head into the ground, embedding it into the floorboards. His body was reverted to its original form. The white tiger martial soul had collapsed, his chest caved in and battered, as if countless fist marks covered him. His body, stained with blood, continuously bleeding. Crack! Crack! The ground cracked with numerous spiderweb-like fissures. Luo Yu exerted force with his palm and pulled back hard, dragging Dai Mubai out, causing countless fragments of stone to fly. That handsome face, once filled with a sinister aura, was now swollen beyond recognition, and his pair of wicked eyes lost their luster, with all his arrogance and dominance completely vanished, leaving only endless panic. Luo Yu grinned, revealing a charming smile. How about it? Is it enjoyable now? Chapter 49. The White Tiger Kneeling. Zhu Zhuqing overflowing with a sense of security. The hotel corridor was in disarray, with pits and debris scattered everywhere. The Zhu sisters covered their cherry lips, staring in shock at the scene before them. Voices of disbelief echoed continuously. Impossible. How could I possibly lose? And how could I lose so miserably? Dai Mubai's dark eyes dimmed, his expression blank. He couldn't believe the reality he was facing. What a huge irony. In just an instant, the man he had just mocked had annihilated him. Now, not only was there excruciating pain coursing through his body, but what terrified Dai Mubai even more was that his once proud white tiger martial soul was trembling within him. It felt as if it had encountered an existence of utmost terror, a complete suppression at the level of martial souls. His white tiger Vajra transformation, the so-called top-tier Millennium soul skill, seemed like a joke in front of the opponent's iron fist. Like paper, it had no power to resist. A hand, like an iron claw, was tightly gripping his throat, and the smiling face was like that of the Grim Reaper, making him tremble in horror. Who are you? Blood trickled from Dai Mubai's mouth, his eyelids trembling. Naturally, someone you can't afford to provoke. Luo Yu chuckled softly, exerting strength with his palm. Crack! Dai Mubai's eyes bulged, his neck turning a deep purple, struggling like a drowning person, his face revealing an expression of immense fear and pleading. Please, let me go. The humble plea escaped from Dai Mubai's throat. Let you go? Are you kidding me? Weren't you quite arrogant just a moment ago? Luo Yu showed a heavy expression of mockery. What, now you're scared? Sorry, it's too late. Crack, crack. Dai Mubai's bones made cracking sounds, his breath growing weaker, on the brink of death. Wait. Zhu Zhuqing's voice suddenly came. Luo Yu exerted force in his palm and paused. He glanced sideways. The stunning young girl pouted her red lips and walked over with a flickering gaze. Can you not kill him for now? Okay. Luo Yu didn't hesitate and threw him aside. With a bang, Dai Mubai was smashed against the wall like a rag doll. Zhu Zhuqing saw Luo Yu's decisiveness and looked surprised, saying, Are you going to ask me why? Luo Yu took out a white handkerchief, wiped the dust from his hands, and said indifferently, After all, he's just a waste, not worth anything. It doesn't matter when I kill him. Dai Mubai had already gotten up from the ground, nervously covering his neck, breathing heavily, and looked at Zhu Zhuqing with gratitude, relieved that he hadn't lost completely. She must have her reasons, otherwise. Why would she plead for him? Zhu Zhuqing carefully looked into Luo Yu's eyes, as if afraid he would misunderstand something, and said weakly, Actually, I don't want to cause you trouble because of my issues. This guy is from Shrek, and I'm afraid if you kill him, the Academy's teachers will come to seek revenge on you. Dai Mubai, who had originally felt pleased, was instantly dumbfounded, his body shaking violently as if struck by lightning. In contrast, Luo Yu felt a slight displeasure rising in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. However, when he realized that Zhu Zhuqing was thinking of him, that displeasure immediately dissipated. Zhu Zhuqing noticed that the man had been silent and, for some reason, felt inexplicably anxious. Having witnessed Dai Mubai's arrogant demeanor and his ugly pleas for mercy when defeated, Zhu Zhuqing was already extremely disappointed in him and had no lingering thoughts. Now, she was worried about Luo Yu's thoughts. He wouldn't misunderstand me, would he? Zhu Zhuqing's small face turned pale as she hurriedly explained, I'm really not concerned about him. I'm afraid my issues will cause you trouble and create a formidable enemy for no reason. Luo Yu spread his hands, saying that since they had already provoked him, not killing him would be like letting a tiger return to the mountain. The next words from Zhu Zhuqing made Dai Mubai, who was already feeling despondent, even more hopeless. The pill you used to control my sister, give him one too. Then he won't dare to speak recklessly. Hiss. Luo Yu's gaze suddenly became strange. Why are you staring at me? Zhu Zhuqing said a bit shyly. Luo Yu clicked his tongue and said, You're really ruthless. Zhu Zhuqing stomped her feet repeatedly and huffed. I was just trying to help you to reduce trouble, and you still want to mock me. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Cough, cough. Isn't it strange? P.S. your fiancé, and I have nothing to do with you. Why are you helping me? Who said we have nothing to do with each other? Zhu Zhuqing immediately pouted. You're my lifesaver. Without you, I will be dead. She then coldly looked at Dai Mubai, thinking, what has this man done for me? He just left me in danger while he was out chasing women. And he even said I was just a decoration that could only be looked at but not used. How could I have any good feelings for him? There's no friendship, only hatred. Dai Mubai, feeling like he was being stabbed in the heart, turned ashen. Every word Zhu Zhuqing said was like a knife cutting into him, making him feel worse than death. And what made it worse was that everything she said was the truth, leaving him with no way to refute it. Luo Yu slowly got up and gently stroked the black hair of Zhu Zhuqing that fell down. The woman did not refuse and allowed the man to act. The rustling sound echoed as Zhu Zhuqing felt the warmth brought by the large hand, and her heart, which had been wounded by Dai Mubai, began to warm up. The indifference on her face vanished, transforming into softness and relief. All right, I understand what you mean. I'll handle the rest. Luo Yu retracted his hand and walked towards Dai Mubai in the corner. As his hand left, Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of loss. Looking at the man's back, she suddenly realized that she had unknowingly developed a strong dependence on him, despite having no sense of security since childhood. Suddenly, with a rip, a large piece of fabric was torn from Dai Mubai's clothing by Luo Yu and thrown on the ground. What are you doing? Luo Yu sneered. I ask you, do you want to live or die? If you want to live, then I want to live. Please spare my life. I was blind to the situation. Dai Mubai unworthy in panic. Then right above, Luo Yu pointed to the cloth strip. What should I write? Dai Mubai was astonished. Luo Yu squinted. Isn't your engagement with her still valid? Dai Mubai shook his head repeatedly, his lips still dripping with blood. Not valid, not valid. You and her are the perfect match. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhu Zhuqing, standing nearby, spat fiercely, her face flushed. But she did not speak up to refute him. Luo Yu stared, not understanding what to write. Dai Mubai shivered a bit and said helplessly, Look, I don't have a pen either. Luo Yu's eyes flashed, and it seemed that you still haven't bled enough. Dai Mu's gaze trembled, and he immediately crouched down, using his fingers to dab the bloodstains, nervously writing a line of blood on the ground, respectfully handing it to Luo Yu with a look of pleading in his eyes. I, Dai Mubai, feel unworthy of Zhu Zhuqing. From today onwards, the marriage contract is null and void. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes revealed a sense of relief. The shackles imposed on her by her family for many years had finally been lifted. From now on, she would be free. Zhu Zhuqing cast a grateful look at the man, as if since meeting him, her life had begun to brighten little by little. I've done everything you asked me to do. Can you let me go now? Dai Mubai pleaded. Luo Yu glanced at him. Do you think everyone else is a fool? I dare not. Dai Mubai seemed to have his thoughts seen through in an instant. He opened his mouth. Whoosh! A black pill flew into Dai Mubai's mouth. What did you make me eat? Dai Mubai said in fright. Luo Yu said coldly. There is no need for more words. If you behave yourself, nothing will happen. If you dare to have any crooked ideas and bring people to cause trouble, no one will be able to save you then. Shrek, no way. Xinglu Empire. Not at all. The cold killing intent that flashed in Luo Yu's eyes instantly reminded Dai Mubai of the fear he had experienced earlier. I once he dare to cause trouble again. All these injuries are my own doing and have nothing to do with anyone else. Get lost. Luo Yu snorted coldly. Dai Mubai felt as if he had been granted amnesty, stumbling away in panic, not even planning to take care of the two twins who had been knocked out by the aftershock. Stop! Dai Mubai's footsteps came to an immediate halt as he turned back in a hurry. Luo Yu frowned, thinking he could just pat his butt and leave. First, clean up the hallway, help with the repairs where needed, pay for the damages, and call back everyone who ran away. All right, I'll do it. Dai Mubai quickly began to move stones and clean up the scene. Zhu Zhuqing watched from behind, her heart racing. The man's dominance had completely captivated her. So manly, so reassuring. Let's go back to the room, Luo Yu said as he turned to leave. Yes, master. Zhu Zhuqing's heart and eyes were filled with thoughts of the man. Dai Mubai noticed Zhu Zhuqing and heard her call Luo Yu master. And his heart trembled. Master? Isn't she Davis's fiancée? What's going on? Chapter 50. The sister's inquiry leads to a hidden achievement. Rich rewards. Bang! The door closed. Dai Mubai watched helplessly as the man led the Zhu sisters into the room. He was furious, his eyes red with jealousy. The two twins by his side were only mediocre in looks. How could they compare to the stunning Zhu sisters? The difference in temperament was like heaven and earth. Why wasn't he the one to take the beautiful lady home? Frustrated, Dai Mubai was about to smash his hand against the wall, but his movement suddenly froze. The pain in his body made him deeply aware of the man's terror, and he didn't dare to show it. He didn't want to die yet. Who was this man? And how could he even win over such a proud woman like Zhu Zhuqing? Dai Mubai fell into doubt. He remembered how proud Zhu Zhuqing was when facing him, like a princess, yet she called this man master. In that moment, he almost thought he was seeing things. Was this really the aloof Zhu Zhuqing he knew? It seemed too fake. Hiss. The pain from his wounds and the departure of the woman made Dai Mubai feel extremely frustrated. He glared at the door with resentment, gritting his teeth, secretly vowing. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, just wait for me. With that in mind, Dai Mubai began to seriously clean and repair the corridor, lifting one broken brick after another, returning to the pink suite filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. As soon as Zhu Zhuqing closed the door, she pounced in front of Luo Yu like a curious baby. Master, you wouldn't be a twin martial soul, would you? Earlier, I saw you as an ethereal sort of mortal. And now with your second martial soul, you've turned into a violent demon god. That's just too wild. Hee, but I really like it. Zhu Zhuqing, please be a bit more reserved. Stop being infatuated. Okay. Zhu Zhuqing, unable to bear it, scolded her. The woman, flaunting her impressive assets, raised her snow-white neck and said, Sister, this isn't your man. He is my master. I'll do as I please, and you have no say in it. Zhu Zhuqing, you're going too far. Zhu Zhuqing glared with an angry face. What? Is this too much? To be honest, as long as the master is willing, I do want to have his children. Do you even care about your dignity? Zhu Zhuqing's face turned red with anger. Dignity? Zhu Zhuqing raised her eyebrows. If abandoning dignity can win the master's favor, then I'll give it all up to you. All right, you two be quiet for a moment. Luo Yu's body shook, and the two sisters instantly wilted. However, there was still a silent exchange of expressions between them, like little children, making faces at each other. I'm tired. I need to rest. Luo Yu yawned and, ignoring the two girls, walked into the bedroom. Luo Yu had just comfortably settled into bed, his eyes barely closed for a few seconds, when he felt a fragrant breeze and some movement beside him. He opened his eyes in shock. Two women had appeared on the bed, one on his left and one on his right, both kneeling beside him. The one on the left was fiery and enchanting, her alluring eyes shimmering with moisture, her luscious red lips looking tempting. Dressed in a black strapless top that could barely contain her exceptional assets. The one on the right was pure and charming, with a youthful face, yet possessing a completely different, enticing figure, creating a strong contrast. Dressed in a black leather outfit, she accentuated her perfect S-shaped body. The two women's stunningly beautiful faces were strikingly similar, and being together on the same ambiguous heart-shaped bed heightened the man's senses. At this moment, even a monk would likely feel his heart race. The pair of sisters, Zhu Zhuqing, now held an uncontrollable curiosity in their eyes, scanning him from head to toe as if they were trying to uncover something. Luo Yu tightened his clothes and said cautiously, What are you trying to do while I'm sleeping? Don't do anything reckless. I'm an honest person. Zhu Zhuqing shot him a flirtatious glance, implying that she knew exactly what he was like. Zhu Zhuqing lightly scoffed, stuck out her tongue, and made an exaggerated, gagging expression. Luo Yu immediately snorted. You two are going too far, climbing into my bed in the middle of the night and not letting me sleep. Zhu Zhuqing said shyly, What are you pretending for? I didn't know who it was before, but resting your head on my leg is one thing, and your hands are not behaving either. Do you really think I don't know? Exactly. Zhu Zhuqing chimed in, recalling the indescribable events that happened in the bathroom, being open and fiery. Her face also turned as red as fire. Speaking of which, you know I'm not behaving, yet you intentionally came over to my bed. Luo Yu had a teasing expression. Could it be that you two really have improper thoughts about me? Shameless. That's not at all. Oh, so you two are teaming up against me, huh? Since you both said so, if I don't show off a bit, it would be too unfair to you. Luo Yu instantly stood up, both hands reaching towards the slender and smooth legs of the two women. Zhu Zhuqing quickly dodged, avoiding the man's grasp. Looking up, she found that her sister had no intention of evading at all, remaining still as if she was even leaning forward, allowing the man to caress her beautiful legs. Slap! Luo Yu felt a tap on the back of his hand and glared. Zhu Zhuqing, why did you hit me? Don't touch my sister. Zhu Zhuqing said angrily. Luo Yu had a ghostly expression as he looked around. When did you sisters become so close? You're just not allowed to touch. Zhu Zhuqing's momentum weakened as she muttered. In fact, she didn't really mind whether Zhu Zhuyin would be touched or not. It was just that if the one doing the touching was Luo Yu, she felt an inexplicable discomfort in her heart. Luo Yu was speechless and said, "What exactly is going on between you two? Just say it." Zhu Zhuqing and her sister exchanged a glance, looking like curious little babies. What is your true identity, and how many secrets are there that we sisters don't know about? Luo Yu shook her head and said to talk about it later. Zhu Zhiyun's eyelashes fluttered, her watery eyes sending flirtatious glances as if it was already later. Sister, what are you talking about? Zhu Zhuqing asked in confusion. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Luo Yu initially didn't react until he saw the woman's ambiguous gaze. This girl was too lewd. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes revealed anticipation. It didn't matter if she didn't want to bring it up. Could we take another look at your martial soul? It feels so powerful. When it appeared, I felt my nethercat martial soul tremble. Zhu Zhiyan hesitated, as if recalling something. When your martial soul appeared just now, I felt like my martial soul had a special sensation. Wasn't it fear? Zhu Zhuqing looked at her sister. I feel like my experience is a bit different from yours. It wasn't fear. Zhu Zhiyan shook her head, unable to articulate it. Hearing her sister say that, Zhu Zhuqing became even more curious about Luo Yu's martial soul, feeling a bit resentful. It's all Dai Mubai's fault for being too weak. He didn't even wait to clearly see the martial soul before the battle ended. Luo Yu's lips curled slightly, completely lacking the coldness one would expect when facing an enemy, instead revealing a hint of mischief. It was clear that simply watching wouldn't work. So boom. Before he could finish his sentence, his cheek was attacked by the beautiful red lips. Zhu Zhuyan, what are you doing? Zhu Zhuqing was displeased, her lips instantly pouting high. Even she didn't understand why she was so angry. Sister wants to see your martial spirit. Whatever he wants, I'll give it. Zhu Zhuqing was almost trembling with anger. All right, you're the last one. Luo Yu said with a mischievous air. I absolutely won't. It's too embarrassing. Zhu Zhuqing covered her face, shaking her head repeatedly. Then that's settled. Luo Yu leaned back with his arms crossed. No way. Zhu Zhiyan felt a bit anxious. Previously, when the man's martial soul appeared, she sensed a special tremor in her own martial soul. However, before she could fully comprehend what was happening, the other party retracted his martial soul. King Ya, the master has saved you 2 or 3 times and treats you so well. Isn't it reasonable to give him a kiss? Zhu Zhuyan said earnestly. No way. I don't want to be like you. The girl blushed deeply and suddenly realized that her feelings were merely shyness, not rejection. Zhu Zhuyan leaned close to her sister's ear and suddenly whispered something. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes trembled, first hesitating, then becoming resolute. Although her face was red, she still leaned down to Luo Yu's face and gave him a peck. This scene left Luo Yu dumbfounded. What was happening? What did Zhu Zhuyan say to her? Why did this girl suddenly become so bold? While he was surprised, a series of electronic sounds suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving a hidden achievement. Successfully collected kisses from 5 goddesses, receiving a hidden achievement reward package. Divine level movement technique. Celestial wind, looking at the moon step. Divine level sword technique. Swift wind 10,000 swords art. Chapter 51. A mere twin martial soul. The Empress is truly my woman. The system's voice had just finished. Before Luo Yu had a chance to ask, his mind was suddenly struck with a loud bang, and he fell into a state of distraction. It was as if he had entered another world, where he saw an old man with an ethereal presence standing atop a mountain, gazing up at the sun, moon, and stars. The old man took a step forward, and surprisingly, he stepped off the mountain peak, as if countless clouds and mists were rising beneath his feet, transforming into hundreds of thousands of illusions, ultimately condensing into one, soaring through the void, chasing the stars, and embracing the moon. Witnessing this scene, Luo Yu felt a spark of inspiration in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the god-level movement technique. Celestial wind, moon, gaze, step. The scene shifted, and Luo Yu found himself in a new world. On a battlefield filled with flying blood and flesh, a man clad in silver shoulder armor and a long cloak, wielding a long blade, stood alone against hundreds or thousands of enemies, exuding an air of arrogance and showing no fear. He swung his sharp blade, creating flickering illusions, and a fierce wind surged. Amidst the flashing silver light, it seemed as if countless powerful gales were surging forth, with millions of sword shadows mixed in the turbulent winds, simultaneously sweeping across all directions. In Luo Yu's eyes, the reflections of countless sword shadows mixed with the raging wind flashed before him, and he suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the divine-level sword technique. Gale, thousand swords, technique. All the magnificent illusions suddenly vanished, and Luo Yu's spirit returned to reality once again. Are you okay? The fiery Zhu Zhuqing had crawled over from the bedside, waving her jade hand in front of his face with a puzzled expression. I'm fine. Luo Yu shook his head, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. To the two women, he might have just been distracted for a brief moment, but in the spiritual world, it felt like a long time had passed. It seemed the system intentionally wanted him to experience the power of these two divine techniques at their peak. With this experience, he felt he had not only acquired a flexible and versatile footwork and exquisite swordsmanship, but also gained a deeper understanding of the way of the sword. The two powerful martial souls bestowed upon him unmatched strength, while these two divine techniques provided him with the perfect skills to unleash that power. Strength without skill is like a brute bear, while skill without strength is merely flowery punches and embroidered kicks. True mastery lies in the combination of both. With the long-lacking shortcoming filled in, Luo Yu naturally felt joy in his heart. He expected there to be hidden achievements, and the rewards were so generous and thoughtful. He was now pondering. Collecting kisses from 5 goddesses could summon rewards. What if it was 10? Perhaps he was narrowing his thoughts too much. By analogy, could there be other hidden achievements, such as sleeping with 10? Cough. Luo Yu showed a peculiar expression and scolded himself. I'm a serious person and never think wildly. Sister. Why do I feel like he suddenly looks a bit creepy when he smiles? Zhu Zhuqing pointed at Luo Yu and weakly shifted her voluptuous body back. Zhu Zhuqing giggled and teased. Maybe Master is thinking about how to devour you, little kitty. Zhu Zhuqing's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Slap. Zhu Zhuqing's perky bottom was slapped with a loud, crisp sound. Luo Yu glared at her and said, Don't talk nonsense. Do I look like that kind of person? Zhu Zhuqing pouted her red lips, repeatedly rubbing her little butt. Without even looking, one could tell there must be marks. That man really hit her. Am I that kind of person? Luo Yu asked again. No, Master is definitely not that kind of person. Zhu Zhuqing replied quickly, her voice rising. Luo Yu spread his hands and looked innocently at Zhu Zhuqing. See, even your sister says I'm a good person. Zhu Zhuqing on the side secretly rolled her eyes and scoffed. It's strange if that's the case. I saw you before. You didn't hesitate at all. You just took everything in the bathroom. You kissed her too. Can your martial soul show us a bit? Zhu Zhuqing's shy gaze was filled with strong curiosity. Isn't it just a martial soul? No problem. Luo Yu circulated his soul power, consciously restraining it so as not to create too much of a commotion. A dragon shadow quietly emerged, surrounded by a 9-color divine light, with a strong surge of blood and energy emanating from it. Just the overwhelming dragon might alone left the Zhu sisters trembling with fear. The sisters widened their beautiful eyes. They had already been astonished from afar at the man's martial soul, and now, observing up close on the same bed, they could feel the extraordinary dominance of this martial soul even more. Master, what kind of martial soul is this? It's terrifying. Zhu Zhuqing's radiant face was filled with shock. Zhu Zhuqing swallowed hard, her slender fingers poking at Zhu Zhuqing's slim waist. Sister, you're missing the main point of the shock. This guy has a twin martial soul. Zhu Zhuqing's delicate body trembled. The awe-inspiring dragon god martial soul nearly made her forget that the man had more than just this one martial soul, but also that mysterious long sword martial soul. Why you? Zhu Zhuqing's throat trembled as she spoke. Zhu Zhuqing's enchanting eyes sparkled with various colors. Luo Yu waved his hand, saying, There's no need to be so surprised. It's just a twin martial soul. I'm not the only one in Douluo with it. Hiss. The two sisters' beautiful eyes trembled, and their hearts twitched for a moment. Good heavens, just a twin martial soul? Do you hear what people are saying? What else do you want? The man's calm demeanor was driving the two girls crazy. They stared at him without blinking for a long time. truly unable to find a trace of smugness on his face. This was a bit scary. It indicated that the other party probably really didn't take the matter of having a twin martial soul too seriously. Zhu Zhuqing's expression was complex, and she couldn't help but ask, "Do you know what having a twin martial soul means?" "Yes," Luo Yu nodded. Zhu Zhuqing, usually calm, breathed rapidly. "Then do you know that the last owner of a twin martial soul is the most powerful empress of the Douluo continent?" "How could I not know?" Luo Yu rolled his eyes. "That's my woman." "What did you say?" Zhu Zhuqing and her sister exclaimed in unison, covering their lips. "I accidentally let slip." Luo Yu's expression froze for a moment, and finally, he shook his head helplessly with a sigh. "Since that's the case, I won't hide it from you two any longer. I'll come clean. The Empress Bibidon is my woman." The two sisters blinked, looking at the man's serious gaze, and suddenly burst into laughter. Their laughter was lively and vibrant, full of charm. Luo Yu's face was filled with speechlessness, tilting his head. "Is it really that funny?" Zhu Zhuqing was on the verge of tears from laughter. "Please, can you take the joke seriously? Playing around is one thing, but you can't joke about the Empress. She is an unparalleled genius, one of the best in the history of Douluo continent, and she's a genius who has grown up, the highest ruler of the Spirit Hall." Zhu Zhiyun's eyes also sparkled with admiration. "She is a role model for us Douluo women. You have no idea how much I admire Empress Bibidon." Luo Yu nodded. "All right, then I have the chance to take you to the Spirit Hall to find her for some fun." TSK. The more he spoke, the more absurd it became. Zhu Zhuqing rolled her eyes at him. If you were born in the same era, you and the Empress might really have a chance. But now the gap is still too big. Zhu Zhiyun, with eyes full of admiration, encouraged, "Master, you possess such talent. I believe your future achievements will definitely not be lower than the Empress's." Luo Yu's lips twitched, "And you two still don't believe me. Stop bragging. If the Empress were your woman, I, Zhu Zhuqing, would serve you on my knees in the future." Zhu Zhuqing pouted, completely unconvinced. She had the fortune of witnessing the Empress's grace, and how could such an ice queen fall in love with a man? Luo Yu smacked his lips and glanced at Zhu Zhuyan. "What about you? You don't believe it either?" Zhu Zhuyan smiled sweetly. "The Empress is not your woman, but Yunner is also willing to kneel and serve you." "All right," Luo Yu figured out. This woman didn't believe it either. "By the way, didn't you say before that when my martial soul appeared, your body had some reactions?" Zhu Zhuyan nodded. "Yes, actually I'm currently suppressing the stirring of my martial soul. It feels like there is something special in the air, but I can't quite explain what it is." "Then release your martial soul, and let me see what's going on," Luo Yu said, curiosity flashing in his eyes. Chapter 52. Marvelous skill can actually help others upgrade their martial soul. Zhu Zhuqing knelt gracefully at the edge of the bed, her smooth legs forming in shape. A look of doubt appeared on her pretty face. She wondered why she didn't feel the sensation her sister mentioned. After all, their martial souls were clearly the same. Swish! A flash of dark brilliance swept by as Zhu Zhuyan released her Nethercat martial soul. The Nethercat could be considered a top-tier beast martial soul in the Douluo continent, but the moment she saw the dragon god martial soul behind Luo Yu, her front limbs instantly bent, and she crawled in the void, immediately showing a submissive posture to the other party's martial soul. Luo Yu suddenly felt that his dragon god martial soul seemed to establish some kind of special connection with the other party. "Is this what you meant by martial soul resonance?" Luo Yu asked. Zhu Zhuyan furrowed her brows, communicating with her own martial soul, and finally hesitantly pointed at the phantom of the dragon god martial soul, saying uncertainly, "It seems like you have the power I need over there." Luo Yu focused his mind to sense and attempt to draw on the power within his martial soul. Roar! A roar echoed from the dragon's phantom. Soon after, a 9-color divine light was emitted from the dragon's mouth, directly illuminating the crawling nether spirit cat. This scene caught the attention of both Luo Yu and Zhu Zhuqing. Boom! As the nether spirit cat was struck by the 9-color divine light, its body suddenly underwent a transformation. Its size instantly surged, becoming more ferocious and terrifying. The deep, dark skin glimmered faintly, its sharp teeth rapidly expanded, and the cold light became sharper, with its overall form clearly evolving to a higher level. An excited roar erupted. Not a dragon's roar, but rather a dramatic change occurring in the nether spirit cat. After a flash of rich radiance, Zhu Zhuyan rubbed her eyes, unable to believe what she was seeing. At that moment, the nether spirit cat was no longer just a spirit cat. It had clearly transformed into a terrifying nether saber-toothed tiger. Besides its sharper claws and glistening teeth, it now sported a pair of dark, ominous wings on its back. If it weren't for the feeling of bloodline connection, Zhu Zhuqing would have never believed this was still her martial soul. How do you feel? Luo Yu asked. Zhu Zhuqing parted her cherry lips, feeling the powerful martial soul energy, and hesitantly replied, I feel like my martial soul has somehow become even stronger. You should try to manifest your martial soul. Then you'll be able to determine that, Luo Yu suggested. Zhu Zhuqing suppressed her shock and countless questions, directly jumping off the bed and standing on the pink carpet of the bedroom with her smooth jade feet. Martial soul, manifest. Boom. This time, Zhu Zhuqing's transformation was different from her previous beast forms. She became even more enchanting and otherworldly. The most noticeable change was the pair of black wings that sprouted from her back, resembling a dark, alluring angel, her aura far surpassing before. She simply waved her palm lightly, creating a sonic boom, something that was unimaginable in the past. Feeling the surging power continuously flowing from all parts of her body, Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes burst with astonishment, mixed with overwhelming joy, making it hard to describe her current feelings. Zhu Zhuqing's voice began to tremble as she looked at Luo Yu, as if seeing a deity, asking, How did you do this? Why has my martial soul suddenly become so powerful? Luo Yu rubbed his forehead and shook his head, saying, This is my first time encountering such a situation. And you saw the whole process just now. Zhu Zhuqing swallowed hard and said awkwardly, No way. Your martial soul just emitted a divine light. And my nether spirit cat can evolve to this extent? Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes trembled. She witnessed the entire process from the side and was already shocked beyond measure. What kind of incredible power does this man possess that he can help others' martial souls evolve? This is terrifying. It is important to know that the quality of a martial soul is closely related to a person's combat power. A high-quality martial soul means that the attributes boosted by the martial soul will be stronger. If the quality of the martial soul is weak, it can only be summarized in one word: miserable. Not to mention anything else, Zhu Zhuqing can clearly feel that her power has increased threefold compared to before, and her already proficient speed has increased by more than 5 times. The Nether Spirit Cat martial soul, having only received the divine light gift from the other party's martial soul, was able to leap directly to the level of the highest martial souls. The ability of a man to change talents and evolve martial souls is simply unfathomable. Zhu Zhuqing now feels that her sense of power is so unreal, as if she is dreaming. She looked at the man in shock, wondering if his ability is more exaggerated and perverse than any support-type soul master. No matter how good a support-type soul master is, they can only help improve a person's physical condition at most. This guy is incredible. He directly helped others evolve their martial souls. Luo Yu shook his head and said, Don't look at me like that. I just found out about this today. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes sparkled continuously. If it weren't for Zhu Zhuqing being present, she might have immediately leaped to Luo Yu's side and given him a sweet kiss. It's no exaggeration to say that the excitement brought by the evolution of martial souls is beyond description for soul masters. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, Your methods are simply terrifying. You can actually help with martial soul evolution. Luo Yu shook his head and pondered, saying, It shouldn't be that exaggerated. I can feel that the divine light spewed from this dragon's mouth is probably time-sensitive, not a permanent, evolved martial soul. Even if it's not permanent, it's still quite exaggerated and terrifying. Okay. Zhu Zhuqing's face was filled with lingering shock. Do you have any idea how frightening your methods are? Luo Yu didn't say much and continued to try again. With a special sense that seemed to come from nowhere, he waved his hand and summoned a spell. The light within Zhu Zhuqing gathered and shot out a 9-color divine light, which then re-entered the dragon's body. As Zhu Zhuqing lost the divine light, she instantly reverted to her original form, and all the changes disappeared, turning back into the Nether Spirit Cat. She pouted resentfully, thinking her master was really stingy. Why did he retract it so early? She still wanted to fully experience that amazing power. However, this was indeed the first time she felt her martial soul was so strong, and it was incredibly thrilling, making her reluctant to part with it. By the end of her speech, Zhu Zhuqing was already blushing with excitement. She was now wholeheartedly following the man, with no second thoughts. Can I try it too? Zhu Zhuqing, though a bit shy, was very curious about that state, and also wanted to experience the taste of martial soul evolution. She felt a bit itchy inside. She summoned her martial soul, waiting for Luo Yu's bestowal. However, the man remained silent for a long time. What's wrong? Zhu Zhuqing was confused. Luo Yu shook his head and said, No, it seems that there is a lack of connection with your martial soul, and you can't unleash the 9-color divine light at all. What's going on? It shouldn't be like this. My sister can do it, so why can't I? Zhu Zhuqing looked puzzled. Luo Yu and Zhu Zhuyun's hearts skipped a beat as they exchanged glances, seemingly thinking of the same thing at the same time. No way. Luo Yu looked strange. Zhu Zhuyun's delicate body trembled. Could it be that there are benefits to offering oneself? Chapter 53. Beautiful eyes trembling, heart shaken. The pleading girl. Zhu Zhuyin almost instantly confirmed her guess. It must be because of the embarrassing things that happened between her and the man in the bathroom that this connection was formed. There was no other possibility. She and Zhu Zhuqing shared the same bloodline. Their martial souls were indistinguishable, and even their soul skills were very similar. Why was she special? Why could she experience the good fortune of martial soul evolution? Thinking of this, Zhu Zhuyun's already affectionate gaze became even more passionate, to the point of shining, as she looked gratefully at Luo Yu. Everything, all the special things, were due to this man's grace. She could not describe the excitement in her heart. Growing up in such a cold and ruthless family, Zhu Zhuyun did not trust anyone, valuing her chastity as the most precious thing. After seeing the hidden brilliance in Luo Yu, her heart trembled, and she decided to take the risk of betting her lifelong happiness on this unfamiliar man. This would be a gamble. If the man's character was questionable, she would have nothing from then on, and her life would fall into the darkest and most desperate moment. Davis would never let her go. If there had been some hesitation and anxiety in her heart before, now, being beside the man and smelling his strong masculine aura, Zhu Zhuyun felt incredibly at ease. She rejoiced that she had made the most correct decision of her life. The man before her, although she had not seen his full appearance, had already brought endless shock and surprise to her and her sister with just a glimpse of his temperament and talent. As Zhu Zhuyun's heart shook, a strong premonition suddenly arose within her. She remembered a legend. In the north, there is a mysterious bird that hides in the deep mountains and does not sing for 3 years. When it finally sings, it astonishes the world. Wasn't this enigmatic man before her the same? He was probably just playing around in the world right now. One day, when he no longer wanted to play, he would not keep a low profile like this. By that time, the entire continent would tremble in shock because of him. A defiant dual martial soul, a monstrous 100,000-year soul ring, and just a casual nap could allow his martial soul to evolve. This was just the tip of the iceberg of the man's power. What a terrifying man she had followed. Zhu Zhuyun's crystal clear, watery eyes instantly became dreamy, her heart filled with infinite expectations. The man's mystery and strength completely conquered her, both body and soul. Sister, why does your martial soul react to him, but mine doesn't? Zhu Zhuqing pouted, her pretty face full of envy, continuously shaking Zhu Zhuyun's arm, pulling her thoughts back. Do you want to be like your sister? Zhu Zhuyun's red lips curled up. That's martial soul evolution. As long as I'm strong enough, my family will no longer be able to control me. The pure girl with a youthful face revealed a longing gaze. Silly sister, what is the use of saying this to me? Go ask that man beside you, if he is willing to help you. Do you still need to fear our trash family? Zhu Zhuqing glanced shyly at Luo Yu, raising her neck proudly, and huffed. I don't want to be like you, a failure. Girls should be self-reliant. If I ask him, he might do something bad. Are you sure? There's a shortcut. But you want to take it? Zhu Zhuyun's red lips formed a charming curve. Yes. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled, and she said firmly, in the future, if I'm with a man, it will only be because I like him, not for any other messy reasons. Oh, I understand now. Zhu Zhuyun nodded with a smile. What do you understand? Zhu Zhuqing became anxious. You still haven't told me how your martial soul evolved. Zhu Zhuyun glanced at her. Didn't you just say you want to rely on yourself to become stronger and not depend on a man? Yeah. Then why are you asking? Zhu Zhuyun rolled her eyes. Zhu Zhuqing's little face was confused. What do you mean? Zhu Zhuyun smiled slyly and pointed at Luo Yu. My martial soul undergoes mutation, and that's all because of the master's grace. Zhu Zhuqing's face instantly froze, and she stiffly turned her neck, her gaze landing on the man beside her, who was yawning and doing nothing. Just after saying she wouldn't rely on anyone, she never expected to be slapped in the face so quickly. She bit her thin lips, her heart falling into hesitation. This was not a small matter. It was the temptation of martial soul evolution. What soul master wouldn't dream of such an opportunity? Luo Yu shook his head and said, Don't look at me. I don't know anything. No. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head and said firmly, I know what talents my sister has. The evolution of the martial soul must be because you helped. Sigh, a certain woman just swore that it was all her own doing. How come now? Sister. Shut up. Zhu Zhuqing blushed and glared at Zhu Zhuqing. All right, I won't say anything. This slippery little face feels so painful. The alluring mature woman revealed a sexy, teasing smile. Zhu Zhuqing ignored the teasing, her dark, beautiful eyes gazing longingly at the man, remaining silent, with faint bite marks on her peach-like red lips. Luo Yu is feeling a bit overwhelmed right now. Can he help with this? Saying it out loud might get him a beating and be called a rogue. Ahem. For this matter, I'm afraid I can't help. Luo Yu refused. Zhu Zhuqing pressed her red lips together, burying her pretty face in her full chest, and said softly, I was wrong. I shouldn't have bragged earlier. I'm begging you to help me. I really need to improve my martial soul. Luo Yu shrugged. You just saw it. That is not permanent evolution. It has a time limit. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head repeatedly. It's okay. If I can experience such an opportunity, I might be able to seize the chance for my martial soul to evolve. But I really can't help with this. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes were covered with a layer of mist, her gentle voice trembling slightly. Actually, you've saved me time and again, and I really don't know how to repay you. I shouldn't trouble you any further, but the power of my family is really strong, and with my current strength, I can't resist them. Luo Yu waved his hand dismissively and said, It's just the Zhu family of the Xinghua Empire. It's nothing to worry about. Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip, remaining silent for a long time. In her heart, she thought that if she relied on men for everything, she would feel useless and also feared that men would see her as just a pretty vase. She didn't want that. In fact, Zhuqing also wanted her benefactor to see her in a new light. A faint sigh rose from the depths of the girl's heart, but she was too shy to express it. Compared to Zhu Zhiyun's decisive dedication, facing a man's excellence made Zhu Zhuqing feel a bit inferior and eager to catch up. Silly sister, it's not that the master doesn't want to help you. It's just that he knows you definitely wouldn't agree to that method. What method? Zhu Zhuqing glanced at her sister. If you can do it, why can't I? Of course you can't. Zhu Zhiyun's smile at this moment seemed to Luo Yu like a big bad wolf deceiving a good woman. Hurry up and say it. I can definitely do it. Zhu Zhuqing urged. Are you sure? Zhu Zhiyun raised an eyebrow. I'm sure. I can sleep with the master. Can you? I can. Faced with her sister's provocative words, Zhu Zhuqing answered without a second thought. It wasn't until she saw the strange expressions on the faces of the two that she realized. Her face burned like fire, turning red. What? How can sleeping with someone help evolve a martial soul? Zhu Zhuqing's shy voice echoed in the bedroom. Chapter 54, Jealousy Gone Wild. Goddess Strategy Progress 100. See, you kept asking, and when they told you, you still didn't believe it. Zhu Zhiyun gave her a big eye roll. The bright young girl covered her flushed face, shyly shaking her head repeatedly. Nonsense. How could that be? There is no way to evolve a martial soul using such methods. Zhu Zhiyun shrugged, raised her fragrant shoulders, and chuckled. Do as you like. If you don't believe it, then so be it. Zhu Zhuqing gradually calmed down, lowered her small hand, and stared intently at her sister. You really didn't lie to me? Why would I lie to you? Have you ever seen an older sister who would actively push her younger sister into a man's arms? Zhu Zhuqing had an expression that suggested you could believe it or not. Luo Yu couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain, thinking to himself, isn't it just you? Zhu Zhuqing, however, was oblivious, tightening her small hands as she tugged at the edges of her body-hugging pants, lowering her head and stammering. How should I sleep then? Of course, we need to cuddle together to make it count, Zhu Zhuqing said in a tone that was alluring, like a tempting devil. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing's body tensed up, her smooth and long legs becoming even more taut. All right, you should go out. Zhu Zhiyun's smooth, delicate foot stepped onto the plush carpet. Her proud figure clearly revealed as she stood, pulling on the young girl's smooth, fair arm towards the bedroom door. What are you pulling me for? You don't want to evolve your martial soul, but I do. Go, 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 don't take up space. While speaking, Zhu Zhiyun continued to pull the girl outside. Why you're being too unreserved? Oomph. Can reserve be eaten? Zhu Zhiyun completely pushed the girl out the door, slamming the bedroom door shut with a bang. What do you know, girl? Even if it's not for evolving the martial soul, I still want to sleep with the master. Click, with the door locked. The atmosphere in the bedroom instantly became ambiguous. Zhu Zhiyun first cast a captivating glance, twisting her soft waist like a water snake, swaying her breathtakingly full hips, stepping out with her flawless, snow-white legs, walking with cat-like steps, inching closer to the man. Luo Yu's throat moved slightly. The love-themed big bedroom. A lonely man and a woman sharing the same space. And such an enchanting woman is actively teasing with all her charm. Who can resist this? Zhu Zhuqing, like a little wild cat with bright, watery eyes, licked her paw with her delicate tongue. Master, the little wild cat that disturbed the peace has been chased away by the maid, and we can finally enjoy our world together. She caressed the edge of the bed with both hands, leaning forward to reveal a breathtaking scene. Her beautiful legs stood straight, and her fiery figure displayed a perfectly alluring S-shaped curve. Hiss! Luo Yu felt a sudden thump in his heart, as if his bones were turning to mush. This little was indeed too good at tempting people. A man's visual and auditory senses could be fully satisfied by her. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing, like a spider spirit, had slowly crawled onto the bed. Just as Luo Yu was about to make a move, Zhu Zhuqing's jade finger pressed against his lips, and she leaned closer to his ear, whispering, "Master, don't move. I'm helping you." Helping me? Luo Yu was puzzled for a moment. Sure. Zhu Zhuqing withdrew her finger and placed it beside her lips. Trust me, that girl actually has feelings for you, but she's still quite shy and can't let go. I'm just fanning the flames for her. Luo Yu suddenly understood the woman's intentions. By the way, what did you say to her before she kissed me? Actually, I just said one thing. You don't have a fiancé now, you're already a free person. Luo Yu was puzzled, thinking it was fake. Is it really that simple? Zhu Zhuqing gently traced the man's chest with her slender fingers and said softly, "That's what I'm saying. That girl really has feelings for you. It might not be possible under normal circumstances, but you left an indelible mark in her heart when she was at her most vulnerable." Luo Yu was about to speak when he was interrupted by Zhu Zhuqing. The woman slowly withdrew her red lips and whispered, "Don't speak. Leave everything to me. Don't worry, based on my understanding of this girl, she won't be able to resist coming in soon." At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing was standing outside the door, listening to the incredibly enticing sound from the bedroom, her shyness gradually turning into intense jealousy as she clenched her small fists. "TCH, shameless. How could you be so shameless? Zhu Zhuqing, you're supposed to be a respectable young lady. How can you behave like this?" The bed creaked loudly. Zhu Zhuqing's anxiety intensified, and some inappropriate images even flashed in her mind. "No, they can't do this. Bang, bang, bang. What are you doing?" After a series of knocks, Zhu Zhuqing's dissatisfied voice came from inside. Zhu Zhuqing stomped her foot and said, "You can't do this." "Do what?" "It's because you didn't want it that my sister came in. She's having a good time now. Don't bother me." Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip, and even she wasn't sure why she was so anxious. Anyway, just the thought of what might happen between the man and Zhu Zhuqing inside made her uncomfortable. Earlier, she hadn't thought much about it. It was just that the woman's voice was too suggestive. Bang, bang, bang. The door opened, revealing Zhu Zhuqing's displeased face. "What are you knocking for? You didn't want to, so why delay someone else's good time?" Zhu Zhuqing bit her teeth, her little face firm, and said seriously, "Get out. What do you want?" Zhu Zhuqing stepped out. Whoosh. Zhu Zhuqing quickly slipped into the bedroom, closed the door with a bang, and locked it. The movement was swift, shutting Zhu Zhuqing outside. "You little girl, what are you doing? Open the door. Oof, if you want to do something bad." "Not a chance. You can sleep outside tonight." Zhu Zhuqing spat, then turned around. When she saw the man on the heart-shaped bed with a bewildered expression, her face instantly froze, and the air became inexplicably quiet. The stunning girl suddenly felt a bit at a loss. Just then, Zhu Zhuqing's enchanting voice came from outside the door. "Oh, so, my sister finally understands men? As your older sister, what's wrong with letting you have the master for one night? Just be careful and keep the noise down." With a whoosh, Zhu Zhuqing started to feel flustered, not knowing what to do. If she opened the door and ran away, wouldn't that just benefit that woman Zhu Zhuqing? She absolutely couldn't let her succeed. But in this room, it was just her and the man, and she could almost hear her own nervous heartbeat. Luo Yu then said, Are you okay?" Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. "What I mean is, if you're fine, you can go out and let your sister come back. I can help her upgrade her martial soul." Luo Yu's words made Zhu Zhuqing's head buzz, and she immediately became angry. Not knowing where she found the courage, she ran directly to the bed. "Don't help her tonight. Help me." Looking at the swollen little chest, the enticing wasp waist, and the pure younger sister who was completely different from the charming sister, Luo Yu hesitated and said, "Help you? Are you sure?" "I'm sure." Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth, closed her eyes tightly, and wrapped her arms around Luo Yu's strong waist. The trembling eyelashes indicated that her heart was not at peace. Luo Yu shook his head. "Do you know what it takes to upgrade a martial soul?" Zhu Zhuqing pressed her flushed cheeks tightly against the man's body and huffed. "I don't care. You can do whatever you want, but you must not go find that woman. I'm not happy. It's no longer just a matter of upgrading the martial soul." After experiencing a thrill, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly realized that a bad guy had intruded into her calm heart that had been undisturbed for years. Luo Yu was taken aback, his empty hands hesitating to go downstairs. Although he intended to cooperate with Zhu Zhuqing, he never expected the girl to be this jealous. Suddenly, a prompt sound rang in his mind, startling him but also instantly enlightening him. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully captured the goddess Zhu Zhuqing. Task progress. 100 task reward. 10,000 years exclusive second soul ring. Chapter 55. Capturing Zhu Zhuqing's heart. Heavenly soul ring reward. Task reward. 9 heavens extermination sword exclusive second soul ring. 10,000 years soul ring. Blade flower sea. 1,000 cherry dance. As the series of sounds in his mind came to an end, Luo Yu's starry eyes sparkled with excitement. Having witnessed the power of the first soul skill, he had already gained clarity in his heart. The exclusive soul ring of the extermination sword, seemingly just 10,000 years, was actually extremely powerful. As his soul power continued to progress, the power of that soul skill was also increasing exponentially day by day. Luo Yu thought to himself, wondering what kind of earth-shattering form the soul skill would transform the Zhutian sword into and what kind of divine power it would possess. He felt an itch in his heart, eager to rush out of the hotel and find a place to test its power. Hey, why did you suddenly stop talking? Zhu Zhuqing's soft and nervous voice came from behind. Luo Yu was finally shaken out of his daze, secretly cursing himself for being out of his mind. It was not a good time to test soul skills. This opportunity was not something that came by often. The woman's smooth, delicate arm wrapped around him from behind, crossing in front of his abdomen and holding him tightly, as if she was afraid he would escape to find Zhu Zhuqing. What made Luo Yu the most restless was the way the woman was holding him. Luo Yu's throat moved slightly. What do you mean by that? Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face rubbed against the man's back, her voice somewhat flustered as she stammered, I don't know what's wrong with me. I just don't want you to sleep with her tonight. You can't be jealous, can you? Luo Yu teased. Of course not. Why would I be jealous of you? Zhu Zhuqing huffed. Hearing the girl deny it, Luo Yu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. Having already received the system prompt, how could he not know Zhu Zhuqing's feelings? The little beauty who speaks contrary to her heart. Now, it seemed that her inner embarrassment was at play. He tried to turn around, but the woman's arms suddenly tightened, preventing him from moving. You don't turn around, okay? Zhu Zhuqing pleaded like a frightened deer. Would Luo Yu be so obedient? Of course not. Sometimes he can listen to women, but at other times, doing so is definitely a sign of not thinking straight. Now is the time to take advantage of the situation and be decisive. He grabbed the woman's delicate hands, and with a gentle yet powerful motion, he shook slightly and instantly freed himself from her embrace. Zhu Zhuqing let out a surprised gasp, not expecting the man to launch a sudden attack. She covered her face and was about to jump off the bed to escape, not wanting him to see her nervous expression. However, before the fiery girl could run away, a pair of large hands wrapped around her slender waist, pulling her back roughly. Zhu Zhuqing lost her balance and fell into the man's arms. The strong scent of masculinity overwhelming her senses, a scent completely different from her own. Let go of me, Zhu Zhuqing protested, waving her small fists and hitting the man's chest. Not letting go. Luo Yu smiled and shook his head, his strong arms tightening their grip. Zhu Zhuqing kept hitting, but she couldn't break free. You rogue, she huffed, glaring at the man with her dark, flowing eyes. But in an instant, she froze, because being in the man's arms. At this angle, she could see his face as soon as she looked up, and she could even clearly feel his breath. The distance was simply too close. As Zhu Zhuqing gazed into the man's deep, starry eyes, her movements to escape halted. Her beautiful eyes became somewhat dazed, as if deeply captivated. Her heart trembled slightly, secretly wondering just how handsome the man must be to possess such enchanting eyes. Some qualities truly cannot be hidden. Although Luo Yu used a disguise to conceal his looks, both Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing could sense the man's uniqueness, and in their hearts, they had long imagined a perfect image of him. Am I good-looking? Luo Yu asked with a confident and charming smile. Zhu Zhuqing instinctively nodded, then immediately shook her head, her face flushed. You have to let go of me, this isn't right. I don't think there's anything wrong. As Luo Yu spoke, he inadvertently squeezed the woman's smooth, jade-like beautiful legs. As expected of a soul master, there was not a trace of excess flesh on her legs, and the feel was excellent. Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip and said angrily, You rogue, is this how you bully people? Luo Yu smiled ambiguously and said, If you put it that way, I'm innocent. Clearly, you locked your bedroom from the inside and climbed into my bed. Why didn't you let me leave when I wanted to? Zhu Zhuqing snorted lightly. Luo Yu shook his head, his large hand not behaving, and while speaking, he pinched her beautiful leg again. TSK. Do you think this place is one where you can come and go as you please? What do you really want to do? Zhu Zhuqing's heart was in complete chaos, completely at the mercy of the man's initiative. It was undeniable that she had feelings for men. Given what had happened, those feelings had actually run deep. Otherwise, how could she, someone who cherished her reputation so much, muster the courage to barge into the bedroom? However, her inner shyness made it difficult for her to express her feelings. The man's initiative and dominance made her extremely bashful, while simultaneously giving rise to a different kind of feeling within her, and this sweet sensation was rapidly growing. What I want to do? Luo Yu blew a breath near Zhu Zhuqing's ear like silver jade and said, "You tell me, with a little lamb delivered right to my door. How can I not eat her?" Zhu Zhuqing grasped the audacious claw, her voice as weak as a mosquito's, saying, We can't do this. Why can't we? The man's voice seemed to carry a certain temptation, echoing constantly in her ears, causing Zhu Zhuqing's heart to become even more chaotic, to the point where she lost her ability to think rationally from being too nervous. "We've only just met, and we don't have any relationship yet," Luo Yu gently said. "The wrong person, no matter how long you know them, will never become a lover. The right person, even if you meet for the first time, can fall in love at first sight." Zhu Zhuqing shivered slightly, and scenes of her interactions with the man flashed through her mind. At first, this guy was a bit infuriating, speaking without restraint, giving her a very special feeling, as the men she had encountered before always catered to her and tried to please her. Later, when she was at her most desperate, it was this guy who came to her aid, and it was as if he had transformed into a different person, displaying an overwhelming demeanor, like a god of war. Which woman doesn't he admire a true strongman, especially one who has lacked a sense of security since childhood? Furthermore, when Dai Mubai personally announced the dissolution of their engagement, Zhu Zhuqing felt a shackle that had bound her body and mind disappear, and gradually, there was one more person in her heart. Luo Yu noticed the change in the woman's gaze and gently said, "Zhu Qing, you can call me lecherous or a rogue, but I must confess that I felt a liking for you the first time I saw you." As their eyes met, Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes became enchanting. Luo Yu was just about to speak when he was interrupted by the woman's hand. "Don't speak, kiss me." Chapter 56. Is the soul bone just given to you like this? The beautiful girl in pink stockings. Although Zhu Zhuqing always appeared shy in front of Luo Yu, when she was determined to do something, she would definitely go all out. Her actions were somewhat clumsy, but she was really trying hard, cooperating wholeheartedly. The next morning, soft sunlight streamed into the hotel room. The pink rose petals on the carpet seemed to become even more tender and vibrant. Creak! The bedroom door opened, and Luo Yu walked out. Just as he stretched his body lazily, he was almost startled. Zhu Zhuyin was kneeling on the sofa with her beautiful legs bent, her enchanting face drooping, her beautiful eyes filled with endless resentment, and her pouting red lips looked as if they could hang an oil bottle. Luo Yu leaned closer, looking at the red blood vessels in the woman's eyes and the heavy dark circles under them, hesitatingly saying, "You didn't sleep all night, did you?" Mentioning this made Zhu Zhuyin feel wronged. Her nose tinged with sadness, and she almost burst into tears. "How could I sleep when you were doing bad things inside?" "Doing bad things? Who did bad things?" Luo Yu looked around. "Stop looking, it's you, it's definitely you," the woman tearfully accused, like a neglected wife in a deep boudoir. "What did I do?" Luo Yu raised his hands in confusion. Zhu Zhuyin rolled her eyes and snorted lightly. "Master, I heard the noise. Are you going to keep pretending?" Compared to those exaggerated shouts, this subtle muffled groan was even more torturous, wasn't it? Luo Yu touched his nose. "Did you misunderstand?" Zhu Zhuyin wished she could hit this man in front of her with a hammer. Misunderstand? Could she possibly misunderstand? The noise was just like what she heard in the bathroom before. "Master, you don't love me anymore." Zhu Zhuyin's voice was a bit hoarse, as if accusing a heartless man. Luo Yu recalled, "Have I ever said I love you?" Zhu Zhuyin's face instantly turned green, suddenly feeling that love would never come again. Indeed, men are all big pig's hooves. Once they have a new love, they forget their old ones. Isn't the older sister more appealing than the younger sister? Why does this guy always fixate on Zhu Zhuqing? You should pay more attention to me. All right, don't be downcast anymore. Here's a gift for you. Luo Yu tossed something into the air, shimmering with a silver light, and it accurately landed in Zhu Zhuyin's arms. "Oomph, you arrogant man. Don't think that a casual little gift can soothe the heart of a wounded woman." Zhu Zhuyin thought pridefully, but upon seeing what was in her arms, her heart suddenly skipped a beat, and her eyes widened in disbelief. She incredulously grabbed the item, examining it repeatedly, her breathing gradually quickening, her beautiful eyes staring wide open. fixed on Luo Yu, unable to believe. Is this for me? Luo Yu yawned, still feeling sleepy, having indeed been a bit tired last night. After receiving the man's confirmation, Zhu Zhuqing felt even more shocked inside. What she held in her hands was a crystal-clear soul bone, surrounded by wisps of gentle breeze, containing special energy, clearly extraordinary. This is a soul bone. Did this guy just casually give it away? Zhu Zhuqing's astonished feelings could not calm down for a long time. Coming from a prestigious family, she had seen all kinds of gifts in her life, yet this man casually pulled out a soul bone to give away. What kind of wealth does he have? Even the Spirit Hall, the #1 power in Douluo, wouldn't he be so generous, right? Luo Yu already had a towering image in Zhu Zhuqing's mind, and it was further expanded infinitely. Looking at the soul bone in his hand, Zhu Zhuqing grew fonder of it, wavering between gain and loss, and asked, "Are you really sure you want to give it to me? Do you know what its function is?" Luo Yu waved his hand, saying, "It's just a soul bone, nothing to make a fuss about. Here, take it." Zhu Zhuqing swallowed hard, finding it difficult to resist the temptation in her hands. "This gift is too precious. How can I possibly accept it?" Luo Yu's expression became more serious. "You are very clever, but I hope you can use it in the right place in the future. Take good care of my woman, and I won't treat her poorly. If you have other thoughts, you und understood." Zhu Zhuqing nodded obediently. It was the first time in her life she had seen such a celestial being willing to give away even a soul bone, which was truly terrifying. Carefully examining the soul bone in her hand, it was clearly not an ordinary item, something that money couldn't buy. She swallowed hard and asked, "Have you already attached the soul bone?" "No." "Then why don't you keep it for yourself?" Luo Yu waved his hand. "This soul bone might be a rare treasure for others, but for me, it's still a bit lacking. I have better goals and choices." "Hiss. You can't even look at a soul bone with this appearance and quality. Are you aiming for the heavens?" Zhu Zhuqing felt as if 1,000 alpacas had trampled through her heart in an instant. As for the resentment of having listened to sounds in the living room all night, it had long dissipated the moment Luo Yu took out the soul bone. "Thank you, benefactor, for the gift." Zhu Zhuqing cherished the soul bone tightly. "All right, I don't like polite talk." Luo Yu raised his hand. "You and Zhu Qing each take one. The soul bones I've selected are suitable for both of your situations. Just absorb them directly." "How considerate. I love it." Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were almost sparkling with heart shapes. Her first half of life was ordinary, but after meeting a man, it felt like she had stepped into another world. The evolution of martial souls requires gifted soul bones. This was something she wouldn't have dared to dream of before, yet it was actually happening. Zhu Zhuqing suppressed her inner excitement, blinking her long curled eyelashes. "Master, you are so good to me. I don't even know how to repay you." Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you angry now?" "Angry? What is there to be angry about?" Zhu Zhuqing leaned closer and kissed Luo Yu's cheek. "If you need anything, my sister and I can serve you together." "I don't mind." Luo Yu felt a black line appear on his forehead. He didn't expect a piece of soul bone to have such a great effect. The woman's emotional changes were too rapid. Just a moment ago in the bedroom, Zhu Zhuqing had cheered and celebrated for a long time after receiving the gift, continuously showering him with hugs and kisses. A soul bone that was around 80 to 90,000 years old. Even if he didn't give it away, he wouldn't be able to use it himself. Both women had a close relationship with him now, so he didn't feel any pain in giving it away. With his pure divine body forged from the golden lotus of tribulation, absorbing these low-year soul bones would be too wasteful and devaluing. He already had a true goal in mind. Luo Yu couldn't stand Zhu Zhuqing's fiery gaze any longer. He rubbed his old waist and suggested, "You sisters can absorb the soul bones upstairs. I'll go for a walk. I'll wait for you to come back." Zhu Zhuqing replied with an extremely ambiguous and flattering look. At the Rose Hotel, the damaged parts of the hallway had been repaired overnight by Dai Mubai. Although there were slight imperfections, the issues were mostly resolved. At Luo Yu's request, Dai Mubai even paid the hotel a compensation fee and reassured the other guests before sneakily escaping back to Shrek Academy. As he stepped outside the hotel and took a couple of breaths of fresh air, Luo Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. A man and a woman were approaching from a distance down the street. The man had an ordinary appearance and wore a fancy belt, but his clothes were quite plain. The woman, on the other hand, was stunningly beautiful, with pure features and wearing a pink jacket. What caught Luo Yu's attention was her long, slender legs tightly wrapped in pink stockings, perfectly shaped and incredibly attractive. Ding! Target goddess detected. The system's voice almost synchronized with Luo Yu's gaze, focusing on those pink legs. Chapter 57. Locking onto the little princess Ning Rongrong. Xiao Wu takes the initiative to strike up a conversation. Luo Yu is slightly taken aback. He had just experienced Zhu Zhuqing's cold exterior and warm interior last night, and now the system was starting again? It seemed it really didn't plan to let him rest. He shook his head and focused on the transparent panel in front of him. Task issued. Capture the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong. Task reward. Exclusive 9 heaven sword, a 100,000 year 3rd spirit ring. System prompt. If the host can tame the little demoness Ning Rongrong's proud temperament, there will be an additional mysterious reward. Huh? Ning Rongrong? Luo Yu was momentarily stunned. His gaze was fixed on the street corner, where a fairy-like, breathtakingly beautiful girl was gracefully walking towards him. The girl's charming little face was flushed with a rosy hue, and her pink outfit hugged her developing figure, accentuating her slender waist that seemed barely graspable. Her long black scorpion tail braid cascaded over her rounded, perky hips, reaching down to her delicate calves wrapped in pink stockings. This iconic, beautiful leg could only belong to Xiao Wu. How did it end up locked on a Ning Rongrong instead? Could it be that the system was getting confused too? Luo Yu was momentarily at a loss. Why go for the far ones when you can't even lock onto the nearby ones? This is a puzzling operation of the system. As Luo Yu pondered, the beautiful girl with long legs and stockings and the boy next to her had already reached the hotel entrance, and the two were talking. Third brother, can't we go to Shrek for enrollment today? No, the teacher told me that tomorrow is the enrollment day for Shrek. Ah, we have to wait until tomorrow? Xiao Wu pouted, a bit dissatisfied. Tang San smiled and said, anyway, there's no rush. Let's just stay at the hotel for now. Xiao Wu said sadly, it's a pity to waste the hard-earned money on a hotel, and this place looks very high-end. Tang San boldly replied, it's okay, let's indulge a little this time. I'll go out later and look for a better blacksmith shop to find a side job and earn some money. All right then, I haven't spent the Soul Master subsidy I received from the Wuhuan Hall this month. It should be enough for 2 rooms, Xiao Wu nodded. 2 rooms? Tang San asked in confusion. What's wrong, third brother? Tang San shook his head. Actually, we could just share 1 room. You can sleep on the bed, and I'll sleep on the sofa. The money we save can be used to buy you some good food. Xiao Wu pouted and shook her head, smiling. Third brother, my mom specifically told me before I left that I can't share a room with a boy. Xiao Wu always listens to her mom. Tang San took a deep breath, feeling a buzzing in his head. This wasn't the first time he had heard Xiao Wu say this. Third brother, mom doesn't allow Xiao Wu to hold hand with boys. Third brother, mom told Xiao Wu that she can't share a meal with boys. Having known Xiao Wu since their time at the Notting City Junior Academy, although she respected him and didn't reject him, she always maintained a slight distance. That mother he had never met before was quite terrifying. She had completely blocked any intimate actions Xiao Wu could take with boys. Tang San smiled wryly and said, Xiao Wu, you're already grown up. You don't have to listen to your mom about everything. The beautiful girl shook her head repeatedly, her charming eyes revealing a determined gaze. No, I must listen to what mom says. Tang San wondered, Xiao Wu, you seem to have no rebellious spirit at all? What mom says isn't always right. You should listen critically. Xiao Wu's enchanting eyes sparkled with emotion as she recalled past events. Third brother, I encountered a terrible enemy when I was young. I still remember that mom would rather sacrifice her life to hold back the enemy than let me escape safely. If it weren't for someone who happened to save me later, I wouldn't have my mom anymore. How can I not listen to her? Who was your enemy? Tang San asked. Xiao Wu shook her head, playfully sticking out her tongue. Third brother, everyone has their little secrets, so don't ask too much. In the girl's mind, an overpowering figure flashed by unconsciously. It was that man who descended like a deity at the most desperate moment for her and her mother, saving them. Even after so many years, Xiao Wu still couldn't forget that shadow. As the two continued their conversation, they entered the Rose Hotel, and Xiao Wu curiously blinked her beautiful eyes, looking around, until she saw a strange man to the side, realizing he was also looking at her. Their eyes met, and Xiao Wu suddenly felt a jolt, slightly dazed, and her pace unconsciously slowed down. Sensing the girl's unusual behavior, Tang San asked, What's wrong, Xiao Wu? Xiao Wu looked into the strange man's eyes, as if recalling and confirming something, feeling a sense of familiarity rising in her heart. Third brother, wait for me a moment. Huh? Tang San was confused, noticing Xiao Wu had already slipped away from him, hurriedly heading toward the strange man at the entrance of the hall. Luo Yu was a bit confused now. He just stood there quietly, not doing anything. Xiao Wu, wearing pink stockings, walked over a few steps and stood about a meter in front of him, carefully examining him up and down, repeatedly looking into his eyes. Ahem. Luo Yu pretended to cough. Xiao Wu snapped back to reality, and the surprised look on her face faded. She bowed slightly to Luo Yu and said, I'm sorry. I thought your eyes and demeanor looked familiar. I actually mistook you for someone else. I apologize for the intrusion. After bowing an apology, Xiao Wu quickly turned and left. Tang San frowned and said, Xiao Wu, what were you doing just now? Xiao Wu seemed still lost in thought and murmured. I felt like his gaze was very similar to someone I know. When I got closer to look, I realized it wasn't him. That person is very important to me. Really super important. Tang San looked at the faint glow on Xiao Wu's pretty face, and his heart skipped a beat. Who is so important to you? Xiao Wu replied earnestly, It's the person who saved me and my mom. Tang San's anxious heart immediately relaxed. The person who saved Xiao Wu back then must have aged by now and wouldn't have any impact on himself, so there was no need to panic. Luo Yu was a bit confused at first, not understanding why Xiao Wu suddenly ran over and stared at him. It wasn't until he heard their conversation that he remembered when he saved a Wu from the spirit hall back in the day, and Xiao Wu was also there, although she hadn't taken on her human form yet. No way. They had only met briefly back then, and so many years had passed. Could she possibly still remember him? Luo Yu was indeed a bit surprised. He had changed his appearance using the Thousand Illusions mask, and the only thing that hadn't changed was his eyes. How could he still be recognized? It was too exaggerated. How could Luo Yu know? Back then, how terrified Xiao Wu was when facing the Soul Hall's pursuit, and how desperate she felt in the situation where her mother fought to protect her and escape. The man's unmatched talent, which dominated all others, had long been deeply imprinted in her fragile heart. The instinct of soul beasts combined with a woman's sixth sense allowed her to catch that familiar feeling. The course of history had already undergone subtle changes because of Luo Yu's appearance in Douluo. Brother, we need 2 rooms. Xiao Wu and Tang San arrived at the counter. The waiter glanced at them a few times and finally said sincerely, I'm sorry, but we only have 1 room left. Tang San frowned slightly and turned to Xiao Wu, saying, How about we just share a room? Xiao Wu bit her lip and shook her head, indicating it wasn't possible. The waiter timely added, But we really only have 1 room left. Tang San nodded. Xiao Wu furrowed her brows tightly, caught in a dilemma. Didn't you reserve 2 rooms for me? Just give one of them to them. Luo Yu strode over and spoke loudly to the waiter. Chapter 58. Tang San gets jealous, encounters 3 beauties. Huh? Xiao Wu, Tang San, and the waiter all focused their attention on Luo Yu, who had suddenly spoken. The 2 rooms I asked you to reserve for me yesterday, you have them, right? Luo Yu asked as he walked up to the counter. Yes, yes. The waiter quickly responded, her tone eager. She was well aware of the battle that had happened last night and was wary of this fierce man, but fortunately, he did not seem to have any intention of causing trouble. Luo Yu nodded, saying it was fine to have one, so they could share a room. All right. The waiter quickly agreed and soon brought 2 keys to Tang San. Tang San looked at the 2 keys and couldn't help but furrow his brows. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, blinked her beautiful eyes and curiously looked at Luo Yu. Why do you want to help us? Xiao Wu couldn't help but ask. Luo Yu smiled gently and said, Just right. I don't need 2 rooms either, so it's no problem to share one with you. Xiao Wu's eyes curved into crescent moons, feeling a bit strange, as she inexplicably felt a familiar warmth towards the man before her. Well, thank you then. If there was only 1 room, I would have a hard time, she replied. No need to be polite. Luo Yu casually waved his hand. Just as Xiao Wu was about to speak again, Tang San stepped forward, blocking her in front, frowning and looking at Luo Yu with caution. Who are you? Why are you helping us? Luo Yu shook his head and said gently, Meeting his fate, it's just a small favor, nothing to make a big deal about. Tang San stared intently at Luo Yu, swiped his storage belt, took out a money pouch, and handed it over, saying in a serious tone, I can help, and I appreciate your kindness. However, I must warn you up front, don't have any thoughts about my sister, or else don't blame me for being rude. Luo Yu looked at the money pouch being handed over, and the distant attitude of Tang San made her smile begin to fade, with a hint of coldness curling at the corners of her mouth. Sometimes, when it comes to being a person, it's better to keep things simple and not overthink others. Let her stay in the room. Forget about the money. Just put on my tab. Seeing the sudden change in atmosphere, Xiao Wu stepped forward, just about to speak. Luo Yu had already turned and left the hotel. Xiao Wu stamped her foot and complained, Third brother, what are you doing? That person was clearly helping us. How can you say such things? It's too hurtful. Tang San snorted lightly and shook his head. Xiao Wu, you still don't understand how treacherous human hearts can be. Why would a stranger help us? They must be eyeing you. Xiao Wu shook her head repeatedly. Third brother, I didn't see any malicious intent in that person's eyes. Tang San reassured her, all right, there's no need to argue over a stranger. We won't see them again anyway, just let it go. I offered them money just now, and they refused it. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes and said, with that attitude of yours, it's no wonder they wouldn't accept it. Tang San remained silent, but he knew very well that he had a strong possessiveness towards Xiao Wu, yet she always kept her distance from him. After getting the keys, the two were about to head upstairs when they were stopped by a waiter. Sir, I advise you not to anger that gentleman from earlier. He is not an ordinary soul master. He nearly destroyed our little shop last night, the waiter said in a low voice. Tang San burst out laughing. Then a confident smile curved his lips. So what if I anger him? Don't worry. He's not the only soul master. We are too. That guy looks to be about my age at most. Among peers, I'm invincible. Xiao Wu advised, third brother, you shouldn't be so absolute. There are always those stronger than you. Tang San, in a bad mood, declared boldly, after all these years, don't you know my capabilities? What do these people have to fight me with? Their lives? Xiao Wu nodded slightly. She knew about Tang San's hidden weapons and talents. He truly was unmatched among his peers, a definite genius. But we should still be a bit nicer to them next time. All right, I understand. Tang San tightened his grip on the two keys, feeling a bit uneasy. Meanwhile, after Luo Yu came out and walked down the street, the brief encounter with Tang San did not affect his mood. Since you have a bad attitude, then don't blame others when you get beaten up later. Luo Yu is least afraid of others showing off. This way, there's no psychological burden when it comes to fighting, and it feels a bit exhilarating. Compared to the desolation of the night, the streets during the day are bustling with traffic, filled with small stalls and crowds of people. Luo Yu only glanced at the streets, and then focused his attention on the transparent panel that only he could see. It was a detailed topographic map. The black that represented himself, while the golden that represented another person's trajectory, constantly moving. Having experienced Zhu Zhuqing's situation, Luo Yu knew that the golden that must represent Ning Rongrong. She must also be here to join Shrek. Since there was nothing pressing at the moment, Luo Yu headed straight towards the golden to meet the runaway princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. In a luxurious clothing store within a narrow alley, a cacophony of female voices echoed. In front of the display, the shopkeeper was awkwardly holding a beautifully crafted, white, elegant short skirt. Three distinctly different little beauties were confronting each other. Ning Rongrong, dressed in a white fairy-like long dress, had sparkling eyes that were both innocent and alluring, and her exquisitely fair face was flushed with anger as she glared at her opponent. The woman across from her, full of exotic charm, also had a flushed neck and wide eyes. With short purple hair and green manicured nails, she wore a soft armor belly wrap, exposing her snowy shoulders and sexy navel. The other sweet girl, with an ethereal demeanor, stood quietly aside, her eyes calm and deep like the undisturbed ocean. Ning Rongrong complained, this skirt was my first choice. Why do you think you can take it? The purple-haired girl, Vivienne, huffed, it's not a forceful grab. I already said, I'll give you double the price. Just let me have this skirt. Huh, talking about money with me? Ning Rongrong's eyes widened, her red lips curling upwards. I'll give you quadruple, I want this skirt. You should give up, then I'll offer 6 times. Gu Yue refused to back down. Is having money that impressive? Ning Rongrong pulled out a large money pouch and slapped it heavily on the counter. The sound of gold coins clinking echoed. No matter how much you offer today, I'll add double. You can't take this skirt. Gu Yue's expression changed. She didn't expect that a random girl would be so extravagant, clearly not treating money as an issue, indicating she was truly wealthy. The gentle girl tugged at Gu Yue's arm. Yin Yin, we really shouldn't be fighting over this, just let her have it. Gu Yue shook her head resolutely. Ling Ling, today is your birthday. This skirt is perfect for you. I must buy it as a gift. No need. Let's find something else in other stores, Yi Lingling advised. We've already checked so many stores. This one suits you the best. Don't say anything, I'll handle it. Gu Yue glared at Ning Rongrong, decisively stating, you let this dress go, and I'll compensate you with double the price. Ning Rongrong sneered. Do you think I lack your little bit of money? In that case, Gu Yue's eyes flashed. With a loud crash, a shadow of a green-scaled snake appeared behind her. 3 soul rings swirling up, and a formidable pressure descended. The shopkeeper trembled nearby. Ning Rongrong also let out a soft grunt, her expression darkening. She was only at level 27 and didn't expect her opponent to be a soul master of rank 3 or above. TSK, are young girls so volatile nowadays? Having to resort to violence just to buy something? A mocking voice came from the entrance. Who? Ning Rongrong and the 2 girls quickly turned their gazes. A plain-looking ordinary man stood at the door, smiling as he watched the scene unfold. Gu Yue focused her gaze on him, realizing he had an undetectable aura, and frowned tightly. Who is this guy? Isn't he afraid of death? Daring to mock my affairs? The shopkeeper behind the counter was sweating profusely. Sir, did you not notice how tense the atmosphere is in my store? It's too late to hide. How dare you meddle in this? Luo Yu scanned the exotic and graceful figure of Gu Yue Na, shaking his head and sighing. You were once a beauty, but it's a pity that your words are so fierce, wasting such a good appearance. Boom! Gu Yue Na's soul power surged, her purple short hair fluttering as her beautiful eyes locked onto Luo Yu. Kid, I warn you, mind your own business. I don't like to harm the innocent, so don't provoke me. Facing the woman's fierce threat, Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. TSK, your matters have nothing to do with me. Why should I interfere? It was I who made a sudden comment just now. I'm just a bystander watching the fun. You handle your own problems and treat me as if I don't exist. He crossed his arms and leaned against the door, making a gesture as if inviting her to continue. He looked completely unconcerned, waiting to see the drama unfold. Gu Yue Na's nails shimmered with a greenish light as she said darkly, Kid, I feel like you're intentionally looking for trouble. If you want to fight, I can fulfill that wish right now. Luo Yu shook his head with a smile. Oomph. Gu Yue Na thought the man had backed down, and with a disdainful huff. She didn't plan to argue with a small fry any longer, turning her gaze back to Ning Rongrong. The aura of her 38th level soul power was fully displayed. She pointed at the exquisitely crafted fairy skirt in the shopkeeper's hands and said arrogantly, You can give it to me now. Don't worry, I won't forcefully take it. I'll pay you double the price. Ning Rongrong bit her red lip, remaining silent, filled with frustration. She had sneaked out of her home alone as a 27th level support type soul master, lacking any offensive capability. If she clashed with the other party here, she would surely suffer. During her hesitation, Gu Yue Na had already walked up to the shopkeeper, proudly raising her neck and casting a provocative glance at Ning Rongrong, like a proud peacock. Reaching out to take the skirt, then she pulled out 2 money bags, slapped one on the counter for the shopkeeper, and directly tossed the other at Ning Rongrong's feet. Here, this is your compensation, not a penny less. You. Ning Rongrong glared with beautiful eyes, her body trembling with anger. What's wrong? Not satisfied. Gu Yue Na, with the posture of a victor, waved the skirt in her hand. Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth, her eyes turning red as she said, You wait. I'll get this debt back sooner or later. As the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, she had never suffered such humiliation. Delighted, Gu Yue Na retracted her smile, narrowed her eyes, and said coldly, Oh, not skilled but still quite temperamental? What? Do you want to retaliate? If that's the case, it seems I need to teach you a small lesson today. What are you going to do? Ning Rongrong's pretty face changed, taking a step back. Her martial soul had the best support effect in the world, but she had no combat power at all, and naturally could not compete with the opponent's emerald-scaled serpent martial soul. Afraid now? Only just realizing you're scared? Gu Yue Na laughed, stepping closer to Ning Rongrong, applying psychological pressure on her. I warn you, if you make a move against me, you will definitely regret it. Ning Rongrong felt completely insecure. Regret? With your outfit and temperament, you should have some background, but I don't care about that. Today, I'm going to make you remember. Don't come any closer. I am from the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, stepping back. She regretted it immensely. If she hadn't stubbornly sneaked out, how could she have been bullied like this? Gu Yue Na paused her steps, surprised. From the 7-treasure glazed tile school? Yes. Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes regained some calm. That identity might intimidate others, but it's better to save it when targeting me. Gu Yue Na laughed frivolously. My grandfather is a titled Douluo, and my fiancé is the young clan leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, one of the top 3 sections. Would I be afraid of you? Ning Rongrong's face turned pale. Even if the other party's status was slightly inferior to hers, it couldn't be too far off. Was she really going to suffer this silent loss today? She was unwilling and couldn't swallow this anger. She scanned her surroundings, automatically ignoring the shopkeeper cowering in the corner, and noticed Luo Yu leisurely leaning at the door. Biting her lip, she called out, Hey, you over there, young man, come help me block this crazy woman, and I can offer you a reward. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Reward? Sorry, I'm not short on money, and I'm not used to being a thug for others. Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes froze, not expecting the other party to refuse so straightforwardly. Gu Yue Na smiled disdainfully and said, Just admit you're scared. There's no need for so many excuses. She looked at Ning Rongrong and said, You're really desperate, hoping to find help from a passerby in the whole Soto city? It's ridiculous. Do you think my strength is something to be toyed with? Do you think he dares to fight me? Ning Rongrong saw the woman's confident demeanor and clenched her small fists tightly, her beautiful eyes seemingly ready to shoot flames. She shouted at Luo Yu, Since you dare to tease this woman just now, you must have some strength. Don't be afraid of her. My support spirit is very strong. If we really fight, I can definitely lend you a hand. Gu Yu chuckled. In this small Soto city, where can you find any decent young experts? Moreover, this guy at the entrance looks as ordinary as can be. You'd be hard-pressed to find someone like him in a crowd. Even if you use the 7-treasure glazed tile tower to assist him, do you think he would dare to confront me? Ning Rongrong's expression turned ugly. She actually agreed with Gu Yu's words. In a small, remote town, how could there be any decent young soul masters? With her support, this guy's poor foundation might not even be able to match up to Gu Yu and her. She realized she had been foolish and unrealistic. Just when Ning Rongrong was about to give up and swallow her frustration, a man's voice came through. You wanted to hire me just now, right? It's fine if you want me to step in and stop her, but my appearance fee is very expensive. You need to pay more. Ye Lingling, who had been silently observing, quietly scrutinized the man. Gu Yu sneered. Kid, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't hurt your body for money. I want to hold back. Ning Rongrong was also a bit unsure. After scanning the man from head to toe, she really didn't find anything special about him, and couldn't help but doubt. Can you really do it? Luo Yu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smile. Don't worry, boss. As long as the money is in place, I'll take care of the enemies. Arrogant. How ignorant is this country bumpkin? What do you have to compete with my 4-ring cultivation? Gu Yu angrily rebuked, truly not believing that there could be anyone among the young people of Soto City who could match her. Come to my side. Ning Rongrong waved her small hand. She leaned down close to Luo Yu's ear and whispered hopefully, if you have around level 25 cultivation and your martial soul and soul ring quality aren't too bad, I can assist you in a battle against her. If you don't even have a 2nd ring, no matter how much money we give you, we won't be able to defeat this woman, so it's better to give up. After saying this, Ning Rongrong felt a bit disheartened. In a small place like Soto City, is it really possible for a random passerby to have cultivation above the 2nd ring? It's simply unlikely. Luo Yu slowly reached out his hand. What are you doing? Ning Rongrong asked. I'm asking for money. Luo Yu replied straightforwardly. You give a money, I do the work. Can you really do it? Ning Rongrong's eyes showed suspicion. If you keep stalling like this, I'm leaving, Luo Yu said as he took a step outside. Wait. At this point, Ning Rongrong had no choice but to take a gamble and trust this guy. She threw the heavy pouch of money to the man. Luo Yu shook the jingling pouch and couldn't help but exclaim that as expected of a little princess, her spending was extravagant. He turned to look at Gu Yu and Yi Lingling. TSK, the boss has given money. So what now? Do you fall down by yourself? Or do I step in? Chapter 60. Turning the tables to suppress Gu Yu, Ning Rongrong was stunned. They echoed in the clothing store. Ning Rongrong's lips twitched, and she instantly had a headache. Did she really hand her money to a fool? What level of cultivation do you even have, speaking so arrogantly? Although Ning Rongrong didn't like the purple-haired woman in front of her, she had to admit that the opponent's 38th level of cultivation was definitely considered a rare talent among the younger generation. Although her companion hadn't revealed their strength, they likely wouldn't be simple either. Ning Rongrong felt a bit speechless. She really let her anger cloud her judgment, believing that a random passerby could help her. Could it be that a peerless genius fell from the sky and just happened to land on her? How could that be? What are the odds? At this moment, Ning Rongrong felt like she had definitely lost face today. Gu Yu was amused and looked at Luo Yu with a strange expression. Are you out of your mind? Can't you see the 3 shiny soul rings on me? To dare to come here and provoke me for such a small amount of money. I really don't know whether to say you are bold or that you are tired of living and sincerely looking for death. Luo Yu shook his head and said, as for me, I actually don't like hitting women. This short skirt, even though you paid double for it, is ultimately something that was forcibly taken from someone else. If you return the clothes now and apologize, I can take responsibility for this matter today, and there is no need for a big fuss. We can just let it go. Huh. Gu Yu scoffed and disdainfully said, that's quite funny. Who do you think you are to teach me how to do things here? Luo Yu smiled. Since reasoning doesn't work, it seems that action is the only option. Gu Yu's eyes turned cold as she sarcastically said, in the Douluo continent, strength is ultimately what matters. It's all about who has the bigger fist. What does reasoning count for? If you can defeat me, then we can talk about apologies and everything else. The weak have no right to engage in equal dialogue with me. Luo Yu nodded. All right, I understand. Understand what? Finally seeing your own position? Gu Yu scoffed. The blue scale snake martial soul manifested, with fine blue patterns appearing on her skin, her aura rapidly rising, adding an enchanting allure to her already fiery, exotic charm. The 7 treasures turn out to be glazed. A colorful light flashed through the store, and a 7-colored glazed pagoda appeared in Ning Rongrong's hand, crystal clear and radiant, with 2 rings of soul rings swirling around it, exuding a divine aura. She looked at Luo Yu. I'll assist you from the side. As long as your cultivation is above the 2nd ring and your martial soul isn't too shabby, we have a chance to deal with her. A chance to deal with her? Sorry, you have no chance at all. Gu Yue Na showed up smiled, as if she had everything planned. Do you think you're the only support soul master? Sorry, I have one too. Ling Ling. Unleash your martial soul and show them what it's about. Swish. 3 soul rings floated up from Yi Lingling's feet. A pink begonia flower rested in her palm, composed of white and pink petals, stunningly beautiful and full of vibrant life. 9-heart begonia? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, as she had heard her father mention this martial soul. If it weren't for the fact that this martial soul was passed down only through one line, it would be hard to say whether the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower was the top martial soul. It's over. The moment she witnessed the 9-heart begonia, Ning Rongrong's heart sank. The opponent's martial soul quality was not inferior to her own, and her cultivation was even higher, starting off with a significant disadvantage. How could they fight? She turned her gaze to Luo Yu and sighed softly. With this combination on the other side, we have no chance. Let's give up. Luo Yu shook his head, looking at Yi Lingling's martial soul with great interest. Compared to Donggu Yan's bold and fierce demeanor, Yi Lingling appeared more like a deep and serene lady. Coupled with a 9-heart begonia, it added a unique charm of vitality. Donggu Yan snorted and said, Are you scared now? Sorry, it's too late. You must suffer a bit to remember your lesson. Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth and said to Luo Yu, I'll support you with all my strength. Let's strive to break through. Luo Yu raised his hand and said, There's no need to be so troublesome. Just leave it to me. Ning Rongrong was taken aback and asked, What do you mean? Luo Yu stepped forward, standing in front of the girl, and chuckled, dealing with them at this level. I won't stoop to needing a support soul master. Taking money from others to help them avoid disaster. You just need to stand here. Ning Rongrong looked at the man as confident expression and immediately became anxious. What time is it and you're still so distracted? Do you know what the 9-heart sea grape is? It's a freakish martial soul that ensures soul power never fades and teammates never die. Du Gu Yin laughed heartily and said to Ning Rongrong, It seems you really found a fool who can't see the gap in strength. I'll deal with him first, then come to punish you. The 2 sides were about to engage in battle. The shop owner lamented, Oh dear, gentlemen soul masters, could you please go outside to fight? This little shop is fragile and can't withstand all of you fighting and causing a ruckus. Luo Yu glanced at him and reassured, It will be over soon. I bet she'll fall in a second, and there's no way she can harm your little shop. What time is it, and you're still daring to talk big? Boom! Dugian's eyes burned with fury, and her soul rings surged. The 3rd purple soul ring emitted a vast green poisonous mist, all the toxins forming a majestic shape like a living creature, converging into the form of a fierce beast that lunged at Luo Yu. Ning Rongrong was about to grit her teeth and manipulate her soul skills to support, but Luo Yu pressed her shoulder down. I told you, we don't need assistance to deal with them. As the poisonous mist attack approached, Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, wondering what this guy was trying to do. Boom! Luo Yu's gaze sharpened, and a surging extraordinary aura suddenly erupted from him. A thunderous dragon roar resounded, followed by a swirl of 9-colored light surrounding his body, and a terrifying dragon god phantom appeared. Under the vast dragon might, the poisonous mist that rushed toward him directly shattered and dissipated on the spot. Ning Rongrong was momentarily stunned by this scene. Her red lips parted wide, shocked by the powerful aura that Luo Yu displayed. She could not comprehend how the seemingly ordinary boy, just moments ago, could suddenly become so terrifying. Dugian's lips trembled, her face pale, completely devoid of the confidence she had just moments earlier. She was trembling all over, her blue scale serpent martial soul swaying precariously, flickering in and out. Dugian stared intently at Luo Yu, her eyes filled with immense fear and disbelief. Impossible, it can't be. What kind of martial soul does this guy possess? Why was she left in such a pathetic state just from hearing a roar? She could clearly sense the deep-rooted despair and fear emanating from her blue-scale, serpent martial soul, and when the dragon god phantom truly appeared, her martial soul nearly collapsed in an instant. Her cultivation level over 30 hadn't even had the chance to exert its power before being instantly crushed by the man's martial soul aura, as if subjects were in awe of a sovereign. It was truly terrifying and shocking. How do you feel now? Is it fun? Luo Yu bathed in divine light, slowly walking forward, exuding an imposing presence without anger, creating immense pressure. With each step he took, the soul power fluctuations of Dugu Yin crumbled a bit more, and the Bailin snake martial soul emitted a fearful wail, utterly tragic. The power dynamics instantly reversed, and the entire scene fell silent. Chapter 61. Dominant Luo Yu. The suffocating Gu Yue Na, the pleading gaze of a beauty. At this moment, inside the clothing store in the alley, the air seemed to gradually become thick and solidified. Luo Yu's demeanor was natural, bathed in a nine-colored divine light, exuding an unassailable majesty and silence, while the dragon god's phantom behind him revealed a domineering and magnificent aura. The blood force continuously surging from his martial soul enveloped the entire room, making the three girls and the shopkeeper feel a heavy pressure in their breaths. The shopkeeper, hiding behind the counter, was dumbfounded. He had thought that the girl who had just revealed 3 soul rings was already a monstrous existence. But he didn't expect that the real great deity was just beginning to unleash their power. Without even making a move, just relying on his momentum, had already suppressed the once arrogant girl to the point where she had no temper left. The shopkeeper's mindset was starting to crack. What right do I have? I'm just a clothes seller. Why are you ancestors causing a ruckus here? Even the weakest one is too much for me to handle. I am crying. The shopkeeper kept praying in his heart that these little ancestors wouldn't make a move here. If anything got damaged, he wouldn't dare to ask for compensation. A small business couldn't withstand losses. He was just an ordinary citizen, and his whole family relied on the business of his small shop to survive. Compared to the shopkeeper's nervousness, Ning Rongrong was in a state of continuous shock, her rosy lips slightly parted, as even her family background couldn't help but be overwhelmed by Luo Yu's dominance. What kind of divine luck is this? Just casually asking someone for help, and they have such terrifying strength. Ning Rongrong felt a bit surreal, doubting whether she was still dreaming. With her keen eyesight, she could see many details. The man's appearance was a bit ordinary, but his martial soul and aura were no joke. Even in her sect, she had never seen such a young expert. This was quite frightening. What kind of background did the man who helped her truly have? How could someone with an ordinary background possess such strength and talent? Could it be that all these years her father had been fooling her, and the 7-treasure glazed tile school was actually not one of the top 3 sects, but just an ordinary sect? Otherwise, how could one casually encounter someone outside who possessed the terrifying strength to crush all disciples within the sect? It felt too unreal. Ning Rongrong, with her prestigious family background and martial soul talent, was indeed of top caliber, and her personality was naturally a bit arrogant, as few peers could catch her eye. Although the talents within the sect were not bad, she found them to be just average, and none had made her feel excited. She thought life was boring, which was why she had sneaked out from home. She never expected that upon arriving in such a small place as Soto City, she would discover such a huge surprise. Her beautifully curled, long eyelashes fluttered, her gaze filled with a desire for exploration and curiosity as she carefully scrutinized the man in front of her. As for the annoyance from the earlier dispute with Gu Yue Na, she temporarily threw it out of her mind. Luo Yu slowly took a step forward. Although his steps felt light, Gu Yue Na felt as if a great mountain was pressing down on her, and her green-scale serpent martial soul was constantly wailing, conveying a desire to escape from this place. How could this be? Gu Yue Na's heart was engulfed in intense self-doubt. She had never experienced such a feeling of being crushed in her life. Her green-scale serpent martial soul was not a weak martial soul. It was among the top-tier martial souls. How could it be so miserably suppressed by the opponent's martial soul, leaving her without even a hint of a desire to resist? Even when facing the world's #1 beast martial soul, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, she had never felt such a bloodline tremor. What kind of martial soul is this? Why is it so terrifying? Gu Yue Na's pearly teeth chattered as she looked at the man in fear, especially at the martial soul behind him. She had been secretly trying to tightly clamp her pair of long, snow-white legs, forcibly controlling her knees from trembling. Otherwise, she would have long since succumbed to the pressure of the superior and knelt down. In response to the woman's question, Luo Yu shook his head slightly and said calmly, "Didn't you just say that the weak do not have the right to speak on equal terms with you? Do you think I qualify now?" Boom! The dragon god martial soul of Luo Yu manifested. Cracks and pops echoed from his bones as diamond-like muscles rapidly bulged. The surface of his skin shimmered with a faint glow, emanating a dark red aura of blood power. Crack! The emerald-scaled serpent martial soul let out a mournful cry and instantly shattered into nothingness. Gu Yue Na let out a muffled groan. A metallic sweetness surged in her throat, and her face turned pale as paper. A bitter taste rose in her mouth as she silently responded to the man's questioning. Was she too arrogant? No. Their emperor fighting team had been in Soto City for so long. Which team had been crushed by them? They had won too many times, and naturally, she felt that no one in Soto City could challenge them, gradually becoming proud. However, the man's overwhelming dominance struck her like a wake-up call, instantly shaking her to her core. Gu Yue Na took a deep breath, retaining the last shred of her pride, and said, I am willing to acknowledge your strength. But today, you cannot touch me. My fiancé is the young patriarch of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, and my grandfather is a titled Douluo. Cannot touch you? Luo Yu slowly shook his head, then his gaze suddenly sharpened. Boom! The floor of the shop instantly shattered, leaving 2 deep footprints. A 9-colored figure flashed by. Gu Yue Na disappeared from her spot, being swept away. With a crash, the walls of the clothing store trembled. Yin Yi Ling Ling exclaimed arduously. The man's movements were too fast for her to provide support. At this moment, Luo Yu resembled a fierce beast, his large hand gripping Gu Yue Na's delicate white neck tightly. Pinning her against the wall, spiderweb-like cracks appearing behind her. Sorry, I don't like being threatened. Moreover, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family and the poison Douluo you rely on are nothing in my eyes. Gu Yue Na's pupils suddenly constricted, her fair and delicate face flushed red, suppressed by the dragon's might, rendering her completely powerless. Her green-nailed hands drooped weakly at her hips, her sexy leather outfit covered in dust. The suffocating feeling made it hard for her to breathe. It felt as if the man's large hand would end her life with just a bit more force. And a fear of death surged from the depths of her heart. I was wrong. She struggled to raise her limp arms, clinging to the man's body, her pleading gaze emanating from her beautiful eyes, which were turning pale, her consciousness gradually beginning to fade. Luo Yu suddenly withdrew his hand. Gu Yue Na was reborn, greedily gasping for fresh air, completely unconcerned about the 5 finger marks on her snow-white neck. She looked at the man in fear, having no doubt in her heart that if she hadn't softened just now and dared to continue threatening him, he would surely have killed her. Where did it go wrong? Luo Yu asked. Gu Yue Na, still shaken, replied. It was Yenner who was blind and should not have provoked you. Luo Yu's eyes flashed, and Gu Yue Na's delicate body trembled as she hurriedly added, I shouldn't have snatched someone else's skirt. Luo Yu shook his head. None of it was right. Gu Yue Na's face turned pale. Her heart was anxious to death. Her back was already drenched in fragrant sweat. Yet she couldn't understand what the other party was referring to at all. Her beautiful eyes involuntarily revealed a pleading look, begging the man to let her go. Chapter 62. Subduing the proud girl, the man's charm, and Yi Lingling's heart shaken. Gu Yue Na's delicate neck was bruised, marked with 5 finger scratches. The already thin and sexy suspender armor was now covered with scratches from gravel, revealing glimpses of spring. She looked at Luo Yu with a pleading gaze, filled with fear in her heart. In the past, the men she encountered were all gentle and cherished her. Even the most talented Yu Tianheng from the Royal Battle Academy was equally infatuated with her, coming to propose marriage. But this one, when angered, truly struck hard. For the first time in her life, the pampered Gu Yue Na felt genuine fear towards a man. And it was also the first time she had been mercilessly beaten by a man. She cautiously inquired, Yenner doesn't know where she went wrong. Please guide me. Luo Yu looked in her eyes and said calmly, Actually, you're not wrong. The law of this world is that the strong are respected while the weak are preyed upon. However, too much of anything is as bad as not enough. If the strong abuse their power without restraint and act recklessly, then this world is not far from destruction. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling, who had been independent and struggling since childhood, seemed to ponder, while Ning Rongrong and Gu Yue Na, 2 girls who had been pampered since they were young, looked confused and completely did not understand. Luo Yu continued, Imagine, if you rely on your strength to bully the weak and trample on their dignity, then, if my strength is greater than yours, can I not trample on you at will, disregarding your life or death? And what if I encounter someone even stronger than me? You can imagine what such a world would be like. Besides the strongest, who can guarantee that their dignity and decency won't be trampled upon. Therefore, the strong must respect themselves and have their own bottom line. If others do not offend me, I will not offend others. If others offend me, then striking back fiercely is the right path. Luo Yu did not continue speaking, and the hall fell into silence. Gu Yue Na's délicate body trembled, her eyes revealing a complex expression as she gradually came to a realization. Yi Lingling's always calm gaze stirred waves as she deeply looked at Luo Yu, her beautiful eyes showing an unusual brilliance. Ning Rongrong was profoundly shocked, lost in thought for a long time, never expecting a man to say such words. Her father had also spoken similarly, but at that time she couldn't understand and did not take it to heart. However, after experiencing today's events and hearing the man's explanation, she suddenly understood some truths. Behind the counter, the shopkeeper, who had been trembling, now looked at Luo Yu with different eyes. His earlier words had struck a chord with the common people like them. Du Guyan bowed deeply to Luo Yu and said with embarrassment, "I was wrong in my mindset before. Your words were enlightening and awakened me. I have truly learned something this time." "As long as you understand," Luo Yu replied. Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction. Previously, when he saw Dong Guyan robbing someone and was willing to leave double the money, he realized that this woman was not actually bad at heart, which was why he had the patience to say a few more words to guide her. Otherwise, if it were a hopeless person, he would have already punched them out. Dong Guyan moved her steps and walked in front of Ning Rongrong, handing over the exquisitely crafted short skirt in her hand, apologizing, "I have offended you before, it was my fault. Here is your property returned, please forgive me." Ning Rongrong blankly accepted the skirt, feeling a bit unaccustomed to the drastic change in the other person's attitude, but she could see the sincerity reflected in her eyes, which genuinely surprised her. She remembered her father once said that it is easy to defeat a person, but it is very difficult to change a person's will and win over their heart. Yet this man had subdued this woman in such a short time. It was simply terrifying. At this moment, Luo Yu was holding the heavy money bag that Ning Rongrong had just given him. He took a few steps to the front of the shopkeeper and handed over the money bag. The shopkeeper looked surprised and respectfully asked, "What is this for?" Luo Yu said softly, "I was a bit heavy-handed just now and indirectly damaged the decor of your shop. Consider this as compensation." The shopkeeper trembled slightly, an indescribable emotion rising within him. Even if the other party didn't mention it, he wouldn't dare to ask for compensation. Yet, the other party took the initiative to bring it up. He had encountered soul masters before. Although they wouldn't casually bully people, they didn't show much respect for civilians either, always looking down from a high position and never considering your feelings. However, from the eyes of this exceptionally talented young man, he saw true equality and respect. "It's too much. Repairing the shop won't cost this much," the shopkeeper said, touched. Luo Yu frowned. "The rest can be considered as compensation for your mental distress." "No need. Really no need. I wasn't scared at all. Instead, it's an honor to have the opportunity to witness a young talent like you today. It's quite an eye-opener." The shopkeeper, looking cheerful and admiring, carefully took out a small amount of gold soul coins from his pouch, pocketing them, while respectfully handing most of the remainder to Luo Yu. This scene naturally caught the attention of the three beautiful young girls in the hall. An inexplicable feeling suddenly rose in their hearts as they noticed the change in their gaze towards the man. They had never seen a man behave like this before. In the Douluo continent, the identity and status of commoners are indeed very low. The major sects and families are the mainstream, occupying the vast majority of resources. And among the 5 major advanced academies, only the Tianshui Academy is willing to accept commoners. Therefore, the man's demeanor is truly unique and rare. The girls might find it surprising, but for Luo Yu, it was nothing unusual. Even after being in Douluo for a long time, the thoughts and beliefs he had developed on that blue planet in his previous life remained unchanged. Luo Yu had no intention of staying here and walked towards the door. Ning Rongrong bit her lip, constantly guessing in her heart. Who exactly is this man? He is so special. His martial soul is so powerful and mysterious, unheard of, and his actions are so strange. He is decisive and ruthless when taking action, but so gentle with ordinary people. What kind of personality does he have? Moreover, is this guy really not planning to say a few words to me? Is he just going to leave like this? A different feeling surged in Ning Rongrong's heart, indescribable and unclear. As she watched the man about to disappear from her sight, she couldn't help but shout, "Hey, wait a minute." Luo Yu paused for a moment, glanced back and asked, "The problems are all solved. Is there anything else?" Ning Rongrong's pretty face flushed slightly, and she stammered, Can you stay and keep me company?" "To protect me?" Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. "Stay to protect you?" Ning Rongrong quickly replied, Yes. I didn't bring a bodyguard when I went out. If you're willing to protect me, I can pay you. You can name any amount." Their eyes met, and seeing the seriousness in the girl's eyes, Luo Yu suddenly smiled and shook his head slightly. "Do you think I lack money?" Ning Rongrong was taken aback, originally wanting to say that the man had just asked her for a protection fee. But then she recalled the man's terrifying strength. Could someone like him really be short on money? He was probably just looking for a reason to help her. Can I have your name? You help me, and I'd like to repay you in the future," Ning Rongrong said, unconsciously tightening her grip on the hem of her skirt, feeling anxious. This was her first time taking the initiative to strike up a conversation. Luo Yu waved his hand, saying it's unnecessary to trouble himself. Taking people's money and helping them with their disasters. We are clear now. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in surprise. Did this guy just reject her like that? Ah. So annoying. Ning Rongrong felt a sense of melancholy in her heart. Can't he see her true intentions? Luo Yu turned around and looked at the quiet Gu Yue Na beside him. Seeing that you have a good attitude about admitting your mistake. I'll remind you that you're currently poisoned due to the incorrect method of cultivating your martial soul. If you don't resolve it quickly, the consequences will be endless. Me? Poisoned? Gu Yue Na felt it was absurd. Who is her grandfather? The title Douluo, who is the most skilled in poison on Douluo continent. Could she be poisoned? What a joke. She thought the man was very strong, but he was still far from being a title Douluo. Thank you for your kindness. But I believe I won't be poisoned, Gu Yue Na replied politely. It's not just you who is poisoned. If your family members have the same martial soul as you, they might be even more severely poisoned. Absolutely impossible. Gu Yue Na did not believe it. Luo Yu's lips curved up slightly as he smiled and shook his head, not intending to explain, and walked straight out of the clothing store. Ning Rongrong watched as Luo Yu left the room without glancing at her again, pouting in dissatisfaction and stomping her silver lotus feet. Was she really being ignored? Du Guian looked in the direction the man had disappeared and said with a pout, Lingling, do you think this guy's talking nonsense? How could I be poisoned? My grandpa couldn't possibly be poisoned either. Lingling? What are you spacing out about, looking so distracted? Du Guian wondered. The serene beauty of the young girl had her clear eyes shimmering, and her ethereal, otherworldly aura was undergoing a subtle transformation, her pure white dress dancing in the wind. Her light pink lips slightly parted. Guian, don't you always ask me if I would develop feelings for a man? I didn't before, but now it seems I might. Huh? Du Guian turned in surprise, discovering that Yi Lingling still looked as calm as usual, but her delicate words revealed a different kind of certainty. Chapter 63. Yi Lingling wants to fall in love. Zhu Zhuqing is jealous. No way. I can't have heard that right. Du Guian looked at the girl in astonishment. Having been the same team for so many years, she knew Yi Lingling very well. Since the Nine-Heart Sea butterfly martial soul could only exist in one person in the world, Yi Lingling's mother had passed away at her birth, and her father was nowhere to be found, which led to her personality being different from others. While she wasn't cold in her interactions, she was definitely the kind of person whose calmness could make others feel uneasy. Yi Lingling was extremely beautiful, with an ethereal, fairy-like quality. But the men in the team had never developed feelings for her. Everyone was very perceptive and knew it was pointless to have feelings, as she wouldn't even acknowledge them. Du Guian suspected her hearing might be malfunctioning. You didn't hear wrong. Yi Lingling's gaze was as calm as water, her tone full of certainty. Du Guian, puzzled, asked, Lingling, you've only met him once, barely exchanged a couple of words. How could you have feelings for that guy already? Yi Lingling's gaze was fixed on the door, through which Luo Yu had long since departed, and she softly said, Guian, some people's aura cannot be hidden. That man gives me a completely different feeling with every gesture he makes. Du Guian anxiously replied, but that's too hasty. You should at least find out more about him. Yi Lingling's lips suddenly revealed a gentle smile, her hands covering her chest, her soft hair fluttering slightly in the breeze. I don't want to be so hasty either. But some feelings just come, and they can't be stopped. Du Guian looked at her best friend's changing expression, hesitating. But we don't even know his identity or background. What if we can't meet him again in the future? Yi Lingling shook her head. I believe, if it's meant to be, we will meet again. When we meet again, you 1T chase after him, right? Du Guian felt it was somewhat unreal. This wasn't the laid-back girl she knew. When we meet again, Yi Lingling murmured, a 1T chase him. Thank goodness, you haven't completely lost your mind. You can still be saved. Du Guian sighed in relief. I will confess directly, Yi Lingling said calmly. Huh? Du Guian's mouth formed an A shape, her face filled with disbelief. It's over, she has completely lost it. Du Guian rolled her eyes dramatically. Heaven knows what kind of charm that man had cast on their team's top support beauty. Du Guian playfully poked the soft flesh at the girl's waist, laughing as she teased. If those wolves from Heavendo City found out our Lingling has someone in her heart, they would probably howl in despair. Yi Lingling frowned slightly and shook her head. Them? What does it have to do with me? Hiss. Du Guian was momentarily stunned. Was this man really that charming? She carefully recalled the scene that had just unfolded. The man's powerful martial soul, his domineering posture, and his humble demeanor. Du Guian instinctively touched his swollen nose. It hurt slightly at the throat, still bearing the man's fingerprints, but instead of feeling hatred, a strange glimmer passed through her beautiful eyes, as if she understood a bit of what Yu Lingling was feeling. Ning Rongrong chased after them, but the man had long since vanished from the alley. She shook her beautiful legs, repeatedly stepping on the green bricks at the door, looking down at the white short skirt in her hands. Her moist red lips let out a soft hum, revealing a hint of pride. Such an interesting guy. I want to let him go. Even if he doesn't tell me his name, I will definitely find you. Luo Yu has hurried back to the hotel, holding 2 bags of Soto City specialties he bought on the way. There's indeed a task from the system. Capturing Ning Rongrong can earn him a soul ring, and taming her spoiled temperament will grant him special rewards. However, he is not in a hurry. Haste makes waste. This meeting has already planted a good impression in Ning Rongrong's mind. If he rushes to ask for contact information and clings to her, the effect is unlikely to be as good as it is now. He wonders if this girl will feel surprised when she sees him at the Shrek Gate tomorrow. Luo Yu's lips curled slightly as he walked up to the hotel room and knocked on the door. Click! The door opened, and Luo Yu almost had a nosebleed. Zhu Zhuqing had her hair styled up, with glistening droplets still hanging from her strands. The white bathrobe wrapped around her body could hardly conceal her incredibly voluptuous figure, with her proud breasts, snow-white legs, and that sexy, curvy backside creating a perfect silhouette. Master, you're back. I just finished showering, Zhu Zhuqing said with a submissive expression, resting her head on her jade arm, leaning against the door and showcasing her already fiery figure in an even more seductive way, her enchanting eyes intentionally or unintentionally revealing a teasing gaze. It's broad daylight, don't mess around. Luo Yu's throat moved slightly as he raised his hand and spanked that full little bottom. I'll be gentle. Zhu Zhuqing covered her bottom with her small hand, cautiously glancing towards the bedroom. Her red lips leaned towards the back of Luo Yu's neck as she softly said, It's getting red from your spanking. If you really hurt me, then you won't have me anymore, master. What about Zhu Qing? Luo Yu asked. Zhu Zhuqing looked at him with a hint of grievance, her jade finger resting on the man's chest. Zhu Qing. As soon as she came in, she asked me, Isn't my sister more fragrant than my younger sister? Master, you are so biased. Smack. Luo Yu glared at her. Zhu Zhuqing instantly fell silent, pouting her lips in a wronged manner. Watching the man walk towards the bedroom, Zhu Zhuqing secretly compared her figure to Zhu Zhuqing's over and over again. Compared to her sister, she was not lacking at all. Could it be that the master doesn't like the flirty type, but prefers someone pure? Zhu Zhuqing fell into deep thought. Upon entering the bedroom, Luo Yu saw that Zhu Zhuqing had not yet gotten up. She was curled up like a little beast in the pink quilt, her head buried inside. Luo Yu came over to lift the quilt and found the girl's eyes were red, her rose petal-like red lips tightly pressed together. When Zhu Zhuqing saw Luo Yu return, she immediately pounced on him, wrapping her jade-like arms tightly around his waist, as if she wanted to meld him into her body, completely disregarding the soft deformation. Luo Yu was a bit confused. What was going on? What happened? I thought you didn't want me anymore. Zhu Zhuqing made a sound like a little cat, full of affection. Luo Yu was taken aback and said, How could you think like that? Zhu Zhuqing's stunning face pressed against the man's chest as she whispered, I've always heard that once a man gets a woman's body, he starts to take her for granted. Luo Yu chuckled in disbelief and said, Who told you that? With a beauty like you, how could I bear to think that? Zhu Zhuqing hesitated and said, After what happened last night, do you think I'm a loose woman? Luo Yu shook his head and pointed at the bed sheet. Don't talk nonsense. If blood can deceive, your clumsy skills. He couldn't finish his sentence because Zhu Zhuqing's small hand had already pinched his waist. Stop talking. I'm so embarrassed. Zhu Zhuqing's small face seemed like it could drip water. She felt like she couldn't face anyone anymore. All right, let's not talk about it. Luo Yu fondly ruffled Zhu Zhuqing's hair and said, Here, a specialty from Soto City. Give it a try. I don't know if you'll like it, but if you don't, I'll take you out to eat something else delicious. Zhu Zhuqing felt a warmth in her heart, not expecting the man to be so considerate. Let's see how it tastes. Upon hearing the word taste, Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes suddenly trembled, recalling some memories, and her ears turned red. Zhu Zhuqing was outside the door, eavesdropping on the conversation in the bedroom. Her red lips were pouted high from jealousy, and the knuckles of her fingers gripping the wall had turned white from exerting too much force. A new love forgetting an old flame. That scummy man is too much. Oh, it's just some food. What is so good about it? I Zhu Zhuqing don't care. Luo Yu glanced at the cute little head peeking out from the door and waved. Zhuqing, you can come in too, I brought your share. Really? I'm coming. At this moment, outside Luo Yu's room, a beautiful woman in pink stockings was pacing back and forth, her beautiful eyes filled with complexity, hesitating to knock on the door. Chapter 64. Sister flowers compete and get jealous. Xiao Wu comes to visit. In the enchanting pink bedroom, the scent of roses filled the air. The sister flowers revealed their long, fair legs, sitting cross-legged on the bed with their legs intertwined. They were sharing the local specialties from Suotawa City that Luo Yu had brought back. Zhu Zhuqing picked up a small piece of spicy tripe and brought it to her cherry lips. Is it good? Luo Yu asked with a smile. The girl nodded. As long as you like it. Luo Yu took out a tissue and kindly helped her wipe the oil from the corner of her mouth. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with happiness, feeling a little sweet inside. Zhu Zhuyin was on the side. Seeing this scene, the almond crisp in her hand suddenly didn't taste good anymore. She sulked, unable to feel happy. It wasn't until Luo Yu chuckled and reached out to wipe the crumbs from her mouth that Zhu Zhuyin finally showed a knowing smile. Zhu Zhuqing scooted over, sitting closely beside Luo Yu, her jade arm wrapped around his, and warned, Zhu Zhuyin, this is my man. Please keep your distance. Oh, has my little sister grown up? Now she knows how to compete with her sister for a man? This is my master, and I can serve him however I want. It's none of your business. Zhu Zhuyin retorted defiantly, quickly coming over to hug Luo Yu's other arm. Hiss! The sister flowers were competing and getting jealous. Luo Yu couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. The two sisters had truly impressive figures. She could clearly feel their arms. Stealthily comparing them, she found that the assets of the two sisters were increasingly intimidating. If it weren't for the fact that their relationship hadn't reached that stage yet, Luo Yu would probably have transformed into the moonlit wolf and fought against both of them right now. The two sisters were glaring at each other, puffing out their ample chests, tightly gripping the man's arm, engaged in a silent standoff where neither would back down in terms of momentum. Other things might be negotiable, but when it came to the man, they wouldn't give an inch. Luo Yu was sitting upright, eyes on his nose on his heart. At this moment, he wisely chose not to speak. Otherwise, the focus could easily shift onto him. Isn't it better to quietly be like a wooden man? Bruce. The two distinctly different scents of women wafting from the tip of his nose made him a bit distracted. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, the sound of knocking on the door broke the atmosphere in the bedroom. Who is it? The three of them exchanged glances, all somewhat confused. I'll go. Luo Yu retracted his arm, turned over, got out of bed, crossed the living room, and opened the door. A tall and graceful figure stood outside the door, wearing a short top and stunningly beautiful long legs and sheer stockings, with light pink eyes that held a hint of allure amidst their innocence. Her dark hair was styled into a long scorpion braid that fell to her calves. Xiao Wu, what brings you here? Luo Yu asked in confusion. I hope I'm not bothering you, Xiao Wu said, clearly a bit shy. No, do you need something? Although Xiao Wu was a little embarrassed, her gaze remained focused on the man's face, seriously paying attention. I wanted to ask you, have we met before? Luo Yu smiled and said, why do you ask that? Xiao Wu hesitated and replied, you give me a very familiar feeling, like someone I know. In what way do I resemble them? Luo Yu asked with a slight smile. Xiao Wu shook her head. I can't really say. It just feels very similar. Luo Yu teased, beauty, if you say it like that. I'm going to suspect that you're trying to flirt with me on purpose. No, absolutely not. Xiao Wu repeatedly denied. Luo Yu spread his hands and said, look, you can't even tell how you resemble him. So I have reason to suspect you're looking for excuses to get close to me. Xiao Wu bit her lip and replied, I'm sorry. I mistook you for someone else. That person is very important to me. So I thought I should confirm it, even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance. What kind of person is so important to you? Luo Yu asked with a smile. Important enough that Xiao Wu might never fully understand his kindness towards our family in this lifetime. Luo Yu was taken aback. So you want to find that person to repay your kindness? Xiao Wu nodded. His strength might not need help from others, but I want to do something for him to the best of my ability. Luo Yu shook her head. Perhaps the person who helped you never thought about having you repay the favor, just wanting your family to be happy and joyful. Xiao Wu chuckled and rolled her eyes, saying, the way you say that makes it sound like you helped me too. Luo Yu teased, you're so beautiful. If I had saved you, I wouldn't let you go. I make you promise yourself to me. Xiao Wu scoffed and coldly replied, too bad you're not. Hee hee, I must have misjudged before. How could a benefactor possibly appear here? Luo Yu pretended to be surprised and said, if I were your benefactor and really made such a request, would you agree? Xiao Wu frowned and replied with a hint of annoyance, stop dreaming. That's not going to happen. Although a trace of willfulness appeared on her face, waves were stirring in her heart. In fact, her mother had instilled the idea in her since childhood that she should maintain absolute distance from all men except for her benefactor. And only when her benefactor no longer wanted her could she choose someone else? Xiao Wu didn't actually see this as a constraint because at that time, the appearance of a man had timely rescued her troubled soul and left a deep impression on her heart. Sorry to interrupt you, but I haven't properly thanked you for letting me stay in a room before, she said. It's just a small matter, no need to take it to heart. Luo Yu waved his hand. Xiao Wu curiously asked, what are you doing here? Luo Yu responded, I heard there's a Shrek here, and I want to go in and have some fun. Wow, what a coincidence, we're together. My third brother and I are also here to participate in the assessment. So see you tomorrow, good luck. Xiao Wu, lively and cute, waved her little fist. Click. Xiao Wu left, and the door closed. Luo Yu smiled and had no intention of revealing his true identity to Xiao Wu for the time being. He was not the kind of person who sought reward for favors. If Xiao Wu truly liked him in the future, it wouldn't be too late to come clean then. After all, they would soon be in the same academy, and there would be plenty of opportunities to interact. Luo Yu suddenly remembered Wu. What kind of ideas has this young woman instilled in her daughter? With her warning in advance, the notion of keeping a distance from men. Tang San clearly has no chance. At Qiu, a charming woman in palace attire sneezed while traveling on the official road. Her pink eyes showed hesitation. Is my benefactor thinking of me? Or is it that little Wu who keeps mentioning me? I wonder if little Wu has been listening to her mother. I'm a bit worried. Wild men in the human world cannot be trusted. If you dare to find that despicable human outside, Mama will break your little rabbit legs. Little Wu had just stepped out of Luo Yu's door when her gaze suddenly froze. Tang San was at the corner of the hallway, arms crossed, watching this way. His face was ashen, and purple energy flickered in his eyes. Third brother, what are you doing here? Chapter 65, sneaky and exciting. Unwavering Tang San. In the hotel hallway, Tang San's expression was as serious as water as he sternly questioned, what were you doing just now? I want to confirm if that person is my benefactor. Little Wu replied, puzzled as she rubbed her long hair. Third brother, what's wrong? Are you unhappy about something? It's nothing. I'm very happy. Tang San gritted his teeth, forcing a smile while feeling depressed inside, not wanting to appear petty. Yet he couldn't help but continue to ask, have you met that man? How did you confirm it? Little Wu's pink eyes dimmed, her pretty face revealing disappointment. I mistook him. He is not my benefactor. I just sensed a hint of familiarity from him. Tang San visibly breathed a sigh of relief, glaring at Luo Yu's door, and said firmly, Little Wu, since he is not, you should stay away from that guy in the future. Why? Little Wu asked, confused. Tang San hesitated for a moment. He couldn't say he was jealous and needed a good reason. He stated solemnly, that guy clearly doesn't look like a good person. You're so beautiful. He might be eyeing your body. Really? Little Wu shook her head repeatedly. I feel that person is quite nice. Besides, he helped us before by giving us an extra room, and didn't he even want the rent? At this point, Tang San was furious but held back from exploding. He patiently analyzed, you can't trust people's hearts. When you're out there, you must be careful. Think about it. Why would he help us if we're not related? His motives are really suspicious. Little Wu pouted, seeming a bit indifferent, as if she didn't take his words to heart. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she smiled brightly. All right, third brother. He said he is also here to join Shrek. We should be classmates in the future, so his character must be fine. Tang San chuckled and shook his head just based on him. Joining Shrek? He must be joking. Have you forgotten what the teacher told us before? Shrek only accepts monsters, not mediocre people. It's not a place anyone can just enter. Little Wu widened her eyes. Ah, are you saying he might not be able to get into Shrek? Tang San sighed in regret. We have the confidence to get in because we have full innate soul power at our age. We're almost at the level of soul respect, around 30. What does he have? He can't possibly compare to us. Little Wu opened her mouth to retort, but didn't know what to say. People with full innate soul power are extremely rare. After being in human society for so long, she found that only Tang San possessed such qualifications, which was indeed very scarce. Tang San laughed. If any kind of person could enter, the quality of education would probably be poor as well. The teacher Wu and Ti have specially brought us here to join. Third brother, you said he has the confidence to join Shrek. Maybe he is a genius? Little Wu murmured. It's rare to meet someone interesting. It would be a pity if they didn't become classmates. Tang San's expression clearly changed at her latter words, snorting, I also hope for another classmate. But Shrek really isn't that easy to get into. Unless he is also an innate genius above level 8. But I think that's impossible. Are geniuses everywhere? Can we just bump into one casually? The probability is too small. He'll probably be eliminated and sent home soon. Little Wu put her jade finger on her red lips, pondering. I felt like he was very confident when he spoke. He even said he'd go to Shrek to just have some fun tomorrow. Huh? Just going to Shrek to have some fun? Tang San sneered. This guy has such big words. What talent and strength does he have to say such things? Even I wouldn't dare be so high profile. Little Wu blinked her sparkling eyes, suspiciously asking, Third brother, why do I feel like you're a bit agitated today? Nonsense, it's nothing. Tang San suppressed his expression. Displeased, after hearing you describe him, I somewhat understand what kind of person he is. Most likely, he is just a rich young master who is out to play. He probably doesn't even know how strict and cruel Shrek's admissions are. I'm afraid he'll face a harsh reality tomorrow. Really? Little Wu's pretty face showed a hint of nervousness. Of course, Tang San straightened his back. When have I ever misjudged someone? This kid will undoubtedly be slapped in the face by the admissions teachers tomorrow. Little Wu worriedly said, Third brother, he helped us before. If he is not admitted tomorrow, can we help him talk to the teacher? Tang San raised his hand and sighed. If he is not admitted, maybe leaving will be a good thing. Think about it. The student Shrek recruits are all monsters. There are no ordinary people. Forcing him to stay with us would put pressure on him. Once he feels the gap in talent, he'll feel even more inferior and unhappy. Understand, Little Wu? Third brother is also thinking of him out of goodwill. Oh, Little Wu was confused and answered instinctively. Seeing Little Wu nodding, a hidden pride flashed in Tang San's eyes. He was just talking. He had secretly observed Luo Yu and found that this guy was quite ordinary, truly nothing special. Such a person approaching Little Wu made him extremely unhappy. What kind of person dares to get close to my Little Wu sister? Does he deserve it? Why? Ashu. Luo Yu sneezed indoors. At that moment, he was lying on the large red heart-shaped bed, his arms naturally spread out, enjoying the massage from a pair of delicate, fair hands. Zhu Zhuqing was kneeling beside him, her knees polished and glistening, the thin black leather outfit barely concealing her stunningly white beauty, a faint scent wafting from her, devotedly serving the man. Sitting nearby, Zhu Zhuqing bit her thin lips tightly. Seeing the flirtation in her sister's eyes, her small fists clenched tightly, as if trying hard to suppress herself, ready to take action at any moment, until she saw Zhu Zhuqing's small hand teasingly glide across the man's back. Zhu Zhuqing's temples throbbed, and she rushed over, swatting away her sister's hand that was taking advantage of the man. Zhu Zhuqing, what are you doing? Can't you see I'm giving the master a massage? The youthful beauty coldly laughed. Ha! I see you're working too hard. I could do this too, so let me help you share the burden. Oh, what a strong smell of jealousy. Zhu Zhuqing waved her hand playfully in front of her, laughing brightly, her proud chest bouncing, exuding a different kind of seductive aura. I'm not jealous. Zhu Zhuqing turned her head away, looking in another direction. All right, who told me to be the older sister? The master is all yours. Zhu Zhuqing gave Luo Yu a teasing glance, her mouth forming an ambiguous shape as if saying something, then quickly left the bedroom, even thoughtfully closing the door behind her. Bang! The air in the bedroom suddenly fell silent. Luo Yu could hear Zhu Zhuqing's breathing becoming increasingly unnatural, and the atmosphere suddenly became hazy. He shifted his position and wrapped his arms around Zhu Zhuqing's slender waist. The woman's waist, as expected from her training, was both smooth and firm, revealing a sexy abdominal line. You bad man, what are you doing? Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed, as if it could drip water. Although she had little practical experience, it didn't mean she was inexperienced in the ways of the world. She already had a premonition. What am I going to do? Didn't you guess? Luo Yu's lips curled into a wicked smile. Otherwise, why would your body be so tense? So bad, I'm not playing with you anymore. Zhu Zhuqing tried to get up to leave, but as soon as she exerted herself, Luo Yu pulled her back into his arms. Zhu Zhuqing pounded on his chest, her voice like a little wildcat. Stop it, my sister is still outside. Shoo, don't worry, as long as you don't make a sound, she won't hear you. Zhu Zhuqing's big eyes widened in shock. You're so naughty, didn't we just, Luo Yu didn't plan to give the girl another chance to speak. Chapter 66, Luo Yu. The center of attention among beauties gathers at the entrance of Shrek. Zhu Zhuqing curled her delicate white toes, gripping the bed sheet tightly, desperately trying to control herself. But with a slight movement of her throat, she couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. The living room was scattered with rose petals. Zhu Zhuqing, with her hair styled like a wealthy lady, wore tight leather pants that showcased her long, slender legs like white pythons. But she had no intention of sitting quietly over there. That wasn't her style. At that moment, she was secretly crouched by the bedroom door, eavesdropping. Her charming face was already flushed. Countless images flashed through her mind, and the sense of immersion was overwhelming. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but roll her eyes, her red lips pouting in jealousy. Listening to the sounds, Wasn't this civilized form of communication a bit violent? Without even thinking, she knew it was definitely some bad guy being too rough, too hasty. After a long time, everything came to an end. Zhu Zhuqing slumped down against the wall, breathing heavily, her red lips slightly parted, staring resentfully at the bedroom door. This was too much, too torturous. Creak. The door opened, startling Zhu Zhuqing, leaving her flustered and almost crying out. As a result, a big hand covered her mouth. Looking closely, it was Luo Yu's tall and sturdy figure. Zhu Zhuqing momentarily lost her focus, her eyes wide open. The man's muscular upper body was covered in sharp, defined muscles, like steel bars fused together, radiating a faint glow, seemingly containing explosive power. Zhu Zhuqing instinctively wiped the corner of her mouth with her jade-like hand. Phew! She let out a sigh of relief. She didn't drool, which was still somewhat composed. Luo Yu gently closed the bedroom door, not giving the woman time to react. He swiftly picked up the blushing Zhu Zhuqing and threw her over his shoulder, heading towards the changed sofa. Hey, what are you doing? Let me go. Zhu Zhuqing slapped the man's back with her delicate hands, twisting her body to resist. However, it didn't look like a real struggle at all. It seemed more like a playful banter between a girl and her lover. Bang! Luo Yu threw the alluring girl on his shoulder onto the sofa. Master, what are you doing? My sister is still inside. How dare you be so bold? Luo Yu chuckled and said, Didn't you just gesture for me to come over? Saying wait for you. That's why I'm here. You're being naughty. I didn't say that. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were filled with autumn water, wanting to resist, yet welcoming. Don't worry. Zhu Qing is tired and has fallen asleep. Upon hearing the sentence from Luo Yu, Zhu Zhuqing's expression changed instantly, losing all restraint. Leaning against the man's chest, she said sweetly and teasingly, Master, you even remembered to bring me breakfast just now. How should I repay you? Luo Yu grabbed the woman's small hand, his gaze fixed on her enchanting eyes, a perfect smile playing on his lips. Such a small matter, no need for repayment, right? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled as she pouted and said, My master is so considerate to me. I must repay you with a spring of gratitude. Under Zhu Zhuqing's warm invitation, Luo Yu couldn't bear to refuse and quickly fell into an inescapable state. On the other side in Soto City, at the hotel where the imperial fighting team of the Heaven Do Empire was staying, the sound of crashing and smashing echoed as the floor shook. The elegantly decorated room was already in disarray, with debris from shattered items scattered everywhere. A tall and muscular young man, like an angry lion, continued to smash things. The other 6 members of the imperial fighting team stood at a distance, not daring to make sound. Yu Qianheng, with red eyes, glared at Du Gaiyan. His fiancée, he had gone out to buy something, and upon returning, her clothes were torn, and there was a large purple-red handprint around her neck. How could he not be angry? Gaiyan, tell me, who did this to you? I will tear him apart. Du Gaiyan looked down at her green nails and softly said, Qianheng, please calm down, I'm fine. Boom! Yu Qianheng exploded instantly, pointing at Du Gaiyan in anger. You're like this and you're fine? Just tell me who did this to you. No matter who it is, I, Yu Qianheng, swear I will beat him to a pulp. Du Gaiyan shook her head, explaining, Qianheng, it was my fault and I got taught a lesson. Let's just drop this, okay? Just do it for me. Huh? Yu Qianheng felt this was ridiculous, his body trembling with anger. He kicked the wooden chair in front of him, and the wood splintered and flew everywhere, embedding into the corners of the room. Du Gaiyan, I can't swallow this anger. You must tell me who did this to you. Du Gaiyan bit her lip and pleaded, Qianheng, let us just forget about it, okay? Yu Qianheng was surrounded by crackling lightning, his face cold as he said, Are you confused? You were taught a lesson and still want to speak for someone else? Du Gaiyan sighed and shook her head. Qianheng, that person's strength is unfathomable. Let us not provoke him. Hee. The man sneered, his blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul emerging, muscles bulging with a sense of overwhelming power. I really don't believe there's anyone in this younger generation of the Heaven Do Empire that I, Yu Qianheng, can't handle. Du Gaiyan pressed her lips together and remained silent. Yu Qianheng turned to the girl in the white dress beside her, Lingling. Your sister is not in a good mood right now. So you tell me, who did this to you? Yi Lingling shook her head, Captain. You should listen to Sister Yan. That man is too terrifying. You might not be able to beat him. Boom. Yu Qianheng was furious to the extreme, and his soul power, originally at level 39, suddenly broke through to level 40 at that moment. He laughed coldly, his tiger-like eyes glaring. I can't beat him? What a joke. Lingling, you just need to tell me who it is. I want to see who I, Yu Qianheng, can't defeat. Even if I can't do it alone, I don't believe that the 7 of us together can't beat him to a pulp. Captain, be cautious. Ye Lingling advisit. Cautious my ass, I want to kill. Yu Qianheng was already red-eyed. In the end, under repeated pressure, Yu Qianheng learned about Luo Yu's appearance, and the team dispersed to search the entire city. Luo Yu has not been idle on his end. He has provided thorough explanations on some issues that the Zhu Zhuqing sisters are striving to improve, breaking them down in a clear and accessible manner. However, the biggest problem for the two girls is deeply rooted, and it can only be hoped to be resolved through Luo Yu's continuous efforts day by day in the future. The next morning, Luo Yu woke up from the dream, holding Zhu Zhuqing, and roused the exhausted Zhu Zhuqing on the sofa. After a simple wash and tidying up, they checked out of the hotel together with the sisters. The server's envious and pained gaze seemed to be able to drip sour water at any moment. The main reason was that the two sisters, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing, were indeed too beautiful. One was fiery and charming, while the other was pure and lovely, with figures that were explosively superior to those of ordinary women. This almost contrasting feeling left the server deeply suspicious that Luo Yu must be living in paradise every night. Luo Yu led the two girls out of Soto City, walking along the official road. Following the map's directions, they passed through lush green farmlands and arrived at the entrance of a simple village. As soon as the man arrived, he caught the attention of the two girls who had already been waiting for him. One of them had stunning legs, dressed in tight pink stockings with light pink eyes, beautiful and charming. The other wore a sky blue fairy dress with silky patterned stockings, revealing her long, smooth legs, exuding a princess-like nobility. And her exquisite beauty resembled a porcelain doll. They both focused their gaze on Luo Yu. P.S. It will get more exciting later on, as the build-up is almost complete. For now, there will be 2 updates daily, all around midnight. Everyone, please leave a good review in the comments. Thank you. During the Qingming Festival, I'll be providing more updates. The author is currently writing late at night, really trying hard, feeling quite pitiful. Just wait for the holiday. I promise to provide daily updates. Chapter 67. Beautiful girls approach, for beauties gather, envious gazes. At the entrance of Shrek Village, surrounded by fences, the village looked very run down. Even the academy sign was just a piece of rotten wood, with a broken table at the entrance, behind which leaned a man in his 60s. The old man was dozing with his eyes closed, while many people gathered in front of the table waiting in line. Most were parents bringing their children to register. While waiting, middle-aged men and women nervously held their children's hands, tense and anxious. Their eyes filled with hope as they looked deeper into the village. They all knew that today was a crucial day. As long as their children could join Shrek, they would surely soar to great heights in the future, crossing from the commoner class into the nobility of the Tiando Empire. Among the waiting crowd, there were 2 striking figures. One was in pink stockings hugging her tall, beautiful legs, playful and charming. The other, in a fairy dress, exposed her long, white legs, elegant and noble. Both girls had extraordinary figures and looks, rare in Douluo. The charm they radiated unknowingly attracted many gazes around them. Several boys secretly swallowed their saliva while stealing glances, but they only dared to observe from a distance, not daring to approach, as the aura of the 2 girls was so powerful that it felt like a warning to outsiders. This made the men who were secretly watching ponder what kind of man could possibly get close to such girls. When Luo Yu approached the entrance of Shrek Village, the 2 stunning beauties called out in unison, "You're here?" Xiao Wu had been watching this way, her pink eyes shining with joy as she waved her little hand. "It's you, what are you doing here?" Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. She didn't expect to encounter this man again today. Luo Yu walked closer and kindly nodded at Xiao Wu. Then he turned his gaze to Ning Rongrong, his lips curling into a smile. "What? Only you can be here, and I can't come?" Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled, her expression complex. The mysterious aura the man gave her yesterday had already piqued her curiosity. However, this infuriating man didn't give her a chance to learn more and ran away too quickly. She thought she wouldn't get to see him again for a long time. But unexpectedly, they crossed paths again today. Ning Rongrong was determined. Since they met again, she must uncover all the little secrets he had. Originally, the focus of the crowd was on the 2 beautiful girls. But when they saw these 2 outstanding girls greeting a man warmly, all eyes naturally turned to Luo Yu, scrutinizing him closely. They wanted to see what this person had done to be so familiar with 2 girls. At first glance, some young men rolled their eyes secretly. "This guy seems pretty ordinary. He is not really better than me. His appearance is nothing special. He can't be more handsome than me." Others felt similarly to this young man, feeling slightly sour and unconvinced. The next moment, When they noticed the pair of twin sisters beside Luo Yu, their eyes widened in shock. Wait, no way. These two hot-bodied twin beauties can't possibly be related to this guy, right? How do you know so many girls? Zhu Zhuqing frowned and asked Luo Yu, a hint of jealousy in her voice. Everyone gasped at this scene. The fact that these twins were actually with this man was astonishing, including the two who greeted him, that made four beauties. What is going on? We're here to apply to the academy. What are you doing here? Bringing a bunch of beauties to show off? Luo Yu had barely spoken a few words when, in just a short moment, he became the focal point of everyone's attention in the dark. Luo Yu felt the subtle, jealous glances around him and instinctively touched his nose. What did he do? Why did it feel like the looks from those around him were strange? Someone was asking you a question. Who are these two little beauties who greeted you? Zhu Zhuqing secretly poked the man's lower back with her finger. In response to Zhu Zhuqing's question, Luo Yu didn't hide anything and briefly explained how he knew Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, introducing the four girls to each other. All of them were blossoming young women, and with Luo Yu as the connection, they quickly became familiar after chatting for a few moments. Outsiders initially thought it was an accident scene, but unexpectedly, the girls were having a great time, and the looks they gave Luo Yu became increasingly peculiar. The enrollment had not yet started, and the four girls gathered together to chat, leaving Luo Yu aside. After some understanding, Ning Rongrong looked at Zhu Zhuqing and her sister in surprise. You two also ran away from home? Sort of. Zhu Zhuqing didn't mention that she was chased out. Zhu Zhuqing raised an eyebrow and looked at Ning Rongrong. What? You also snuck out? Yeah. Ning Rongrong pouted. It's too annoying at home. It's better to come out for some fresh air. Xiao Wu was excited and was about to interject when she was suddenly pulled aside by Tang San, who looked displeased. Third brother, what are you doing? She just made new friends and hasn't said much yet, Xiao Wu said as she shook off Tang San's arm. Tang San said seriously, Xiao Wu, have you forgotten what third brother said yesterday? When you're out, try to stay away from outsiders. Xiao Wu shook her head. They're not outsiders. They'll soon be our classmates after they finish registering. Tang San chuckled. Whether they're classmates is not certain. Shrek Academy is not that easy to get into. It's not a refuge for useless people. Last year, they didn't even accept one. Do you think these girls can get in? Xiao Wu pouted. Even if they can't get in, it's okay to be friends, right? Tang San shook his head. I told you yesterday that guy is a rich kid, and you didn't believe me. Look, today he brought a pair of twins out to wander around. There's no need for us to get too close to people like that. Just think about it. A guy with two women, what good can come from that? Tang San sneered. Xiao Wu's expression changed. You, saying such things behind someone's back is not nice. If there's a problem, say it to my face. Luo Yu walked over at that moment. Perhaps others couldn't hear clearly. His pure divine body had exceptional hearing, so he could hear everything clearly. Tang San, this old rascal, was a bit mischievous. Tang San's gaze flashed, glinting with sharpness as he locked onto the approaching man. This friend, you helped us yesterday, and we are very grateful. If you need rent money, I can compensate you. However, I'm sorry, my sister and I are used to being on our own and are not accustomed to interacting with outsiders. Tang San emphasized the words outsiders, watching Luo Yu warily. He had a vague feeling that he needed to be cautious of this guy. Luo Yu pointed at Xiao Wu, asking whether it was her who didn't want to interact with outsiders, or if it was you who didn't want to. Tang San seemed to be hit by the point. His expression changed, and he snorted, You already have two companions by your side. Isn't that enough? Why do you have to entangle my sister Xiao Wu? Luo Yu's expression changed, and he coldly said, What do you mean? It means nothing. Tang San shook his head and said sternly, I don't care who you have feelings for, but don't have any thoughts about Xiao Wu, or I will make you regret it for a lifetime. Is this guy some kind of diehard sister complex? Luo Yu asked himself, I haven't done anything. Does Tang San have such a strong desire for control over Xiao Wu? Oh, I want to see how you can make me regret for a lifetime. A playful smile appeared at the corner of Luo Yu's mouth. In an instant, Tang San's eyes became sharp like an eagle, exuding an invisible killing intent. Chapter 68. Beautiful women waiting to watch the show. Tang San's unmatched confidence. Tang San's eyes were filled with killing intent, and his aura surged. When did Luo Yu ever suffer a loss? He would never indulge in his bad habits, and his gaze grew colder. As the atmosphere in the venue became more and more tense, the onlookers were eager for excitement. Most people unconsciously stood on Tang San's side. This was mainly because Luo Yu was too eye-catching. He looked plain and ordinary, with no remarkable presence. Why did he get to be surrounded by twin beauties and be so close to two other goddesses? Most of the surrounding people were young and proud, naturally feeling dissatisfied. They wished Tang San would teach Luo Yu a lesson, making the four beauties utterly disappointed in this guy. Swish! Xiao Wu stretched out her arm to block the two. Third brother, what's going on with you? You've been in a bad mood since yesterday, and you won't say what's wrong when I ask. Tang San suddenly smiled lightly. It's nothing, I just find this spoiled young master displeasing, especially since he's getting close to you with ulterior motives. How can I tolerate him? Huh? Luo Yu couldn't help but laugh, feeling that this was quite ridiculous. Me, a spoiled rich kid? Which I've saw that. Tang San squinted and said coldly, spending money like water, bringing a pair of sisters to stay in a hotel, what good can come of that? I can't feel any profound soul power from you. What else could you be if not a spoiled rich kid? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow and said, if you can't sense my cultivation, have you not reflected on whether your own level is too poor? Tang San laughed and scoffed, with my purple extreme magic eyes. I've been practicing for so many years and have never made a mistake in seeing through illusions. How much trace of cultivation do you even have on you? Luo Yu shook his head, saying that not making mistakes in the past does not mean there won't be any now. It's impossible. Tang San confidently replied, under my purple extreme magic eye, the true strength of a soul emperor cannot hide. It's too ridiculous for you to try to play tricks in front of me. You really are confident. Luo Yu glanced around and chuckled. With so many people here, wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to slap you directly? Tang San's aura turned icy cold, his eyes shimmering with intense purple light, filled with a murderous intent. I advise you to be cautious in your words and actions, and not to provoke the wrong person. If you wait for me to make a move, it will be too late for you to regret. Luo Yu curled his finger. Then come on, stop talking and make your move. Be quick and clean. Boom. Tang San's entire body erupted with energy, the ground beneath his feet shattered, and the surface cracked like a spider web. His overwhelming aura made the others around him tense up, feeling Tang San's formidable strength. Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances with her sister, their eyes flickering, and they cast a sympathetic look at Tang San. This guy can't be looking for death on purpose, can he? Especially Zhu Zhuqing, who was somewhat excited. She had been badly tricked by Luo Yu before and didn't expect another person to jump in to seek death. She admired the other's courage. Ning Rongrong had a strange expression, almost wanting to bring a small stool to the side to watch the excitement. To be honest, she couldn't believe that the man was here to join Shrek. Would this little broken academy really accommodate such a great figure? If it weren't for her running away from home for fun, she wouldn't come to this broken place. Regarding Luo Yu's move again, Ning Rongrong was looking forward to it. Compared to the other three girls, Xiao Wu was a bit worried. She understood Tang San's hidden weapons and soul power level and was concerned about Luo Yu getting hurt. Starting to intervene again. Third brother, calm down. You weren't this agitated before. What's going on today? Why do you insist on fighting? Tang San glared. It's fine if someone provokes me, but if anyone dares to covet you, I will definitely make them pay. Xiao Wu shook her head urgently. Third brother, are you misunderstanding? He has no intentions towards me. And besides, he helped us before. Don't you remember? Tang San sneered. Of course I remember, otherwise he would be lying down by now. Can't you be a little nicer to him? Xiao Wu stomped her foot in anger, feeling like Tang San had turned into a different person today. Tang San raised his voice. Attitude? I have no attitude towards someone like him. The kind of people I despise the most are these rich young masters who have no real strength and only rely on their family background to act arrogantly. Third brother, you're being too arbitrary. He hasn't said anything yet. How can you label him? Tang San asserted. My purple extreme magic has already reached the second level of the subtle realm. It absolutely won't be wrong. No matter how good this guy's acting is. He can deceive others, but not my eyes. He really has no strength. He's just putting on a show here. Xiao Wu pushed Tang San aside and walked up to Luo Yu, blinking her eyes. I'm sorry, please calm down. This is the first time I've seen third brother so agitated. She bit her thin lips. You could go participate in the Shrek test without worry. It's okay if you don't do well. If I pass, I will definitely speak to the assessment teacher for you. Luo Yu's mouth twitched slightly. From Xiao Wu's tone, it seemed like she was treating herself as a vulnerable group to be sympathized with and protected. She couldn't possibly think that she was a colored pencil and really couldn't defeat Tang San. Could she? It looked like she might. At this moment, Tang San walked over, bypassing Xiao Wu. Third brother, what are you going to do again? Xiao was clearly displeased. Tang San waved his hand. You step aside first. I just want to say a word to him. In front of everyone, he turned to Luo Yu and said, since Xiao Wu pleaded for you, I'll let you go this time. Thinking about it, with your level of aura, the academy wouldn't even accept you. If you can't join the academy, you naturally won't see Xiao Wu in the future, so there's no need for me to be angry with you. While Tang San was speaking, the sisters Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who knew the inside story, exchanged increasingly strange glances, feeling a bit cold sweat for him. The three women had already seen Luo Yu slowly raising his palm, filled with a dangerous aura. Just then, a shout suddenly rang out from behind the table. "Stop the nonsense. Come here for the soul power test." The old man said, "Let me make it clear first. Only those under 13 years old with a soul power level of 20 or above meet the preliminary admission qualifications for the academy." Hiss! Surrounding voices of shock rose and fell. To reach level 20 at 12 years old, this requirement is too outrageous. The old man scolded, "Shut up. If you can't even meet the basic requirements, can you still be called a little monster? Those want to test, hurry up, don't dawdle." One by one, people began to step forward for testing. The results were either not enough levels or age exceeded limits. After testing a dozen people, all were eliminated. The old man's face grew increasingly ugly, utterly disappointed. This generation is worse than the last. Tang San revealed a confident smile, standing tall and saying, "Then let me go first." He gracefully and swiftly walked to the old man's side and placed his hand on the white crystal ball. The crystal ball instantly burst forth with a dazzling light. The teacher in charge of the test narrowed his eyes, astonished. "Is this real? Level 29? He quickly moved to check Tang San's bones. Even more shocked, "You're only 12? The surroundings erupted in commotion, everyone filled with disbelief. Tang San's talent stunned them. They understood how astonishing such talent was, a level they could only dream of. Tang San nodded, ignoring the envious and reverent gazes around him. The crystal ball emitted a strong light, illuminating his incredibly confident face. Tang San pointed at Luo Yu, proudly chuckling, "I've finished testing, level 29. What about you? Dare to come up and try?" Chapter 69. The trembling crowd, the slaps in the face of Tang San. Tang San was incredibly confident. His provocative tone not loud, but exceptionally firm and powerful. The surroundings fell silent. The old man in charge of the test had his eyes shine with excitement. 12 years old, level 29. This was an absolute genius, a treasure found. The admissions elder was so excited, and naturally the others erupted. "Is this guy even human? Same age as me, and he has nearly level 30 soul power? You're kidding." The young people and their parents were all shocked, filled with incredulity. In their understanding of the world, even having level 20 at this age was a rare occurrence, and Tang San's level completely refreshed their perceptions, leaving them utterly stunned. When they looked at Luo Yu, who was standing aside without speaking, everyone involuntarily flashed a hint of sympathy in their eyes. It seemed like this guy was going to be completely suppressed today. Who could stand against such a monstrous genius? Some shook their heads helplessly. Being mocked by such a genius was truly infuriating. After all, the gap in talent and strength was a visible chasm. Everyone thought that Luo Yu would be leaving in disgrace. Even Tang San couldn't help but smirk. He was very confident that no one of his age would surpass him in soul power. While others were still naive, he was already practicing the Tang sect's ultimate skill, the Xiantian skill, directly raising his soul power to the innate maximum level, and then his cultivation advanced rapidly. He would never believe that these so-called talents outside could compare to him. His martial soul talent and the Tang sect's ultimate skill were no joke. Usually, his pride was hidden deep within, but today it shone brightly and could no longer be concealed, because he absolutely could not tolerate any other man getting close to Xiao Wu, no matter what. If there was, then just wait to accept his punishment. Tang San sneered at Luo Yu, the testing crystal ball in his hand still radiating a dazzling brilliance, proving his unparalleled soul power level among his peers. Luo Yu stood there, listening to the surrounding boos and watching Tang San being surrounded by stars, his expression gradually becoming somewhat strange. Tang San raised his head and said, "You were so eloquent just now. Why are you silent now?" Luo Yu shook his head and sighed. "I find it very puzzling. Some people are clearly so ordinary. Yet why are they so confident?" Tang San's angry expression instantly froze as he glared and asked, "Who are you talking about?" Luo Yu smiled and said, "I'm just curious. Is it really impressive to have a soul power level of 29 at 12 years old? Does that make you so confident?" Hiss! The entire venue shook, and people looked at Luo Yu in disbelief, murmuring in confusion. Did this guy get wrong? Does he know what it means to have that level of cultivation at 12 years old? This is a genius, an absolute genius. Everyone now felt that Luo Yu was just being stubborn. Tang San's talent was indeed visibly strong, making those around him feel intimidated. Whoosh! A figure flashed in front of Tang San, casting a friendly glance at him while glaring at Luo Yu. It was the elder in charge of admissions for Shrek Academy. He had noticed the conflict between Tang San and Luo Yu. Regardless if it was right or wrong, he had seen Tang San's talent. and Shrek had not encountered such a good seedling in many years. To him, Luo Yu's aura was extremely ordinary. In this case, it was clear who to choose. The old man naturally had the idea of taking the opportunity to increase Tang San's favorability, and he scolded Luo Yu. Kid, the entrance of Shrek Academy is not a place for you to argue. Words are useless here. Strength is the real deal. You look down on a cultivation level of 29. If you have the ability, show it and let everyone see. If you don't have that level of cultivation, I advise you to leave here early. Shrek Academy will not accept students who only talk big. After speaking, the old man glanced at Tang San. Upon noticing the kind look directed at him from Tang San, he felt that what he did was right. Offending an ordinary young man to win the favor of a genius was a guaranteed profit. Xiao had already walked over and quietly advised Tang San, Sangu, if you do this, he'll lose face. Your talent is not something ordinary people can compare to. Just let it go. Don't make a fuss. Hearing Xiao Wu speak up for Luo Yu, Tang San immediately felt a surge of anger. An unnamed jealousy arose in his heart. Xiao Wu, it's not that I want to argue with him. You saw how he was bragging. Doesn't he think my cultivation level of 29 is insufficient? Then let him show his soul power level and let me and everyone else see. Now, all eyes were focused on Luo Yu. Many people had a gloating attitude, eager to see Luo Yu make a fool of himself. Luo Yu, accompanied by the pair of fiery and stunning twin sisters, was indeed too eye-catching and enviable. As they watched Luo Yu being slapped in the face by Tang San, they were more than happy to see it happen. In the face of the surrounding doubts, mockery, and the spectators eagerly watching the drama unfold, Luo Yu remained calm and composed, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as if he were watching a joke. Zhu Zhuqing, why don't you go and give it a try? All right, Zhu Zhuqing replied obediently. Approaching Tang San to ask for the testing crystal ball, Tang San tossed the crystal ball in his hand and teased, what? Feeling cowardly and asking a woman to step up? Luo Yu faced the mockery, glanced at Tang San, then withdrew his gaze and slowly shook his head. Should just watch. There's a surprise. You. Tang San was about to speak when he was suddenly blocked by the intense light that burst forth from the crystal ball. Everyone stiffly turned their gaze toward the crystal ball that was emitting a strong light, as well as Zhu Zhuqing, who was continuously channeling soul power into it. And they were instantly stunned. No way. Another level 29? This woman looks like she's not even 13. The elder in charge of admissions was dumbfounded, wondering what was going on. It felt like they had stumbled upon a nest of geniuses today. This girl clearly looked younger than Tang San, yet she had such cultivation. Gasps of surprise came from around them, but Zhu Zhuqing did not feel proud. Her ears were just a bit red. Not long ago, she was at level 27, and in such a short time, she had reached level 29. She knew exactly what was happening. It all came from the man's diligent nurturing. This made her feel shy yet inexplicably delighted. Remembering how Tang San had just scolded her man, a cold expression rose on Zhu Zhuqing's face. She looked at the bewildered Tang San and said with a snort, I'm only 2 months short of turning 12, so I should be younger than you. Level 29 cultivation. Isn't that a big deal? Tang San's face stiffened, unable to comprehend how a random woman could compare herself to him. Luo Yu glanced sideways and commanded, Zhu Yunyan, show your cultivation level casually. Okay, master. Zhu Yunyan replied obediently, causing everyone's hearts to race. Such a fiery and enchanting beauty actually called this guy master? This was even more exaggerated than a couple's relationship. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Zhu Yunyan, and the phantom spirit cat appeared, with 4 bright soul rings of yellow and purple appearing in front of everyone. 4-ring soul sect? This woman is already over level 40? The teacher recruiting students was stunned, and Tang San felt as if he had been struck by lightning, stepping back 3 steps. He couldn't believe that he was even inferior to the woman beside this man. It couldn't be. Had his Xiantian skill been practiced in vain? This was not scientific. Tang San couldn't believe it, his expression ugly. At this moment, the Zhu sisters were dazzling, yet obediently stood on either side of Luo Yu's body, willingly playing the role of green leaves. While shocking everyone, it also broke many hearts and filled them with envy. Zhu Yunyan stood amidst the 4 soul rings and disdainfully said, Tang San, right? Daring to be complacent at level 29? Even my sister and I are better than you. And you still want to compare with my master? Look in the mirror, take a good look. Do you deserve it? Under the gaze of everyone, being mocked by a woman like this left Tang San's face pale, yet he couldn't retort a single word. Zhu Yunyan scolded, my master just can't be bothered to deal with you. Do you really think you're someone important? I've been putting up with you for a long time. The strange looks around made Tang San feel as if he were being roasted on a fire. His body swayed, his eyes blood red, and he pointed at Luo Yu. I want to see you test it personally, not someone else. No matter how high someone else's cultivation is, it has nothing to do with you. Can you only hide behind a woman? Luo Yu met Tang San's fierce gaze and yawned in boredom. You really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. He took the testing crystal ball from Zhu Zhuqing's hands and infused it with his soul power. Since that's the case, then open your eyes wide and see clearly. Your level 29 cultivation is nothing here. With a loud bang, the ground trembled, and the crystal ball erupted with astonishing phenomena. Chapter 70. The Shattering of the Testing Crystal. The overwhelming talent that shook Shrek. With the same crystal ball, when Luo Yu stood there activating it, the resulting phenomena were completely different. Unusual fluctuations radiated out. Tang San's pupils constricted. The elder responsible for Shrek's admissions was astonished. Zhu Zhuqing and her sister had expressions as if they already knew this would happen. Looking at Tang San as if he were a clown. Ning Rongrong curiously focused on Luo Yu, never taking Tang San's talent seriously, but rather finding the typically mysterious Luo Yu more intriguing. Boom! Amidst the trembling of the ground, the crystal ball in Luo Yu's hand shone brilliantly, erupting with blinding white light. The intense light came so suddenly and fiercely that most people present had no time to react and were momentarily blinded. However, compared to the stinging of their eyes, their hearts were already in turmoil. A slight comparison revealed that the brightness Tang San had previously emitted was simply worlds apart from this guy's. It was like comparing a firefly to a star, a difference so vast it was immeasurable. Yet Tang San was already at level 29 cultivation. What kind of cultivation level did the man who caused such terrifying phenomena possess? At this point, the parents and students around couldn't help but shudder, unable to imagine further. They had never seen a talent like Tang San's before. Luo Yu's situation exceeded their imagination. Tang San shook his head in disbelief, unable to accept the reality before him. Impossible, how could this be? I clearly investigated. He didn't have much soul power. He was now fully activating the purple extreme demon eye, constantly probing the figure in the strong light, desperately trying to find out if the man had achieved this effect through some kind of cheating method. Unfortunately, he found no cheating methods. Instead, he saw Luo Yu's soul power erupting like a flood, continuous and terrifying. The sarcasm hanging at the corner of the opponent's mouth was intentionally directed at him, instantly stabbing Tang San's pride. Xiao Wu stood beside him, her delicate face filled with surprise, her cherry lips slightly parted, utterly shocked by Luo Yu. It wasn't just Tang San who had misjudged. She herself had underestimated him. She truly hadn't expected Luo Yu's talent to reach such a level. She was a reformed soft bone charm rabbit from 100,000 years ago. Did her talent still need to be questioned? To encounter someone like Tang San, who could rival her, was already shocking enough. The overwhelming presence of Luo Yu left her truly bewildered, making it hard to imagine that such a genius existed in this world. Everyone thought that the peak of brilliance would gradually come to an end, but little did they know that this was just the beginning of the shock. Crack, crack! A series of crisp and delicate sounds echoed out. Everyone's necks stiffened as they turned to look in the direction of the sound, disregarding the tears streaming from their eyes due to the blinding light. Fixating intensely on the source of the breaking sound, their hearts racing in an instant. On Luo Yu's hand, the test crystal ball, which was bursting with intense light, had already developed a dense network of cracks. In an instant, gasps erupted. It's cracking? Someone trembled and stammered. Can a test crystal ball really crack? Of course. The crystal ball has a limit to how much it can withstand. Exceeding that limit will naturally cause it to break. Are you saying that this guy's soul power is so strong that the test crystal ball can't handle it? You asked me, how would I know? This is the first time I've seen such a situation. However, I can say with 100% certainty that this guy, who looks to be about our age, has a total amount of soul power that far exceeds ours. He's simply not in the same league as us. Luo Yu didn't give them much time to react. The moment the white light reached its peak, a loud bang echoed, causing everyone's bodies to freeze. The testing crystal ball emitted a wail, unable to bear the burden, and instantly shattered into countless fragments. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless shards shot out in all directions. When the entrance of Shrek Village returned to silence, Luo Yu had already withdrawn his soul power, standing there calmly, as if the astonishing scene just now had nothing to do with him. Did that testing crystal just explode? What kind of soul power does this guy have? It's terrifying. Mom, I want to go home. It's too scary. Even though Luo Yu didn't target anyone, the act of shattering the crystal ball genuinely frightened these people. At this moment, who knows how many people were blushing, not daring to look at Luo Yu. They now understood that everything has its reasons. If a man lacks ability, how could such a seductive and enchanting woman willingly call him master? How could there be so many beautiful women surrounding him? They were clearly ignorant and narrow-minded. The jealous gazes that had been directed at him before were now filled with recognition after witnessing Luo Yu's strength, and more importantly, admiration, as this overwhelming power was truly explosive. On the other hand, no one cared about Tang San anymore. 12 years old, level 29, is he a genius? If asked these people before, they would have answered without hesitation that he was a genius. But after witnessing Luo Yu, asking them this question felt a bit awkward. Compared to Luo Yu's soul power level, is level 29 even worth mentioning? What kind of talent is Tang San's? Didn't they see that the testing crystal exploded? Who could compare to this feat? The elder in charge of Shrek's recruitment felt a twitch in his heart. Others might not know, but didn't he know? This testing crystal was specifically designed for testing soul masters below level 30. It could crack, but to explode it in one go, even a soul power of level 40 might not be able to do it. He regretted it immensely, feeling like a fool. To please a level 29, he actually offended a true, monstrous genius? What should he do now? At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing was also stunned. She hesitated, her red lips parting slightly. That's too terrifying. I just tried that crystal ball, and with my current soul power, I feel like I'm still far from being able to crack it. Basic operations, sit down. Luo Yu shook his head, his face showing little emotion. After all, this wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. He was familiar with it and had nothing to be surprised about. Impossible, impossible. Tang San shook his head repeatedly, still unable to believe that Luo Yu possessed such terrifying soul power that was so much stronger than his own. Could it be that all these years of cultivating the Xiantian skill had gone to waste? Otherwise, how could anyone be so much stronger than him? Luo Yu walked towards Tang San, and the people on both sides quickly stepped aside, no longer showing the previous disdain, their eyes filled with fear and shock. After walking a distance, Luo Yu stopped and looked at Tang San. Didn't you always say I was a playboy? Is there anything else you haven't finished saying? Go ahead. I am listening. Luo Yu casually scratched his ear, not taking the other party seriously at all. Tang San's expression began to fluctuate, his face completely losing its composure. With so many people watching, the sarcasm he had directed at Luo Yu earlier now felt like slaps against his own face. He clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on Luo Yu, his tone chilling. I underestimated you before. I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. But this should be all your trump cards, right? I warn you, don't think that just because your soul power is strong, you can flaunt it in front of me. What I excel at is not soul power, so you'd better be careful. Oh, Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, a smirk appearing on his lips, revealing a hint of amusement. Little San, is that not enough of a blow? Are you starting to feel confident again? Chapter 71. Tang San's perfect calculation, public challenge. Tang San's tightly clenched fists suddenly relaxed, and looking at Luo Yu, the anger on his face disappeared, replaced by a full expression of mockery. Blow? What blow? Just because you have a slight edge in soul power, you think you can affect me? That is really underestimating me, Tang San. He turned his head to look around at the onlooking students and parents, as well as the elderly man responsible for Shrek's recruitment, and deliberately said loudly, soul power levels don't mean anything. With enough resources, even a pig can be raised up. What truly reflects a person's combat level is their practical ability. TSK. What do you mean? Luo, you wanted to see what trick the other party was playing. Tang San sneered repeatedly, as if he had seen through everything. Enough with the pretense. Don't you understand what I mean? My level 29 was achieved through my own hard work, while your cultivation, I fear, relies on your wealthy family background, forcibly boosted by resources. I, Tang San, have innate full soul power, and that's not just boasting. It's an extreme level of talent. I have never interrupted my training every day. Why is your soul power so much stronger than mine? So, there is only one truth. Tang San pointed at Luo Yu, disdain flashing in his eyes. Your cultivation level is completely built up by spirit herbs. Otherwise, there is no way you could reach this level at your age. You can ask everyone around, does anyone believe you achieved this through your own efforts? Tang San's words were emphatic and resonant. After hearing this, everyone's expressions changed instantly. They suddenly felt that Tang San made a lot of sense. Being level 29 at 12 years old was already terrifying. How could someone over level 40 appear? This talent must be extraordinary. How could this be possible? Yes, this guy must have taken drugs to boost his level. Who knows how many resources were wasted on that? For a moment, the way the surrounding people looked at Luo Yu changed again. From earlier shock and awe, it turned into jealousy and disdain. Even the elderly man responsible for Shrek's recruitment had a changing expression. Boosting levels with drugs was akin to pulling up seedlings to help them grow. How much future could there be? It was just looking good for now. Damn it, you scared me. I wonder why this guy was so impressive. It turned out he was boosted by drugs. Why didn't I think of that earlier? Alright, that explains it otherwise. Being over level 40 at this age would be a joke. Hearing the surrounding murmurs, Tang San was extremely satisfied with this outcome. Having regained his face with just a few words, and he had dealt a heavy blow to his opponent. Slap, slap, slap. The sound of Luo Yu's applause was so clear that the surroundings fell silent once again, and all eyes focused on him, eager to hear what he had to say. Luo Yu looked pitiably at Tang San and said, "Is it that hard to admit that others are stronger than you?" Tang San snorted and replied, "At this point, your secret has already been exposed by me. Do you still want to keep pretending?" With the support of the Xiantian skill, along with his innate full soul power and twin martial souls, how could he possibly be so far behind others? Therefore, Tang San was 100% certain that this guy was cheating with herbs. He looked down on him even more in his heart. Relying on underhanded means to increase your strength. No matter how high your soul power is, it's still hollow. So what if your level is higher than mine? In actual combat, you're just a paper tiger, easily defeated and nothing more. Tang San stepped out of the gloom of being slapped in the face earlier, regaining his confidence. And a sparkle appeared in his eyes, feeling proud of his perfect deduction. The people around him began to whisper, filled with doubts about Luo Yu. Only Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong beside him had strange expressions. They knew Luo Yu's battle power all too well. With a simple move, he could crush a soul master and suppress the soul sect. You say he's a paper tiger? Have you lost your mind? The three beauties looked at the confident Tang San in the arena, their expressions becoming extremely strange, feeling that this guy was stepping closer to his own demise. They were eager to see the despair on his face when he learned about Luo Yu's true strength. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from the village where Shrek Academy was located, interrupting the atmosphere here and attracting everyone's attention. For figures quickly flew in from the distance, arriving at the village entrance in the blink of an eye. The first to arrive was a burly man in his 50s, frowning with broad features, a massive build, and shoulders as wide as city walls. His outerwear could not conceal his muscle that seemed forged from steel. Behind him followed three other figures. A gray-clad youth with a refined face and peach blossom eyes, a chubby boy with a red mohawk, and a handsome young man with golden hair and wicked eyes, his face covered in bruises and blood. The old man in charge of Shrek Academy's admissions brightened upon seeing the burly man and hurried over. "Teacher Zhao, what brings you here?" The burly man furrowed his brow and asked, "What was that strong light and explosion at the village entrance?" "I thought there was a disturbance, so I brought people over." The old man pointed at Luo Yu and said, "It's not a disturbance. During the test for this young man, our testing crystal ball exploded." "What?" Zhao Wujie exclaimed. The young people behind him also jumped in surprise, their eyes filled with shock as they looked at Luo Yu, especially Dai Mubai, whose pupils constricted the moment he saw Luo Yu. How did this scourge end up here? He unconsciously took a half-step back. Even now, the pain on his face had not faded. "What's wrong, Mubai?" Zhao Wujie asked, turning back. "In nothing. I just heard someone burst the crystal and was a bit shocked." Dai Mubai stammered, trying to hide the fact that he knew Luo Yu. After experiencing Luo Yu's abilities the night before, he no longer dared to be arrogant, and hadn't he even mentioned being defeated when he returned to the academy. Zhao Wujie was about to question Luo Yu when the old man suddenly leaned in and whispered a few words into his ear. Zhao Wujie was taken aback, then began to scan Luo Yu and Tang San, his expression thoughtful. After a moment, he spoke, "Since you all came to apply to Shrek, there's no need to cause disputes over minor matters. I hereby announce that you have all passed the preliminary test of Shrek and can enter with me to undergo the next round of evaluation." "Wait," Tang San suddenly interjected, pointing at Luo Yu. "Teacher, if this guy's soul power was boosted by taking drugs, then he shouldn't be considered a minor monster and shouldn't be accepted by Shrek." Zhao Wujie frowned and turned to look at Luo Yu. "To burst the testing crystal, your soul power should be over level 40, right?" Luo Yu nodded. "That's right." "How did you do it?" Zhao Wujie's heart was shocked and shaken, feeling somewhat unbelieving. Luo Yu shrugged, pouting his lips, and gave Tang San a sideways glance with a playful smile. "Anyway, I haven't taken any drugs." "Who would believe that?" Tang San sneered, absolutely not believing it. Zhao Wujie's eyes flickered, and he said, "Can I check your body for confirmation? Do you suspect me?" Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. "Ahem." Zhao Wujie looked awkward. "It's not suspicion, it's just that your soul power level is too astonishing, making me a bit uncertain." Luo Yu shook his head and said indifferently, I can't let you investigate. If you believe it, then believe it. If not, that's fine. Zhao Wujia's expression changed. He wasn't that suspicious at first, but now his gaze became hesitant. Tang San snorted and said, if you won't allow an investigation, you must be afraid of being exposed. He turned to Zhao Wujia and cupped his hands, saying, Teacher Zhao, since he won't allow an investigation, that's fine. Practical combat can completely test a person's level. Why don't you act as a witness and let us have a match? With so many people watching, this guy surely can't hide anything. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Tang San's mouth. Everything was part of his plan. Today, he would prove in front of everyone present who the real little monster was. A soul master over level 40 being defeated by his 20-something level great soul master. Let's see how he can face others after this. Most importantly, perhaps Xiao Wu wouldn't look favorably upon this person anymore. A perfect plan, seamless. Tang San was confident that this guy, whether he was using drugs to boost his soul rank to soul master or not, would never be able to defeat him. Today was destined to be his downfall. Chapter 72. Ning Rongrong rejects Tang San. Group duel. Luo Yu against 4. After hearing Tang San's suggestion, Zhao Wujia's eyes flickered with thought. From his perspective, he did not want his two talented subordinates to come into conflict. With so many people present today, regardless of who won in the end, the loser would not feel good about it, and a rift would be formed, which would be detrimental to the unity of the academy. However, seeing Tang San's aggressive demeanor, it seemed that he would never back down without a fight today. Most importantly, Zhao Wujia wanted to take this opportunity to see if Luo Yu, at level 40, was truly capable. He suddenly thought a good compromise. That was to divide the new students into 2 teams for a confrontation. This way, regardless of which side lost, it would be considered a team failure, minimizing the individual sense of defeat and embarrassment. Zhao Wujia's eyes lit up as he looked at Luo Yu. What do you think of the proposal for a practical match? Luo Yu shrugged, indifferent. You saw how eager he is to get beaten up. If I don't fulfill that, I would feel bad about it. The stubborn duck would soon know the truth. Tang San's eyes glinted with cold light, and he couldn't stop sneering. He had countless hidden cards and never regarded Luo Yu's strength seriously. Quiet, Zhao Wujia shouted, turning his gaze to cover the entire arena. Since you all have no objections, I will give you this opportunity. However, it's not a private fight between you two, but rather each of you will lead a team to compete against each other. This is for your own good. The future Soul Master competition will also be team-based, not just one-on-one. He called over the elderly man in charge of admissions and asked, how many students meet our admission standards today? The old man pointed at the Zhu Zhuqing sisters. Zhao Wujia frowned. Just the 2 of them? The old man smiled wryly. I haven't finished testing everyone yet. Then hurry up and test them. I want to group them. Zhao Wujia glared. Zhao Wujia took out a new testing crystal ball and quickly tested the remaining people. The result was that very few met the standards, with only Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu added to the mix. One was at level 27 and the other at level 29, causing a small stir. Other parents and the eliminated children, feeling dejected, did not leave immediately but stayed to watch. They all knew that the exciting part was about to begin. A large area at the entrance of Shrek Village had been cleared, with unrelated people retreating to the sides, all looking at the arena. Zhao Wujia presided over the event. This year, exactly 6 people meet the standards. Luo Shishu and Tang San. You can each choose 2 people as your teammates to play a 3v3 match. No problem. Tang San quickly replied, rubbing his fists together, already eager to go. Luo Yu slowly nodded, remaining silent, his gaze coldly fixed on Tang San. Zhao Wujia said, all right, then you can form your teams. Before the selection could begin, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing directly stood beside Luo Yu, clearly indicating their stance. Xiao Wu glanced at Tang San and whispered, third brother, this isn't good, right? Can we not fight? It would hurt our feelings. Tang San shook his head. Why not fight? Just wait and see how I expose this person's true strength and show you his real face. Xiao Wu couldn't argue anymore and sighed. Then let's just keep it light. We will all be classmates in the future. Tang San sneered. That depends on whether his strength qualifies him to be my classmate. He looked at Zhao Wujia, eagerly saying, Teacher Zhao, since we've divided into teams, can we start? Just as Zhao Wujia was about to nod, a girl's voice interrupted him. Wait, I haven't said who I want to team up with yet. Ning Rongrong looked at Tang San, wrinkling her nose in disdain. Don't get ahead of yourself. I never said I wanted to be on your team. After saying that, she quickly walked over to stand beside Luo Yu. I want to team up with him. Seeing Ning Rongrong's disdainful gaze and her quick escape towards Luo Yu, Tang San's face immediately fell, looking as if he had just eaten a dead fly. his fists clenching tightly. This was going to be difficult for Zhao Wujie. He looked at the three beautiful girls beside Luo Yu and said, "You three, one of you come over here." "No." Zhu Zhuqing, her sister, and Ning Rongrong rejected in unison without any hesitation. This scene made Tang San grit his teeth even more. At that moment, Ma Hongjun entered the arena, his eyes fixated on the three beauties beside Luo Yu, a natural lust igniting within him, captivated by their beauty. "Teacher Zhao, why don't I and Dai Mubai join Tang San's side? That would make it 4-against-4, right?" Zhao Wujie shook his head. "Nonsense. You've already been in school for a year. Why mix in with the newcomers?" Ma Hongjun couldn't tear his gaze away from Zhu Zhuqing and the other two, his small eyes flashing with a peculiar light. "But Teacher Zhao, look at the strength of those over there. They are not weak at all." Zhao Wujie hesitated. "Don't worry. I and Dai Mubai will know how to handle it. I wouldn't dream of harming these lovely junior sisters." Ma Hongjun walked over to Tang San, strangely looking at Dai Mubai, who had been inactive at the other side, and called out, "Dai Mubai, why aren't you coming over?" Dai Mubai was sweating profusely, almost cursing Ma Hongjun in his heart. "You fool, if you want to die, don't drag me into it." He had no courage to provoke the disaster that was Luo Yu. He forced a smile that looked worse than crying. "You go ahead. I won't get involved. I'm feeling a bit unwell today." Ma Hongjun hurriedly came over and pulled him, whispering in his ear, "Dai Mubai, aren't you usually eager when you see a woman? Those twin sisters over there are stunning. Don't you have any thoughts? I'd rather think of your mother." Mentioning this made Dai Mubai's mood volatile. It was a sore spot. He thought this in his heart, but wouldn't show it on his face. 1. He couldn't just rush to tell others he was cuckolded. And 2. He was genuinely afraid of Luo Yu deep down and didn't dare provoke him. He held his stomach, frowning. "I really can't fight today. I get diarrhea whenever I do." Ma Hongjun found it strange. If this were any other day, just hearing about beautiful girls would probably make Dai Mubai run even with a limp. So what was going on today? In the end, Dai Mubai managed to escape under the pretense of needing to use the restroom, leaving only 8 people in the arena. They lined up, standing on opposite sides: Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, and Oscar, Luo Yu, Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong. The audience couldn't guess who the deer would die at the hands of, and Dai Mubai touched his face, feeling a sense of relief. Finally, someone could share the pain with him. As Zhao Wujie announced the start, the atmosphere in the arena instantly became tense. Explosive sounds erupted, and colors flashed everywhere. The fire phoenix soared through the sky, and Ma Hongjun was bathed in a red, scorching flame, with evil fire boiling, his small eyes squinting together, exuding an unmatched powerful aura, and the ground was scorched. Xiao Wu was enveloped in pink light, embodying the charm of a soft-boned rabbit. Oscar produced several auxiliary sausages and handed them to the 3 of them. Tang San's aura surged. His hands transformed into Xianyu hands, and the blue silver grass appeared like a ghost, his eyes even activating the purple extreme magic eyes, radiating strong light in a demonstrative manner, looking down on everyone with confidence. Zhu Zhuqing's sisters and Ning Rongrong were about to unleash their martial spirits when Luo Yu reached out to stop them. They looked at Luo Yu in surprise, their eyes filled with confusion. Luo Yu smirked, moving his neck left and right, producing cracking sounds from his bones. He stepped forward, squinting his eyes at the 4 energetic opponents ahead, and said calmly, "You 3 step back. Let me have some fun with them." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire arena erupted in exclamations, all incredulously looking at Luo Yu. "What? This guy wants to take on 4 by himself? Is he crazy?" Zhao Wujie was a bit dazed, while Tang San and Ma Hongjun initially froze in shock. Then they glared at Luo Yu with immense anger. "You underestimate us too much. You're asking for death." Boom! The battle was about to begin. Tomorrow, Tang San will be stylishly beaten up starting from Qingming Festival. There will be extra updates. Grateful for the brothers' support. The pace will also quicken afterwards. This part is to justify beating up Tang San. If he's not enough of a target, how can Xiao Wu develop a dislike for him and later fall for the protagonist? Please understand if there are any issues. Love you all. Just to emphasize, updates will start every night in the late hours. Chapter 73. Crushing the Evil Fire Phoenix. A violent slap. Is he about to lose? Luo Yu's contemptuous posture directly ignited the anger of Tang San and the others. A tremendous roar erupted instantly. The audience around felt a tremor in their eardrums as explosive flames shot up into the sky from the clearing at the village entrance. The surrounding temperature rose sharply. Ma Hongjun, with an astonishing aura, stepped out in front of Tang San and Oscar. His small eyes were filled with uncontrollable rage as he stared at Luo Yu, and fiery phoenix feathers extended from his back, bathed in ominous orange flames, his tone chilling. What qualifications do you have to think you can take us for on? It's simply ridiculous. You three can just watch from the sidelines. Let me teach this kid a lesson first. He was slightly plump, but moved with incredible speed, letting out a sharp howl as boundless evil fire surged towards Luo Yu, as if to burn everything to ashes, utterly domineering. The air at that moment was filled with the smell of something burning. Even the audience, despite being far away, felt a wave of heat hit them, making it hard to breathe. They couldn't help but feel astonished. Shrek students were indeed extraordinary. They absolutely possessed the strength to challenge beyond their level. At this moment, Ma Hongjuan's momentum was overwhelming, charging forward with boundless flames. Luo Yu stood still, not even blinking, not dodging or avoiding. This caused the audience to gasp. Could this guy be scared silly? If he didn't release his martial soul soon, it would be too late. Ma Hongjun observed Luo Yu's reaction from the air, secretly sneering in his heart. His evil fire phoenix was not some random martial soul. Anyone who dared underestimate him would have to pay a bloody price. Was the soul sect really that impressive? Which genius couldn't challenge above their level? Whoosh! Ma Hongjun had already closed the distance, his hand transforming into the sharp claws of a phoenix, radiating a cold, sharp light, accompanied by a blazing, surging fire, fiercely clawing at Luo Yu's throat. He could almost envision the scene of the person in front of him suffering because of their carelessness, and a proud, sinister smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. Why was he so eager to rush forward? Of course, it was not to help Tang San, but to defeat Luo Yu, hoping to win the favor of the three stunning beauties by his side. But fantasy is ultimately just fantasy, and in the instant Ma Hongjun approached, Luo Yu moved. Facing the fierce assault and the exploding flames, he didn't even summon his martial soul. He simply raised one arm, reached out, and directly grasped the opponent's sharp claws. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and a shockwave swept through. The scene seemed to freeze in an instant. The entire audience was stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief, staring intently at the arena. He just caught it like that. No need to summon his martial soul. Such a terrifying attack was casually blocked by his physical body. While everyone else was shocked, only Dai Mubai looked at him as if he were a fool. Ma Hongjuan's pupils contracted, his face filled with disbelief. His invincible phoenix, Iron Claw, was actually held tightly by a large hand like an iron claw. The phoenix evil fire that he carried was continuously burning the opponent's palm, but left not even a single scratch. How could this be possible? Looking into the man's deep, dark eyes, Ma Hongjuan's heart suddenly sank. A chill ran down his spine, a wave of coldness surged upward. Luo Yu shook his head slowly and commented, "You have quite a loud voice, but is your strength really at this level?" Ma Hongjuan's flames surged, and as his soul power flowed, he struggled desperately, trying to escape Luo Yu's restraint. Luo Yu frowned and snorted. "Don't move." Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed as the phoenix claws twisted, and the fingers became deformed. Connected by heart, with his fingers broken, Ma Hongjuan's face turned pale, and he let out a scream. "Let go of me! Let go of me!" Boom! Ma Hongjun lost all composure, desperately trying to escape as his second soul ring spun up. Soul skill, Burning Phoenix. The flames around him increased in power by 30%. However, under the surging flames, Luo Yu not only did not retreat, but instead showed a hint of pleasure on his face. He smirked and said lightly, which instantly filled Ma Hongjun with despair. "I'll let you in on a secret. I'm not afraid of fire." "I don't believe it." Ma Hongjun shook his head repeatedly, thinking that his evil fire was already at its peak. How could there be anyone in the world who could ignore his flames? First soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. In a panic, he activated his first soul ring, opened his mouth wide, and a solid purple-black flame beam erupted from his mouth, shooting directly at Luo Yu's head with the speed of a gale. At such a close distance, an ordinary person wouldn't even have time to react. But Luo Yu, with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, raised his palm like lightning, swiftly meeting the flame beam head-on, blocking it with his bare hands and sending it back. Slap! A big handprint landed on Ma Hongjuan's face, forcing all the flame beams back into his mouth. With 5 fingers tightly gripping his facial outline and refusing to let go, Luo Yu was more than a head taller than him, and he forcibly grabbed his face and lifted him up. No matter how he kicked, he couldn't break free. This scene was completed in just a few breaths, and when the audience realized what had happened, they couldn't help but gasp, staring at Luo Yu in horror. Just this move was too terrifying. Zhao Wuji was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Ma Hongju knew very well what kind of strength he had. Was he really killed in an instant? It didn't even take 3 seconds. The most frightening part was that Luo Yu hadn't even released his spirit. This was too scary. What kind of strength did this guy have? Let him go. Tang San's shout came from the side, and Luo Yu's gaze suddenly sharpened. Boom! A series of purple, black, blue, silver vines burst out from the ground, with thick branches and special thorns, binding towards his body from all directions, sealing off his escape route. Seizing this opportunity, Tang San and Xiao Wu had already created gusts of wind, moving like shadows, with overwhelming momentum, simultaneously encircling Luo Yu to launch a dual-sided attack. Luo Yu remained calm and collected, his expression determined. With a single swing of his arm, he hurled Ma Hongjun like a hidden weapon straight towards Tang San, trying to buy some time. Little did he expect that Tang San chose not to catch Ma Hongjun, but instead sidestepped, causing Ma Hongjun to skid along the ground, kicking up clouds of dust as he was sent flying. Tang San's eyes flashed with cold light, his speed unyielding as he charged straight at Luo Yu. TSK, is he disregarding his teammates' safety just to deal with me? Luo Yu showed a hint of sarcasm. Tang San's eyes gleamed coldly as he said fiercely, "That kind of waste will only drag us down. Why should we care? Just because you showed some skill earlier, so what? Today, let me show you how to take you down." Xiao Wu, second soul skill, charm. Boom. Tang San's purple extreme magic, eyes shot out deep purple light. Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes radiated a pink, enchanting glow. The two mental attacks, reaching their peak speed, struck directly at Luo Yu. Luo Yu's movements suddenly stalled, and the surrounding blue-silver vines quickly bound his body, tying him up tightly and locking his joints. The thorns on the vines simultaneously released toxins that paralyzed his nerves. Xiao Wu moved like a rabbit, already darting close at this moment. Leaping high into the air, she seized the opportunity to spin her slender legs, wrapped in pink stockings, and finally crossed them to tightly clamp around Luo Yu's neck, with mental attacks in front and blue-silver vines locking his lower body joints. He was further restrained by Xiao Wu's beautiful legs around his neck, like an old tree with intertwined roots. Luo Yu seemed to have been completely controlled, unable to resist. Huh, now you can't move, can you? 1 against 4. Do you have that qualification? Tang San's lips curled into a bright and disdainful sneer, revealing the smile of a victor. His hands were filled with the color of mysterious jade, and he clenched his fists tightly, fiercely striking towards Luo Yu's chest. One blow to end the battle. Luo Yu had previously overwhelmed Ma Hongjun, but in the next moment, he was tightly bound and faced with Tang San's killing move, about to suffer a tragic defeat. There were gasps of surprise from the sidelines. Zhao Wuji shook his head repeatedly. This kid has considerable strength, but ultimately he was too arrogant, and now that he is so firmly controlled, it seems the battle has no suspense and is about to end in an instant. Speaking of which, Tang San's timing in controlling the battlefield is indeed impressive. He is a good talent. Zhao Wuji was already prepared to lend a hand to Luo Yu. Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes were anxious, her red lips pouting as she stomped her feet, looking at Luo Yu with a resentful expression, wishing he hadn't been so headstrong and careless. She was just about to offer help when she was stopped by Zhu Zhuqing and her sister, who grabbed her shoulders. "Can't you see he's trapped? We should help." Zhu Jun huffed. "What's the rush? Just watch. The master won't be defeated so easily." Huh? Ning Rongrong looked towards the arena. She saw Luo Yu, who was tied up tightly, about to be hit in the chest by Tang San's punch. Roar. Luo Yu's hazy eyes suddenly regained clarity, sparkling with divine light, and the corners of his mouth curled into a perfect arc. A thunderous dragon's roar echoed, and a sudden change occurred. Xiao Wu, who was tightly holding onto Luo Yu, felt her enchanting eyes widen, her legs went numb, and her delicate body began to tremble. The pace quickened. With at least 4 updates today, let's start with the first one. Xiao Wu is definitely ours. Chapter 74. The Tang Sect's ultimate techniques under strict restraint. Tang San's crushing defeat. Xiao Wu's long, perfectly shaped legs and stockings maintained the posture of an old tree's roots. She tightly clutched Luo Yu's neck, controlling his body and preventing him from resisting. At the moment the dragon's roar sounded, Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes flashed with horror. Her delicate body trembled uncontrollably, instinctively beginning to shake, and her long legs instantly stiffened, unable to move. The vast dragon pressure that suddenly emanated from Luo Yu made her feel weak and tingly all over, as if countless electric currents were surging through her body, leaving her unable to muster any strength. Xiao Wu's heart was in a state of panic. She couldn't understand what kind of martial soul this man possessed to elicit such a strong reaction from her. Her legs trembled uncontrollably, as if she had briefly lost control of her body. Her limbs felt weak, and her movements resembled those of a girl playfully clinging to Luo Yu, lacking any lethality. Just as he had intimidated Xiao Wu, Tang San was already using the Xinyu hand to unleash a fierce punch. Luo Yu was bound by purple-black vines, and from the gaps, a dazzling nine-colored light burst forth, with a faint red aura of blood energy spreading throughout the area, followed by a loud bang. All the purple-black vines shattered into pieces, flying in all directions. A fist, surging with blood energy and surrounded by 9 colors, suddenly swung out, directly confronting the incoming Tang San. With a loud thud, their fists collided, leaving Tang San momentarily stunned. In the next second, he felt an overwhelming force coming from the punch, and his body was sent flying like a cannonball, wide-eyed as he soared through the air. Tang San had previously thought victory was assured, never expecting Luo Yu to possess the ability to instantly break free from his restraints. With the combined mental attacks from him and Xiao Wu, along with the entanglement skills of the blue silvergrass and Xiao Wu's locking technique, controlling someone should have been simple, yet now it felt as fragile as paper. In front of the man, it was utterly ineffective. Bang! Tang San was blasted away several dozen meters, staggering back for more than 10 steps before barely regaining his footing, his long robe already tattered from the residual force. He suppressed the metallic sweetness rising in his throat and looked down at his palm, which was marked with white scratches from the punch. Tang San's eyes narrowed. His years of arduous training in the Xianyu hand made him immune to poison and incredibly sturdy. Yet he had almost been shattered by this guy in front of him. What kind of martial soul did the opponent possess to amplify their strength to such a degree? At this moment, Luo Yu had become the absolute center of attention. Standing in the arena, bathed in the gazes of dozens of spectators, a towering 9-color dragon shadow appeared behind him, blood energy surging forth, exuding an incredibly strong aura. Everyone's hearts trembled as they speculated about what kind of martial soul Luo Yu possessed. All those present with beast martial souls, including Zhao Wujia, felt a sense of suppression from their bloodlines. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes were filled with admiration, captivated by the man's dominance and strength.